9 Sun God King Chapter 262 to Chapter 314. Mental Resonance. Xian Xianxia looked at the item on the crystal pillar and felt an itch in his heart. However, it was not easy to take out the item inside unless the crystal pillar was destroyed. It would be best if we don't destroy the crystal pillar. This pillar is most likely the root of the Xianxia Imperial Tomb. If it is destroyed, the powerful defense of the Xianxia Imperial Tomb will also disappear. Xianxia also wanted to know what was inside. Qinyan understood what Xianxia meant. She was unwilling to destroy the Xianxia Imperial Tomb because she felt that it would be a good place to stay in the future. He looked at the crystal pillar and said, "Let me see if there is any other way." He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the crystal pillar. He felt a trace of coldness and suddenly recalled that the reason why the corridor was so cold was most likely because of the strong cold aura released by the crystal pillar. Qinyan felt that this circular stone room was not cold at all. It was extremely likely that the cold aura had been released to other places. "I'll try using the golden key." Qinyan took out the golden key and touched the crystal pillar. He easily entered. Following that, his arm sank into the crystal pillar. "Is there any danger?" Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly asked. "I'm fine. The energy inside is very strange. It can't be absorbed and it doesn't affect me at all." Qinyan never expected that the golden key would be so useful. He quickly grabbed the item inside the crystal pillar and took it out. It's a crystal ball. There's something sealed inside. Qinyan looked at the crystal ball he took out and said excitedly, "What exactly is inside?" "Is that white ball inside the crystal ball a martial spirit?" Xianxia stared at the soul-sealing pearl, filled with doubt. "What level of martial spirit is this?" "It's like a crystal, exquisite and translucent, releasing white light." "Could this be a crystal martial spirit?" "But among the martial spirits, there is no martial spirit of this level." "I don't know either. It might be a martial spirit." Qinyan had the same thought. Xianxia urged, "Then hurry up and take a look. The thing next to it is also very special. It looks like a very short pen." When Qinyan heard Xianxia's words, he felt that it was a little similar. However, the shaft of the pen was white and the tip of the pen was very sharp. It was also rather short, only as long as a finger. It looked like a pen carved out of white jade. It was small and exquisite, extremely exquisite. He took out a soul-sealing pearl and tried to sense the white ball of light that seemed to be a martial soul. Just as his mental force touched the white ball of light, a burst of light suddenly flashed. After the light disappeared, the soul and the white jade pen merged into one. This seems to be the natural fusion of the martial spirit and the spirit artifact. Qinyan said in pleasant surprise. Cracks suddenly appeared on the crystal bead, and it shattered on its own. Finally, Qinyan obtained the small and exquisite white jade pen. This is a spiritual weapon?" "That's not right, the runes on it are very complicated." Qinyan was able to confirm it the moment he touched it. Then, he used his mental force to carefully observe it. Very quickly, he discovered that there were many runes inside the pen and he was unable to determine the grade of the runes. This is at least at the Xian mark level. He was surprised. Having Xian marks meant that it was a Xian artifact. "Quickly drip your blood," Xianxia said. Qinyan dripped a drop of blood onto it. The blood seeped into the white jade and quickly disappeared. Then, the white jade released a sparkling luster. Mental Resonance. Xian Pen, Inscription Spirit, Beast King. After Qinyan dripped his blood, he immediately knew that it was a Xian artifact. He also understood why the tip of the pen was so hard and sharp. It turned out to be a carving knife, however. From the Mental Resonance Xian Pen, he could read other information, namely, Inscription Spirit and Beast King. This made him extremely curious. The information that could be embedded in the Mental Resonance Xian Pen must be extremely important. "Isn't this very suitable for you?" Xianxia said happily. Qinyan was an inscription master. With a good carving knife, he would be able to inscribe runes with greater ease. Why was it placed inside the crystal pillar? Who put it in? This is a very good Xian artifact. Then what are the Inscription Spirit and the Beast King? Qinyan looked at the Mental Resonance Xian Pen and exclaimed, I wonder what grade of Xian artifact it is. Good Xian artifacts can only be made with blueprints. If it's a top-grade Xian artifact carving knife, the blueprints would be even more precious. Xianxia said, I wonder what that inscription spirit is. To be able to be placed together with such a precious Xian artifact, it must not be an ordinary item. Qingyun nodded. When I figure it out, I'll definitely tell you. Maybe I'll be able to find some clues about this tomb. It's time for us to go out. This place has been more or less explored. Xianxia looked around and sighed softly. Right now, she still did not know the secret of the Xiao family's bloodline. There are still many wild boars outside. It won't be easy for us to get out. Qingyun smiled. Xianxia thought of the wild boars outside the door and felt a headache. With a helpless expression, she said, we can only go all out. If it really doesn't work, I'll go attract those wild boars. You can just run. Auntie Xiao, I just obtained this mental resonance Xian pen. I can use it to try making talismans. Qingyun waved the beautiful jade pen in his hand. This was actually a carving knife, but it was made into the shape of a pen. What kind of talisman can you refine? Xianxia had also heard that Qingyun had a very powerful body-securing talisman. Top-grade bone talisman. Body-securing talisman. Qingyun took out some spirit beast bones. When Xianxia heard that, she was very surprised. You can already refine top-grade talismans now? Yeah, what's wrong? Qingyun took out the furnace and a flat table as he said with a smile. This? You seem to be only a beginner-level inscription master and can barely make intermediate-level talismans. You can already make top-grade talismans now? Xianxia was very puzzled. Qingyun took out a golden badge and said with a smile, Auntie Xiao, I am now a high-ranked inscription master. Of course, Xianxia recognized this emblem. In the empire, even the emperor had to be respectful to an inscription master with this emblem. She remembered that when she was young, when this kind of inscription master came, the emperor would hold a banquet to welcome them grandly. Qingyun handed the badge to Xianxia with a smile. She was stunned for a moment before receiving it. This badge of a high-ranked inscription master is indeed very special. When I hold it in my hand, I can feel the strong will of the badge, wanting to return to its owner's hands. Xianxia held the badge tightly, otherwise, it would fly away by itself. After she released her hand, the badge flew towards Qingyun. Qingyun grabbed the badge and put it away. He said with a smile, Auntie Xiao, you can rest assured now. I will definitely be able to create a top-grade body-securing talisman. At that time, I will be able to freeze the spirit beast for a few seconds. You're really amazing. You're only 17 years old and you're already a high-ranked inscription master. Xianxia exclaimed, oh right, a top-grade spirit talisman should only be made by a spirit rank inscription master, right? It's fine. Crafting talismans is relatively simple. It's not as difficult as crafting spirit artifacts and setting up formations, so I can craft talismans that are of a higher level. As Qingyun spoke, he stuffed many beast bones into the furnace and melted them into something that resembled soft mud. He could even refine royal-grade bone steel, let alone the bone plates needed to refine top-grade bone talismans. 4 hours later, he had refined 10 bone plates. They looked like slightly thick pieces of paper. Auntie Xiao, use your Vajra inner strength of the martial Dao realm and pour it into these bone plates. Qingyun was very glad that he was always surrounded by martial Dao realm cultivators. With the Vajra inner strength of the martial Dao realm, the talismans he created would be even stronger. Xianxia did as Qingyun said. She very seriously released her Vajra inner strength and poured it into the bone plate. Only when her Vajra inner strength could no longer be poured into it did she change to another piece. She found it very interesting to be able to participate in the crafting of top-grade spirit bone talismans. She was extremely engrossed in completing the task that Qingyun had given her. Qingyun took out the mental resonance Xian pen and injected the power of his blood soul into it. Immediately, he had a very strange feeling. It was as if the mental resonance Xian pen was a part of him, as if it was connected to his hand. What shocked him the most was that when he was seriously inscribing spirit inscriptions, he could see what was under the tip of the pen. The tip of the pen was like his third eye, he could clearly see everything under the pen. This meant that he could carry out extremely fine carvings. How much power could be unleashed depended on whether the carving was meticulous enough. For the vast majority of inscription masters, the spirit inscriptions they carved could absorb energy to circulate. Even if they succeeded, they did not care if they were meticulous or not. Generally speaking, a coarsely carved spirit inscription would only be able to release 10% of the power of the spirit inscription. A slightly better carving would be able to release 20% to 30% of the power. If one could release 40 to 50% of the power of a spirit inscription, they would be considered an outstanding inscription master. Usually, these people were famous and the spirit artifacts and talismans they sold were all very expensive. In the Divine Inscription Palace, there were also tools to appraise the fineness of spirit inscriptions. The fineness of spirit inscriptions was divided into 10 levels. The first level was the worst and the 10th level was the best. Above the 10th level, there were also legends of the Grandmaster level and the Saint level. That was a realm that was extremely difficult to reach. Xianxia had appraised the power of his spirit inscriptions. He was able to release about 30% of the power of the spirit inscriptions, which was between the 3rd and 4th level. To a young inscription master like him, this was extremely impressive. This was also one of the reasons why Zhuchuan valued him so much. It was because he still had a lot of room for improvement. So it turns out that a good carving knife can allow a person to inscribe spirit inscriptions with greater precision and ease. Xianxia felt that the spirit inscriptions he was currently inscribing should be around the 4th or 5th level. Of course, the spirit inscriptions he was inscribing were all high-grade spirit inscriptions. It was even more difficult to ensure a good degree of finesse, especially when inscribing on hard materials. This was a test of an inscription master's comprehension of the charm of the inscriptions. If one had a deep understanding of the natural charm of the inscriptions, they would be able to be even more meticulous when inscribing. Xianxia was busy making the bone plates. During this period of time, she asked Xianxia a few questions but Xianxia did not hear them. He focused all of his attention on the tip of the mental resonance pen. The speed at which he moved the tip of the pen was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The amount of strength he used was also different. He had never used such a subtle amount of strength and speed to inscribe spirit inscriptions. Xianxia was also attracted by Xianxia's concentration. This was the first time she had seen such a serious man. Especially Xianxia's determined and handsome side profile, she was somewhat absent-minded. Against Beast Horde Xianxia had the experience of crafting top-grade spirit talismans before. Furthermore, he had carved a very difficult royal-grade spirit inscription. Therefore, it was not too difficult for him to craft top-grade body-securing talismans now. Moreover, the spirit runes he was inscribing were the body-securing runes that he was very familiar with. The only difficulty was that he had to perfectly coexist when inscribing multiple sets of spirit runes. Xianxia had been standing by the side the entire time, watching Xianxia seriously inscribe spirit inscriptions. She also did not speak to Xianxia, mainly because Xianxia was very engrossed, as if he had poured all his spirit into the carving knife, completely unaware of the things around him. This was the first time Xianxia was so engrossed. It was mainly because of the mental resonance pen. This brush allowed him to be extremely focused. Otherwise, he would definitely be distracted from time to time when he was inscribing spirit runes. 2 days and 2 nights passed. In the past, he had been maintaining his focus and continuously inscribing spirit runes. Xianxia, who was at the side, was once again alarmed by Xianxia's ability. She could tell that Xianxia was extremely tired but he was able to maintain his concentration and continuously inscribe spirit inscriptions. When people were tired, they were easily distracted, especially when they were doing something very boring. It was even harder to concentrate. Xianxia believed that she did not have such patience, so she admired Xianxia very much. What she didn't know was that when Xianxia was inscribing spirit marks, not only did he not feel bored, he was filled with passion. It was precisely because he was full of passion that he was able to maintain a very focused state. Finally finished, so tired. Xianxia finally raised his head and revealed a very satisfied smile. This is the joy that comes from the bottom of his heart. Inscription masters are truly amazing. Xianxia looked at the bone talisman and said with incomparable admiration, At least I can't do this for 2 consecutive days. 2 days passed? Xianxia was somewhat surprised because this was the first time he was so focused on crafting talismans, so he didn't know how much time had passed. Xianxia picked up the top-quality body-securing bone talisman and exclaimed once again, "This is a top-quality spirit bone talisman, yet you only used 2 days to make it. As far as I know, even many famous masters would need at least 10 days to make a top-grade spirit talisman. It's all thanks to this mental resonance Xian pen, otherwise I wouldn't be able to be so fast." Xianxia chuckled and raised the mental resonance Xian pen in his hand. He said, "It's all thanks to Aunt Xiao for bringing me here, allowing me to obtain such a good item." Xianxia smiled lightly, "This is also because you are fated with the mental resonance Xian pen. You are a very outstanding inscription master, only you can use this Xian pen well. Aunt Xiao, do you think that a top-grade body-securing bone talisman can deal with a spirit beast?" Xianxia asked, "If you can freeze a spirit beast for a few seconds, you should be able to kill it, right?" Xianxia fell into deep thought. She frowned slightly and said, "I don't know either. There are 2 spirit beasts outside. If it's just one spirit beast, it might not be a problem. How about this, each of us will deal with one?" Xianxia said with smile, his eyes are filled with expectation. After he cultivated the 3 Vajra inner cores, he had not had a good fight. Now that he had the rare opportunity to fight a spirit beast, he could also see how strong he was. "Can you really do it?" Xianxia also knew that Xianxia was very strong, but she still had some doubts. "I'm not sure either. I'll have to give it a try to know. Even if I can't beat a spirit beast, I won't be killed. I can stall it for a period of time." Xianxia said with a smile, "I just want to see how big the gap is between me and a spirit beast." The wild boar spirit beast outside was also very strong. Its skin was rough and its flesh was thick. Its defense was very strong and its attack power was also very strong. "All right. When the time comes, each of us will deal with a spirit beast. However, you have to refine more of these body-securing talismans. Even if we can't beat them, we can still get rid of the beast horde's pursuit." Xianxia nodded in agreement. It didn't matter if they couldn't beat them, as long as they weren't killed by the spirit beast. Xianxia continued to refine the body-securing talisman. Xianxia held the body-securing bone talisman and injected the power of the martial Dao realm into it. In the next few days, Xianxia became more and more proficient in crafting top-grade body-securing talismans. In particular, his control over the mental resonance Xian pen was even more proficient. It was much smoother than the first time he made it. The mental resonance Xian pen is really a good thing. Not only does it increase the precision of my inscription, it also allows me to draw more smoothly. Who exactly refined such a good thing? After Xianxia familiarized himself with the usage of the mental resonance Xian pen, he could feel its power even more clearly. What made him feel strange was that when he used the heavenly lion's arm to hold the pen, he felt the best. If he used the other arm to hold the pen, the inscription wouldn't be as smooth. There's a spirit called the Beast King in the mental resonance Xian pen. Could it be related to this? Xianxia suddenly thought of this matter because his heavenly lion's arm was related to beasts. 4. Is that enough? Xianxia took the bone talisman that Xianxia had just crafted and asked. Xianxia used 5 days to make 3 sheets. This is much faster than when he made the first sheet. It's still not enough. Let's make 2 more. We'll each have 3. That way, we'll be more secure. Xianxia watched Xianxia inject her power and said with a smile, "Auntie Xiao, if you have nothing else to do in the future, stay in the Star Xianwu Academy and be my helper." "I want to too. But it won't be that easy for me to enter the Star Xianwu Academy. Furthermore, I'm wanted." Xianxia sighed. Because she possessed the Soul Shake powder, she was chased by Blue Spirit Star Palace and a few other forces. "That's easy. You can just enter anonymously. I'll arrange it for you." Xianxia had been crafting talismans for a few days and now, he planned to rest for half a day. It was also a good time to chat with Xianxia about this matter. "I'll go back and discuss it with Yu Mei. If she doesn't agree, there's nothing I can do. After all, I have to take good care of her." Xianxia could not help but laugh. You also know that girl you may. If I'm not by her side, she'll cause trouble everywhere. I understand. Qin Yan said with a smile. After another 3 days, Qin Yan had created a total of 6 top-grade bone talismans. As Xianxia injected energy into the bone talisman, she said, Qin Yan, rest well and recuperate. We're preparing to kill our way out. If everything goes well, we might be able to exterminate that large magical beast horde. As she spoke, she became slightly excited. If just the 2 of them were able to exterminate a large magical beast horde, no one would believe it. If word of this got out. However, after the past few days of injecting energy into the top-grade bone talisman, she realized that the body-securing talisman had absorbed a lot of energy. The power it released would definitely be very strong, which was why she had such confidence. If we can really kill 2 spirit beasts, TSK. No one will believe it. Qin Yan said with a smile. He lay on a couch and looked at the sky above the circular stone room. He yearned to go out with Xianxia to deal with the magical beast horde. After resting for a day, Qin Yan and Xianxia were in their best condition. They left the secret underground chamber and went to the tomb above. Although they did not understand why the corpses had disappeared, they had gained a lot. They had obtained the mental resonance Xian pen, a Xian artifact. After leaving the huge tomb, they arrived at the magnificent hall outside. Qin Yan, after we leave, immediately close the door. Don't let those wild boars in. Xianxia looked at the gorgeous hall and did not wish for it to be destroyed. Qin Yan nodded and said, It's night outside. He said, It's night outside. When the time comes, we'll open the door and hide in the darkness. It won't be that easy for them to discover us. We don't need to fight the spirit beasts head-on. Maybe it's just that it will be more dangerous when we go out. Xianxia nodded and smiled gently. Then, she clasped her fingers tightly with Qin Yan's. After a few days, she once again held hands with Qin Yan in such an intimate manner. She felt a little excited in her heart. That indescribable feeling unknowingly lingered in her heart once again. Qin Yan and Xianxia arrived in front of the door, took out the key and opened it. Clang clang clang, the door slowly opened, making a loud sound. Qin Yan and Xianxia secretly tensed up because such a loud sound would definitely alarm the herd of wild boars. Sure enough, through the tiny crack in the door, they could hear the wild boars howling madly. After the gap in the door was large enough, Xianxia hurriedly pulled Qin Yan out. The moment Qin Yan left, he used the key to touch the door and let it close. It was incomparably dark outside and a cold wind raged. The wild boars' howls echoed in the canyon, making it seem even more eerie and terrifying. The herd of wild boars rushed over, their huge bodies trampling on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Xianxia's movement technique was not bad and she was also in the martial Dao realm. Her running speed was extremely fast. She pulled Qin Yan and lightly tapped her feet on the ground. She floated up into the air and in the blink of an eye, she was more than 100 meters away. The wild boars that were charging madly smashed into the stone door one after another. The stone door of the Tianshao Imperial Tomb was very sturdy. Once again, it was struck by a spirit beast-level wild boar but it showed no signs of loosening. Qin Yan, I'll go alone and lure the wild boars away. At that time, the ones running in front will definitely be the 2 wild boars. As long as you follow behind them and kill the class 8 or 9 wild boars, it will be fine. Finally, we'll take care of 2 spirit beast wild boars together. This was a plan that Xianxia had just come up with. Her speed was very fast and she would not be caught by the spirit beasts even if she ran in front. Qin Yan nodded. At that moment, they were hidden in the darkness and the wild boars could not sense them. Xianxia released Qin Yan's hand and released her aura. Then, she quickly flew into the canyon. The wild boars sensed her aura and hurriedly chased after her. Not long after, all the wild boars were madly running through the canyon, chasing after Xianxia as they howled loudly. Qin Yan followed behind the wild boars and controlled his spirit essence saber to slash at the class 8 and 9 wild boar magical beasts. He had cultivated 3 Vajra inner cores and his mental force had become even stronger. He had also mastered the Imperial Spirit technique to the great perfection stage and could use his mental force to control weapons to unleash a very strong attack. The spirit essence saber constantly spun and slashed, causing blood to splatter out. Blood flew everywhere and one wild boar after another fell to the ground. Magical fairy Xianxia and Xiaoyuemei had been together before, so she knew that the imperial spirit technique used with mental power was very powerful. However, she had never seen its true power with her own eyes. Usually, she would only see Xiaoyuemei controlling the sword to fly around. Now, she had finally seen it. However, not long after, most of the wild boars following the two Lord Wild Boars died. Those that did not die fell to the ground, unable to continue chasing. "Aunt Xiao, I'm going to use the talisman." After Qin Yan finished speaking, he threw the bone talisman out like a dart. With a whoosh, the top-grade bone talisman exploded between the two wild boars, creating a gust of wind that enveloped a radius of 10 to 20 meters. The two huge wild boars that were madly chasing after Xiao Xianqin suddenly stopped. Xiao Xian let out a delicate shout as a zither appeared in her hand. The zither string suddenly trembled as countless specks of light shot out and struck the heads of the two wild boars. From behind, Qin Yan controlled his saber to fly over and slash at the back of the wild boar. The wild boar's skin was very thick and the saber was unable to cut through it. Xiao Xianqin's attack was very effective, causing the heads of the two wild boars to bleed. After all, she was in the martial Dao realm and her internal energy was relatively strong. 5 seconds later, the wild boars could move again. "I'll do it." Xiao Xianqin hurriedly threw out a top-grade body securing bone talisman and enveloped the two wild boars. Following that, she shook her zither and the entire zither was shrouded in purplish gold flames. "Go!" With a light shout from Xiao Xianqin, the zither flew out and struck the head of the wild boar, producing a very strange sound. This sound was not considered strong. Instead, it was a bit gentle. However, it caused the mountains on both sides of the canyon to tremble. Cracks appeared and countless boulders rolled down. The wild boar's head was shaken to the point where a mist of blood spurted out and it fell to the ground. Xiao Xianqin had killed a wild boar and there was another one. Qin Yan suddenly leaped into the air and took out the giant king spirit hammer. He released a portion of his inner supreme force and fused it with the Vajra inner strength. The power of the 3 Vajra inner cores instantly gathered together and poured into the heavenly lion's arm, charging into the giant king spirit hammer. The giant king spirit hammer suddenly shook, and a purplish gold lightning and fire aura exploded out. It let out a furious roar of a lion, and an incomparably terrifying aura rippled out, causing the boulders that were rolling around to be instantly shaken into powder. He descended from the sky, holding the hammer with both hands. He executed the 5th style of the forging dragon, falling star. Boom! The giant king spirit hammer, which was flashing with purple lightning, was like a falling purple meteor as it smashed into the wild boar's head, creating a large amount of violent purple-gold electric snakes. After the wild boar fell, Xiao Xianqin hurriedly flew over and took away Qin Yan, who was standing on the wild boar. Qin Yan panted heavily. He did not completely use his internal supreme force to execute a martial skill, but it consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill a spirit beast with an extremely strong defense. "Auntie Xiao, what's wrong?" As Qin Yan had expended a great deal of energy, his various aspects had declined. He was unable to sense the commotion in the distance. "There's also a spirit beast." Xiao Xianqin's expression was solemn. She looked at the pile of boulders in front of the canyon and said, "There is actually a cave hidden within the canyon's stone walls." Qin Yan turned pale with fright and said, "Aunt Xiao, let's hurry up and leave." "No. I can deal with it." "Can you take care of yourself?" Xiao Xianqin asked. "Of course I can." Qin Yan took a deep breath to make himself less tired. He had the 9 Yang divine spirit, so his recovery speed was very fast. Xiao Xianqin sensed that he was rapidly recovering. At the same time that she was surprised, she also felt a lot more at ease. Then, she rushed towards the pile of boulders in front of her. Boom! The pile of boulders suddenly exploded, and an even larger wild boar appeared. Xiao Xianqin immediately threw out a top-grade body-securing talisman. The wild boar had only taken 2 steps when it was stopped by the body-securing talisman. Xiao Xianqin once again made her zither burn with purple flames before flying out and striking the wild boar's head. Boom! After the wild boar was hit, its head did not explode. Instead, it flew backwards and smashed into a boulder that was more than 10 meters tall. Xiao Xianqin caught the zither that flew back and threw out a body-securing talisman to stop the wild boar. Her zither flew out once again, and this time, it was spinning. It even contained a very strong internal energy, like a spinning purple-gold blade. With an extremely fast speed, it flew towards the head of the wild boar. The spinning purple-gold zither streaked across the wild boar's head and exploded out with a terrifying sound blade. It strangely cut off the wild boar's head. Bang! The huge wild boar's head landed on the ground and smashed a huge rock. Bang! The huge body of the wild boar also fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Yan hurried over and supported the swaying Xiao Xianqin. He asked worriedly, "Auntie Xiao, are you all right?" Xiao Xianqin revealed a charming smile and said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after resting for a while. We killed a horde of magical beasts." She was also very excited because she and Qin Yan had really done it. "Auntie Xiao, there might be a magical beast crystal egg in this horde of magical beasts." Qin Yan helped her sit on a rock and said excitedly, "When I'm better, we'll go take a look together." Xiao Xianqin said, "It's never wrong to be cautious." The two of them rested for a moment. They had recovered quite a bit. Qin Yan also took out the crystal cores of the two spirit beasts. The two large corpses were also kept into his storage bag. Xiao Xianqin was very cautious. She held Qin Yan's hand and allowed him to use his shadow power. Then, the two of them slowly walked through the valley filled with rocks. Not long after, they found the cave where the third spirit beast was hiding. Inside the cave, there were indeed magical beast crystal eggs. Furthermore, there were 12 of them. "We've struck gold!" Qin Yan shouted excitedly. Xiao Xianqin also smiled happily. "Auntie Xiao, we'll split it in half." Qin Yan walked over and took 6 of the magical beast crystal eggs. "I don't want it, you can exchange it for Xian points." Xiao Xianqin smiled lightly at him. "This way, you can also quickly become stronger and defeat Xiaoyang Long. How can that be?" "Auntie Xiao, you have put in a lot of effort, you can't do it for nothing," Qin Yan said in embarrassment. Xiao Xianqin chuckled, "Why are you being so polite with me? If it wasn't for you, my martial spirit wouldn't have recovered, let alone stepping into the martial Dao realm. Moreover, it was your body-securing talisman that played a great role. How about this, I only want those class 8 and 9 magical beast crystals and then you can refine a few body-securing talismans for me." "Alright, then I won't reject Auntie Xiao's good intentions." Qin Yan smiled at Xiao Xianqin before taking out his remaining 2 body-securing talismans. He handed them over and said, "I'll give these 2 to you first. When we leave this place, I'll refine them for you." "Alright." Xiao Xianqin smiled and nodded. Qin Yan took the remaining magical beast crystal eggs and went with Xiao Xianqin to collect the class 8 and 9 magical beast crystal cores and their corpses. Ever since the appearance of the magical beasts, Qin Yan had refined many large storage bags. That was why he could store the corpses of many magical beasts. When Xiao Xianqin saw his large storage bag, she also asked for one. After collecting the corpses of the magical beasts, they quickly left the canyon and entered a forest to continue resting and recovering their energy. The forest was relatively safe. There were no traces of magical beasts appearing. After daybreak, Qin Yan recovered and immediately began crafting talismans. He spent more than 10 days to craft 6 top-grade body-securing talismans for Xiao Xianqin. He had originally planned to continue but was stopped by Xiao Xianqin. Enough. Let's go back." Xiao Xianqin smiled and patted Qin Yan's head. "I'll look for you after I'm done with these. You've been out for so long, I have to bring you back quickly. If Yumei finds out that she can't find me, then it'll be troublesome. Furthermore, I have to tell you Lan that you've returned safely. Auntie Xiao, you're so nice. You're Yu Lan's relative and also my relative. I will treat you as well as I treat you Lan," Qin Yan said with a smile. "You have to do what you say. When I get old in the future, I'll despise me for being old and useless." Although Xiao Xianqin's mature and beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile, a hint of worry flashed across her eyes. "Auntie Xiao, you won't grow old. You'll definitely be that beautiful forever." Qin Yan caught the worry of the noble beauty in front of him and hurriedly said. Xiao Xianqin faintly sighed, no one can escape the ravages of time, and I'm no exception. Sooner or later, my appearance will fade away with the passage of time. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you back. She smiled gently at Qin Yun before pulling Qin Yun's hand and running together. Because he had held hands with Xiao Xianqin previously, Qin Yun was used to it. Although he did not use his shadow power now, he did not think too much about it. As for Xiao Xianqin, she held Qin Yun's hand along the way. However, she felt a trace of sweetness and warmth in her heart. It caused her heart to race and her thoughts to run wild. 2 days later, Xiao Xianqin brought Qin Yun back to the outside of the Star Xianwu Academy. Before parting, she smiled and pinched Qin Yun's handsome face. Then, she turned around and left with reluctance. Qin Yun strolled around the busy city outside the Star Xianwu Academy before entering the academy and arriving at the Xian Point shop in the central area. The Xian Point shop was always bustling with people coming and going. Especially after the opening of the Star Xianwu Academy, there were even more students coming here. Qin Yun entered a VIP lounge and waited for Pandawei inside. When Pandawei learned that Qin Yun had arrived, he immediately rushed over. Qin Yun, you're finally here. You're the man of the hour during this period of time. Pandawei said with a smile. He was wearing a set of bright red luxurious clothes and had a big belly as he swaggered in. Hello, Elder Fatty. Qin Yun hurriedly stood up and greeted him before looking at the door. When Pandawei saw how cautious Qin Yun was, he hurriedly put away his smile and closed the door. Then, he asked anxiously, Qin Yun, do you have some big business to discuss with me? Qin Yun nodded with a smile and said, yes. But before we make the deal, I want to ask you something. Is it about the fairies? Pandawei asked. What fairies? Qin Yun revealed a puzzled expression and said, Elder Fatty, have you heard of the inscription spirit? Inscription spirit. Qin Yun was confused by Pandawei's words. He did not know what fairies were, but they seemed to have a lot to do with the inscription spirit. Elder Fatty, tell me about it. Qin Yun said. Fairies are a very strange type of creature. They are mainly bred from the corpses of powerful magical beasts. Let's put it this way, some magical beasts also have totem inheritances. And these kinds of magical beasts with totems can often become very powerful. Once they die, the totem spirits on their corpses will give birth to fairies. Qin Yun also had a totem, so when he heard about this matter, he was very interested and listened very seriously. Pandawei took a sip of tea and continued, and this kind of fairy usually likes to hide in the bodies of spirit beasts. As long as we kill the spirit beasts, we can force the fairy to appear. This kind of creature is not big and does not have very strong strength. Once we meet it, it will be very easy to capture it. Our Star Xianwu Academy has only caught a few, but none of them are very cooperative with us. These fairies really like to eat magic cores, so we need a large number of magic cores to feed them. Of course, if there is a magical beast crystal egg, then the fairies will be even happier. Qin Yun was puzzled as he asked, why are the Star Xianwu Academy raising these fairies? What does this have to do with the inscription spirit? Pandawei poured a cup of tea for Qin Yun and said with a smile, I'll talk about it later. Don't be anxious. You don't seem to know anything about fairies, so I want you to understand more about them so that you won't be tricked. Qin Yun nodded and drank a mouthful of tea. Pandawei said, not only is our Star Xianwu Academy raising fairies, the other martial academies and the 4 palaces of Blue Spirit Star Palace are also secretly raising fairies. Why do we consume so many magic cores and magical beast eggs to raise those little things? The main reason is that fairies have a very powerful ability. They can release the totem inscriptions in their bodies, but it is extremely difficult and they need to be willing to do so. In addition, fairies can also sense totem inscriptions and inscription spirit, which can help people find these things. The inscription spirit is also the problem you are most concerned about. This is a very powerful thing. It is said that there are more than 100 types of inscription spirit and the top 30 are the most powerful. As long as one has an inscription spirit, they can smoothly carve totem runes. You should know how difficult it is to carve a set of totem runes. Qin Yun quickly nodded and said, if you want to refine something, you need to carve many sets of totem runes, that is the most difficult. Pandawei smiled and said, looks like you've tried it yourself. Indeed. However, if one mastered the corresponding inscription spirit, as long as one had enough mental power, they could easily carve totem runes. For example, if there are some inscription spirits that are tiger type, then it will be much easier for you to carve tiger type totem runes. If the inscription spirit you possess is of the spatial type, then it will be very easy for you to carve spatial spirit runes and spatial totem runes. Qin Yan recalled the inscription spirit he had obtained. It was called Beast King. He did not know what kind it corresponded to. Elder Fatty, do you have books on inscription spirit? For example, the top 30, asked Qin Yun. Pandawe shook his head. No, I only heard about it. There should be books with detailed introductions in the Martial Desolate. Qin Yun was somewhat disappointed. However, he felt that the Beast King inscription spirit he had obtained was definitely not simple. Oh right, is the matter with the fairies very popular recently? Pandawe said with a smile, of course. Even Xiao Long, the #1 Xian Point guy, has come because our Star Xianwu Academy is preparing to auction off a weak fairy that requires Xian Points to exchange for. Whoever offers more Xian Points, the fairy will belong to them. What benefits does this have to the Star Xianwu Academy? Xian Points don't seem to be useful to you old fellows, right? Qin Yan curled his lips. That's because we've been giving out too many Xian Points recently. We need to quickly recover them to prevent an imbalance. Pandawe said with a smile, Qin Yun, don't participate in the auction. The fairy we released has a problem. It only likes to absorb the energy of magical beast crystal eggs, so even if you get it, you won't be able to raise it. What will happen if I don't feed it to the fairies? Qin Yan asked curiously. If we don't provide the fairies with energy, they will die. If we provide them with a certain amount of energy and they are satisfied, their bodies will glow and the light will turn into totem tattoos. This is the reason why we spend a large number of magical beast cores. It is because we want to obtain the fairies' totem tattoos. Pandawe said. Qin Yun was suddenly very interested in the fairies. He was an inscription master, so he naturally wanted to master more totems. If he could really make the fairy glow, he would be able to obtain a totem tattoo. This would be quite a good deal. He now had the Heavenly Lion totem and the Dragon Tiger totem. For many people, obtaining a totem tattoo was already not bad. However, he felt that the more of these things he had, the better. As for that fairy, it's hard to say if we can find the totem tattoo and the inscription spirit. We don't have much hope in this matter, we just want to obtain the totem tattoo. In the past few days, we have only obtained one totem tattoo. We have spent a large amount of magical beast crystal eggs, but we feel that it is worth it. Pandawe smiled and asked, Qin Yun, what big deal do you have with me? Qin Yun immediately took out 12 magical beast crystal eggs. This caused Pandawe's expression to immediately freeze. Elder Fatty, is this a big deal? Qin Yun said with a chuckle, every student can only use magical beast cores to exchange for 100 million Xian points every year. However, there is no limit to using magical beast crystal eggs, right? Pandawe took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He hurriedly nodded, yes, yes, yes. You have 600 million Xian points here. Qin Yan took out another 20 Class 9 monster cores and said with a smile, I haven't used the magical beast cores to exchange for Xian points this year, so this can be considered as 100 million Xian points. Yes, this is 700 million Xian points. Pandawe sighed with emotion, you defeated the Genius Academy and obtained 500 million Xian points yourself. Adding them up, it's 1.2 billion. In terms of ranking, this has already surpassed Xiao Long. The Xian points that Qin Yun had obtained would only appear on the wealth list after 30 days. If he used them up within 30 days, they would not appear. Elder Fatty, when will the auction for the fairies begin? Qin Yun took out his Xian point crystal card and handed it to Pandawe. Pandawe was taken aback. He took Qin Yun's Xian point crystal card and asked in surprise, you want to buy fairies? That little thing is a scammer. It's only because you and I are familiar that I told you. The one who obtained the most fairies should be the Star Xianwu Academy, right? Qin Yun asked. Of course. That's because our dean has a special technique to find fairies. Now, there are fewer and fewer fairies. Some died of natural causes, some were captured and some escaped. It's not easy to get them from the magical beast horde. Pandawe sighed, since you're interested, then I'll stop you. You little fellow, you've obtained so many magical beast crystal eggs that even we, old fellows of the martial Dao realm, are ashamed of our inferiority. The auction will begin in 5 days. I can't guarantee that you will be able to take down that fairy because Xiao Long and a few fellows from the Star Xianwu Academy will be accumulating Xian points during this period of time. The power behind them will probably support them greatly and give them the magical beast crystal eggs in exchange for Xian points. Pandawe said. Although the 3 great Xianwu Academies and Blue Spirit Star Palace could distribute Xian points, they could not cheat when distributing them. They had to swear an oath and the consequences of violating the oath would be very serious. Qinyan wanted fairies because he wanted totem tattoos. He was well aware of the power of totem tattoos. If he could master more totem tattoos in the future, it would give him a very strong power. Elder Fatty, can you do me a favor? I want to use 20 Class 9 monster cores to exchange for a magical beast crystal egg. I wonder if anyone is willing to make such a deal. Help me ask if there's such a person. Qinyan said. Pandawe also understood the reason why Qinyan did this. It was mainly to obtain more Xian points. I'll do my best. Do you have enough Class 9 magic cores? Pandawe asked. No, but I can use my storage bag to obtain it. 1 storage bag for 10 Class 9 magic cores. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Qinyan said, I'll go refine it now. If you can refine it, I'll take back your storage bag. Pandawe chuckled and said, I'm really lacking in storage bags. Through my channels, I can also sell them for a good price. Qinyan nodded. Under Pandawe's arrangements, he went to the upper floor of the Xian Point shop and refined a storage bag in a secret room. After obtaining the mental resonance Xian pen, he wanted to try and see how much of an improvement he could make in artifact forging. Refining a storage bag was relatively simple and the requirements for the materials were not high. Qinyan had been able to refine a storage bag a long time ago. Even then, he could easily refine a storage bag, let alone now. In just 1 day, he had refined 4 of them. The storage bags he refined were all very beautiful and exquisite. The spirit inscriptions he used were all high-grade spirit inscriptions and the space inside was very large. If Pandawe were to sell it, he would definitely be able to sell it for a good price. When using the mental resonance Xian pen to forge artifacts, inscribing spirit inscriptions is as easy as making talismans. A Xian artifact is a Xian artifact. It is indeed a good item. Qinyan looked at the short jade pen and could not help but sigh. The greatest improvement that the mental resonance Xian pen had brought him was the finesse of inscribing spirit inscriptions. As long as there was a slight increase in the finesse, it would be a huge improvement for an inscription master. Right now, because Qinyan's finesse was higher, the storage bag he refined was much larger. It was also a lot bigger. This was the benefit of improving the finesse. 2 days later, Qinyan walked out of the secret chamber and arrived at the VIP lounge to wait for Pandawe. Pandawe had a wide network and he was a good person. He and Dugui were life and death friends. He was also very attentive to the matters that Qinyan had entrusted him with. Qinyan waited in the hall. When he saw Pandawe enter with a smile, he knew that there was good news. The totems demand, thank you, Elder Fatty. Qinyan hurriedly took out the 9 storage bags he had refined and handed them to Pandawe. He said with a smile, these are the storage bags I refined. Pandawe took it and looked at it. He was secretly astonished because Qinyan had refined them in the past 2 days. Furthermore, he had refined them so well. He handed Qinyan 90 Class 9 magic cores. 20 Class 9 magic cores in exchange for a magical beast crystal egg. 4 magical beast crystal eggs are equivalent to 80 Class 9 magic cores. Here. Qinyan handed another 80 magic cores to Pandawe. Pandawe smiled and received it. Then, he took out the 4 magical beast crystal eggs and said, I still have to go through the transaction process. Although it's a bit troublesome, it can prevent others from talking about it in the future. After completing the transaction process, Qinyan had an additional 200 million Xian points on his Xian point crystal card. He now had a total of 1. 4 billion Xian points. To be able to obtain so many at such a young age, it could be said to be unprecedented. Exchanging a Class 9 magic core for a magical beast crystal egg and then exchanging it for Xian points, this method is not bad. It's just that a magical beast crystal egg is not easy to obtain. Pandawei said as he carefully looked at the storage bags. Qinyan knew this as well. He could only sigh helplessly. Elder Fatty, where will the auction be held? Qinyan asked. It's in our Star Shanwu Academy's plaza. When the time comes, anyone can watch. However, to enter the auction seats, you will have to use your Xian Point crystal card to enter. Only with 200 million Xian points will you be qualified to enter the seating area. Pandawei said, when the time comes, you can go directly. And then I'll go back first. Qinyan bade farewell to Pandawei and hurriedly left the Xian Point Hall, returning to the treasure forest. On the way back, he heard many people talking about the fairies. Everyone yearned for the fairies and thought that as long as they obtained the fairies, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of totems. Qinyan returned to the Star Sun treasure tree. Dugui was not there. Let me see if the mysterious star steps is easy to learn. He returned to his cave abode and took out the reward he had obtained from the Heaven's Pride Academy. It was a high-grade Earth-level movement technique, mysterious star steps. He took it out and flipped through a few pages. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This is not something that I can learn by myself right now. I need a teacher who has learned Earth-level martial arts to guide me. I wonder where Teacher Du ran off to. Qinyan did not dare to learn by himself because it was very easy for him to go berserk. There were many examples that proved that the easiest stage to go berserk was the 9th level martial body realm. In order to compete with Xiaoyang Long a year later, Qinyan did not dare to take the risk. Originally, Earth-level martial arts were not something that a martial body realm cultivator could learn. Only by stepping into the martial Dao realm would one be able to touch Earth-level martial arts. Of course, there were many geniuses who could begin learning at the 8th or 9th level of the martial body realm. However, there was a great deal of risk involved. It was an unconventional behavior. Looks like I'll have to wait for Teacher Du to return before I go learn. Qinyan put away the mysterious star steps and took out some beast skins to begin crafting talismans. He was now able to make supreme-grade spirit talismans. If he had time, he would make more and keep them by his side. They would be of great use at critical moments. In the blink of an eye, the auction began. As Qinyan was crafting talismans, he was not the first to arrive at the scene. Fortunately, he was not late. In the middle of the Star Shanwu Academy's martial arts practice field, there was a high platform. Pandawei stood on top of it, reading a book. He would be the one presiding over the auction. The auction would also auction off other things, such as storage bags, spirit artifacts, spirit talismans, and spirit pills. These were all things that were not easy to buy. In the middle of the plaza, there were many fences surrounding it. Only by having enough Xian points on a Xian Point crystal card would one be able to enter the seats inside the fence and participate in the auction. With 200 million Xian points, one would be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the seats. There were actually quite a few people who had reached this standard. After Qinyan entered the seating area, he saw that the people inside were all unfamiliar faces. They were all people who rarely showed their faces and most of them were middle-aged. There were also quite a few people wearing gorgeous blue robes. They were all from Blue Spirit Star Palace. They were mainly here for the fairy. Qinyan's entry into his seat also attracted the attention of many people. After all, he was currently famous and there were many people who had seen him before. Wherever he went, he would become the focus of attention. Everyone knew that Qinyan also had totem tattoos. Through the totem tattoos, he had obtained extremely powerful strength. Many people had seen his heavenly lion fighting Dragon Claw. At this moment, when everyone saw him appear in the auction seating area, they knew that he had also come for the fairy. Qinyan is ranked 8th on the Xian Point wealth list. That was more than a month ago. He obtained 500 million Xian points through the Heaven's Pride Academy and he originally had tens of millions of Xian points, so he might really be able to take down that fairy. Fairies and fairies have the same totem tattoos, many people will fight for them. It is said that Xiaoyang Long will also participate. Xiao Yanglong is ranked first on the wealth list. Xiao Yanglong will definitely not let him obtain the fairy. Otherwise, it would mean that Qin Yun will become even stronger. One must know that Qin Yun and Xiao Yanglong have agreed to a decisive battle. Just as everyone was discussing, Xiao Yanglong arrived. Xiao Yanglong had originally come with a smile on his face, but when he heard that Qin Yun was also participating in the auction, his face could not help but darken. In the past few days, he had been infuriated by Qin Yun. He had suffered a great loss because of Qin Yun time and time again. He hated Qin Yun to the bones. Qin Yun sat in his seat and knew that Xiao Yanglong had arrived. However, he remained silent and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the auction to begin. As he was quietly waiting, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. "Brat, are you here for the fairy?" Lan Fengjin sat beside Qin Yun and asked with a charming smile. Qin Yun had smelled the wild and intoxicating fragrance of the valiant woman earlier. He was not surprised and said with a smile, "Sister Lan, you can't be here to snatch the fairy as well, right?" Lan Fengjin crossed her legs and said with a smile, "Originally, but if you want it, I'll give it to you." She was wearing blue clothes and blue pants. Although her sexy and slender thighs were wrapped in blue pants, Qin Yun could not help but take a few glances at her long legs. "What are you looking at?" Lan Fengjin scolded with a smile, "Stinking brat, what are you thinking?" Qin Yun said with an awkward smile, "I can't help but think of the first time I saw you. I really miss it." Lan Fengjin snorted lightly and patted his head with a smile. "You're already a man with a wife, yet you're still so dishonest." There were more than 100 seats in the auction and they were quickly filled up. The only people Qin Yun recognized were Lan Fengjin and Xiao Yanglong. "Sister Lan, are these people here for the fairies?" Qin Yun asked in a low voice. Lan Fengjin nodded. "Most of them are. Look at them, most of them are middle-aged and there are some geniuses among them. It's just that they usually keep a low profile. During this period of time, the magical beast crystal eggs have been secretly snatched by people in order to obtain a large number of Xian points. Especially the disciples from Blue Spirit Star Palace, all of them have around 1 billion Xian points." Qin Yun's heart trembled. He was somewhat worried that he would not be able to snatch it because he only had 1.4 billion Xian points. "Sister Lan, then do you think that Xiao Yanglong has a higher chance of winning compared to the others?" "He has 1 billion Xian points," Qin Yun said. "I heard that he just took 4 magical beast crystal eggs and exchanged them for Xian points, so I estimate that his Xian points should be around 1.2 billion to 1.3 billion. Lan Fengjin said in a low voice. Then, she looked at the few middle-aged men sitting not far to her left and continued, "These few fellows also took 6 or 7 magical beast crystal eggs to exchange for Xian points. The number of Xian points they have is about the same as Xiao Yanglong. However, I still feel that Xiao Yanglong has a higher chance of winning because the source of his Xian points was obtained from the Tianxian Martial School and he has already accumulated a lot of them. As for the Blue Spirit Star Palace, they have only just begun to have the rules of Xian points." Qin Yun nodded. "Xiao Yanglong's talent is very terrifying, but he does not have a totem. Otherwise, he would be even more powerful. Sister Lan, how many Xian points do you have? Can you stop him from obtaining the fairies?" Lan Fengjin laughed, "I'm not an idiot. There must be something fishy about the Star Xian Wu Academy taking out the fairies for auction. I won't be tricked. Of course, I don't have many Xian points, only 300 to 400 million. It's fine as long as it's enough." The auction began. Pandawe was shouting at the top of his lungs as he spoke a lot of nonsense. Then, he took out a storage box. This storage box is a low-grade spirit artifact. It has 20 elephants of space and the starting price is 1 million Xian points. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000. "Let's begin," Pandawe shouted. Storage spirit artifacts had always been very popular items. Very quickly, many people participated in the bidding. Not long after, it soared to more than 10 million Xian points. In the end, a gray-clothed middle-aged man won the storage box for 13.2 million Xian points. Next, Pandawe took out a high-grade spirit artifact. It was a saber. The appearance of a high-grade spirit artifact caused many people to tremble in excitement. They were all wild with joy. The starting price was 10 million Xian points, 10 times higher than the previous storage box, and the final price was more than 100 million. Qin did not want these things because he was a high-ranked inscription master who could forge high-grade spirit artifacts. However, he could also understand the price of spirit artifacts through this auction. Following that, a few royal-grade spirit pills, a few high-grade spirit talismans and a dozen high-grade spirit artifacts were auctioned off. Spirit artifacts are all relatively old and second-hand goods. Lan Fengjin smiled and said, but there are still a lot of people fighting for them. These people are really pitiful. Qin curled his lips. He also planned to refine some high-grade spirit artifacts when he had time. Ever since he became a high-ranked inscription master, he had never seriously refined a high-grade spirit artifact. Next up will be the most valuable item in our auction. No, that's not an item, it's a fairy. Pandawei laughed. I believe this is what everyone has been waiting for. Sure enough, the audience outside and in the seats were immediately filled with energy as they let out waves of low cries. A fierce scramble pan. Dawei took out a black beast skin bag. It wasn't very big but it flickered with a weak white light. It was obvious that it was not a simple item. This is a beast bag, it's mainly used to store magical fairies or beasts. If you buy a magical fairy, you will also be able to get a beast bag from us. Pandawei took out a transparent crystal box from the beast bag and placed it on a table. Inside the transparent crystal box, there was a small person the size of a palm. His entire body was surrounded by a faint crystalline luster. The small person had a pair of very beautiful transparent wings, like that of a butterfly. This little person's ears were sharp and long. He had a pair of dark green eyes and light blue long hair. His small and exquisite body was wrapped in grass and leaves. This palm-sized fairy was a very small and beautiful little girl. She was curled up in the corner of the crystal box, shivering. Everyone, do you see that? This is a magical fairy. Pandawei said, there's no need for me to explain the specific effects. The starting price is 100 million Xian points, everyone is free to raise the price. Lan Fengjin sighed, what a pitiful little thing. Qin nodded. This little thing is really lovable. I must bid for it. Lan Fengjin looked at Qin in surprise. Are you joking? Aren't you just here to join in the fun? Qin said with a smile, just watch. 1 billion. Xiaoyanglong shouted. The entire plaza was in an uproar. The moment Xiaoyanglong opened his mouth, he had shouted such a high price. 1 billion. Someone shouted. It was a middle-aged man. Lan Fengjin said in a low voice, this person belongs to Nangong. 15 billion. A slightly plump middle-aged man shouted with a somewhat anxious expression. Qin asked in a low voice, where's this guy? What palace is he from? Lan Fengjin said with a smile, from the Eastern Palace. They are also the poorest. It is very difficult for them to gather these Xian points. Looking at Xiaoyanglong's attitude, he won't be able to take it down. 2 billion. A young man wearing a blue robe stood up, raised a fan and shouted. He's from the Northern Palace. Lan Fengjin whispered to Qin. The 4 palaces of Blue Spirit Star Palace were all here. Originally, the Tianxian Martial School and the Lingxian Wu Academy had also sent people over, but they could not keep up at this moment. Their Xian points were limited. 2 billion. Xiaoyanglong's expression changed as he shouted. 23 billion, the youth from the Northern Palace said. The middle-aged man from the Nangong Palace and the fat man from the Eastern Palace couldn't help but look helpless. The onlookers were all shocked. In just a short while, it had soared to 2 billion Xian points. So many Xian points were something that many people could not even dream of. It was hard for them to imagine how they could obtain so many Xian points, because Xiaoyanglong was in the martial Dao realm. The things that could be exchanged for Xian points were not of much help to him. He did not lack cultivation techniques, but he lacked totem tattoos. If he wanted to become a terrifying martial Dao realm expert, he had to master totem tattoos and obtain totem inheritance from them. 25 billion. Xiaoyanglong shouted, a trace of sweat seeping out of his forehead, because this was his last resort. If he was unable to obtain this magical fairy, it would be hard for him to get another chance in the future. The people who came to bid were not fools. They all knew that there was a problem with this fairy. However, they also knew that the Star Xianwu Academy did not dare to go overboard and take out the problematic fairy to auction. Therefore, they all believed that this fairy was quite valuable. 26 billion. After the youth from the northern palace shouted, he sat down and closed his eyes. It was as if this was his limit. Xiao Yanglong gritted his teeth and shouted, 29 billion. The youth from the northern palace opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He had already given up. Everyone sighed. The one who succeeded in the end was indeed Xiao Yanglong. 29 billion going once. 29 billion going twice. When Pandawei shouted to this point, Xiao Yanglong also heaved a long sigh of relief, a complacent smile on his face. 3 billion. Qin Yin suddenly shouted. Hua! The thousands of people in the martial arts practice field immediately burst into cries of alarm. The final bidder was Qin Yun and he had bid 3 billion Xian points. Qin Yun, don't cause trouble. Xiao Yanglong shouted angrily. Lan Fengjin, who was sitting beside Qin Yun, was also dumbfounded. She knew that Qin Yun would definitely not act recklessly. Furthermore, there was a faint smile on his face, which meant that he was extremely confident. How did I cause trouble? Qin Yun stood up and looked at Xiao Yanglong with a smile. You only have 6 to 700 million Xian points at most, where did you get 3 billion Xian points? Aren't you causing trouble? Hurry up and chase him out. Xiao Yanglong was very sure that Qin Yun did not have that many Xian points as he shouted at the elders present. Pandawei said, Qin Yun, take out your Xian point crystal card and let everyone see how many Xian points you have. If you cause trouble here, you will be fined 200 million Xian points. Qin Yun calmly took out his Xian point crystal card. After he lit up the Xian point crystal card, it showed 43 billion. Seeing the Xian points displayed on it, everyone present was shocked into silence. The number of Xian points Qin Yun possessed was not only 3 billion but more than 4 billion. Xiao Yanglong was also shocked to the point that his eyes widened and he was speechless. Everyone knew that Xian points could not be faked because the people in charge of trading Xian points had to go through steps like a blood oath. Once they cheated, the consequences of trading Xian points would be very serious and it was extremely likely that they would die from the backlash of the blood oath. If he wanted to quickly obtain a large number of Xian points, he could only use the magical beast crystal egg to exchange. As for Qin Yun, he was actually able to obtain more than 10 magical beast crystal eggs by himself. This was too inconceivable. Even a hunting team formed by a martial Dao realm cultivator might not be able to obtain that many magical beast crystal eggs in a short period of time. Xiao Yanglong clenched his fists and angrily left the seating area. He angrily left the Star Xianwu Academy. In the end, Qin Yun obtained the pitiful fairy. Qin Yun went up the stage to trade and took the beast bag from Pandawei. The fairy was placed inside. After obtaining the fairy, he smiled and came to Lan Fengjin's side, leaving the martial arts practice field with her. Lan Fengjin snorted lightly, You little brat, when did you get so many magical beast crystal eggs? You really bought this problematic fairy, I really didn't expect it. Sister Lan, there is indeed a big problem with this fairy. It only likes to eat magical beast crystal eggs and has no interest in magic cores. That's why it was auctioned by the Star Xianwu Academy. It's because the Star Xianwu Academy can't afford to raise such a little fellow. Qin Yun said with a smile. So you already knew. Alright, looks like you're the only one who can afford it. Lan Fengjin curled her lips and said, If you have time, come to the Blue Spirit Star Palace and familiarize yourself with the environment inside. Because sooner or later, you'll have to go in. Got it. Sister Lan, do you want to go to my tree hole? Qin Yun chuckled. No, I'm just passing by and I'm here to see you. I'm a saint, a blue spirit saint, I have to go kill magical beasts everywhere. I'm very busy, goodbye. After Lan Fengjin finished speaking, she hurriedly walked towards the door. Qin Yun also hurriedly ran back to the tree hole of the Star Sun treasure tree. He wanted to see what was so special about the fairy. After he returned to the tree hole, he took out the transparent crystal box from the beast bag and went over to take a closer look at the fairy. It was only the size of a palm. It hugged its knees and buried its head in its legs. It was trembling in fear. "Kid, my name is Xianxia. What about you?" Xianxia asked very gently. From the looks of it, the fairy was a woman. She had a head of beautiful light blue hair and sharp white ears. When she heard Xianxia's voice, they trembled slightly. The little fairy raised her head and blinked her pair of bright green eyes. Her two transparent wings that were shrouded in fluorescent light could not help but flutter as she looked at Xianxia curiously. "My name is Momo." The little fairy's voice was very sweet and pleasant to listen to. "Little Momo, are you hungry?" Xianxia asked with a smile. He was more worried about this matter because this fairy was a scam. It only ate very expensive magical beast crystal eggs. Otherwise, the Star Xianwu Academy would not have taken it out to sell. Mo gently nodded her little head and said in a low voice, "I'm extremely hungry." Xianxia had thought that the reason why Mo was trembling in the corner was because of fear, but from the looks of it, it was most likely because of hunger. "I heard that you're a scammer. You only eat magical beast crystal eggs, right? Why do the other fairies eat magical beast cores but you don't?" Xianxia found it very strange. Because the energy contained in those magical beast cores is too little, I can't eat my fill and I even have a stomachache. Only magical beast crystal eggs are delicious. Moreover, it's very easy to eat and it won't hurt your stomach. Little Mo said sweetly as she looked pitifully at Xianxia. From the looks of it, she was famished. "But I don't have a magical beast crystal egg right now. I do have a spirit beast crystal core and it contains quite a bit of energy. Do you want to eat it?" Xianxia asked. "Eat. Eat." Mo hurriedly stood up as her dark green eyes emitted a faint glow. Xianxia closed the door and opened the crystal box. He said, "Don't run away. I bought you with all my might." He took out a spirit beast core and placed it on the table. "I won't run. If I run, I'll definitely starve to death." Mo excitedly flapped her wings and flew out of the crystal box, landing on the spirit beast's crystal core. Her small hands emitted a pale white light as she reached deep into the magic core. She grabbed something that looked like snow and placed it in her mouth to chew. It was extremely fragrant. Xianxia was alarmed as he watched from the side. The core of a magical beast was extremely sturdy. Even he would not be able to break it easily. However, the palm-sized girl in front of him had used a strange power to easily reach her small hands into the core. "Didn't you only eat magical beast crystal eggs? Now that you're eating magical beast cores, you're eating them with such relish," Xianxia said with a smile. "This is a spirit beast core. It can barely enter my mouth." A happy smile appeared on Momo's face. "Do you want to eat with me? I'll give it a try." Xianxia stretched out a finger and took some of the snowflakes that Mo had placed into his mouth. "It doesn't seem to be of any use." After he ate it, he did not feel any changes. "Maybe it's because you're a human that you can't digest this energy directly." Mo, on the other hand, ate very sweetly. A moment later, the magical beast crystal egg of the spirit beast was completely eaten by the little thing. When Mo was full, she had the strength to fly around the room. High Priest of the Elves Xianxia's hair was messed up like a chicken's nest by Mo. He was somewhat annoyed and grabbed the little mischievous boy off his head. "Mo, you really don't regard me as an outsider at all." Xianxia grabbed Mo and placed her on the table. Mo stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "You gave me such a precious thing to eat, you must be a good person. You won't bully me." "That's true." Xianxia nodded as well. "I'm a good person, so don't bully an honest person like me." "To be honest, do you have to eat a spirit beast's crystal core or a magical beast's crystal egg? If you always eat like that, it will be very hard for me to raise you." "Oh right, how long can you eat one?" Mo lowered her head and whispered, "Eating a spirit beast crystal core can fill me up for about 10 days. A magical beast crystal egg can fill me up for a month. Don't abandon me, I will starve to death outside." "You can eat so much that you haven't starved to death even now." That's quite amazing. Qin Yan said somewhat speechlessly. Mo hurriedly said, don't worry, if you let me eat my fill, I can also bring you benefits. The reason why I can only eat magical beast crystal eggs and spirit beast cores is because my bloodline is noble, different from other fairies. If it wasn't for the fact that you have a totem bloodline, I wouldn't be talking to you. We fairies refuse to communicate with humans. Why? Qin Yan became even more interested as he asked. We magical fairies were born from totems. You have a totem bloodline in your body, which means that you have obtained the approval of the totem. That means that you can also obtain the approval of us fairies. Mo flew to Qin Yan's left arm and said, your totem is on this arm, right? Qin Yan rolled up his sleeves and said in surprise, that's right. Originally, I only obtained a totem for no reason. Later on, with the help of a fire lion, my arm obtained the bloodline of a heavenly lion. That's right. From the very beginning, you obtained the approval of the totem and later on, you obtained the approval of the totem beast race. Mo looked at the totem on Qin Yan's arm and said, your totem is only a newborn totem. It can still evolve in the future. As for my power, it can evolve your totem. After the totem evolves, you will have a better understanding of it and the power it gives you will be even stronger. Really? Qin Yan was pleasantly surprised as he asked, I heard that you fairies can release totems, so many people are fighting to buy you. You eat a lot, but you don't release your totem, so they gave up on you. Yes, I can't release my totem, so they made me hungry for a long time. I hate them. Mo puffed up her face. She was very angry and looked very cute. Qin mo she. Qin Yan said with a yun, you, Qin, mo yun, a shan, yun, star Qin, yun, mo yun, mo, smo Qin, she smo Qin, she said. Mo, Qin, he mo he had said this in order to establish a cooperative relationship with mo. Even if he couldn't obtain the totem, it would still be pretty good if he could evolve it. I promise you, I will help you. Mo nodded and said, although I don't have a totem, my abilities are much stronger than the other fairies. They have totems but they are unable to evolve them. Their power is very limited. In the fairies, I am the high priest and am mainly responsible for the evolution of totems. Qin Yan said with a smile, in that case, those fellows who made you starve didn't know what's good for them. They abandoned you, the high priest, and let me take advantage of you. Mo smiled and said, because you are a good person, good people have good karma. Oh right, I feel that you have a totem in your body but that totem doesn't seem to be fusing well with you. She flew to Qin Yan's chest, her exquisite face filled with doubt. In Qin Yan's heart, there was a vibrating inner core. This inner core was formed by absorbing the dragon tiger totem martial spirit, so the dragon tiger totem was also in his heart. Over the past few days, Qin Yan had a very unfamiliar feeling towards the dragon tiger totem. Although it was in his heart, he could not control it. Yes, this is the totem martial spirit I devoured. Qin Yan simply told Mo what had happened. After Mo heard this, she extended her small hand and pressed it on Qin Yan's chest. Then, she released a light blue energy. She closed her eyes and said, don't resist. I'll try and see if I can help you. Qin Yan was rather proficient in martial spirits. After all, he had learned the soul refining art. However, he was helpless when it came to totems. He suddenly felt that it was worth it for him to use more than 1 billion Xian points to buy this little thing. Even if Mo did not flap her wings, she could still float in the air. At this moment, she was hovering motionlessly. She pressed her hand on Qin Yan's chest and injected a mystical energy to control the dragon tiger totem inside the heart. Not long after, Qin Yan felt a movement in his heart. It was as though a powerful beast power from ancient times was roaring within his inner core. Is this the power of an ancient beast totem? It's truly terrifying. Qin Yan seemed to be able to see a gigantic beast in the distant primordial era. Mo closed her eyes and frowned. She looked like she was having a hard time. Qin Yan suddenly felt that with such a miraculous power, it was normal for Mo to have a bigger appetite. Moreover, she was also a high priest in the magical fairies. An hour later, Mo opened her eyes. She looked very tired as she yawned. Qin Yan hurriedly extended his hand and allowed her to land on his palm. I'm hungry. Mo lowered her head and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. She was somewhat embarrassed. Not long ago, she had eaten a spirit beast core. Now that she had to eat it again, she felt somewhat apologetic. Qin Yan rubbed her head with his finger and said with a smile, "It's fine. You've helped me a lot. It's been so hard and you've consumed a lot of energy. It's normal for you to feel hungry." He took out a spirit beast core and placed it on the table. Then, he placed Mo on it. The originally listless little girl immediately became spirited and began to gorge on the food. This was the only spirit beast core Qin Yan had left. He was also feeling anxious for Mo's next meal. Although Mo could eat a lot, her ability was also very strong. Right now, he could see the glowing dragon and tiger totem tattoo on his heart. This meant that in the future, he could comprehend the dragon and tiger totem just like how he comprehended the heavenly lion totem. Mo, are you really not able to eat a Class 9 magical core? Qin Yan could not help but laugh when he saw her wolfing down the food. I can eat it, but after I finish eating, my stomach will hurt and the pain will be unbearable. Unless I have no other choice, I won't eat it. Big brother Qin Yan, I don't want my stomach to hurt. Don't give me that kind of thing, okay? Mo said in a soft voice, looking delicate and charming. Alright, cute little girl, I'll do my best to help you get the most delicious food. Qin Yan chuckled and said, oh right, you should know a lot about magical beasts, right? Since you like eating magical beast crystal eggs so much, can you sense the nearby magical beast crystal eggs? Of course I can. Mo hurriedly nodded her head, but with your current strength, it's too difficult to steal a magical beast crystal egg. You will die. It's rare for me to meet a good person like you, so I don't want anything to happen to you. If it really doesn't work, I'll endure the stomachache and eat a Class 9 magical core for a period of time. I'd rather have a stomachache than let you take the risk for me. What a kind little cutie. Qin Yan said with a gratified smile. Mo was really hungry, so she ate very quickly. Not long after, she finished eating the magical beast core that was much larger than her. From this, it could be seen that her digestive ability was very strong. She could quickly digest the energy. Big brother Yan, I don't want to live in that thing. Mo pointed at the transparent crystal box and then at the beast bag. It's very dark and stuffy inside. It's not comfortable at all. Then where do you plan on staying? Qin Yan asked. The beast bag was a storage spirit artifact that could store living beings. It was very different from ordinary storage spirit artifacts, and the difficulty of refining it was also very high. It required special life spirit marks. Qin Yan had also grasped life marks. If he wanted to refine it, it wouldn't be a problem. You have a very strong thing on you. There's a space inside that's very suitable for me to live in. Mo laid on Qin Yan's wrist and gently patted it. She said, it's right here. I can sense it. Qin Yan hurriedly released his 9-yang divine spirit and said with a smile, you've discovered my little secret. Let me try and see if I can let you in. The first beat of the 9-yang divine spirit was a very large storage space. It was originally very small, but as the master's strength increased, the interior gradually grew larger. Currently, it was a large space with a length and width of 100 meters. It was white on all sides and very bright. It was not dark at all. With a thought, he successfully placed Mo inside. Mo happily flew around inside and was full of praise for what was inside. The 9-yang divine spirit could gather the spiritual energy of the 9 suns, so the 9 suns' spiritual energy in the first bead was incomparably dense and filled with the aura of life. Big brother Yan, can you get me a small tree? I like to live on a tree. Mo asked. No problem. But you have to promise me that you won't be mischievous inside and don't touch my things. Qin Yan warned. In the first bead, he had placed many high-grade beast skins and bones. They were all materials for refining talismans. Got it. Mo's little head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Qin Yan walked out of the Star Sun treasure tree and saw Dugui hurriedly flying over from afar. Brat, you bought that little thing? Dugui shouted from afar. The auction was hosted by Pandawe and he was very familiar with Pandawe, so he quickly found out about this matter. Yes, teacher, is there a problem? Qinyan asked. He was now very certain that Momo was definitely not a scammer. Furthermore, she was a very powerful magical fairy. However, she did not acknowledge others, so she refused to communicate with them. Tree Totem Qinyan was overjoyed. He was now very certain that Momo was the high priest of the magical fairies. When Momo, who was in the first bead, heard the voices outside, she shouted worriedly, "Big brother Yun, please don't return me. I don't want to go back, I just want to follow you. You have to believe me, I will definitely bring you benefits. I beg you, don't return me, I beg you." Momo pleaded bitterly. Her exquisite and beautiful face was covered in tears. Her pair of dark green eyes were overflowing with tears. She looked extremely pitiful. Qinyan looked at Momo in the first bead and felt his heart soften. Even if Momo did not beg him so sadly, he would never hand her over. Teacher. Why? They had clearly given up on that little thing, why did they take it back? Qinyan asked, you have to know that I bet my entire fortune on that auction. Duguay said, the upper echelons of the Star Xianwu Academy did not tell me much. In short, after they met an old man from the Blue Spirit Star Palace, they made a decision. They are willing to return your Xian points and give you 5 magical beast crystal eggs. What if I don't agree? Qinyan revealed a troubled expression. Duguay frowned and said, I don't know either. In short, that little thing must have some other powerful aspects, which is why they are in such a hurry to take it back. If you don't agree, they will probably continue to send people over. Right, where's that little thing? Qinyan said hesitantly, that little guy's condition is very bad. I haven't played enough yet, I'm not going to return it. Since this little guy made them so anxious, then I must have earned it. Qinyan, that little thing's taste is crafty. You can't afford to raise it. You have to think it through. Duguay said. I've decided to raise that little guy. Qinyan nodded and asked, Teacher, are there any good trees here? Good trees? Of course it's this Star Sun treasure tree. Duguay looked up at the towering tree and said with a smile. Qinyan knew that it was a good tree but he could not get it into the space inside the first bead. Can I get a branch? Qinyan pointed to the dense foliage and asked. Whatever, there's plenty of it anyway. Just don't finish it. Duguay waved his hand and said, I'll go back now and tell them that you don't agree to return it. Let them give up. Sorry for troubling you, teacher. After Qinyan finished speaking, he flew into the air and took out his spirit essence saber to chop off a branch that was more than 20 meters long. This was one of the more tender ones. Although the leaves on it were as big as a wash basin, they were all new leaves. They were all very tender green and even emitted traces of green fluorescence. He placed the branch and a large piece of soil into the first bead and planted the huge branch as a tree. This made Momo extremely happy. She happily flew around the tree and jumped on the big leaves. She was so happy that she couldn't stop laughing. Momo, if they want to take you back, I'll leave this place. You don't have to worry. Qinyan was also reluctant to hand over the fairy. This little girl approved of him so much, trusted him so much, and already treated him as a relative. How could he bear to part with her? Big brother Yun, where did you get the branches? A tree that can grow this kind of branch is very powerful. Momo said as she sat on a leaf. I'm in the tree hole of this big tree right now. What's wrong? Do you know this tree very well? Qinyan also knew that the Star Sun treasure tree was not simple and hurriedly asked. Qinyan used his mental power to transform it into a voice and transmitted it into the first bead to communicate with Momo. A tree that can grow for many years and become very huge means that there is a totem inside this tree. Momo said happily, if you let me out, I might be able to find the totem of this tree. Qinyan hurriedly released Momo and let her lie on his shoulder. It's up there. After Momo closed her eyes, she quickly sensed it and said. Qinyan hurriedly walked out of the tree hole. His speed was on the ground. When he arrived outside, he floated upwards. At a height of 70 meters, Momo told him to stop. At this height, can you enter the middle of the tree? Mo said with certainty, there is Uncle's inner core inside and there is a totem inside. Xianxia flew around the tree and quickly found an empty tree hole. He entered the tree hole and dug in again. After working for more than an hour, he finally entered an empty space in the middle of the tree. In the middle of this place, there was actually a transparent crystal pillar. When Xianxia saw that the transparent crystal pillar was, he could not help but be stunned. That was because deep underground in the Xianxia imperial tomb, there was a similar pillar in the circular stone room. That was the source of energy that maintained the operation of the Xianxia imperial tomb. Mo, do you know what's going on with this crystal pillar? Xianxia circled around the crystal pillar and carefully observed its interior. The last time he was in the Xianxia imperial tomb, he had obtained the mental resonance Xian pen and an inscription spirit. This is the inner core of the big tree. The totem is hidden inside, I can already see it. Mo flew around the crystal pillar and said, let me try and see if I can read this totem and brand it on your body. Xianxia stared at the crystal pillar with widened eyes. He could only see a lot of white mist moving inside, but he could not see any totems. And Mo actually said that she could see it. This made him feel very strange. Where is the totem? I don't see it. Xianxia moved closer and his eyes touched the crystal pillar, but he still could not see anything. Normal. The tree's totem exists in the form of a soul body. Of course you can't see it, but I can. Mo smiled and said, Brother Yun, it's best if the totem is accompanied by a soul body from the beginning. Have you decided where to place the totem? Xianxia had 3 martial spirits. 2 of them were in his heart and arms. They had already been occupied by the heavenly lion totem and the dragon tiger totem. Right now, only the nether sun martial spirit was still empty. Let's put it in my dantian. This is the only place I can put the totem. Xianxia asked, do I need to do anything? No need. Just lie on the ground, close your eyes and relax your entire body. As Mo spoke, her body was already surrounded by pale white threads of light. She controlled the threads of light to pour into Xianxia's dantian and into the nether sun inner core. Mo, will this hurt the tree? Xianxia asked worriedly. This star sun treasure tree was of great importance to Du Guo. He did not want to kill this tree. It won't hurt the tree. I'm just copying the totem and fusing it with your martial spirit. It won't hurt the tree at all. However, this totem is still in its infancy and will need a long time to grow. Only then will it be able to be used by you. Mo was gratified to see how concerned Xianxia was about the tree. Alright, since I already have the heavenly lion totem and the dragon tiger totem, it's enough for me to comprehend for a while. Xianxia nodded. He was amazed by Mo's ability. She had actually fused the tree totem into his nether sun martial spirit so quickly. Mo said, tree totems are very rare. They are much rarer than beast totems and weapon totems. I'm not sure what's so powerful about them, but they are definitely very useful. Xianxia stood up and looked at the crystal pillar. He suspected that the crystal pillar beneath the Xianxia imperial tomb was also hiding a totem. Let's go out. Mo said, don't let anyone discover this place. Xianxia hurriedly hid Mo and walked out of the dantian of the star sun treasure tree. After leaving, he sealed the tree hole. Brother Yun, I just helped you obtain the tree totem and consumed a lot of energy. Maybe in 2 or 3 days, I'll be hungry. Mo said in embarrassment, her voice very soft. Don't worry, I will definitely get you food as soon as possible. Xianxia said with a smile. Mo had helped him obtain a rare tree totem. Even if he had to spend a few more spirit beast cores, it would still be worth it. Brother Yun, I just changed my wings. If they still refuse to give up on me, take out your wings and give them to them. Tell them that I starved to death. That way, they won't make things difficult for you. Xianxia took out a pair of small transparent wings from his storage space. They were very small and beautiful, as though they were meticulously crafted from crystal. He carefully put away the pair of wings and returned to his tree hole to wait for news from Du Guo. Du Guo had a relatively high status in the Star Xianwu Academy. Otherwise, the upper echelons of the Star Xianwu Academy would have personally come over to negotiate with Xianxia about the ferry. Xianxia waited in the tree hole for more than an hour before he heard Du Guo shout from outside, Xianxia, come out for a moment. He hurriedly walked out and sensed a few strong auras. There were a few martial Dao realm experts outside. After leaving, he saw Dugui and Pandawei. Beside them, there were 5 old men with white beards hanging down to their chests. Their hair reached their waists and their faces were covered in wrinkles. 3 of them were dressed in white robes while the other 2 were dressed in blue robes of the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Qin Yun, I heard that you are unwilling to hand over the ferry, right? The conditions we offered are quite good, don't be greedy. A hunchbacked old man said coldly. His tone was not good. I bought the ferry and it belongs to me. What's there to hand it over or not? Qin Yun said with a sneer, back then, you were the one who gave up on the ferry. Why are you taking it back now? You disrespectful junior, how dare you talk back? The hunchbacked old man shouted angrily as he pushed Qin Yun back. Dugui hurriedly walked over and stood in front of Qin Yun. He said, Elder Zhang, young people do have a bad temper but you were in the wrong first. I was wrong first? It was clearly him who knew that the ferry was very precious and wanted to keep it for himself. Elder Zhang said angrily. Pfft. You were the one who took it out for auction. If I can buy it, it's mine. I can do whatever I want, it's none of your business. Regret when the elders saw Qin Yun contradict them in such a manner, their faces were filled with anger. This was because they felt that as long as it was a junior, no matter what, they would have to be respectful in front of them. Even if they were in the wrong, the younger generation would have to respect them. As for Qin Yun, a junior in front of them, he was speaking so rudely to them. This was something that had never happened before. Dugui naturally knew Qin Yun's temper. He also felt that the few elders were in the wrong. They relied on their seniority and strength to look down on others. Qin Yun, hurry up and hand over that ferry. If you contradict me again, I'll immediately expel you from the Star Xianwu Academy. Elder Zhang sneered a few times. This was the first time Qin Yun had seen such an old person in the Star Xianwu Academy. With a glance, one could tell that he was an elder of the Martial Arts Academy who had lived for many years. Although his lifespan was coming to an end, his cultivation was robust, his strength was powerful, and his status and seniority were both very high. Therefore, they had great power in the Star Xianwu Academy. That fairy is dead, it should have starved to death. I was already very angry when I bought such a dead thing, but you want to take it back with such a vile attitude? I'm even angrier. Qin Yun did not want to leave the Star Xianwu Academy either, so he could only endure it. He took out the beautiful wings that Momo had exchanged for. Everyone was stunned when they saw the crystal wings on his palm. You actually dared to kill that fairy. Elder Zhang was furious as he shouted. What do you mean I killed it? It was obviously you who were unwilling to feed it and starved to death. I don't have a magical beast crystal egg to feed her. She died on her own, what can I do? I spent more than 1 billion Xian points to buy this fairy and then killed her? Are you guys crazy? Do you think I would do such a stupid thing? If the fairy was still alive, I would have returned it to you long ago. I would have returned more than 1 billion Xian points and a few magical beast crystal eggs. I bought such a scam and suffered heavy losses. Who am I going to reason with? Elder Zhang's expression turned extremely ugly as he said angrily, little bastard, hand over your Star Xianwu Academy's jade token. From today onwards, you are no longer a student of our Star Xianwu Academy. We don't have students like you. Qin Yun was also very infuriated. He took out the identity jade token and ruthlessly threw it on the ground. With old thieves like you in the Martial Arts Academy, it's a foul atmosphere. I don't want to be a student of the Star Xianwu Academy. You're infuriating me to death. Angered, Boss Zhang raised his hand to strike. Dugui hurriedly went over and blocked Qin Yun behind him. He shouted, Elder Zhang, it's not right for you to expel a student from the academy without permission. According to the rules of the martial courtyard, this matter needs to be approved by the dean. Now that the dean is in seclusion, this matter should wait for him to come out. Old Zhang sneered, Dean? When she sees me, she has to be respectful to me. If I drive out a guy like Qin Yun, she will also approve of me. Furthermore, it was Qin Yun who caused us to lose a high priest of the fairies. That was a sacrifice of a treasure. If he dies, there's nothing left. There are only a few of them, and most of them are dead. Pandawe said, you were the one who agreed to auction off that fairy. Everyone knows that it has nothing to do with Qin Yun. Furthermore, that fairy has indeed been starved by us for many days. After Qin Yun obtained it and did not feed it, he would indeed starve to death. You two actually went against me. Elder Zhang became even angrier. I'm just speaking the truth. In short, I'll say the same thing to the dean when the time comes. Pandawe was also well aware of Qin Yun's strength. A 17-year-old kid was able to forge many storage spirit artifacts. Just based on this, his status was definitely not inferior to these overbearing old fellows. The few elders beside Elder Zhang also hated Qin Yun very much. However, they did not say a word. Elder Zhang, let's kick Qin Yun out of the Star Xianwu Academy. An old man walked over and was about to grab him. Wait. Qin Yun shouted loudly before looking at Pandawe. He asked, Elder Fatty, I heard that as long as you are an inscription master certified by the Divine Inscription Palace, you can freely enter and exit the 3 Xian level martial academies, right? Pandawe nodded, that's right, this is our agreement with the Divine Inscription Palace. As far as I know, Qin Yun is only a beginner-level inscription master. A blue-robed elder sneered, only intermediate-level inscriptionists can freely enter and exit the Xian-level martial arts academy. Qin Yun sneered and took out a golden badge. He said, I'm a high-ranked inscription master. It shouldn't be a problem for me to freely enter and exit the Xian-level martial arts academy, right? The golden badge was indeed a high-ranked inscription master. Those few elders had lived for a long time and they knew high-ranked inscriptionists. They often interacted with high-ranked inscriptionists, so they were naturally very familiar with this kind of badge. Only a high-ranked inscription master would have it. Furthermore, after holding it, it would release a golden glow to prove that it was a real badge. Du Guo, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. He finally understood why Qin Yun had helped him refine things so quickly. It was because he was a high-ranked inscription master. Pandawe had previously received a few storage bags from Qin Yun, so he was well aware of his artifact forging skills. However, he never expected that he would actually reach the level of a high-ranked inscription master. The few old men were dumbfounded by what they saw. They could not help but feel regret in their hearts. They knew very well what it meant for Qin Yun to be a high-ranked inscription master at the age of 17. It meant that the potential of the Tao of inscriptions was enormous. From today onwards, I have nothing to do with the Star Xianwu Academy. I won't stay in a place with old villains like you for long. Qin Yun put away the badge and turned to enter the tree hole. They finally understood why Qin Yun said that he did not care about the Star Xianwu Academy. It was because with his status as a high-ranked inscription master, he would be popular wherever he went. Seniors, thanks to all of you, such an outstanding inscription master actually hates the Star Xianwu Academy so much. I will definitely inform the dean of this matter. Pandawe sneered a few times before flying out of the treasure forest. Elder Zhang and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Although it was their fault, they would not admit it no matter what. They glared angrily at Qin Yun's tree hole before soaring into the air and leaving the treasure forest. Du Guo hurriedly entered Qin Yun's tree hole and saw Qin Yun sitting in the hall. Teacher, I've troubled you. Qin Yun sighed and said with some guilt. It's fine. It was those old fellows who were in the wrong to begin with. I can't let you stay and I feel very guilty. Du Guo smiled and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. He said, you brat, you've long since become a high-ranked inscription master. I'm proud to have a student like you. Teacher, these old thieves in the Star Xianwu Academy make me very worried about little Mei Lian. The reason why Qin Yun did not leave immediately was because he wanted to meet Qi Meilian. Don't worry about that. Little Mei Lian's teacher is not someone those old thieves would dare to offend. I'm a little worried that little Mei Lian will be taken away by her teacher and pass through the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. When Du Guo said this, his face was filled with worry. Qin Yun was also worried. However, he was very open-minded. If she's strong enough, it's nothing. She definitely doesn't want little Mei Lian to get hurt. If she doesn't have absolute confidence, she wouldn't cross the Cloud Dragon Mountain range. If she has the ability to bring little Mei Lian across the Cloud Dragon Mountain range, it wouldn't be a bad thing for little Mei Lian. That's true. After crossing the Cloud Dragon mountain range, one would be in the martial desolate land. There were many martial arts sects and martial arts flourished. For warriors with good aptitude, it was extremely beneficial. However, it also means that the competition is even greater. Du Gui said. Qin Yan did not know when he would be able to meet Qi Meilian. He could not keep waiting like this. Teacher, if little Meilian comes looking for me, tell me about the situation. Tell her not to worry about me and to properly cultivate with her teacher. There will always be a chance to meet again in the future. Qin Yan was planning to get a magical beast crystal egg for Momo to eat to her heart's content. Du Gui nodded. I will tell her. Do you have any plans for the future? To be honest, I've already taught you everything I can. With your perception, you will definitely be able to master the spirit concentration kill and imperial spirit technique. I plan to walk around and maybe stay in the main hall of the Divine Inscription Palace for a while. Qin Yan said, there are also quite a few resources in the Divine Inscription Palace. They will be of great help to me. Du Gui also knew of the battle between Qin Yan and Xiao Long. He hoped that Qin Yan would win when the time came. After Qin Yan bade farewell to Du Gui, he went to the central area of the Star Xian Wu Academy. He arrived at the Xian Point Hall and looked for Pandawei. When Pandawei learned that Qin Yan had arrived, he hurried to the VIP lounge. Qin Yan, why are you looking for me? If I can help you, I will definitely help you. Pandawei chuckled. He was not as short-sighted as those old fellows. Elder Fatty, do you have any spirit beast cores on hand? Qin Yan asked. This was Momo's food. There are 3 more. You want them? As Pandawei spoke, he took them out. Qin Yan took out 2 top-grade body-securing talismans and said, Elder Fatty, these 2 are top-grade body-securing talismans. They will be of great help to you and can lock down spirit beasts. Alright, I'll trade. Although Pandawei was alarmed, he did not doubt the power of Qin Yan's body-securing talisman at all. It was refined from a high-grade body-securing inscription. Furthermore, it was a bone talisman, so its power could naturally be predicted. He was still very shocked that Qin Yan could actually refine top-grade spirit bone talismans. After obtaining the 3 spirit beast cores, Qin Yan felt a lot more at ease. Elder Fatty, we'll meet again someday. Thank you very much for your help. You have given me a lot of convenience. Qin Yan cupped his hands at Pandawei and said with a smile. You're welcome. I have benefited greatly from cooperating with you. Pandawei laughed and said, it's my luck to meet such an interesting young man like you. Oh right, Elder Fatty, if a little girl called Qi Meilian comes, I hope you can take care of her. Qin Yan said with a smile. No problem. Pandawei also knew that Qin Yan would not stay in the Star Xian Wu Academy for long. After all, he had offended a few elders. After Qin Yan left the Xian Point Hall, he hurriedly walked out of the Star Xian Wu Academy and flew above the myriad star lake. Beast King Qin Yan was filled with curiosity towards Xiaqiru. However, he knew that the secrets she was hiding would definitely involve a lot of people. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible for him to participate. In less than a year, I will have to fight Xiao Long. As Qin Yan flew, he looked at the myriad star lake. His heart felt extremely heavy. Momo, who was in the storage space, was happily eating a spirit beast core. Beside her, there were 2 spirit beast cores. Qin Yan had obtained 3 spirit beast cores so quickly, which made her extremely happy. Now, when she thought about how she wouldn't have to starve for the next 30 days, she was extremely happy. After flying out of the myriad star lake, Qin Yan headed straight for the mysterious inscription Spirit Mountain. Without Lan Fengjin accompanying him, he did not dare to run around during the day. He had to travel at night using the shadow force. What made him pleasantly surprised was that Momo, who was in the storage space, could actually sense the spirit beasts outside. As long as there were spirit beasts nearby, she would issue a warning. This would allow Qin Yan to avoid them. He could only travel at night. This caused Qin Yan to spend a few days to reach the top of the mysterious inscription Spirit Mountain. Qin Yan floated above the clouds as he looked at the divine inscription palace that was illuminated by the light of the stars and moon. Although this was not the first time he had come, he was still shocked once again. The great hall that stood at the peak of the mysterious inscription Spirit Mountain was solemn and majestic. From afar, one could feel an invisible pressure assaulting them. Even flying magical beasts did not dare to get too close. Xianxia flew over and arrived at an entrance to the barrier. He entered the barrier and walked along the spacious streets that were like terraces beside the mysterious inscription Spirit Mountain. He circled around the mountain and climbed to the peak. He was dressed in black and wore a bamboo hat. This kind of attire was not easy to recognize. After entering the hall of the Divine Inscription Palace, he used his high-level Inscription Master badge to enter a special corridor. There was a staircase that led upstairs to a luxurious suite that was prepared for high-level inscriptionists. Xianxia entered his luxurious suite and came to a large floor-to-ceiling window. He released Momo. After Momo came out, she looked at the distant sea of clouds that was enveloped by the light of the stars and moon. She could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful, what is this place?" Divine Inscription Main Palace, a place specially for inscription masters. Xianxia said with a smile, "I am very safe here. Big Brother Yun, I have a special ability. I can see the dark lines and I know the miraculous uses of the mysterious lines. You are an inscription master, I can help you a lot." Momo stood on Xianxia's shoulder and said happily in his ear. Xianxia was shocked. This magical fairy could actually see the dark lines. This was simply a heaven-defying ability. Momo, does that mean you also understand the Tao of inscription? He quickly asked. I don't really understand, but I can remember the runes and show them to you. It's just that this will consume a lot of energy and make me hungry. Momo rubbed her stomach and whispered. I'm fine. Xianxia placed her on his palm and said with a smile, if you can see the dark lines, you can let me master many powerful runes. This will be of great help to me. It doesn't matter how much you eat. Momo smiled sweetly, I'm very happy to be able to help Big Brother Yun. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and took out a stone tablet. On it was a complete set of royal-grade spirit inscriptions. This was given to him by Lan Fengjin. Back then, she had even asked him to help her refine a top-grade spirit talisman. He placed the stone tablet on the table and asked, Momo, can you tell what kind of inscription this is? What kind of ability does it have? Momo flew to the side of the stone tablet and laid on it. She closed her eyes and a faint white glow seeped out from her body. The white glow was like a mist that quickly enveloped the royal-grade spirit inscription on the stone tablet. Not long after, Momo opened her eyes and said, this is a royal-grade spirit inscription. It's called the Longevity Spirit Inscription and can increase one's lifespan. However, it can only be used by people under the age of 500 to increase their lifespan. How much can it increase? Xianxia raised his eyebrows as he felt extremely shocked. 10 to 20 years. It mainly depends on whether or not the inscription master can unleash the power of the spirit inscription. This kind of spirit inscription is very useful. After all, it can go against the heavens and forcefully extend one's life. Momo seemed to be alarmed by the power of the spirit inscription. Xianxia finally understood the use of the royal-grade spirit inscription that Lan Fengjin had given him. However, he did not understand why Lan Fengjin would hide this matter. It's not easy for me to use this kind of spirit inscription to craft talismans. The materials I need must be very special. Xianxia said as he put away the stone tablet. Lan Fengjin had previously asked him to create this kind of talisman and had provided him with a special talisman paper. That kind of talisman paper was very special and he did not know what it was made of. Momo smiled and said, Brother Yun, you still have a long time. There's no rush to refine this kind of talisman, right? Xianxia said, of course I'm not in a hurry to use this kind of talisman. However, if I can refine it, I can obtain a large amount of resources. I can use this kind of talisman to exchange for magical beast crystal eggs or something. When she heard about magical beast crystal eggs, Momo's eyes immediately lit up. However, she was only thinking about it. I haven't eaten a magical beast crystal egg in a long time. When I was at the Star Xianwu Academy, they always fed me class 8 or 9 magical beast crystal cores, which made my stomach hurt for a long time. When Momo mentioned the past, her face was filled with fear. Her dark green eyes were filled with sadness. Xianxia gently stroked her hair with his fingers and said with a smile, "Momo, if you're with me, you won't have to suffer anymore. I promise I won't let you have a stomachache. And I believe in Brother Yun." Momo nodded and smiled sweetly. Then, she happily flew around the room. Xianxia looked at the materials he had stored and said, "Momo, I'm preparing to refine a puppet beast. I don't know how long it will take. But you don't have to worry, I'll prepare enough spirit beast cores for you first." Momo was extremely at ease with Xianxia. Ever since she got together with Xianxia, she had never been hungry. Xianxia first refined 3 body-securing talismans before bringing them to the counter to exchange. There weren't many spirit beast cores here, so he could only use a top-grade body-securing talisman to exchange for 2 spirit beast cores. Right now, there were still 4 magical beast cores for Momo to eat, enough for 40 days. 40 days should be enough for me to refine a puppet beast, right? Xianxia felt that it was about time. When he saw Shuchuan, he would ask Shuchuan for help. He returned to his suite and entered the secret room. He took out many spirit beast bones and royal-grade spirit iron to refine a large amount of royal-grade bone steel. A puppet beast refined from royal-grade bone steel should be able to withstand the attacks of a spirit beast. Even a Class 9 magical beast shouldn't be a problem. Xianxia placed a large number of spirit beast bones into the furnace. After burning them for a period of time, he took them out and placed them on the table for forging. Refining a large amount of royal-grade bone steel was a very long process. Xianxia spent a full 15 days before he managed to refine enough bone steel. The royal-grade bone steel he refined were all blue in color and weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. This 10,000 kilograms of royal-grade bone steel was molded into a blue lion. The lion wasn't very big. It was only 2 to 3 meters long, far from the size of the silver lion from before. Although it wasn't big, it didn't mean it wasn't strong. Xianxia felt that if he refined it a little smaller, it would become more flexible. Furthermore, he could save a lot of royal-grade bone steel. The interior of the blue lion was empty. It was mainly used to store all kinds of pearls that contained special abilities. For example, the strength-storing pearl that stored energy, the thunder-fire pearl that exploded with the power of thunder and fire, or the chi-gathering pearl that was engraved with chi-gathering runes and so on. The most important part of the puppet beast was the engraving of the totem inscriptions. This was also the most time-consuming. "Are you going to carve the totem inscriptions?" Momo had been outside the entire time, chatting with Xianxia to prevent him from being bored. She also learned about the process of refining the puppet beast. Yes, this is a very difficult stage. Xianxia had a serious expression as he gripped the mental resonance Xian pen tightly. He looked at the Xian pen and asked, "Momo, have you heard of the inscription spirit?" Previously, Pandawe had said that the fairies could sense the inscription spirit. With a fairy, it was possible to find the inscription spirit. After he obtained Momo, too many things had happened, causing him to forget to ask. Momo hurriedly nodded. "Of course I've heard of it. It's a soul body formed from inscriptions. It's extremely rare. It's said that in this world, only one inscription spirit can be born every 10,000 years. Then have you heard of the inscription spirit called the Beast King?" Xianxia asked again. "Beast King?" Momo cried out in alarm, "That's a very strong inscription spirit. As long as I can obtain this kind of inscription spirit, I'll be able to get twice the result with half the effort when carving the beast totem." Xianxia hurriedly handed the mental resonance Xian pen in his hand to Momo and said, "When I obtained this, there was an inscription spirit called the Beast King that fused into the mental resonance Xian pen. Help me take a look and see if there really is an inscription spirit inside." Momo hugged the Xian pen and closed her eyes to sense it. Her light blue long hair gradually emitted a blue light. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her dark green eyes were filled with shock. "It's really a Beast King. Brother Yun, there really is an inscription spirit inside and it's a Beast King." Momo was astonished. "How did you get it?" "This inscription spirit is indeed a good thing." Xianxia was pleasantly surprised as he hurriedly asked, "How do I use it?" Generally speaking, the inscription spirit is only used after being fused with it. Now, the Beast King's inscription spirit has fused with this thing. "I'm not sure." Momo looked at the Xian pen and said with a frown. Maybe I can just use it to carve totem marks. I'll give it a try. Qin Yan gripped the Xian pen tightly and injected the power of the blood soul into it. He began inscribing the heavenly lion totem mark. He had the experience of refining the silver lion puppet before and had also carved the heavenly lion totem mark. He still had some experience. Now that he was carving on royal-grade bone steel, the difficulty was much greater than last time. Now that he had the cultivation of the 9th-level martial body and the Xian pen, it would be much easier. He began to carve his heavenly lion totem mark. He felt that it was a bit strenuous, but it was still within his limits. However, it would be very difficult to completely carve the heavenly lion totem mark. Spirit Lion King. According to Momo, the Beast King inscription spirit could allow a person to better grasp beast-type spirit inscriptions or beast-type totem inscriptions. The mental resonance Xian pen contained the Beast King inscription spirit. She was not sure how to use it. A few hours passed. Qin Yan was already sweating profusely. It was mainly because it was extremely strenuous to carve totem inscriptions on the royal-grade bone steel. He needed to consume a lot of blood soul power in order to carve the totem inscription into the royal-grade bone steel. The puppet beast he refined this time was very different from the last time. This time, after forging the entire lion's body, he used a special technique to carve the heavenly lion totem inscription into the royal-grade bone steel and perfectly fused with it. Although this method could make the puppet stronger, the process of carving the totem inscription was extremely difficult. I shouldn't have used royal-grade bone steel. If I had used top-grade bone steel, it might have been much easier. Qin Yan felt that he could succeed, but it would take a long time. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly felt his consciousness fuse with the mental resonance Xian pen. It was as if he could see what was under the tip of the pen through the mental resonance Xian pen. At that moment, the mental resonance Xian pen fused with his body and mind. What surprised him was that a complete set of heavenly lion totem could not help but appear in his mind. Unknowingly, his heavenly lion arm tightly gripped the mental resonance Xian pen and began to move rapidly. The power used was also from the inner core of the heavenly lion's arm. The strange energy released was not the power of the blood soul, but it was better than the power of the blood soul. The power of the heavenly lion bloodline. Qin Yan was secretly pleasantly surprised. The inscription spirit had finally played a role. Right now, he naturally did not feel any mental pressure at all. He did not need to be very serious to be able to carve the heavenly lion totem inscription. It was as if there was a strange power that stimulated his potential, allowing him to quickly carve the heavenly lion totem inscription. The process of carving was natural and smooth, with a high degree of precision. What was even more terrifying was that the 9 Yang divine spirit was frantically absorbing the 9 Sun spiritual energy to replenish the loss of the inner core. It nourished the heavenly lion bloodline in the heavenly lion's arm, allowing the bloodline to maintain sufficient energy. It's working. Momo, who was at the side, flew around happily. Brother Yun, I can feel that the inscription spirit is very active now, as if it has life. Qin Yan is also very happy. He originally thought that he would not be able to complete the remaining totem runes. With the help of the inscription spirit, Qin Yan's speed in carving the heavenly lion totem rune is very fast and the precision is very high. This allows the totem rune to unleash even stronger power. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Qin Yan's newly refined puppet beast had finally been completed. It had taken him a month to refine it. Now, the blue lion was walking around the room while Momo was sitting on the lion's head. A blue lion doesn't look good. Can you change the color? Momo said, it looks weird. Now that you mention it, it's true. Qin Yan thought for a moment before injecting a golden flame into the crystal clear surface of the royal-grade bone steel, causing the lion to turn golden red. Furthermore, its entire body surged with flames, making it look like a flaming heavenly lion. The greatest use of puppet beasts was their ability to fight. The better the materials, the stronger the defense and power. The one that Qin Yan had refined was made from royal-grade bone steel. Logically speaking, even a royal-grade spirit artifact might not be able to destroy it. Let's call it the Spirit Lion King. Qin Yan patted the lion's head and said with a chuckle, with this guy, hunting spirit beasts will be much easier. In fact, Qin Yin wanted a royal-grade spirit artifact like the royal spirit cannon even more. 2 shots would be enough to cripple a spirit beast. When he thought of the royal spirit cannon, he suddenly looked at Momo. Momo could see the dark lines and quickly memorize them. This meant that the spirit inscriptions on the spirit artifacts that she had seen could all be memorized. As long as he could obtain the dark lines of the royal spirit cannon, he would be able to replicate the royal spirit cannon. Looks like I have to make a trip to the center of the first town and borrow the royal spirit cannon to study. Qin Yin was eager to make a move. If he had a good spirit artifact and combined it with his body-securing inscription, even without a small team, he would be able to annihilate a large group of magical beasts by himself. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Qin Yin put away the spirit lion king and Momo and walked out of the suite. He went to the main hall of the Divine Inscription Palace to ask the old man if Shuchuan had returned. Shuchuan returned. The moment he learned that a high-ranked inscription master wanted to see him, he immediately rushed to a secret guest hall. When he arrived and saw that it was Qin Yin, he could not help but laugh. Qin Yin, you really came to the Divine Inscription Palace. I was still wondering where you would go after being chased out of the Star Xianwu Academy. Shuchuan stroked his long beard as he smiled. Great Elder, you know that I was kicked out of the Star Xianwu Academy. Qin Yin was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the elders would keep this matter a secret. Shuchuan laughed, I know. You used more than 1 billion Xian points to buy a problematic fairy. Later on, those old fellows discovered that the fairy that they thought was problematic was actually the high priest of the fairies. Then, they went to find you to get it back. However, the fairy starved to death in your hands, so in a fit of anger, they chased you out of the Star Xianwu Academy. This must be what my teacher said. Qin Yin said with a smile. Only Du Gui and Pandawe knew the details of this matter. Shuchuan nodded and said with a smile, many people think that this is a huge blow to you, but seeing how happy you are, it doesn't seem to have affected you at all? Your arranged battle with Xiao Long is only about a year away. Aren't you anxious at all? Of course I'm anxious. Qin Yin said with a bitter smile, but there's nothing I can do about it. I can't force things like increasing my strength. I have to be steady and not go berserk. Shuchuan's expression turned serious as he nodded, you must be steady. Oh right, why are you looking for me? Great Elder, I have 2 top-grade body-securing talismans here. Take a look at their quality first. Qin Yin took out 2 body-securing talismans and handed them over. I need to exchange for something. Shuchuan took it and looked at it. He said with a frown, did you use a top-grade body-securing talisman to exchange for 2 spirit beast cores? Yes. I want to exchange for a magical beast crystal egg now. Qin Yin said. The top-grade body-securing talisman you refined is of very good quality. The finesse of your inscription seems to have increased by quite a bit. Shuchuan looked carefully and his eyes were filled with shock. Qin Yin hurriedly asked, how much has it improved? Previously, the spirit inscriptions you inscribed were between the 3rd and 4th level and now they are at the 5th level. This kind of improvement is very big. Shuchuan took out a crystal mirror and looked at the spirit inscriptions on the top-grade body-securing talisman. The crystal mirror flashed and 5 threads flowed out. Level 5 finesse. Shuchuan took a light breath, even I can only carve at the 6th level of finesse. This is the result of many years of hard work and you are not even 20 years old and you already have a 5th level of finesse. What a freak. Then, can my 2 top-grade body-securing talismans be exchanged for a magical beast crystal egg? Qin Yin said with a grin. That was the food that Momo had been yearning for a long time. Of course not, I happen to have one. To be honest, during this period of time, magical beast crystal eggs have become more and more difficult to obtain. Many magical beast crystal eggs have successfully hatched and large magical beast hordes have become stronger and stronger. Shuchuan sighed and took out a purplish-red magical beast crystal egg and handed it to Qin Yin. The energy contained within the magical beast crystal egg was very useful to martial Dao realm cultivators. As for martial artists below the martial Dao realm, they could only absorb a very weak amount of energy from it. Qin Yin, what do you want the magical beast crystal egg for? Shuchuan asked curiously. I want to use it to exchange for things with others. Qin said. Magical beast crystal eggs did indeed have this use. Many martial Dao realm cultivators were very willing to accept magical beast crystal eggs. Shuchuan nodded his head. It's a pity that the high priest of the fairies is dead. Otherwise, you would have picked up a treasure. Is there anything powerful about the high priest of the fairies? Qin asked. It can evolve totem inscriptions. There are many levels of totem inscriptions, and the totem inscriptions you have mastered are the most basic. It is extremely difficult to evolve totem inscriptions. If you have the help of the high priest of the fairies, it will be very easy. Also, the high priest of the fairies can repair totem inscriptions and all kinds of damaged inscriptions. For example, there are many ancient Xian artifacts that have totem inscriptions or inscriptions carved on them. However, because of the passage of time, the inscriptions have been damaged. If one does not understand the inscriptions within, it would be difficult to repair them. However, the high priest of the fairies does not need to understand the inscriptions to be able to use their miraculous powers to repair them. Shuchuan said with a smile, of course, they can repair inscriptions and totem inscriptions as well as destroy them. What a pity, they died just like that. Qin was overjoyed. He had indeed picked up a treasure. He secretly cursed those elders for losing Momo. They had actually made Momo's stomach hurt for so long and even made her starve. When he thought of the pitiful Momo, who was starved to the point of eating something that would cause a stomachache, he felt his heart ache. Such a cute little fairy had endured such a long period of torture. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. Qin planned to stay in the Divine Inscription Palace for a period of time. He wanted to obtain as many resources as possible. He and Shuchuan were chatting and laughing. After walking out of the guest hall, they saw a group of people covered in wounds in the great hall outside. Great Elder! When an old man in a sorry state saw Shuchuan, he hurriedly walked over. We've been attacked. 500 miles away from the Spirit Mountain, there is a city that we are responsible for protecting. It was suddenly attacked by a very powerful horde of magical beasts. After we rushed over, we were no match for that horde of magical beasts and suffered heavy casualties. Qin carefully looked at the group of injured people. They were all wearing the armor of the Divine Inscription Palace. They were the guards sent by the Divine Inscription Palace to protect the cities that cooperated with the Divine Inscription Palace. Right now, this group of guards were severely injured. Moreover, the wounds on their bodies were all caused by sharp objects. It could be seen that they were scratched by the sharp claws of magical beasts. Aren't you all too careless? You should have rushed back to ask for help if you knew that the magical beast horde was very strong. Shuchuan said with a frown. Great Elder, you don't know. That magical beast horde is extremely cunning. They actually know how to set up traps and use all kinds of tactics. This is something we did not expect. The old man said with a helpless expression. Shuchuan was slightly alarmed and hurriedly shouted, I'll go personally this time. Chief Steward, immediately send an elite guard to follow me. Magical beast Siege Shuchuan nodded at Qin. Your strength is not bad. It's good that you follow us. When the time comes, we might need you to fight the magical beasts. Following that, an elite guard of 100 men gathered in the hall of the Divine Inscription Palace. They all wore mid-grade armor and their weapons were high-grade weapons. Most of them were middle-aged men at the 9th level martial body realm. They were divided into 10 teams and each captain was in the martial Dao realm. Qin could be considered to have witnessed the power of the Divine Inscription Palace. Just this elite guard alone was enough to make the various powers at the edge of the 9 desolate lands fear him. Let's go. Shuchuan only followed along. He was not personally in command but was commanded by the captain of the guard. Qin and Shuchuan followed behind as they flew through the air towards the city 500 miles away. Great Elder, has there ever been a magical beast horde that approached a nearby city before? Furthermore, they even defeated the people from the Divine Inscription Palace. According to my understanding of the magical beast horde, if they don't have enough strength, they wouldn't take such a risk. Qin said. There have been before but they were all quickly taken down by our people. This is the first time something like this has happened. Shuchuan also felt that it was a little strange, so he personally followed them. Amongst the magical beasts, there were also extremely powerful existences. However, these magical beasts would usually not come out or they would be besieged by humans. Right now, the magical beasts that were attacking the city near the mysterious inscription Spirit Mountain were most likely these extremely powerful existences. Not long after, Qinyan heard the roar of a beast reverberating in the sky. The elite guards also swooped down. Below the clouds was a medium-sized city. That was Mystic Wind City. This city existed independently and did not belong to any country. It mainly mined spirit iron ore and supplied the Divine Inscription Palace with spirit iron ore and various refining materials. As a result, it was protected by the Divine Inscription Palace. From the sky, Qin Yun and Shuchuan could see that there were over 1,000 magical beasts below. Furthermore, these magical beasts were all different types of beasts. There were crocodile-like ones, wolf-like ones, boar-like ones, lion-like ones. There were as many as 8 or 9 types of magical beasts. It could be seen that this was a gathering of multiple magical beasts. Didn't they say that there were only 100 magical beasts? There are more than 1,000 of them here, and most of them are Class 9 magical beasts. Shuchuan was also very surprised, and said in a serious voice. Qin Yan looked down at the horde of magical beasts that had invaded the city and was astonished. The magical beasts actually know how to use a formation to attack. These formations are what the human army is good at. No wonder they say these demonic beasts are cunning. The elite guards had already rushed into the city. Who opened the city gate? Those guarding the city are really a bunch of idiots. The city gate is undamaged, so it must have been opened from the inside. Shuchuan cursed angrily and rushed down as well. At the same time, he turned his head and said to Qin Yun, "Go save those who are being chased by the magical beasts." Qin Yun nodded and flew above the city. He realized that the array that protected the city had been retracted. He thought to himself, "There's a traitor." The city gate had been opened from the inside, and the city protecting array had been withdrawn. Could it be that someone was cooperating with the magical beasts? Or are these people plotting something? If that wasn't the case, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, they wouldn't be able to break through the city's formation in a short period of time. Qin Yan landed in the city and took out his spirit essence saber. Using the Imperial Spirit Art, he controlled the saber to fly out and kill the wolf-type magical beasts. The magical beasts that were chasing after the humans were mainly small wolf-type magical beasts. The other magical beasts were responsible for destroying the city walls and fighting with the human warriors. The division of labor was very clear, as if someone was commanding them. Especially when the horde of beasts formed an offensive formation, it was even more shocking. This group of wolf-type magical beasts are all Class 9 magical beasts. Even a weaker 9th level martial artist might not be a match for them, let alone others. When Qin Yan flew over, he saw many people being bitten to death. After the wolf-type magical beasts quickly bit the people to death, they threw them on the ground and continued to attack the other fleeing people. They did not eat the human corpses. It was obvious that they were planning to store the human corpses. Qin Yan's spirit essence saber was very sharp. It was infused with a very strong mental force. Under the control of the Imperial Spirit Art, even a magical beast with rough skin and thick flesh would find it difficult to resist. In just a short while, more than a dozen demonic wolves were killed and their corpses were taken away by Qin Yun. The pack of demonic wolves that were in charge of hunting humans were stopped by Qin Yun. They no longer attacked humans as ferociously as before. They gathered their strength and charged towards Qin Yun. "Come and die, you stupid wolves." When Qin Yun saw dozens of grey demonic wolves charging at him, he was not afraid at all. He took out a few high-grade body-securing talismans and threw them at the demonic wolves in front of him. High-grade body-securing talismans and spirit bone talismans were enough to deal with Class 9 magical beasts. A few body-securing talismans were released and the power of the body-securing talismans was like a net that enveloped all the demonic wolves. Dozens of demonic wolves were suddenly unable to move. As for the spirit essence saber that Qin Yun controlled, it had already flown over and started a massacre. Qin Yun stepped on the flame cloud steps like a raging fire lion as he charged into the frozen pack of demonic wolves. He took out the giant king spirit hammer and smashed it at the demonic wolf's head. Boom! boom, boom. Every hammer strike caused the wolf's head to explode. In the blink of an eye, he had struck out 4 or 5 times and killed 4 or 5 wolves. The most terrifying thing was that he could also control the spirit essence saber to kill 5 demonic wolves at the same time. In just a few short moments, 40 demonic wolves had fallen. This caused the fleeing 9th level martial body cultivators to be so shocked that they were speechless. They could sense Qin Yun's aura and knew that he was only at the 9th level martial body realm. However, his strength was terrifying. After the power of the body-securing talisman disappeared, there were still 7 or 8 demonic wolves that were still alive. However, in just a few moments, they were killed by Qin Yun's spirit essence saber and giant king spirit hammer. Qin Yun kept the corpses of the demonic beasts into his storage space and rushed to a battlefield a few hundred meters away. There was a group of people being surrounded and killed by more than 10 demonic wolves. The strength of this group of people was not bad. There were several martial artists at the 9th level martial body realm and the others were at the 7th or 8th level. They could barely withstand the attacks of the demonic wolves. The moment Qin Yun arrived, the spirit essence saber flew over and beheaded the 2 demonic wolves, killing them in an instant. Following that, he unleashed a qi explosion technique with his bare hands, sending the demonic wolf that was attacking a woman flying more than 10 meters away. When the group of people saw how astonishing Qin Yun's strength was, they were all amazed. This was because they saw that Qin Yun was very young and his strength was only at the 9th level martial body realm. Many sharp-eyed people saw the spirit essence saber flying around. This was the spirit artifact that everyone coveted the most. Many people had never heard of a spirit artifact and did not know that it required mental power to activate. They mistakenly believed that anyone could control the saber, so they were extremely envious of it. Very quickly, the remaining dozen or so demonic wolves were killed by Qin Yun. Thank you for your help, young master. Otherwise, I would have been severely injured by the demonic wolves. My name is Linine. May I know how to address you, young master? The azure-clothed woman who had been saved by Qin Yun hurriedly walked over and said gratefully. The woman was beautiful and slender. She had a pair of charming eyes under her curved eyebrows. When she smiled, there was a hint of charm that was extremely alluring. Just call me Ayun. Qin Yun smiled faintly at the woman. I'm from the Divine Inscription Palace. Protecting you is what I should do. There's no need to be polite. There are still many magical beasts outside. It's still very dangerous. I'll escort you to retreat. Lenny nodded slightly. Then, she looked at the middle-aged man and the youths and said, we were originally disciples of the Lin family of this city. Now that the city has been destroyed, our family has been torn apart. It is truly our honor to meet young Master Ayun. I wonder if Ayun can escort us to the hidden place of our Lin family's elders? No problem, lead the way. Qin Yun felt that since the Lin family was a martial arts family in the city, their relationship with the Divine Inscription Palace should be good. Therefore, he agreed. Following that, Qin Yun followed the group of people and left the city through another gate. They ran towards the distant mountains. There were a total of more than 30 people in the Lin family's group. Their strength was not bad. Perhaps it was because those middle-aged men had just stepped into the 9th level martial body realm. They lacked experience when dealing with Class 9 magical beasts and suffered some injuries. Fortunately, there were no major problems and they could all run quickly. Not long after leaving the city, 2 of the 9th level martial body middle-aged men released a strong aura and ran at the front. Qin Yun frowned as he chased after them. He said in a low voice, Big brothers, slow down and restrain your auras to avoid attracting magical beasts. You're so strong, why are you afraid of magical beasts? The reason why we run faster is so that we can see our Lin family's martial Dao realm elder as soon as possible. A round-faced middle-aged man said disapprovingly. Your Divine Inscription Palace is supposed to protect us. Even if we want to attract magical beasts, it's none of your business. The other short and skinny middle-aged man sneered and said, Be more vigilant and pay attention to the movements of the magical beasts. Why are you caring about us? Qin Yun's heart immediately surged with anger. He really wanted to leave. He was worried that he would not be able to explain things to Zhuchuan. Otherwise, he would have immediately turned around and left. Fifth uncle, sixth uncle, can't you be a little more polite? Lin Ying shouted from behind. She only had a cultivation at the 7th level martial body realm, so she could not catch up. Seeing that Lin Ying had a good attitude, Qin Yun did not fuss over it. He slowed down and came to Lin Yun's side. Young Master Yun, their temperament is like this. Please forgive them. Lin Ying sighed helplessly and said. Qin Yun nodded and did not say anything else. He could only raise his vigilance and discover magical beasts as soon as possible so that he could deal with them. There were many people who had fled the city, but there were no people who had taken this path. Only Qin Yun and the Lin family had taken this path. Lin Ying had previously said that this direction led to a large mountain. There might be magical beasts hidden in the mountains and it was more dangerous. Therefore, no one took this path. However, in front of him, a few figures appeared. There's someone here. Qin Yun hurriedly said. The members of the Lin family hurriedly raised their vigilance as though they were facing a great enemy. They were prepared for battle. Their reaction surprised Qin Yun. Because the two middle-aged men in front of him were extremely arrogant, Qin Yun felt that they should be the kind of people who played around. However, he never expected that the moment they met someone, they would become completely different people. The human heart is sinister. With his good eyesight, Qin Yun had long since noticed that the few people in front of him were heavily injured and their blood energy was very weak. Furthermore, there was a 13 or 14-year-old girl among them. Her white dress was covered in bloodstains. When Qin Yun saw that fifth uncle was about to charge over, he hurriedly ran over and said coldly, "Look carefully before you make a move. Don't kill the innocent. The people in front are all injured, what do you have to worry about?" When the two heard Qin Yun's words, they were very unhappy. If not for the fact that they could sense Qin Yun's terrifying aura, they would have definitely contradicted him. Although they did not say a word, they did not give Qin Yun a good look. Qin Yun knew that these two middle-aged men were usually in the Lin family. They were most likely the kind of people who were used to being a playboy when they were young. The group that was running also took the opportunity to stop and rest. The people in front were all heavily injured 9th level martial body cultivators. For old man and a young girl looked like they had escaped from the city and were engaged in a fierce battle with the magical beasts. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. When Qin Yun saw the few elders, his face was filled with hostility. He hurriedly said, I'm from the Divine Inscription Palace. When the elders heard Qin Yun say that he was from the Divine Inscription Palace, they felt a lot more at ease. When they saw that Qin Yun was young and very strong, they believed him. A young 9th level martial body cultivator could only be nurtured by a great power like the Divine Inscription Palace. We are severely injured, I'm afraid we can't continue. Young hero, please take good care of little Hong-er. She is my granddaughter and we are the only ones left in our family. An old man who had lost his arm said with a sorrowful expression. Qin Yun looked at little Hong-er and wiped the blood off her face. Then, he took out 2 sets of light inscription equipment and said, Seniors, each of you take a moment to stabilize your injuries. When the people from the Lin family saw the 2 sets of light inscription equipment, their eyes lit up and they felt unhappy. This was because they were also injured, but Qin Yun did not take it out to heal them. One had to know that light inscription equipment could quickly heal injuries. It was an extremely precious spirit artifact and was something that many martial artists dreamed of. The people of the Lin family were very clear about the value of light inscription equipment. However, this young man in front of them had 2 sets. Many thanks, young hero. The one-armed old man said excitedly. Qin Yun did not give the light inscription equipment to the people from the Lin family mainly because they were very cold. Previously, he had killed the demon wolf and saved this group of people. Among them, only Lin Ying came forward to express her gratitude. The others were busy dividing up the demon wolf's flesh and blood. He did not have a good impression of the Lin family. It was only because of Lin Yin's face and the obligation of the Divine Inscription Palace that he agreed to escort them. As for the 4 injured elders in front of him, their attitudes were very good. In particular, they were willing to give up their lives to let Qin Yun take care of the little girl. This made Qin Yun very touched. Soon, the 4 old men's injuries were much better, and they looked very spirited. Thank you, big brother. In the end, little Hong-er put on the light inscription equipment and recovered from her injuries. Then, she returned the light inscription clothes made from beast skin to Qin Yun. Little Hong Er's hair was tied into 2 braids. Her face was round and chubby, and she had a pair of large, watery eyes. She was pretty and adorable. Although the white dress she wore was stained with blood, it did not affect her quick-witted beauty. "You're welcome. In the future, you must practice martial arts well and protect these grandpas." Qin Yun smiled, reminding him of Qi Meian. She was also so pure and lovely. Little Hong Er hurriedly nodded and revealed a sweet smile. The people from the Lin family were all expressionless and cold. It could be seen that they were not acting very friendly at this moment. "Young Master Yun, the people of our Lin family are all injured. Can you lend us those 2 sets of light inscription equipment? We will use our own crystal coins to replenish the energy of the light inscription equipment." Lin Ying walked over and asked in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with pleading. Qin Yun scratched his head and said, "Well, my light inscription equipment cannot be replenished with crystal coins. I need to infuse it with Vajra inner force. Just now, I gave it to these seniors and it has already used up all of its energy. If I want to replenish it, it will take at least 2 or 3 days." Lin Ying looked at the 5th uncle and 6th uncle, bit her lips and said in a low voice, "We can wait here for a few days for you to replenish the energy of the light inscription equipment. Besides, these old masters also need a few days to recuperate." "All right then." Qin Yun nodded and took out the light inscription equipment. He began to replenish the energy inside. He did not want to lend it to the Lin family. They clearly needed light inscription equipment, but they refused to lend it to them. Instead, they asked Lin Ying to do it. What displeased Qin Yun the most was that the 5th and 6th uncle were obviously not good people. Their attitudes were extremely vile and they were also extremely arrogant. The place they were at was a dark green grassland. Not far away, there was a small river. The environment was not bad. Because it was on a plain, even if a magical beast appeared, it would be discovered very quickly. The people of the Lin family set up their tents. Their tents were dozens of meters away from Qin Yun. As for Qin Yun, he was with little Hong Er and company. The few old men were surnamed Ding and they were 4 brothers. Little Hong Er's grandfather was the eldest brother. His name was Ding Yi and he was the patriarch of a small family. Because they were close to the city gate, the Ding family was the first to suffer when the horde of magical beasts rushed in. "Master Ding, the city's defensive formation was set up by our divine inscription palace. It's definitely not that easy for the magical beasts to break through. Someone must have purposely retracted the formation and opened the city gates to allow the magical beasts to enter," Qin Yun said. Ding Yi and the elders nodded. They also knew that the city gates had been opened by someone. "Indeed, but we don't know who opened the city gates. It was night time, and because there was a city protection formation, and the people from the Divine Inscription Palace told us that reinforcements would soon arrive, we relaxed our vigilance at night." Ding Yi sighed in grief and anger. If someone hadn't deliberately opened the city gates, our Ding family wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Second brother Ding let out a sorrowful sigh. "Ding Hong Hong is the only one left in our Ding family." He lovingly caressed little Hong Er's head. Ding Hong Er was also very strong. She endured the pain of losing her parents and silently felt sad. She did not cry. At night, Ding Yi and company set up their tents and allowed Qin Yun to go in with them. After Qin Yun entered, he handed the 2 sets of light inscription equipment to them and said, "You guys continue using them until you recover." When Ding Yi heard that, he was slightly alarmed and said in a low voice, "What about them? There are a few of them and their injuries aren't light either. Don't worry about them. They're not good people. I regret being with them. You don't know this, but when they see you, they want to rush over and kill you." Qin Yun grunted. When Ding Yi and company heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with surprise. The Lin family is a very large family in the city. Because we don't have much contact with them, we don't know much about the situation of the Lin family's disciples. However, we do know that the Lin family has conflicts with a few other families. Ding Yi said. They did not reject Qin Yun's good intentions. They took the light inscription equipment and began to heal their injuries. Qin Yan only needed a few hours to fill up the energy of the light inscription equipment. There was no need for 2 or 3 days. That was all a lie to the Lin family. Not long after, the 4 elders of the Ding family had more or less recovered from their injuries. However, because Ding Yi had lost his left arm, it was difficult for him to recover. This made Ding Honghong very sad. Late at night, Qin Yan continued to inject energy into the light inscription equipment. The 4 elders of the Ding family sat cross-legged on the blanket, resting with their eyes closed. As for Ding Honghong, she lay on the soft beast skin and fell asleep amidst her sorrow and exhaustion. After daybreak, Qin Yan continued to forge high-grade body-securing talismans in his tent. The 4 elders of the Ding family and Ding Honghong stayed outside, not disturbing Qin Yan's work. Ding Honghong was outside on the grassland, chasing birds around. She was no longer that sad. Just as she was playing, suddenly, a red-robed old man flew over from afar. This made Lin Yin and the rest of the Lin family extremely happy. This was the martial Dao realm elder of their Lin family. As soon as the elder arrived, he entered a large tent in the Lin family. When Ding Yi saw this, he hurriedly informed Qin Yan of the matter. When Qin Yan learned of this, he was secretly happy. This way, he would not need to continue escorting the Lin family. As for the Lin family, they were all waiting for his light inscription equipment, so they planned to stay here. Qin Yan was crafting talismans inside the tent and did not know what was happening outside. In the grassland outside, Lin Yin suddenly walked towards Ding Honghong. Lin Yin was beautiful and she was very good at talking. Soon, she became very familiar with Ding Honghong and brought her to play everywhere. Ding Yi and the other 4 elders felt that Ding Honghong needed someone to talk to. Seeing that Lin Yin was getting along well with her, they did not say anything. When it was almost evening, Qin Yan suddenly heard a very low cry. He, who was crafting talismans, hurriedly stopped what he was doing and rushed out of the tent. It's little Honger's voice. Where is she? Qin Yan looked at Ding Yi outside the tent and asked hurriedly. She and Miss Lin Yin went to play by the river. When Ding Yi saw Qin Yan's anxious face, he suddenly became worried. Qin Yan was sure that he had not heard wrongly. His mental force was very strong. This allowed him to have extraordinary hearing, allowing him to capture weak sounds. When he found out that Ding Honghong and Lin Yin were together, he hurriedly rushed to the Lin family's tent. Ding Yi and the other 4 elders also anxiously followed behind. Qin Yan rushed into the large tent at an extremely fast speed because he could sense the auras of Ding Honghong and Lin Yin. After rushing in, he saw that inside the large tent, Ding Honghong was being pulled left and right by the 5th and 6th uncle. Her clothes were already in tatters. As for the rest of the Lin family, they were drinking and laughing at the same time. Ding Honghong was already frightened out of her wits. She was a weak girl and could not break free from the claws of these 2 9th-level martial artists. Lin Yin was holding a wine cup and her face was flushed red from drinking. When she saw Qin Yan rush in, her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly walked towards Qin Yan and explained, Young Master Yun, they are just playing with Hong Hong. Everyone has been frightened by the magical beasts for the past few days. They are just drinking and having some fun. When she saw Qin Yan's gloomy and terrifying expression, she could not help but cry, Young Master Yun, this is all my fault. I did not take good care of Hong Hong, please forgive me. This was all forced by 5th uncle and 6th uncle, I had no choice. Punishing evil and eliminating evil. The moment Qin Yun entered, he held onto a bone talisman tightly because he knew that there was an old man of the martial Dao realm inside. It was also because of this that the Lin family was so arrogant. Isn't it just teasing this little girl? What's the big deal? It's her fortune that I like her. When the 5th uncle saw how furious Qin Yun and Ding Yi were, he sneered. These words made Qin Yun even more furious. He said in a deep voice, Uncle Ding, bring little Honger out. Ding Yi and the other 4 elders immediately brought Ding Honger out of the tent. After they left, Qin Yun also left the tent. Just as Qin Yun walked out of the tent, the Lin family members followed closely behind. Especially Lin Yin, who followed behind Qin Yun. She kept apologizing and begging for Qin Yun's forgiveness. As for the other members of the Lin family, their faces were filled with sneers, especially the red-robed elder. When he looked at Qin Yun, his eyes were filled with greed. That little girl's foundation is not bad. Marry me. The fifth uncle smiled sinisterly as he walked over. The red-robed elder was an elder of the Lin family. He stood in front of the group of people from the Lin family with a sinister smile on his face. What are you doing? Ding Yi shouted angrily. They could tell that the Lin family had become extremely arrogant because they had a martial Dao realm elder. What are you doing? Of course I want to fuck your granddaughter. Ha ha ha. Fifth uncle laughed sinisterly as he glanced at Qin Yun. Why? Are you angry? But what can you do? Although you are from the Divine Inscription Palace, you are only at the 9th level martial body realm. I'll take care of this little girl first and then teach you a lesson. Qin Yun had a spirit essence saber and 2 light inscription equipment. These were all extremely expensive items. When the martial Dao realm elder learned that Qin Yun had these items, he decided to kill Qin Yun and Ding Yi. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Yun looked coldly at the fifth uncle and said with a cold voice. Brat, you haven't seen the situation clearly, have you? Even if you have 10 9th level martial body cultivators, you are still not our match. You should kneel down and beg us for mercy. The fifth uncle smiled ferociously and walked toward Ding Yi. His face was full of lust, which scared Ding Hong so much that her face was filled with fear. Qin Yun suddenly took out his spirit essence saber. The blade shimmered with a cold light and a threatening killing intent, causing the Lin family members to reveal looks of horror. As for the fifth uncle, he didn't seem to care. With a sinister smile on his face, he continued to walk towards Ding Hong. Lin Yin hurriedly pulled Qin Yun and whispered, Young Master Yun, don't do anything stupid. The current situation is very disadvantageous to you. You should cooperate with them. The red-robed old man laughed heartily and said, Fifth brother, let that little girl help our Lin family give birth to more descendants. Let our Lin family flourish. Haha. With me here, I guarantee that they won't even be able to touch your clothes. Lin Yin held Qin Yun's arm tightly, worried that he would attack. As for Qin Yun, he was already enraged to the extreme. His face was filled with killing intent as he said in a low voice, I was really blind to actually save you bunch of bastards, a bunch of bastards who repay kindness with enmity. You saved us yourself, what does it have to do with us? You should be a good person to the end. Give us your saber and those 2 sets of light pattern equipment, ha ha ha. Sixth uncle laughed complacently from afar. I will send you on your way. Qin Yun's cold voice was filled with endless resentment and anger. It was accompanied by a strong killing intent that surged in all directions. The spirit essence saber in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand. Like an ice-cold ray of light, it flew towards fifth uncle. With a whoosh, a cold saber light flashed and fifth uncle's head rolled to the ground. A stream of blood flew into the air. The evil fifth uncle of the Lin family had been killed by Qin Yun. All the members of the Lin family were stunned on the spot. That fifth uncle was a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm. Although he was slightly injured, he shouldn't have been killed in an instant. Fifth uncle. Lin Yin's eyes were filled with shock as she looked at fifth uncle's head. The red-robed elder was also alarmed. He never expected Qin Yun's saber to be so fast. Furthermore, it had flown over without any warning and beheaded fifth uncle. You killed a member of my Lin family, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The red-robed elder was infuriated as he charged at Qin Yun. The other members of the Lin family also charged at Ding Yi and company. Qin Yun ran to the side and threw out a top-grade body-securing talisman, freezing the red-robed elder in place. The moment the red-robed elder was frozen by the body-securing talisman, he was alarmed to the extreme. He knew that it was a very powerful talisman. Qin Yun controlled the saber and with a few swishes, he chopped off the red-robed elder's legs and feet. Then, he carried the giant king spirit hammer and executed a set of 6-style forging dragon. Qin Yun executed the 6-style forging dragon. The hammer descended like thunder, stirring up a violent storm and causing the ground to tremble. Such might caused everyone present to be incomparably terrified. A young man at the 9th level martial body realm actually had such power. It had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Don't kill me. I have a magical beast crystal egg, I can give it to you. After all, the red-robed elder was at the martial Dao realm. After suffering such a ferocious attack from Qin Yun, he did not die. However, his injuries were extremely severe. His limbs were severed, his inner core cracked and his meridians were shattered. Take it out and I can spare your life. Qin Yun said coldly. Ding Yi and company also hurriedly came behind Qin Yun. When the members of the Lin family saw their elder end up in such a state, they did not dare to approach Qin Yun. Fear was written all over their faces. The red-robed elder wailed as he took out 2 magical beast crystal eggs from his storage spirit artifact. Qin Yun put away the magical beast crystal egg and kicked the red-robed elder's body towards the Lin family. Quickly kill this little bastard. With your strength, you will definitely be able to take them down. After the red-robed elder was caught by the 6th uncle, he roared with hatred, whoever can kill him, I will give my storage spirit artifact to that person. Furthermore, I will make him the patriarch of the Lin family. The Lin family members were extremely agitated by the red-robed elder's words as they charged at Qin Yun and company. Attack! Ding Yi had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that he saw that the martial Dao realm cultivator could not fight, he charged forward together. They were all old martial artists at the 9th level martial body realm. Naturally, they were stronger than the middle-aged martial artists opposite them. Qin Yun planned to control the spirit essence saber to attack the Lin family members from afar. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly heard an cry. It was from Ding Hong's voice. Qin Yun turned around abruptly to look at Ding Hong's back. He saw that she had been captured by Lin Yin. Lin Yin held a dagger to Ding Hong's neck and shouted, Yun, quickly hand over the magical beast crystal egg you just obtained. And your saber, storage spirit artifact and light inscription equipment. Qin Yun gritted his teeth. Although he had always been on guard against Lin Yin, he never expected her to suddenly betray him. This was something he had not expected. Lin Yin, I have truly underestimated you. I could tell that you were not a good person, but I never expected you to be even more ruthless than I imagined. Qin Yun said with a sneer. Ding Yi and company, who had just attacked, were also extremely anxious as they hurriedly retreated to Qin Yun's side. The members of the Lin family rushed over and surrounded Qin Yun, Ding Yi, and the other 4 elders. Their faces were filled with complacency. Little girl, well done. Quickly. Make that brat hand over everything. Although the red-robed elder was severely injured, he was extremely excited. Yun, if you don't hurry up and throw the things over, I'll strip this girl naked. Lin Yun's face was filled with viciousness. Big brother, don't worry about me. Quickly take grandfather and the others and leave. Lin Hong's face was filled with stubbornness as she shouted, hurry up and leave. Shut up. 6th uncle was infuriated. He walked over and slapped Ding Hong's face. Although Ding Hong's face had been slapped, she did not cry. She looked at Qin Yun with determination, hoping that he would leave quickly. Qin Yun's heart was dripping with blood. He gritted his teeth and threw his spirit essence saber over. When Lin Yin saw the saber land at her feet, she shouted in pleasant surprise, 6th uncle, pick it up and show it to me. 6th uncle's eyes were filled with jealousy as he picked up the beautiful saber and handed it to Lin Yin. Everyone knew that this saber was very strong and could fly out to kill a Class 9 magical beast. Everyone in the Lin family thought that as long as they got their hands on this saber, they would be able to control it and easily kill a 9th grade magical beast. Just as Lin Yin grabbed the hilt of the saber, she suddenly felt a majestic mental strength pour into her body. It instantly poured into her head, causing her vision to turn black and her body to feel weak. Ding Hong hurriedly broke free from Lin Yin and charged towards Qin Yun and company. 6th uncle's reaction was very fast. He immediately extended his hand to grab Ding Hong. Suddenly, the spirit essence saber flashed and flew over, cutting off 6th uncle's hand. 6th uncle screamed in pain. Just as he was shouting, his head was cut off by the saber. Ding Hong finally ran back and threw herself into Ding Yi's arms. Leave them to me. As Qin Yun spoke, he brandished his saber and flew towards the crowd. When the Lin family members saw the spirit essence saber flying over, they fled in all directions, letting out terrified cries. No matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the flying spirit essence saber. With a series of screams, the people of the Lin family fell one by one. They were all seriously injured by the spirit essence saber. Lin Yin was only at the 7th level martial body realm. Furthermore, she was not on guard against Qin Yan's mental attack. She was knocked unconscious in an instant. When she woke up, she saw the bloody Lin family members everywhere. She was so frightened that she cried out involuntarily. "Young Master Yun, don't kill me, don't kill me. Just treat me as a whore. You can do whatever you want to me. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Lin Yin's face was covered in tears as she begged for mercy. "Humph, kill you? I don't even want to dirty my saber." Qin Yan recalled how Lin Yin had tricked Ding Honghong into drinking with her. Recalling how Lin Yin had used Ding Honghong to threaten him, anger surged in his heart. When she saw Qin Yan's rage, Lin Yin hurriedly shouted, "You are from the Divine Inscription Palace. We are under the protection of the Divine Inscription Palace. You can't kill us." The red-robed elder also shouted, "Your Divine Inscription Palace is a great power. How dare you kill the innocent? You are not innocent. And all of you are villains." Qin Yan sneered as he took out a talisman. At that moment, a group of people appeared in the distance. When the red-robed elder saw them, he shouted in pleasant surprise, "It's the elite guards of the Divine Inscription Palace. We're saved." Beastman. When Qin Yan saw Shuchuan arrive, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Shuchuan and the dozen or so golden-armored men landed on the ground. When they saw the wounded on the ground, they felt extremely puzzled. "Great Elder, you have to save us. This person claims to be from the Divine Inscription Palace, but he has attacked us so viciously. Furthermore, he wants to violate a woman from a good family." The red-robed elder shouted. His limbs had been severed and he could only lie on the ground. "Great Elder, quickly save me. This demon wants to kill me. Don't look at how young he is, he's a pervert." Lin Yin hurriedly crawled to Shuchuan's feet and wailed. Lin Yin, the red-robed elder and the injured Lin family members all begged Shuchuan for help, saying that Qin Yan was an unforgivable evil. "They're lying. Big Brother is not that kind of person." Ding Honghong was flustered as she hurriedly shouted at Shuchuan. Lin Yin pointed at Qin Yan and cursed angrily, "He is a pervert. When he saw my outstanding beauty, he wanted to violate me. That's why he attacked my clansmen. He even said that he would marry me and make me his wife." Shuchuan looked at Qin Yan and asked, "Qin Yan, what's going on? Don't you already have a heavenly daughter like Xiao Yuelan as your wife? Why would you still fancy this kind of trash?" When Lin Yin heard Shuchuan's words, she was immediately dumbfounded. The red-robed elder, the Lin family members, Ding Yi and the other four elders and Ding Honghong all looked at Qin Yan in a daze. Now, they understood why this youth from the Divine Inscription Palace was so terrifying. It was actually the legendary youth who dared to fight against the Blue Spirit West Palace, the crown prince of the Tianqin Empire. Lin Yan's face turned red. She never expected that Yun was Qin Yan. Everyone knew that Qin Yan had all sorts of heavenly daughters by his side. Not to mention a woman with extreme talent like Xiao Yuelan. Even women like Meng Fei Ling and Shui Zai were existences that many disciples of famous sects could not reach. "Great Elder, this matter is like this." Qin Yan simply told Shuchuan the ins and outs of the matter. Shuchuan sneered as he looked at the Lin family members. "This is all your own fault." After he finished speaking, the dozen or so elites walked forward and brandished their golden sabers to slash at the Lin family members. Originally, when Lin Yin and the others saw Shuchuan, they were filled with hope. But now, they felt even more despair. Because right now, it was not Qin Yan who was killing them, but the people from the Divine Inscription Palace. Before Lin Yin died, she regretted her inability to resist her greed. Otherwise, she would not have captured Ding Honghong to threaten Qin Yan and would not have been killed. Instead, she would have had a good relationship with Qin Yan. Shuchuan threw a fire talisman at the corpses and said, "Qin Yan, let's go back. I have something important to tell you." Qin Yan nodded. Then, he, Ding Yi and company followed Shuchuan back to the Divine Inscription Palace at the peak of the Divine Inscription Mountain. Shuchuan also promised Qin Yan that he would arrange for Ding Yi and company to work in the Divine Inscription Palace. Returning to the Divine Inscription Palace, Qin Yan and Shuchuan were in a secret hall. Shuchuan looked worried and sighed. He drank half a cup of tea and said, "Although the demonic beasts of Mystic Wind City have been dealt with by us, the city has been destroyed. We will find out who let the magical beasts into the city as soon as possible." Great Elder, you said you had something important to tell me? What's so important? Is it related to the magical beast attack? Xianxia asked. It's related. Do you know who organized the magical beasts that attacked the city this time? Shuchuan said, I'm also worried about this matter. Xianxia was alarmed as he shook his head. Is there really someone plotting behind the horde of magical beasts? If that's the case, then that's too terrifying. Shuchuan nodded and said, strictly speaking, they can't be considered humans. The ones who planned this attack were the beastmen. According to the clues I found, those beastmen have mastered a special ability that allows them to control and tame magical beasts. Xianxia was no stranger to the beastmen. The Tianqin Empire he resided in faced the threat of the beastmen from time to time. Back then, he had almost been sent to the border to fight the beastmen. No one knew how the beastmen appeared. They only knew that the beastmen could speak the human language. Most of them could stand upright and walk like humans. They had many human characteristics, and the characteristics of beasts were the most obvious. Beastmen could also cultivate martial arts like humans and obtain great power. The most terrifying thing was that the beastmen's reproductive ability was very strong and their growth rate was very fast. Therefore, they had always been a threat to humans. Fortunately, for many years, humans had relied on the power of martial arts to suppress the expansion of the beastmen's power. Is this true? Xianxia also understood that Shuchuan was going to tell him something important. If the beastmen could really control a large number of powerful magical beasts, then it was very likely that humans would not be able to suppress them. Because of the appearance of a large number of magical beasts, humans could only hide in the city. The beastmen, who had never been able to enter the borders, had also taken the opportunity to enter the borders. This way, the beastmen would be able to get close to the human cities. If the beastmen could control a large number of Class 9 magical beasts, it would be difficult for humans to defeat them. Your Tianqin Empire did not withdraw its troops from the border. The beastmen can control magical beasts. This is very dangerous for the army at the border. Shuchuan said, magical beasts use humans as food. If the army at the border is no match for the beastmen and magical beasts, those soldiers will become their food. When they have stored enough food, they will be able to attack the major cities. Looks like I have to make a trip to the border to take a look. Xianxia said with a frown, I'm afraid that the generals there don't know about this and keep fighting to the death with the magical beasts. Shuchuan nodded and said, be careful on your way. With your strength, as long as it isn't a spirit beast, it won't be able to pose a threat to you. I will also conduct research here to see how to deal with the alliance between the beastmen and magical beasts. Most importantly, I want to find out who opened the city gate. This kind of mole is most likely working together with the beastmen. It must have been the generous conditions offered by the beastmen that made some of the influential figures in the city compromise and betray the entire city. When Shuchuan mentioned this matter, he became very angry. The Mystic Wind City was very important to the Divine Inscription Palace. Its defenses were very strong in all aspects. If not for the traitor closing the formation and letting in the magical beasts, it would have been very difficult to break through. If there's any news, we'll contact you again. Oh right, Great Elder, help me bid farewell to little Hong. Tell her that I'll come visit her when I have time. Xianxia said. Got it. That girl has a good foundation and is worth nurturing. I will arrange for her to cultivate in the martial way. Shuchuan nodded. With a heavy heart, Xianxia left the mysterious inscription Spirit Mountain and rushed to the Tianqin Empire. Meng Feiling's Meng family was the main force guarding the border. Over the years, they had clashed with the Beastmen army and the Demon Beast army many times. However, it was different this time. The Beastmen were controlling powerful magical beasts to charge at the front. If the humans did not know of their plans, they would most likely suffer greatly. In the storage space of the first bead, Momo was flying around. She was in an extremely good mood because she had 3 magical beast crystal eggs. It was enough for her to eat for a long time. Xianxia ran through the night as he looked at the storage space. He asked, Momo, do you know anything about the beastmen and magical beasts? Can the beastmen control magical beasts? The fairies came from the demon realm. It was said that they were born from the corpses of totem magical beasts. I don't know what the beastmen you're talking about are. I'll only know after I see them. Mo thought for a moment and shook her head. I know a lot about magical beasts. As long as I see the beastmen and understand how they control magical beasts, I'll have a rough idea of the situation. Right now, Qin Yin could only see the beastmen. The southwest border of the Tianqin Empire was where the beastmen often appeared. Although it was a dangerous place, it was surprisingly prosperous. Because the beastmen also had many treasures on them, they were similar to beasts. Therefore, many people would gather here to capture the lone beastmen. It was said that in many cities on the southwest border, there were beastmen being sold at a high price. Now that a large number of magical beasts had appeared, if one wasn't very strong, many people wouldn't dare to go out alone. They would have to form a large team. After a few nights of rushing, Qin Yin finally arrived at the Demon Imperial City. This was the territory of the Meng family, and the Meng family was now the strongest family in the Tianqin Empire. They were valued by the emperor, Qin Long. Over the years, the city that the Meng family had built here had developed to a very large scale. This kind of city was usually very prosperous and gathered many martial artists. The city gate only opened a very small door. Even if there were magical beasts, it would not be easy for them to pass through this small door. Qin Yin entered the Demon Imperial City through this small door. There were a lot of people inside because many of the unprotected small cities and small towns in the vicinity had all squeezed in. Fortunately, the Meng family had a very strong management ability and did not cause the crowded city to become very chaotic. I think I came here when I was young. I don't remember. When Qin Yin was young, he often ran around with Qin Long. Because he was injured in order to save Xiao Yuelan when he was young, he lost a lot of his memories. He masked his face, wore a hood and a gray robe, and walked on the crowded streets of the Demon Imperial City, asking for directions to the Demon Imperial Palace. The Demon Imperial Palace was located on the east side of the city. It was a very large villa. At the grand red gate of the palace stood 10 tall and sturdy guards in black armor. Qin Yin walked over and took out a token. When the guards saw it, they panicked. Because only the princes had this kind of token. There was a huge change in the Tianqin imperial family. There were only 2 princes, Qin Yun and Qin Tianyi. As for Qin Tianyi, he was under house arrest in the imperial palace, and the only prince who could come out was Qin Yun. There's no need to bow. Bring me in and inform Sister Fei Ling. Qin Yun said in a low voice. Oh right, don't tell her that I'm here. Just say that there's a very important person who wants to see her. I want to give her a surprise. Yes sir. One of the guards nodded and led Qin Yun into the Demon Imperial Palace. Qin Yun was drinking tea in a living room. The guard had already gone to inform Meng Fei Ling very quickly. The guard returned. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, eldest miss said that she wants you to go over because she's quarreling with someone and has no time to come over. Quarrel? With her parents? Qin Yin put down his teacup and stood up. No, she's quarreling with a few inscription masters. The guard said. Demon King's mansion. Qin Yin followed the guard and passed through a garden filled with flowers. He stepped onto a long corridor built over a pond and saw Meng Fei Ling. She was standing beside a fake mountain by the shore, speaking loudly to a few middle-aged men. Meng Fei Ling was dressed in a blue suit with a long braid hanging behind her waist. Her graceful figure was extremely alluring. At this moment, her charming face was filled with anger as she argued with a few middle-aged men. I've already said that without my permission, you are not allowed to wander around the mansion. If you want to walk around, I'll arrange for someone to accompany you. How can you run around in the prince's mansion as you please? Meng Fei Ling shouted. Little girl, we are the inscription masters responsible for protecting your capital. Show us some respect. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious red clothes said with a sneer, If you don't apologize to us, you will be responsible if anything happens to this city. Meng Fei Ling said angrily, It's clearly your fault. You ran around in our Wangfu and even bullied our maidservants. This is not your home, so it's not up to you to strut around here. If you want to apologize, it should be you apologizing to the maids of my mansion. The middle-aged man was slightly angry as he shouted, You want me to apologize to the servants of your mansion? You must be insulting us. Isn't it just a few maids? It's her fortune that I like her. You must know that we are all intermediate level inscription masters and our statuses are very high. Meng Feiling was filled with anger as she continued to argue with the middle-aged men. Xianxia found it strange and asked the guard beside him, "What's going on with these inscription masters? Have they always been like this?" The guard said, "The inscription master who was originally in charge of our demon imperial city went missing, so we hired a new group of inscription masters to come over. Although they are only intermediate level inscription masters, their standards are pretty good and they have a lot of experience in maintaining the formation. However, their attitude has always been very bad. They have bullied the maidservants of our mansion a few times. Eldest Miss has endured them for a long time. Today, she really can't take it anymore, so she quarreled with them." Xianxia stroked his chin and asked, "Did these inscription masters just arrive?" The guard nodded. 7 days ago. Because there were magical beasts attacking the city from time to time, the defensive formation often needed to be maintained and inspected. Now that it was so chaotic outside, it was not easy to find an inscription master. No matter how vile they were, they could only endure it. If there is no team of inscription masters to protect the formation, the entire city will be in danger. "All right, you can go back," Xianxia said. After the guard left, Xianxia passed through the corridor and came to the side of the fake mountain. The angry Meng Feiling did not notice Xianxia behind her. However, the few middle-aged inscriptionists saw Xianxia coming. "You, this servant, are really lacking in discipline. You can come and go as you please," the red-cloaked middle-aged man shouted at Xianxia. He had lost a lot of face after being scolded by Meng Feiling, so he could only vent his anger on Xianxia. Meng Feiling turned her head and saw a familiar face. She was pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Xianxia, why are you here?" "I was passing by, so I came to see Sister Feiling," Xianxia said with a smile. Meng Feiling looked at the middle-aged inscription masters and said with a sneer, "You guys sure have guts. This is the crown prince of the Tianqin Empire." The red-cloaked middle-aged man did not think much of it and sneered, "So what?" He was expelled by the Star Xianwu Academy. It could be seen that the Star Xianwu Academy did not value him at all. "So what if it's the crown prince? His safety here still depends on us. If we don't protect the city's great defensive formation, he won't dare to stay here for long. The Tianqin Empire is currently being attacked by magical beasts and all the cities are in danger. What can the crown prince do other than consume the empire's resources? He does have some strength, but can he guarantee the safety of a city? Only we can guarantee the safety of a city." Another middle-aged man mocked loudly. He seems to be an inscription master as well. However, he was only a beginner-level inscription master. It was difficult for him to reach the intermediate level. One must know that a mid-grade spirit array is extremely difficult. At most, he can only refine some mid-grade spirit inscriptions or refine some clumsy mid-grade spirit artifacts. That's right. With his sloppy appearance, if he doesn't go into seclusion and study hard, I'm afraid he won't be able to become an intermediate-level inscription master by the time his hair turns white. In this day and age, the crown prince is no big deal. We inscription masters who can guarantee the safety of a city are much more honorable than a crown prince like you." These middle-aged inscription masters constantly mocked and ridiculed Xianxia. They did not place Xianxia in their eyes at all. Meng Feiling was extremely angry when she saw this, but she could not refute it. She knew very well that the great formation of the demon imperial city needed to be maintained at all times. Otherwise, it would be easily broken by the magical beasts. "Are you really intermediate-level inscription masters?" Xianxia asked with a faint smile. "Of course." The red-cloaked middle-aged man said proudly, "My name is Xiaoyusen. You can ask around about my name. Amongst the intermediate-level inscriptionists, I can be ranked in the top 5. There are some intermediate-level inscriptionists, but compared to me, their level is far too lacking." Meng Feiling did not say a word because she knew that Xianxia was still very strong in the Tao of inscriptions. Just the storage spirit artifact that he forged was something that many people yearned for. "Then may I ask Master Xia, what is the highest level spirit artifact that you can forge right now?" Xianxia asked. "I'm also an inscription master. How about we compete?" Xiaoyusen was an inscription master. He had also heard that Qin Yan had forged a very powerful spirit artifact. For example, the giant king spirit hammer was extremely powerful. It was said that it was close to the level of a high-grade spirit artifact. However, he did not believe that Qin Yan had forged it himself. He believed that someone was secretly helping Qin Yan. As for the storage bag that Qin Yan had forged, he rather approved of it. As for the storage bag, it was not a spirit artifact used in battle, so it could not be used for comparison. I know, you have a pretty good giant king spirit hammer. However, everyone knows that this giant king spirit hammer was not forged by you. Furthermore, you have no evidence to prove that it was forged by you. If you were to use this giant king spirit hammer to compare, then I would naturally lose. Xiaoyusen sneered. Previously, when Qin Yan and Lan Fengjin had gone to the Divine Inscription Palace, he had been able to refine royal-grade bone steel on the spot. This was originally a very sensational matter. However, the high-ranked inscriptionists present at that time had concealed this matter and did not publicize it. They were mainly afraid that they would be laughed at. Therefore, Xiaoyusen did not know about this matter. That was why he looked down on Qin Yan so much. Qin Yan took out his spirit essence saber and said with a smile, I won't use the giant king spirit hammer. I'll just use my saber. How about it? My saber's grade isn't high. It's almost a mid-grade spirit artifact. Take a look. Xiaoyusen and the others took the saber and looked at it. They all nodded their heads. Although there was no expression on his face, he was secretly surprised in his heart. This was because this saber was forged very well and its overall level was very high. The best I've refined is my Vajra shield. If your saber can leave a mark on my escape, then I'll concede defeat. Xiaoyusen took out a golden round shield and placed it in front of him. Xiaoyusen was in the martial Dao realm. With such an escape technique, he could infuse the power of the martial Dao realm into the round shield, making it even stronger. Qin Yan was only at the 9th level martial body realm. Even if the weapon in his hand was a high-grade spirit artifact, it would not be easy for him to leave a mark on the round shield. Little brother Yun, don't compete with them. This fellow is in the martial Dao realm. A spirit artifact will become even stronger in his hands. This is not fair at all. Meng Feiling stepped forward and pulled Qin Yan. She was worried that Qin Yan would be tricked by the other party. It's fine, I'll definitely win. Qin Yan smiled. Xiaoyusen laughed loudly and said, Crown Prince, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. After all, the difference between you and me is too great. Right now, I'm just letting you experience the power of an intermediate inscription master. I'll let you know your own weak refining skills. Master Xia, are you ready? If you're ready, I'm going to chop it down. Qin Yan said with a smile. He was not the slightest bit provoked by the other party's mocking words. Arrogance is the common problem of you pampered children. Forget it, I'll teach you a lesson today and let you know that there's always someone better than you. Xiaoyusen smiled proudly. Come on, ruthlessly hack at my Vajra shield. He grabbed the round shield and placed it in front of him. He secretly injected his martial Dao realm power into the round shield, forming an energy barrier that secretly protected the round shield. Qin Yan released the Nether Sun internal supreme force and infused it into the saber. Then, he executed the wind-slashing thunder style and slashed at the round shield. When Xiaoyusen and company saw Qin Yan's saber slash down, their expressions changed drastically. This kind of power was truly terrifying. It did not seem like something that a 9th-level martial body cultivator could release. Meng Feiling was also stunned by Qin Yan's strength. She knew that Qin Yan was at the 9th-level martial body realm, but she never expected him to be so terrifying. The moment Qin Yan slashed down, the water in the pond trembled violently as it churned. Following that, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it a bolt of lightning that entered the blade. With an explosive sound, the saber seemed as though it was about to split the earth apart as it revealed the Vajra shield in Xiaoyusen's hand. Boom, the blade struck the round shield, producing a blinding light. The loud sound caused the water in the pond to splash everywhere. The resulting gust of wind blew down a few trees by the pond. Qin Yan retracted his saber and smiled faintly. Master Xia, your Vajra shield isn't Vajra. Xiaoyusen's hand that was holding the shield was trembling slightly. As for his Vajra shield, there was actually a large hole in it. Many cracks had appeared on it and it looked like it was about to be crippled. Meng Failing suppressed the shock in her heart and said with a charming smile, "This Vajra shield is too weak. If little brother Yun hadn't restrained his strength, you might have been hacked to death just now. This doesn't count." When Xiaoyusen saw his precious shield being destroyed, he flew into a rage and shouted, "You're cheating! You deliberately released all of your strength into your saber and destroyed my Vajra shield. Compensate me for my Vajra shield." Seeing through the scheme, Xiaoyusen and the others were enraged to the extreme. They were intermediate-level inscriptionists who could maintain the formation. They had never suffered such humiliation before. "Alright, if you don't pay, then we'll leave this city. Let's see who you find to maintain the formation. When the entire city is attacked by the magical beasts, it's all your fault, Crown Prince," Xiaoyusen said with a sneer. Meng Failing hurriedly pulled Qin Yun with a helpless look in her eyes. Although she hated these middle-aged men, they could maintain the formation. That formation was related to the safety of millions of people in the entire capital. If Xiaoyusen and the others left, there would be no one to maintain the formation. Once there was a problem with the formation and the magical beasts attacked, the entire city would be in danger. If you want to leave, then leave. In this world, you are not the only ones who know how to maintain the formation, Qin Yun said nonchalantly. He himself was a high-level inscription master. He could do it by himself if an intermediate inscription master could. Meng Failing did not say a word. She only felt that Qin Yun had other methods. After all, Qin Yun was stronger than her. Furthermore, he was an inscription master and the Tianqin Crown Prince. He definitely had a way to ensure the operation of the formation. Xiaoyusen and company were stunned when they saw Qin Yun chase them away. They thought that Qin Yun would apologize to them and compensate for the loss of the Vajra shield. Not far away, a few old men appeared. "Little brother Yun, the elders of our main clan are here. Father and grandfather are not here, they are in charge of handling the matters of Demon Imperial City," Meng Failing said in a low voice. Xiaoyusen and company also saw the elders of the main clan in the distance and immediately felt a lot more at ease. They understood these seniors very well. They would definitely consider the overall situation and keep them here. The leader was an old man from the main clan. He was tall and thin, with white hair and a youthful face. Although he was old, there weren't many wrinkles on his face. He was dressed in a clean and tidy white robe, making him look even more spirited. The old man was Meng Failing's grandfather's younger brother, Meng Tao. "Granduncle!" Meng Failing shouted. Qin Yun hurriedly walked over and greeted the 5 elders. "Qin Yun, Qin Long's incredible son?" Meng Tao looked at Qin Yun and nodded. "That's me." Qin Yun smiled. Although he was the crown prince, he had to respect these seniors very much. After all, they had guarded the borders for many years. They had repelled the Beastman army many times, allowing the Tianqin Empire to be at peace for many years. "You guys came at the right time. This crown prince is very arrogant. He actually wants to drive us away." Xiaoyusen hurriedly stepped forward, took out his broken Vajra shield, and explained what had just happened. After the several elders of the Meng family heard this, they roughly knew what happened. However, they were rather surprised by Qin Yun's strength. He was actually able to destroy a decent mid-grade spirit artifact like the Vajra shield to such a state. When Xiaoyusen saw the elders of the Meng family, his face revealed a troubled expression. He added oil to the fire and said, "Seniors, you have to think it through. Don't let this city fall because of a mere crown prince's willfulness. Millions of people will die because of this. Previously, the people of Mystic Wind City were impolite to us. After we left, the entire city fell into enemy hands and was destroyed by the horde of demonic beasts." When Qin Yun heard Mystic Wind City, his heart palpitated. Mystic Wind City was a city protected by the Divine Inscription Palace. Because someone opened the city gates from the inside and closed the formation, it was breached by the demonic beasts. As for Xiaoyusen and the others, they were actually in charge of the operation of the Mystic Wind City's formation. When Qin Yun thought of this and saw Xiaoyusen's vile character, he could not help but suspect that Mystic Wind City had fallen because of them. And now, they were actually going to attack Demon Imperial City. Meng Tao looked at Qin Yun and said with a frown, Crown Prince, why don't we each take a step back? We will compensate for the loss of the Vajra shield. Then, you can let them stay and continue to maintain the operation of the formation. How about it? Old Mang, are you saying that I have the right to decide whether they stay or leave? Qin Yan asked. He thought that these seniors would not listen to him. You are the Crown Prince, the future Emperor of Tianqin. Qin Long came here before and told us to follow you and trust you. Meng Tao sighed, I hope you don't disappoint us. Qin Yan nodded. He said, since that's the case, please do as I say for my elders. First, pass down the order to strictly guard all the city gates and close them tightly. You can only enter the city and not leave. Send the strongest forces to guard the city gates. It's best if there are martial Dao realm cultivators. Second, capture Xia Yusen and the others. The elders of the Meng family, Meng Feiling, Xia Yusen, and company were immediately stunned. They did not understand why Qin Yun had given these orders. Little brother Yun, you aren't joking, are you? Meng Feiling said in a low voice. She also noticed that Meng Tao and the other elders were filled with doubts about Qin Yun's orders. Please do as I say. Qin Yun said seriously with a solemn expression. Meng Tao thought for a moment and said, Crown Prince, can you tell us why you are doing this? Especially the few masters who captured Xia Yusen. I am filled with questions and dissatisfaction about this. Because they are the inscription masters we invited and are in charge of the operation of the formation. The formation is related to the fate of the entire city. Furthermore, it's not easy to find an inscription master during this period of time. If we capture them, who will protect the formation? Xia Yusen said proudly, Qin Yun, don't bully us. I know you have complaints about us, but don't cause millions of people in the city to be harmed because of your personal grudges. You are truly a muddle-headed and incompetent crown prince. If you were to become the emperor of Tianqin, Tianqin would be destroyed very soon. We are the most powerful intermediate inscription masters. We will not allow you to bully us. Please apologize to us. Otherwise, we will leave Demon Imperial City immediately. Meng Tao and company did not say a word. They wanted to see how Qin Yun would respond. Since you are the strongest intermediate inscription masters, then take out your intermediate inscription master badges first. Qin Yun looked at Xia Yusen and said with a sneer, I don't recognize you as the strongest intermediate inscription masters. Xia Yusen immediately took out a silver badge. The badge flickered with silver light. It was indeed a genuine intermediate inscription master badge. What about them? Qin Yun pointed at the other middle-aged men. This? Xia Yusen was momentarily speechless. Qin Yun said with a sneer, are they really inscription masters? Xia Yusen said angrily, of course they are inscription masters. They just kept a low profile and didn't participate in the Divine Inscription Palace's examination, so they don't have badges. But they are all very strong intermediate inscription masters. Qin Yun laughed out loud, I don't believe your nonsense. There are many benefits to passing the Divine Inscription Palace's examination. Would you not go? Furthermore, this is also the most direct way to prove your strength. You don't have badges, so don't talk so much nonsense. I think you are all liars. As soon as you arrived at the main clan, you bullied the maidservants here. It's fine if you don't have an inscription master like you. Xia Yusen was flustered and exasperated as he shouted at Meng Tao, Old Mang, you'd better chase Qin Yun away. This muddle-headed crown prince has ill intentions. Seeing how powerful your Meng family is, he is worried that you will affect his power in the future. Therefore, he is going to destroy the powerful royal city that you have built. Such a person is not worthy of your loyalty. Meng Tao and the other elders frowned. Meng Feiling was enraged and shouted, Shut up, little brother Yun is not the kind of person you say he is. He is not greedy for power and is very good to others. As for you, you bullied a few maidservants of our Meng family. This is the truth. With your conduct, you actually have the nerve to talk about others. We are in a difficult position. Meng Tao sighed. He did not know how to deal with this and said, Why don't we wait for Boss Meng to return? Boss Meng was Meng Feiling's grandfather, the Demon King. Old Meng, you must do as I say. Otherwise, Demon Imperial City will be in danger. Qin Yun said hurriedly. But if we capture them, who will protect the formation? Although Meng Tao was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Yun's actions, he could not say anything. When Xiao Yusen saw that Meng Tao did not follow Qin Yun's instructions, he felt very pleased and felt a lot more at ease. I will maintain the formation. As Qin Yun spoke, he took out a golden badge and said, I am a high-level inscription master. I can also maintain the great formation that they can maintain. Furthermore, I have a very good relationship with the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace. I will send a messenger pigeon to him and have him send the best team of inscription masters over as soon as possible. The badge in Qin Yun's hand flickered with a golden light. It was extremely dazzling, causing everyone to be shocked into a daze. Meng Tao and the others were experienced and knowledgeable elders. They could naturally tell that the golden badge was real. It was indeed Qin Yun's own high-ranked inscription master badge. Otherwise, it would not have emitted such a bright golden light. Meng Feiling never expected that not only was Qin Yun's cultivation stronger than hers, he had also become a high-ranked inscription master. At this moment, other than shock, she was also incomparably excited. This is impossible. You are just a 17-year-old brat, how could you be a high-ranked inscription master? You must have used some sort of method to create this badge. Xiao Yusen shouted. He had already spent most of his life becoming an intermediate-level inscription master. And to become a high-ranked inscription master, that was even more difficult. Therefore, he did not believe that Qin Yun was a high-ranked inscription master. Granduncles, is this a real badge? Meng Feiling was also somewhat suspicious because this was simply too unbelievable. Qin Yun handed the badge to Meng Tao and said, Elder Meng, please inspect it. I definitely have the ability to maintain the formation. Meng Tao took the badge and examined it carefully. He even handed it over to the other elders and examined it with them. After a careful examination, they were certain that this was a real badge. However, they still could not believe that Qin Yun was a high-ranked inscription master. Xiao Yusen shouted, Don't be fooled by Qin Yun. If he was a high-ranked inscription master, this matter would have already caused a stir. Furthermore, the Star Xianwu Academy would not have chased him out. The few elders of the Star Xianwu Academy did indeed know that Qin Yun was a high-ranked inscription master. However, they did not dare to publicize this matter because they would be ridiculed by others for expelling a young high-ranked inscription master. Proof Qin Yun did not want to refine a high-grade spirit artifact because it would take some time. He also wanted Meng Tao and the others to pass on the order to seal the Demon Imperial City as soon as possible. When Xiao Yusen saw how serious Qin Yun was, he still did not believe him. He said, I want to see what tricks you use to create a high-grade spirit artifact. I'm not doing it for you to see. I'm doing it for old Meng and the others. As long as they believe that I'm a high-ranked inscription master, it's fine. As for you guys, believe it or not. Xiao Yusen and the others did not think much of it because even middle-aged inscription masters like them could not refine a high-grade spirit artifact. They could not do it, so they believed that the 17-year-old Qin Yun would not be able to do it either. Sister Failing, you don't seem to have a decent spirit artifact. I'll refine one for you. What kind of weapon do you need? Qin Yun said to Meng Feiling with a smile. Meng Feiling was taken aback as she said, Little brother Yun, is this true? Can you really refine a high-grade spirit weapon? To her, this was simply inconceivable. This was because normally, those who could use high-grade spirit artifacts were all seniors with high status in the clan. A junior like her would need to work hard for many years to serve the clan before she could be rewarded. Furthermore, it was a relatively old spirit artifact. To hire a high-grade inscription master to refine a high-grade spirit artifact, one would need to use a lot of crystal coins and other things. The reason why Qin Yun had refined a high-grade spirit artifact for Meng Feiling was partly because she had taken care of Qi Malian at the Star Xianwu Academy and partly to help her consolidate her position in the Meng family. She was a woman. No matter how good her aptitude was, the older generation would more or less value men over women. If she obtained a high-grade spirit artifact forged by Qin Yun, she would not only be a friend of the Tianqin Crown Prince, but also a friend of a high-ranked inscription master. Furthermore, if Qin Yun gave the high-grade spirit artifact to Meng Feiling, the elders of the Meng family would be very happy. After all, Meng Feiling was also a member of their Meng family. I want a good whip, can I? I heard that whips are the hardest to refine, so it's not easy for me to find whips. Meng Feiling said in a low voice, if that's not possible, then forget it. Just forge a sword or something. Qin Yin said with smile, I have never refined a whip before, I will give it a try. The difficulty of refining whips was indeed very high, so it was very rare to see whips among the high-grade spirit weapons. When the Meng family elders heard that Qin Yin wanted to refine a whip, they were moved. If he could really refine it, then this level would be very high even among high-ranked inscriptionists. Xiaoyusen and the others were very disdainful. They would never believe that Qin Yin could forge a high-grade spirit artifact, much less a whip at the level of a high-grade spirit artifact. To Qin Yin, refining a high-grade spirit artifact was not difficult. He could even refine the giant king spirit hammer, which was even harder to refine than a high-grade spirit weapon. Refining a whip now was just a new attempt. When Meng Feiling saw Qin Yin, she took out a large white, long object from her storage space. It looked like a thick rope and asked, what is this? Are you going to use it to make a whip? This is a beast tendon. Qin Yin said with a smile as he took out a few beast tendons that were as thick as an arm. Meng Tao said in surprise, this is the tendon of a spirit beast and it's the thickest tendon at that. Each spirit beast only has one tendon and the main tendon here comes from a few spirit beasts. Qin Yin smiled and did not reply. Instead, he twisted the beast tendon together and turned it into a huge white rope like a fried dough twist. The expressions of Xiaoyusen and company changed. That was because Qin Yin had a certain level of skill to be able to produce such precious materials. Just using beast tendons? Meng Feiling did not know much about artifact forging. In this aspect, she was just a child as she asked Qin Yin curiously. Of course not. The purpose of the beast tendons is to make the whip more flexible. Qin Yin took out a large pile of bone steel and said, a spirit artifact needs to be refined with some bone steel. Top-grade bone steel. Xiaoyusen's heart trembled as he shouted. Even intermediate-level inscriptionists like them might not be able to obtain that much top-grade bone steel. Meng Tao was also shocked. Didn't you want to forge a high-grade spirit artifact? Just use high-grade bone steel. Using top-grade bone steel will only increase the difficulty. I don't have that much high-grade bone steel on me, so I'll use top-grade bone steel. It's about the same anyway. Qin Yin grinned and said indifferently. After he obtained the mental resonance Xian pen, inscribing spirit inscriptions became even easier. Even if he were to inscribe spirit inscriptions on top-grade bone steel, he would not find it too difficult. The high-grade bone steel was thrown into the furnace by Qin Yin to burn. The temperature of the furnace was very high and the flames inside were extremely terrifying. Meng Tao, Xiaoyusen, and the others who were at the martial Dao realm were only about 10 meters away from the furnace. However, they were enveloped by the heat of the furnace and felt very hot. Qin Yin secretly used the nether sun flame and fused it with the purple flames. Not only was the temperature high, it also released a very strong heat wave. The top-grade bone steel in the furnace turned into liquid after being burned by the nether sun purple flame for an hour. The furnace was nearly as tall as a person and it was very big. After Qin Yin opened the lid of the furnace was filled with a thick golden liquid. It was top-grade bone steel that had been melted. This was also the first time Qin Yin had released flames to the extreme. He never expected that he would be able to turn top-grade bone steel into liquid so quickly. He was also surprised by this. Impossible. He only has a cultivation at the 9th level martial body realm, how could he turn top-grade bone steel into liquid so quickly? Xiaoyusen's expression was as though he had seen a ghost, filled with astonishment. Meng Feiling said proudly, little brother Yun has totem tattoos and it's a heavenly lion totem at that. What's so strange about that? Xiaoyusen and company were secretly envious of this kind of flame. It could indeed bring great convenience to artifact forging. After Qin Yin opened the lid, he stuffed the main tendon of the spirit beast into the furnace. The originally thick beast tendon began to shrink after entering the furnace, crazily absorbing the liquid of the top-grade bone steel. Only when the beast tendon was completely stuffed into the furnace did Qin Yin close the lid and continue to heat it up. During the heating process, the large beast tendon was constantly contracting and absorbing the bone steel. Qin Yin heated the furnace for 4 hours. There was only the beast tendon left in the furnace. Just as he was about to open the lid, with a gotcha sound, the furnace actually cracked. No one was surprised that the furnace had suddenly cracked. After all, Qin Yan had been constantly using that terrifying flame to heat the furnace. It would be strange if it did not crack. Sigh, it's finally broken. I can change to a new one. Qin Yan sighed softly before taking out the extremely hot beast tendon from the furnace. The originally thick beast tendon had now become much thinner and was as thick as an arm. Qin Yan placed the beast tendon on the platform and used the giant king spirit hammer to execute the 6-style forging dragon. He hammered at the beast tendon. Under his ferocious hammering, the beast tendon gradually became thinner. When he was forging, he was extremely engrossed and did not pay attention to his surroundings at all. As for the onlookers, Xianxia, Meng Tao, and the others, they were all shocked by his terrifying hammer technique. Every time the hammer fell, it was as if it was striking their hearts. The fake mountain at the side was struck by the energy shockwave again and again. Not long after, it shattered. Xiaoyusen's expression turned ugly. As long as one wasn't blind, they could tell that Qin Yan's artifact forging skills were exquisite. At this level, even an old high-ranked inscription master might not be able to compare to him. At the same time that Meng Failing was surprised, she was even more excited. This was because she would soon be able to use a high-grade spirit artifact. Furthermore, it was her favorite whip. Meng Tao and the other experienced and knowledgeable seniors were also shocked by Qin Yan's talent. They remained silent for a long time. They felt that their understanding of the world was still too little. After more than 4 hours of hammering by Qin Yan, the beast tendon finally became as thick as a normal whip. It was a pure white whip. Although there were no spirit inscriptions carved on it, it was still very beautiful. Even without spirit inscriptions, this whip is still very powerful. Meng Tao praised. The whip was originally made from a few main tendons of spirit beasts and then fused with top-grade bone steel. Finally, it was tempered thousands of times. Just the materials alone were comparable to many famous top-grade spirit artifacts. Xiaoyusen's heart trembled when he saw this. He was an intermediate-level inscription master, so he understood what Qin Yan's level meant. This was no longer an ordinary high-level inscription master. He was an existence that could aspire to become a spirit-level inscription master. What kind of spirit inscriptions do you want to inscribe? Meng Failing said with a smile, "Little brother Yun, you're really amazing. You finished the whip so quickly. You're just short of inscribing spirit inscriptions." The other inscription masters would have to struggle for several days before they could even produce a rough embryo. Meng Tao and the others nodded. An elder from the Meng family looked at Qin Yun with admiration and said, "Your Highness, you should be able to forge a top-grade spirit artifact now, right? The entire whip already has the foundation of a top-grade spirit artifact." "Not yet. I'm still unable to inscribe 7 sets of spirit inscriptions on a spirit artifact." Qin Yun shook his head. A spirit artifact with 5 or 6 sets of spirit inscriptions was a high-grade spirit artifact. A top-grade spirit artifact would require 7 or 8 sets of spirit inscriptions. It's going to be very soon. You're still so young anyway. Meng Tao said. Qin Yun smiled and said, "I'm going to start inscribing spirit inscriptions." He took out the mental resonance Xian pen and injected the power of the blood soul into it. A ball of light appeared and enveloped his hand, preventing others from seeing the spirit inscriptions. When inscribing the dark lines, one had to conceal them well. Otherwise, others would steal the spirit inscriptions. Qin Yan quickly finished inscribing the first set of spirit inscriptions. In less than an hour. Ever since he had refined the Spirit Lion King, the inscriptions had become smoother and smoother. The following inscriptions were also completed very quickly. "What's the first set of spirit inscriptions?" Meng Failing asked. "High-grade thunder inscriptions." Qin Yan said with a smile, "When you whip, you can unleash the power of thunder and lightning. To be able to inscribe high-grade thunder inscriptions on a spirit artifact, it must be a spirit artifact with a very violent attack power." Even Meng Tao and the other seniors were envious. Xiaoyusen saw that Qin Yun had used such a short period of time to inscribe a set of high-grade thunder inscriptions. Recognition. After Qin Yun finished inscribing the lightning runes, he rested for a moment before continuing to inscribe the second set of spirit inscriptions. It took him a total of 12 to 14 hours to finally finish refining Meng Fei Ling's whip. At this moment, the sky was already dark. To many high-grade inscriptionists, refining a high-grade spirit artifact was not easy. It would take at least a few days. As for Qin Yun, he had only used half a day to finish refining it. Sister Failing, I have carved Thunder Talisman, Poison Mark, Body Securing Mark, Berserk Mark, Fire Mark and Strength Mark. You need to familiarize yourself with using these spirit inscriptions. Qin Yun wiped his sweat and continued, the whip is not as domineering as the saber and hammer. It is mainly inclined towards flexibility. When you whip out, you can use different spirit inscriptions according to the opponent's situation. You can also change the abilities of various spirit inscriptions to catch the opponent off guard. Meng Fei Ling's charming eyes were like silk as she giggled and said, Little brother Yun, I really don't know how to thank you for giving me such a good thing. Last time you gave me a storage bracelet, I haven't even given you enough compensation. We are friends, it's not a problem. What's more, you helped me take care of little Mei Lian. Qin Yun said with a smile. Meng Tao said, Crown Prince, we can't take your things for nothing. We can't afford such a precious item. The other old men nodded in agreement. For Qin Yun to be able to refine a high-grade spirit artifact in such a short period of time, he would be able to obtain it very quickly. He wouldn't need to wait for a long time. Therefore, the elders of the Meng family also wanted to have a good relationship with Qin Yun. In the future, if the Meng family wanted a spirit artifact, they wouldn't have to beg other inscription masters like their grandson. Qin Yun was the crown prince and an inscription master, but he did not put on any airs. He and Meng Fei Ling were siblings, so the elders of the Meng family had a very good impression of Qin Yun. They suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with marrying Meng Fei Ling to Qin Yun as a concubine. Qin Yun thought of little fairy Mo in his storage space and said, Alright then, I'm lacking magical beast crystal eggs right now. If you have any, give me 1 or 2. Meng Tao hurriedly took out 3 magical beast crystal eggs and handed them to Qin Yun. When Qin Yun saw the 3 magical beast crystal eggs, he revealed a happy smile. He hurriedly thanked them politely before putting them into his storage space. When Mo saw 3 more magical beast crystal eggs, she felt like she was going to die of happiness. She bounced around the magical beast crystal eggs and laughed nonstop. Old Meng, can we capture them now? Qin Yun looked at Xianxia and company and asked. Meng Tao hurriedly nodded and signaled the elders behind him to capture Xianxia and the others. We are inscription masters. Xianxia immediately said angrily, even if you don't welcome us, you can't capture us. We are protected by the divine inscription palace. Xiaoyusen's face was filled with panic. He released the aura of a martial Dao realm cultivator as he prepared to resist. Qin Yun, I admit that you are a high-ranked inscription master. But for you to exclude your peers like this is a taboo. If this matter were to spread, you would definitely be cursed by other inscription masters. Xiaoyusen said angrily to Qin Yun, we only have a small grudge. You actually used your authority as the crown prince to oppress me. You shameless villain. Xiaoyusen's flustered and exasperated appearance made Qin Yun laugh. Old Meng, capture them. It doesn't matter even if you injure them. If the outside world questions it, just say that they are molesting the maids of the Wang residence. Qin Yun said. A few elders from the Meng family had already made their move. They used chains that were specially used to bind powerful beasts to tie up Xiaoyusen and company. Xiaoyusen and company were unable to resist at all. Those few elders were too strong. Old Meng, pass down the order to seal off the entire royal city. You can only enter and not leave. If the people who come in are of a martial Dao realm, you must keep an eye on them. Qin Yun said with a serious expression. Good. I'll make the arrangements now. Meng Tao asked an old man to pass the order. Then, he looked at Xiaoyusen and company and asked, Crown Prince, can you tell us why you are doing this? Now that these fellows have been arrested, you can feel free to say it. The other 3 elders from the Meng family also looked at Qin Yun with puzzlement. Seniors, you should already know that Mystic Wind City has been attacked by a horde of magical beasts. Qin Yun looked at Xiaoyusen and said with a sneer, these fellows have come here with ill intentions. Meng Feiling asked. Mystic Wind City is under the protection of the Divine Inscription Palace, but it was actually breached by the magical beasts. This is truly inconceivable. There are traitors in Mystic Wind City. Someone opened the city gates from the inside and the great defensive formation was also closed. That's why it was breached by the magical beasts. When Qin Yan said this, Xia Yusen's eyes flickered as he revealed a trace of fear. Qin Yan continued, these fellows had previously maintained the great formation in Mystic Wind City. Therefore, it's very likely that they were the ones who did it. There are also inscription masters in Mystic Wind City who are protecting the formation. They must have used some tricks to enter the core of the formation. When Meng Tao heard this, he was immediately enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Xia Yusen and asked coldly, did you do what happened in Mystic Wind City? Don't listen to Qin Yan's nonsense. Xia Yusen shouted, he's framing me. I will send a messenger pigeon to Zhuchuan. He is very angry about the matter of Mystic Wind City being breached. He must find out the truth. I believe that when the time comes, he will definitely have a way to find out something from you. Qin Yan sneered. Xia Yusen's body trembled as the fear in his eyes became even more obvious. Take them down and wait for the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace to arrive. Meng Tao shouted. At this moment, he also felt a lingering fear. If what Qin Yan said was true, this demon imperial city might become a granary for the magical beasts. Meng Feiling shuddered when she thought of this. Little brother Yun, did you come here to find me for this matter? Meng Feiling asked. Meeting Xia Yusen and the others was just an accident. I came here to tell you that the beast men have a special ability to control powerful magical beast hordes. When Qin Yan mentioned this matter, he recalled the scene of Mystic Wind City being attacked by magical beasts. He let out a long sigh and told them about the siege of Mystic Wind City. Dad and the others are dealing with the beast men and haven't returned yet. I wonder what the situation is like over there. Meng Feiling was very worried as she gripped her whip tightly. Meng Tao also realized the seriousness of the matter because they did not know about it. Qin Yan had come all the way here alone to tell them about this matter so that they could make preparations. This also made them secretly grateful and acknowledge this crown prince even more. Oh right, if Xia Yusen and the others are really here to destroy the Great Formation, then it might not be long before a large group of magical beasts attack the city. Qin Yan suddenly thought of this and said, I'll send a messenger pigeon to the Great Elder and have him bring some people over when he comes. Good. When the time comes, with the soldiers in our city, as long as the city walls are not broken, we will be able to defend. Meng Tao nodded repeatedly, Crown Prince, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, this city might have been destroyed in my hands. I am the Crown Prince of Tianqin. Protecting the cities and the country is also my responsibility. Qin Yan smiled and asked, Old Meng, do you have any living beastmen? Give me a few and let me study them. I want to know how they control the magical beasts. Go and rest first. I'll send you a few beastmen tomorrow morning. Meng Tao said, Failing, hurry up and bring the Crown Prince to rest. Little brother Yun, follow me. Meng Feiling giggled as she pulled Qin Yan and flew up gracefully. Normally, Meng Feiling would not dare to fly around, but now that she wanted to bring the Crown Prince to rest, she was not afraid of being scolded by Meng Tao. Meng Feiling pulled Qin Yan across the large pond and arrived at the other side of the shore. There was a small building here, which was Meng Feiling's residence. Little brother Yun, you're really amazing. Ever since we parted ways, I haven't seen you in this period of time and you've changed so much. Meng Feiling said with emotion as she tidied up a room. Qin Yan sat by the window and said with a smile, There's nothing I can do about it. I was forced out as well. Don't worry, I believe in you. You will definitely be able to defeat Xiao Long. Meng Feiling smiled charmingly and asked, What's going on with the Star Xianwu Academy? Why did they expel you? Don't they know that you are a high-level inscription master? They really don't know. When they found out later on, their intestines turned green with regret. Qin Yan said with a chuckle, In any case, I've already learned most of it at the Star Xianwu Academy. Next, as long as I defeat Xiao Long, I will be the head disciple of the Blue Spirit West Palace. Meng Feiling pouted and sighed, I was much stronger than you back then, but not long after, I was left far behind by you. Sister Fei Ling, why don't you enter Blue Spirit Star Palace as well? I recommend you to join the Blue Spirit Saint Palace's Beast Martial Palace. You have the Eagle Martial Spirit, so you're very suitable there. Qin Yan said, I know someone from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. I can help you arrange it. Can I really? I heard that it is very difficult to enter the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, but once you enter, you will advance by leaps and bounds. Meng Feiling also wanted to become very strong, but now that the war was in chaos and she was a woman, she wouldn't be able to obtain many resources. Qin Yan said, but in the end, you still have to pass the assessment to enter the Beast Martial Palace. I believe that Sister Feiling will definitely be able to pass those exams. And I will make good use of little brother Yun and fight for the opportunity for me. Meng Feiling walked over and pinched Qin Yan's handsome face with a chuckle. Rest. If you can't sleep in the middle of the night, knock on my door and sleep with me. I'll coax you to sleep. I'm not a child, there's no need to coax me. Qin Yan laughed in embarrassment. Meng Feiling pouted coquettishly and walked out of the room. Qin Yan stretched his back and went to rest. In the middle of the night, Qin Yan was woken up by the sudden roars of beasts. He jumped up from his bed and walked out of his room. He also saw Meng Feiling rushing out. Meng Feiling was wearing loose white pajamas. Her hair was messy as she asked worriedly, did the magical beasts attack the city? Maintaining the formation, Meng Feiling changed into a simple set of clothes and led Qin Yan out of the building. Just as she left, she saw Meng Tao flying over. Crown Prince, there are magical beasts coming, but there aren't many of them. There are only a few Class 9 magical beasts. Meng Tao said, we can easily take care of them. Qin Yan had guessed that it wouldn't be long before magical beasts attacked. It had only been a day and the magical beasts had really arrived. These magical beasts are only here to scout the way. It looks like Xianxia and the others are really traitors. Qin Yan said with a sneer, once the magical beasts attack the city, the first thing they have to do is to send an inscription master to the core of the formation. This way, it will be even more convenient for them to tamper with the formation. Meng Tao nodded. Although Xianxia and company had been captured, he still felt terrified just thinking about it. Old Meng, I'll go to the core of the formation and guard it. A large horde of magical beasts might arrive in the next 2 or 3 days. The Great Elder of the Divine Inscription Palace shouldn't be able to arrive that quickly. Before they arrive, it's most important for us to defend the city. Qin Yan said. Alright, leave the outside to us. Meng Tao nodded and said to Meng Feiling, Feiling, bring the Crown Prince there and accompany him. That way, he won't be so bored. Meng Feiling said with a charming smile before pulling Qin Yan towards a large mountain in the middle of the mansion. Qin Yan followed Meng Feiling into a cave. From the passageway inside the cave, he arrived at a spacious stone room on the ground. The circular stone room was more than 200 meters wide. The ground was made of many special crystals that formed many patterns. In the middle, there was a large box that held crystal coins. Normally, the formation could absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit spring on the ground and turn it into energy to maintain the operation of the formation. If the barrier released by the formation was attacked by a strong force, the formation would absorb the energy of the crystal coins in the box to make the barrier stronger. The taxes collected by the Demon Imperial City were mainly used to maintain the operation of the formation. As long as these formations are not damaged, they don't need much energy to maintain them. Qin Yan looked at the formation seriously and said, what you need to pay attention to is that when the formation is in operation, there must not be any energy blockages. Once there is a blockage, you need to clear it in time. Otherwise, it will cause problems in the entire formation. Is there a problem with this formation? Although Xianxia and the others have been in the palace for a few days, we have not allowed them to enter. Meng Feiling said. Fortunately, you didn't let them in. Otherwise, we might be in danger now. Qin Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. If they had done something, we might not be able to see it in a short period of time. Who sent them? Had they allied with the orcs? I always feel that they are not qualified to do such a thing. There should be a huge force behind them. Meng Feiling was filled with doubts, the most terrifying thing is that they can actually join forces with the beastmen. Qin often thought about this problem. He frowned and said with a long sigh, I also don't know, so this matter is very important. If there are many people like Xiaoyusen sneaking into a city, that would be too terrifying. We can only wait for the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace to come here and interrogate Xiaoyusen and the others. They should have a way to get some answers. Meng Feiling said as she followed behind Qin. As Qin walked, he released his mental force to check on the situation inside. If he could discover the energy blockage in advance and deal with it as soon as possible, the formation would not be damaged. More than 2 hours later, Qin did not discover any major problems. However, there were some small problems. For example, where some of the spirit inscriptions intersected, the energy was too messy and clashed with each other. After combing through, it became much smoother. There's nothing wrong now. If the formation is in operation, I will pay even more attention. Qin smiled and sat on a stone chair at the side of the stone room. Meng Feiling took out the high-grade spirit artifact whip and pouted, Little brother Yun, even if a magical beast comes, I will still have to stay here with you. I can't go out and fight magical beasts, I really want to try this whip. There will be opportunities in the future. Qin said with a smile, oh right, don't go around saying that I'm a high-ranked inscription master. I don't want to publicize it for the time being. Meng Feiling hurriedly nodded and said with a charming smile, Little brother Yun, are you worried that there will be a lot of people coming to you to refine artifacts? Granduncle and the others have this plan but they are too embarrassed to ask. Don't worry, when I have time I will help your Meng clan refine a few spirit artifacts. Qin said. There's no need to refine a high-grade spirit artifact. A mid-grade spirit artifact is enough. When the time comes, our Meng clan will not treat you unfairly. We will use the magical beast crystal egg as a reward. Meng Feiling grinned as she caressed Qin's cheek. Qin looked around and felt that the environment was not bad. He said, Sister Feiling, why don't I forge artifacts here? Can you decide what spirit artifact your Meng clan wants? Meng Feiling hurriedly nodded, of course you can. Besides, no matter what type of spirit artifact you refine, Granduncle and the others will accept it with a smile. You must know that in these chaotic days, inscription masters are even more popular. Before Qin forged an artifact, he had to forge a furnace for himself. As long as he had the chance, he would collect materials for artifact forging, such as beast bones and spirit iron. Therefore, he had quite a lot of materials, allowing him to refine many spirit artifacts. Especially Class 8 and 9 magical beast bones. These magical beast bones could be directly melted without adding bone steel to refine a high-grade spirit artifact. It was just that the quality was a bit worse. If one did not pursue the pinnacle, they could not use bone steel at all. Qin mixed the remaining top-grade bone steel with a small amount of royal-grade bone steel and a large amount of beast bones to refine a furnace. The most important thing about the furnace was that it could withstand high temperatures, so it needed to be engraved with alchemy runes. With alchemy runes, it could withstand very high temperatures and would not melt. In addition, a good furnace also required a strong smelting power. It could quickly absorb flames, strengthen the flames and quickly melt anything that entered the furnace. In addition to alchemy runes, it also required fire runes. And in order to stabilize it, Qin had even carved solid runes. Of course, the most important thing was the alchemy runes. He had carved 3 sets of runes, ensuring that he had a strong enough smelting ability. Meng Feiling watched from the side and did not feel bored. That was because as she watched and asked, Qin patiently answered her. This allowed her to increase her knowledge. I've finally finished refining this big fellow. Qin knocked on the brass furnace, producing a dang 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 sound. Meng Feiling wiped the sweat off his face and said with a charming smile, Little brother Yun, the spirit artifacts you forged are all very precious. If you were to casually refine it, wouldn't you be rich if you sold it? I can't casually sell my spirit artifact. If I sell it to my enemy, wouldn't I be helping my enemy? Qin chuckled and said, that's why I only sell it to acquaintances. The furnace that Qin had forged looked very simple. There were no fancy carvings on it. It was just a very tall barrel with a lid. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like a high-grade spirit artifact. I have nothing to do right now, so I might as well start forging a mid-grade spirit artifact. Xianxia took out many beast bones and threw them into the furnace. Then, he added a certain amount of mid-grade bone steel. This new furnace's smelting speed was extremely fast, especially after absorbing the nether sun purple flame. In just a few seconds, it had melted the mid-grade bone steel and the Class 8 magical beast bone. Xianxia took out a bone steel barrel and took out the molten liquid from the furnace. Then, he put in some special ice crystal powder to solidify the liquid in the barrel. After it solidified, it became a very hard material. After Xianxia's forging, it turned into a very exquisite saber and sword. Xianxia used 4 hours to refine a mid-grade spirit artifact. After 2 days, he had refined 6 mid-grade spirit artifacts. He had forged 6 medium-grade spiritual weapons, including sabers, swords, and spears. Meng Feiling was very happy. She took the weapons and hurriedly left the underground stone room. If I step into the martial Dao realm, I might be able to refine a top-grade spirit artifact. Xianxia felt that his mental strength had also reached a bottleneck. Of course, his biggest bottleneck was that he did not know how to step into the martial Dao realm. This stage could be said to be extremely difficult. He needed to reach the peak of the 9th level martial body realm and then encounter an opportunity to cross over. Xianxia did not know much about the martial Dao realm. In fact, there were not many people who knew much about the martial Dao realm in the borderlands. Only the Blue Spirit Star Palace knew the key to stepping into the martial Dao realm. The cultivation of the martial Dao realm is the opposite of the martial body realm. Xianxia recalled what Lan Fengjin had told him and muttered to himself. If one wanted to step into the martial Dao realm at the 9th level martial body realm, they would have to cultivate the Vajra inner core into a Vajra Dao core. With the Vajra Dao core and the powerful Vajra martial body, one would be able to bear the power of the powerful martial Dao. At the martial body realm, one would begin by drawing qi into the body and tempering the Vajra martial body. Finally, one would condense a pill in the body. As for the martial Dao realm, one would first condense a Vajra Dao core and cultivate the power of the martial Dao before tempering a Dao body. Xianxia looked at his 3 Vajra inner cores and shook his head. He no longer thought about breaking through. He had just stepped into the 9th level martial body realm not long ago. If he was too eager to think about the matters of the martial Dao realm, it was extremely likely that he would go berserk. In any case, there's still about a year left. Let's talk about it when the time comes. If I am unable to break through, I should be able to fight against Xiaoyang Long with the power of my 3 Vajra inner cores. Xianxia looked at the formation in the stone chamber and recalled the matter of the beastmen. He had originally planned to let Mo meet the beastmen to see if she knew anything about them. Now that there were magical beasts outside the city, he had to guard the formation and ensure that it could operate smoothly. He could not leave this place even half a step. When he was waiting for Meng Feiling to return, he took out his tools and made the body-securing talisman. A fierce battle with a horde of beasts after Xianxia created 2 high-grade body-securing talismans. Meng Feiling returned. Sister Feiling, what's the situation outside? Have those 10 or so magical beasts been repelled? Xianxia hurriedly asked. They've all been killed. Granduncle and the others have increased their manpower and are mainly guarding a few city gates. Each city gate is guarded by a martial Dao realm elder. They will definitely not be opened from the inside. As Meng Feiling spoke, she took out 2 magical beast crystal eggs and placed them on the ground. She said with a smile, Granduncle and the others were very happy to see the spirit artifact you forged. They told me to give you 2 magical beast crystal eggs. This? Actually, 1 magical beast crystal egg is enough. This is a bit too much. Xianxia said somewhat embarrassedly. Granduncle is worried that the reward is not enough. He said that the strength of the middle-grade spirit artifact you forged is comparable to many high-grade spirit artifacts. It is an outstanding middle-grade spirit artifact. Meng Feiling touched Xianxia's face and smiled charmingly. Little brother Yun, don't be polite with our Meng family. Accept it. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony. Although he already had a few magical beast crystal eggs, it was enough for Mo to eat for a period of time. However, Mo had once said that if she wanted to see through the dark lines and remember them, she would need to inject a lot of energy. If it was a higher grade inscription, then it would consume more energy. she would need more magical beast crystal eggs to maintain it. Qin Yan continued to establish his identity while Meng Feiling accompanied him by the side to prevent him from feeling bored. Half a day later, the door to the stone room suddenly opened. Meng Tao walked in with a smile on his face, followed by a few old men. Crown Prince, the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace is here. This is the team of inscriptionists he brought with him. The matter of maintaining the formation can be left to them. Meng Tao was now more and more impressed by Qin Yan's abilities. Not everyone could invite an outstanding team of inscriptionists from the Divine Inscription Palace. However, Qin Yan had only sent a messenger pigeon to invite them. "Where's the great elder?" Qin Yan asked. "He finally did not have to guard this place. He's up there, preparing to interrogate Xiaoyusen and the others." "Let's go together," Meng Tao said. After arranging the inscription master team, Qin Yan and company came to the top. Meng Tao brought Qin Yan and Meng Feiling to a short mountain not far away. There was a dungeon there. Xiaoyusen and the others were all imprisoned separately. They all had their own cells, and they were all tied up and soaked in a special medicinal liquid. This could prevent them from self-destructing or committing suicide. Shuochuan was in Xiaoyusen's cell. He wore a set of black leather armor and looked at Xiaoyusen with a serious expression. After Qin Yan arrived, he asked, "Great Elder, do you know this person?" "Of course I do. I just didn't expect him to do such a thing." Shuochuan looked coldly at Xiaoyusen. "Was it really Xiaoyusen who did the Mystic Wind City's great formation being withdrawn? Are you sure?" Qin Yan originally had some doubts about this, but he never expected Shuochuan to confirm it so quickly. Shuochuan pressed his hand on Xiaoyusen's head and said in a deep voice, "There's no mistake. Now, we have to find out from him who ordered him to do this. The power behind him is the most terrifying. They can actually ally with the Beastmen. I wonder what kind of deal they have with the Beastmen. Great Elder, what does this guy know? Can you get it out?" Qin Yan asked. "I'll give it a try first." Shuochuan took out a talisman and placed it on Xiaoyusen's forehead. Then, he activated the talisman and saw Xiaoyusen's expression immediately turn sluggish. Shuochuan asked, "Who told you to go to Mystic Wind City to destroy the city's protective formation?" The talisman flashed and a ray of light appeared. Xiaoyusen also opened his mouth and slowly said, "It's a black-cloaked man. He promised me that as long as I'm done, he'll give me a set of high-grade spirit marks." "Did he give you the spirit marks?" Shuochuan asked again. "No, he said that after I destroy the Demon Imperial City's great formation, he'll give it to me together." After Xiaoyusen finished speaking, the talisman turned to ashes. It could not last for long. Shuochuan frowned and said, "Black-cloaked man?" It seemed like the other party had done it very secretly. This guy didn't know much. However, since the other party's conditions are not bad, it can be seen that they must be a very powerful force. Meng Tao said in a deep voice, "Blue Spirit Star Palace? Other than the Divine Inscription Palace, they are the only ones who can take out high-grade spirit marks. I'm not sure yet. Right now, the most important thing is to remind the major cities to be on guard and protect the Great Formation." Shuochuan looked like he had a lot on his mind. Meng Feiling asked in a low voice, "If it's the Blue Spirit Star Palace, what are their intentions in doing this?" Shuochuan said, "There are a total of 5 palaces with the most power in the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Among them, the Blue Spirit Saint Palace doesn't really care about anything. As everyone knows, the ones who like to interfere in the affairs of the various empires the most are the Blue Spirit West Palace and Nangong. It's very likely that they did it. The reason they did this might be because they plan to use the power of the Beastmen to weaken the power of the Tianqin Empire and the Divine Inscription Palace. Ever since Qin Long returned and took control of the Tianqin Empire, the Blue Spirit Star Palace has been unable to interfere and control the Tianqin Empire. As for our Divine Inscription Palace, we have always been obstructing them, preventing them from capturing people as slaves and preventing them from having too much power. It's impossible for them not to hate us." Qin Yan said, "It's also possible that they are expanding their strength. If they could join forces with the Beastmen, then their overall strength would also become very strong. If they were to break through a city, the beast men and magical beasts would be able to obtain a large amount of food and their strength would greatly increase. I'm not sure yet. I hope they didn't do it. If they did, then that would be too terrifying. Shuochuan's face was filled with worry and solemnity. If the beast men could obtain the help of humans, obtain many weapons or understand human techniques, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. This was indeed terrifying. Boom, a loud sound suddenly reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble. The magical beasts are attacking. Meng Tao shouted, "Let's go out and take a look." Shuochuan nodded his head. "I want to see if the magical beasts attacking this time also know how to form a formation. If that's the case, then I'm sure that there are humans helping them. The beastmen can control magical beasts and humans can provide them with schemes. If they join forces, they will be a great threat to us humans." Qinyan followed Meng Tao and company out of the dungeon and flew towards the distant city gate. When they arrived at the city wall, they saw hundreds of different colored and different types of magical beasts. There were big and small magical beasts. In the evening, under the shroud of the setting sun, the magical beasts appeared somewhat terrifying. It was as if they wanted to dominate the night after sunset. The horde of magical beasts suddenly let out an explosive roar that shook the world. The giant magical beasts in front of them began to madly charge towards the city gate. The large magical beasts were charging at the city gate while the smaller magical beasts were in the distance. They were divided into groups and waited for the city gate to open before attacking the city. The dozens of elite guards that Shuochuan had brought were already waiting on the city wall. The large magical beasts outside the city looked like rhinoceroses. They had huge horns the size of water tanks and were constantly charging at the city gate. Because of the city protection formation, they were unable to harm the city gate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the city gate would be broken through. Let's attack. The strongest of these magical beasts are only at the 9th rank. Most of them are at the 7th or 8th rank and they are not too strong. Of course, if the city gate is opened, it will be difficult to deal with them. Shuochuan said. Meng Tao nodded and with a loud shout, he flew down from the city wall. At the same time, Shuochuan led the elite guards of the Divine Inscription Palace and jumped down from the city wall. Although there was a great formation, one could leave from the inside but not from the outside. The martial artists guarding the city also jumped down. Qinyan stood on the city wall and controlled his saber to kill the small magical beasts in the distance. He had already learned the Imperial Spirit technique to the great perfection stage. He could control his weapon to fly thousands of meters away and kill magical beasts. The weaker magical beasts within a kilometer of him could basically be killed by him accurately. The moment the battle began, waves of mournful beast roars could be heard. The magical beasts were no match for the humans and were beaten to the point of howling. "Look over there!" Meng Failing suddenly shouted, pointing straight ahead. "Another horde of magical beasts has arrived." Qinyan shouted, "Be careful!" In the distance, another batch of magical beasts appeared. From the aura they emitted, their strength was not inferior to the first batch. Shuochuan and the other martial Dao realm cultivators immediately charged towards the horde of magical beasts. "There's a spirit beast!" Shuochuan shouted in shock. Qinyan was also alarmed. This time, they had actually sent a spirit beast. He had always thought that the beastmen could only control Class 9 magical beasts. He never expected that they could also control spirit beasts. This was truly frightening. "Great Elder, can you deal with it?" Qinyan asked. "No problem." Shuochuan took out a golden red long staff. The long staff was engraved with dragon patterns and overflowed with a golden red light. Under the dusk, it was extremely bright. Shuochuan, who was in the air, waved his long staff and shot out streams of flames. The flames were like fire dragons as they roared and crashed into the ground, colliding with the horde of magical beasts that were charging at them. When the fire dragons collided with the magical beast's body, they produced a boom sound and exploded with a blinding golden red light. The magical beast also shattered. The exploding magical beast's stiff bones spread out in all directions and flew into the bodies of the other magical beasts, causing a large number of them to be seriously injured. After Shuochuan killed a large number of magical beasts, he charged towards the largest spirit beast. It was a giant pale golden wolf covered in spikes. It had 3 eyes and looked very strong. The Great Elder's strength is truly terrifying. Qin exclaimed. Yes, Granduncle and the others are far inferior to the Great Elder. Meng Feiling also nodded in shock. The sky gradually darkened, but the flames outside the city gates filled the sky. The dragon staff in Zhuchuan's hand flickered with light, illuminating a large area outside the city gates. This dragon staff should have dragon totem tattoos carved on it. Qin looked carefully and said in surprise, I never expected that totem tattoos could be carved on weapons. Furthermore, they are very powerful. From time to time, Qin would throw down body-securing talismans to help the people below. Of course, his saber was not idle as it constantly slashed at the magical beasts. This made Meng Feiling, who was watching from the side, feel a wave of envy. She also wanted to go down and fight magical beasts, but Meng Tao and company did not allow it. Therefore, she could only watch Qin play with his saber from the city walls. Little brother Yun, look over there. Is there a flying magical beast? Meng Feiling had nothing to do and looked around. Qin looked in the direction that Meng Feiling had pointed out. Indeed, he discovered a black thing flapping its wings and its eyes emitting a light from time to time. Beastman Mountain Range. From the looks of the current situation, the magical beast's attack this time was a huge failure. The flying beastmen who were watching the battle would definitely go back to report this matter. Qin wanted to figure out who had joined forces with the beastmen to order the magical beasts to attack the city. Therefore, he immediately decided to follow the flying beastman back. Little brother Yun, wait. Just as Meng Feiling shouted twice, Qin jumped off the city wall and charged towards the flying beastmen, disappearing into the darkness. Qin used his shadow power and charged towards the flying beastman from the ground. Soon, he arrived below the flying beastman. After careful observation, he was certain that this was a beastman. It had a human body and a pair of huge wings on its back. Its legs were eagle legs and it had a pair of claws. Its entire body was covered in feathers and its head was also an eagle's head. This guy's strength isn't weak. From the strength of his aura, it's equivalent to a human at the 9th level martial body realm. Qin was about 3,000 meters away from the city gate. It was also very dark here. Even if there was a flash of light from time to time, it would not expose him. The birdman did not notice Qin. Instead, it constantly flapped its wings as it observed the battle in the distance. Not long after, the battle outside the city gate became less intense. The ground was littered with the corpses of magical beasts. Only a few of them were injured, and no one died. The battle was over. More than 1,000 magical beasts had completely failed to attack the city. On one hand, the demon imperial city was already prepared. On the other hand, Zhuchuan and the elites of the Divine Inscription Palace were here. Furthermore, the beastmen thought that the Great Formation had been destroyed by Xiaoyusan and company and that they could attack the city. The beastmen never expected that all of this would be destroyed by Qin. Furthermore, they had exposed their scheme. When the birdman saw that the battle was over, he immediately flew into the sky and left in a hurry. Just now, Qin had collected quite a number of birdman auras. He had used them to refine a soul-chasing talisman. He had once used this soul-chasing talisman to chase after an enemy and it was very successful. Although Qin could fly, he did not follow the birdman. The main reason was that the birdman was very fast. If he were to chase after him, it would be very easy for his aura to be leaked. Bastard beastman, I am the crown prince of the Tianqin Empire, how dare you have designs on my Tianqin city? As Qin crafted talismans, he scolded angrily. What infuriated him the most was that it was very likely that the Blue Spirit West Palace or Nangong was behind this. He had to find out who did it so that he could find out who was responsible for it. After Qin finished refining the soul-chasing talisman, he used it to determine the direction in which the birdman had gone before chasing after it. Demon Imperial City was at the border of the Tianqin Empire, and the Beastman army was in the mountains outside the border, not too far away. Qin did not chase for long before he walked out of the country's borders and entered the mountains. That mountain was very barren, mainly because it was destroyed by the orcs. It was originally a very beautiful green mountain. This must be the Orc Mountain Range. I've heard about it since I was young, but this is the first time I've entered this place. Xianxia carefully ran through the barren mountain range. Not to mention him, even some martial Dao realm cultivators did not dare to casually enter this mountain range. There were many experts in the Demon Imperial Palace who had never entered in their entire lives because it was extremely dangerous inside. According to legend, the Beastman only appeared after the Tianqin Empire, and it was a sudden appearance. How did the Beastman suddenly appear? It had become an eternal mystery. In short, when the Beastmen appeared, they were very strong. They had to sacrifice many martial artists to force the Beastmen back to the Beastman mountain range. Xianxia could not help but admire the birdman's strength. His flying speed was extremely fast. Even a martial Dao realm cultivator would find it difficult to catch up. This guy should have returned to his lair. I have to catch up quickly and eavesdrop on their conversation. Xianxia entered the Beastman mountain range and ran as fast as he could. Late at night, he finally entered the depths of the mountain range. He was getting closer and closer to the birdman. On the way, he also saw many beastmen. He did not make a move. He circled around the beastmen and chased after the birdman. After entering the Beastman mountain range, Xianxia gained a rough understanding of the number of beastmen. He was also deeply shocked. There were a lot of beastmen here. It was unknown how they reproduced and what they ate. If a human city didn't have a formation or something like that, it would have been broken through by these beastmen long ago. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The person who discovered the inscription back then was able to use it to set up a formation. What a genius! After the birdman entered the Beastman mountain range, his speed slowed down a lot. This was because from time to time, a cold wind would blow out from the mountain range. Even the beastmen would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, at night, the weaker beastmen would hide in their caves and not come out. The stranging wind did not affect Xianxia at all. After running for a period of time, he finally caught up to the birdman. The birdman flew in the air and suddenly landed on the mountainside of a large mountain. When Xianxia saw it, he memorized the location. Then, he carefully used the flame cloud steps and rushed over. When he approached the mountain, he stopped the flame cloud steps and quickly climbed up and entered a cave. There were no beastmen guarding the cave because this area was the territory of the powerful beastmen. If other beastmen entered, they would be killed. Moreover, no humans had ever entered this place before, so the beastmen in this area were not very vigilant. Xianxia carefully stepped onto the passageway. After entering the depths, he arrived at a very spacious stone hall. The birdman walked back and forth in the hall, looking very anxious. Someone's coming. Xianxia suddenly heard a sound and hurriedly hid in a passageway that led to a storage room by the wall of the hall. Xianxia did not dare to go out, afraid that he would be discovered. Hiding in this passageway, he could hear the sounds outside. It would be safer. Lord, all the magical beasts we sent out are dead. The birdman's voice carried a trace of fear, worried that he would be punished by the Lord. Dead? The Lord roared angrily. His voice was hoarse and rough, like a low rumble of thunder. How did he die? The voice of the person who asked the question sounded very familiar to Xianxia. Xianxia immediately recalled the voice as an old man in a blue robe appeared in his mind. The palace master of the Blue Spirit West Palace, when he wanted to challenge Xiaoyang Long, this palace master was also present, so he remembered the voice. It was indeed done by the Blue Spirit West Palace. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The Blue Spirit West Palace colluded with the beastmen to attack the Demon Imperial City and murder millions of people. This infuriated Xianxia. The birdman recounted the process of the magical beast horde being killed in detail. The old man with the glowing staff. This must be Zhuchuan. With this old fellow here, it was normal for the magical beasts to be killed. Why did he appear in the Demon Imperial City? Could it be that he had already discovered Xiaoyusen? So you went to stop him? The palace master of the Western Palace took a light breath and said with a frown, if the Divine Inscription Palace senses it, it will not be easy for us to break through the city in the future. The Beastman Lord said, what a pity, the Demon Imperial City is a very large city. If we succeed, we can rely on the large number of corpses inside to raise a large number of powerful magical beasts. The magical beasts can give birth to many magical beast crystal eggs, and the spirit beasts that come out of the magical beast crystal eggs will be completely obedient to us. Qin Yan had long known that the magical beasts that broke out of the magical beast crystal eggs would definitely be very powerful. If he could enslave a magical beast of this level, he would indeed be able to obtain great power. If he wanted a magical beast to produce a magical beast crystal egg and hatch a magical beast, he would need to consume a large amount of food. In other words, the magical beast would need to eat a lot of people. Now, Qin Yan finally understood the conspiracy of the West Palace Master. They also had their eyes on the strength of the spirit beasts and wanted to control this power. And in order to obtain the magical beasts that had broken out of their shells, they actually planned to use humans as food to feed the magical beasts. Furthermore, he was using the citizens of the Tianqin Empire. This made Qin Yan even more furious. If he had the strength, he would have rushed out to fight the West Palace Master a long time ago. Then what should we do now? The Beastman Lord asked. Let's try other cities. Sai, the Demon Imperial City is the closest to the Beastman mountain range. If we can take it down, then the Tianqin Empire will be at our fingertips. The Palace Master of the Western Palace sighed regretfully. Ever since Jin Long returned, the Tianqin Empire has not been under our control. If this continues, sooner or later, it will become a powerful force and fight against us. This was similar to Zhuchuan's guess. Palace Master Yang, then it's up to you. We beastmen can control magical beasts. If we work together, we will be able to rule this borderland sooner or later. The Beastman Lord laughed out loud. Lord, I'll take my leave. Birdman heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his lord was in such a good mood. Leave? If you come back empty-handed and don't kill 1 or 2 humans for me to eat, do you have the nerve to leave? The Beastman Lord shouted, Men, capture Black Crow and hang him at the entrance of my cave. Tomorrow morning, roast him and eat him. Lord, spare me. Birdman hurriedly knelt down and begged. Without saying a word, the Lord left with Palace Master Yang of the West Palace. Not long after, a few werewolves arrived and captured Birdman. One of the werewolves laughed and said, You damned crow, you usually fly around. We've been unhappy with you for a long time and wanted to eat you for a long time. Ha ha ha. As long as it's daybreak, we'll be able to eat your meat. The Birdman was tied up and kept crying and cursing at the werewolves. He wailed and called out Lord, hoping to be spared. Beastmen are beastmen, they don't even know how to win over people's hearts. This Birdman didn't do anything wrong at all. He's not good at fighting, so it's normal that he didn't participate in the battle. Qin Yan curled his lips in his heart before taking out a high-grade beast-taming talisman. As long as the beast-taming talisman was inserted into a beast's body, it would be able to control the beast for a period of time. The difficulty of refining it wasn't high either, it was much easier than refining the beast-taming collar. 284 Chapter 284 Beast Oil. The Birdman was dragged away by a few werewolves. On the way, he was constantly beaten up and let out miserable cries. The werewolves, on the other hand, were laughing incessantly. It seemed that violence brought them great joy. Qin Yan secretly followed behind. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he saw that the Birdman was covered in wounds. His legs were tied up by iron chains and he was hung upside down at the entrance of the large cave. Blood was still dripping from his mouth. The werewolves were very heavy-handed, but the Birdman's vitality was very tenacious and he could still scream in pain. After the werewolves hung the Birdman in the cave, they left because no one could save the Birdman here. Qin Yan retracted his shadow power and stood below the Birdman. When the Birdman saw the blurry shadow, his eyes widened. He could not help but be shocked. He thought that he was injured and was hallucinating. Hee, at daybreak, you will be roasted and eaten by your lord. May I ask how you are feeling right now? Qin Yan chuckled. When the Birdman heard the voice, he knew that it was not an illusion. His body trembled in fear. You are a human. Qin Yan said with a smile, That's right, have you never seen a human before? What's so surprising about that? What do you want to do? Kill me? I'm not afraid of death. The Birdman's voice trembled. Although it knew that it would be eaten after daybreak, it would at least be able to live for a while longer. If it died now, it would still be very afraid. I'm not like you guys, who eat everything. Xianxia chuckled and took out a beast-taming talisman. After activating it, he inserted it into the birdman's body. Very quickly, he could sense the birdman's soul. As long as he was willing, he could destroy the birdman's soul with a single thought. What did you do? Of course, the birdman saw Xianxia throw a talisman over and could not help but cry out in alarm. Furthermore, it had a feeling that its soul was being controlled. That talisman just now is called the beast-taming talisman. After entering your body, I can torture your soul. If you don't cooperate with me, that will be even more painful than being eaten. Xianxia laughed treacherously. Then, he took out his spirit essence saber and controlled it to cut the chain. When the birdman saw the spirit essence saber, he suddenly remembered that at the entrance of Demon Imperial City, there was such a saber flying around and killing many magical beasts. You're from Demon Imperial City. After the birdman was put down, the birdman's eyes emitted a green light. The birdman opened his beak wide, as though he was about to attack Xianxia. Damn it, I saved you now. I may be human, but I am not as crazy as your lord. You worked hard for it, but because it was in a bad mood, it executed you. It even wanted to eat you and share your meat with the werewolves, said Xianxia with a sneer. The birdman's hostile attitude also gradually disappeared. His voice was filled with sorrow. You're right. You did save me. Xianxia patted its shoulder and said with a smile, I saved you because I want you to help me. Put on this clothes and recover from your injuries. I'll take you out of here. With the beast-taming talisman in his hands, the birdman did not dare to act rashly. When it recalled how its lord had treated him and how it had been bullied by a few werewolves, it became even more furious. The birdman put on the light pattern equipment that Xianxia had given him and his injuries healed very quickly. Just as it was marveling at the set of clothes, it was brought down by Xianxia. Birdman, you seem to be bullied in this beastman territory. That lord must have wanted to deal with you for a long time, that's why he found such an excuse. Xianxia asked as he put away the light pattern equipment. The birdman nodded and said, that's because I can fly. In the Beastmen mountain range, all the beastmen who can fly are treated with hostility. They will be completely enslaved and some will even be used as mounts. Xianxia said with a smile, that's because they can't fly. It should be. The birdman sighed helplessly. It touched the wounds on its body and discovered that they were all healed. Once again, it marveled at the miraculous things of humans. Human, you saved me. How do you want me to help you? The birdman asked. Xianxia felt that this birdman was quite humane. He knew how to repay kindness. He asked in a low voice, when did that palace master Yang hook up with your lord? It's been a while. I remember that when that palace master first came, our lord welcomed him very much. As for when we started to contact each other, I'm not sure. They were together before I pledged my allegiance to that wolf. The birdman recalled. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, then where are they now? Your lord must have something that Palace Master Yang has taken a fancy to. Otherwise, they wouldn't be working together. The birdman looked in a direction and said, they went to look at the beast oil. At the bottom of the hundreds of mountains over there is a large amount of beast oil. This beast oil is the food of us beastmen. It can prevent us from feeling hungry and make us stronger. That Palace Master Yang would come here every once in a while and take away a large amount of beast oil. What does he want the beast oil for? Xianxia asked, feeling extremely astonished. He finally understood why the beastmen could reproduce so quickly even though they had no food to eat. It turned out that there was a large amount of mysterious beast oil here. I don't know. I'll take you there to take a look. The birdman said. No need, if you are discovered by them, you will definitely die. I'll go over myself. First fly out of the Beastman mountain range and find a place to hide near the stone tablet at the border of the Tianqin Empire. When I get back, I'll call you there. Xianxia said in a low voice as he pointed in a direction. The birdman nodded and said, all right. Oh right, you are not allowed to kill people recklessly in the future. Xianxia warned. I've never killed anyone before. I grew up eating beast oil. The birdman flew up with some grievance and said. All right, let's go. Xianxia said, I'll kill those werewolves along the way. When the birdman heard this, he flew away happily. Qin Yan quickly found the werewolves and swiftly killed them with his spirit essence saber. Then, he ran in the direction of the beast oil. "Mo, have you heard of beast oil?" Qin Yan asked. "I don't know. I'll only know after I see it." Mo said, "When I get back, I want to go out and take a look at that birdman. That way, I can be sure that these beastmen didn't come from the demon realm." After Qin Yan let go of the two mountains, he sensed some other auras. It was an aura that was filled with corruption, but it contained an extremely strong energy. At the top of the mountain, he quickly discovered that there were many tall and sturdy beastmen below. They were all minotaurs and they were busy working. They should be digging for beast oil. He hurriedly hid in the darkness and carefully walked down the mountain. Soon, he saw the so-called beast oil. It was transparent and colorless, like a liquid. However, it had a strange smell. Beside the mountain, there was a large well that was a few meters wide. The ox-headed beastmen were working together to pull up a huge barrel. Soon, the barrel was pulled up and placed at the side. There were many large barrels filled with beast oil here. Following that, the ox-headed beastmen threw a large iron bucket into the well and continued to extract the beast oil. Qin Yan quietly came to a large barrel and took out a bowl. After filling it with half a bowl, he was surprised to discover that the half a bowl of beast oil weighed 100 genes. Just this weight alone was enough to show the energy contained in the beast oil. Mo, the beast oil is here. Take a look and see if the demon realm has this thing." Qin Yan did not know the exact use of the beast oil. He only knew that the beastmen relied on it to survive. And the Blue Spirit West Palace seemed to value this beast oil very much. After putting the half bowl of beast oil into the storage space, Mo cried out in alarm, "This is beast spirit liquid. Beast spirit liquid? What is this?" When Qin Yan heard Mo's exclamation, he was certain that the beast oil was not simple. This is something that magical beasts and the beast blood race like to eat. As for how it appeared, I'm not sure either. Mo said, "Big brother Yun, I now know what a beastman is. It's the beast blood race. They have the bloodline of beasts in their bodies, so they look half human and half beast. In the demon realm, the beast blood race is second only to magical beasts. Because the beast blood race has the bloodline of magical beasts in their bodies, they can avoid being attacked by magical beasts when they encounter them. If they use a large amount of beast spirit liquid, they will be able to drive magical beasts to do things for them." How did the beastmen control the magical beasts? It was gradually becoming clear now. It was all because of the beast oil. Suddenly, Qin Yan sensed a familiar aura. It was Xianxia's aura. Xianxia was actually here as well. Blue Spirit West Palace's Palace Master Yang was with Xianxia. They slowly walked over and walked towards the dozens of barrels of beast oil. Other than Palace Master Yang and Xianxia, there was also a youth here. He was at the 9th level martial body realm. He followed behind Xianxia and Palace Master Yang very respectfully. Qin Yan hurriedly hid in a large empty barrel. "Palace Master, I plan to hold my wedding with Xianxia as soon as possible. When the time comes, I hope that Palace Master can host it for me," Xianxia said. These words caused Qin Yan's heart to skip a beat. Palace Master Yang said with a smile, "No problem. I thought you were going to defeat Qin Yan before holding the wedding. I didn't expect it to start so early. I've encountered a bottleneck and I've just obtained the yin and yang cultivation technique. I want to try it out on Xianxia and see if I can successfully pluck her and help me break through. Palace Master, you should know that a genius like her is extremely rare. I don't want someone else to beat me to it," Xianxia said with a smile. When Qin Yan heard this, he was so infuriated that his heart bled. Xianxia was actually using Xianxia as a cauldron to cultivate an evil cultivation technique. "Palace Master, you don't have to come here often in the future. Leave the matter of retrieving the beast oil to me." The youth smiled and said, "This way, you will also have time to arrange the wedding." Mysterious Bottle Qin Yan was curious about what the Blue Spirit West Palace wanted the beast oil for. Now, he understood that it was actually used to burn Xianyuan steel. Xianyuan steel was a material used to refine Xian artifacts. It was said that a strong flame had to be used to burn the Xianyuan crystal iron for a long time in order to obtain the Xianyuan steel. If one had a large amount of Xianyuan steel and used it to refine powerful Xian artifacts, it would definitely make a force very strong. Of course, beast oil had another huge benefit, which was to feed magical beasts. Those spirit beasts have to eat people in order to hatch magical beast crystal eggs. Otherwise, with the beast oil we have, we would be able to control a large number of spirit beasts. Xiaoyang Long opened the lid of a large barrel and said, "All Long, you said that you want to marry Xianxia as soon as possible. Is she willing?" "Right now, she is a saint of the Blue Spirit Saint sect. If she is unwilling, we cannot force her," Palace Head Yang said. "Don't worry, the Yang family that Xianxia belongs to is under my control. If Xianxia doesn't agree, she will know the consequences." Xiaoyang Long was confident as he said with a cold smile, "Otherwise, the Yang family wouldn't have let Xianxia get engaged to me back then." Qin Yan had long guessed that Xianxia had been forced. Now, it was as expected. "That's good. At that time I will be in charge of inviting powerful guests over so that you can have a good time. After all, this is a joyous occasion for our Blue Spirit West Palace." Palace Head Yang chuckled. It was obvious that he valued Xiaoyang Long greatly. The youth beside them was called Zhang Heng, Xiaoyang Long's disciple. He looked to be 16 or 17 years old and was already at the 9th level martial body realm. This kind of genius was also very rare. Zhang Heng said, "Master, didn't Qin Yan want to challenge you? If he comes, I'll be the one to fight. I guarantee that I'll beat him until he kneels down and admits his wrongs to you." He actually dared to challenge Master so arrogantly and even ruined Master's good fortune time and time again. "Alright, when the time comes, you will fight. If he can't even beat you, he won't be able to challenge me. My disciple will beat him half to death." "That would be great." Xiaoyang Long patted Zhang Heng's shoulder and laughed out loud. "If you kill him, I'll think of a way to marry Yuelan to you." When Zhang Heng heard that, he said happily, "Thank you first, Master. Yuelan, this shrewish little girl, I have long wanted to teach her a lesson in bed. Ha ha ha, when the time comes, not only will I ruthlessly beat up Qin Yan, I will also ride his woman, ha ha ha." Qin Yan was infuriated when he heard that. He wished he could rush out and smash Zhang Heng's dog mouth. "Palace Lord, where did this beast oil come from? There are so many of them. The beast men have been eating for a long time, but they still haven't finished it." Zhang Heng put away his ferocious expression and looked at a big barrel. Qin Yan, who was hiding in the empty bucket, was also very curious about this question. "I don't know. In short, this beast oil is a very precious resource in the devil realm." Palace Head Yang shook his head, full of doubts. Qin Yan, who was in the empty bucket, was secretly disappointed that he did not know the answer. Suddenly, he felt the empty barrels move. The Torrents grabbed the empty barrels, put the chains on them, and threw them into the well. Qin Yan, who was hiding in the well, panicked. He did not know what would happen if a person fell into the beast oil. In his panic, he hurriedly took out a water-repelling talisman. The water-repelling talisman was made from water-repelling spirit runes. As long as this talisman was activated, it would constantly produce talisman power, preventing the surrounding liquid from approaching. This was something that Qin Yan had taken the time to create after diving into the Myriad Star Lake. When diving, his body would not touch the water and he could also dive into the water. I wonder if the water-repelling talisman is effective against this beast oil. After Qin Yan activated the water-repelling talisman, the vat fell a few hundred meters deep and soaked in the beast oil. The water-repelling talisman worked and the beast oil did not touch his body. His body seemed to be wrapped in a transparent shield, preventing the liquid from seeping in. "Since I'm here, I might as well dive down and take a look." This crazy thought suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's mind. Furthermore, he really climbed out of the vat and dived into the depths of the oil well. In this mountain range, there were 1 or 2 such oil wells near every mountain. Like drawing water, the beast man brought up barrels of beast oil and placed them in the empty space beside the oil well for the people from the Blue Spirit West Palace to collect. There had always been so much beast oil in the oil well. It had not dried up for so many years. This was extremely inconceivable. Therefore, Qin Yin wanted to dive deeper to investigate the source of the beast oil. After Qin Yin dove deep into the water, he quickly sensed a jet. The jet was also in the direction of the large amount of beast oil. After finding a direction, Qin Yin immediately increased his speed and swam in the direction of the jet. Because he had the Jade Water Spirit mark, he was not touched by the beast oil. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to swim in the heavy beast oil. Deep down in this area was a huge ocean of beast oil. Qin Yin, who was deep in the ocean, felt more and more shocked. He was also curious about the reason for such a large amount of beast oil. More than 4 hours later, Qin Yin followed the jet and arrived at the bottom of a deep pit in the deep ocean of beast oil. The jet was getting more and more intense. He hurriedly took out a glowing stone and illuminated the area in front of him. He discovered that there was a bottle there. A large amount of beast oil was overflowing from this bottle. Qin Yin was shocked. It was obvious that the bottle was not formed naturally but refined by someone. It was actually able to contain so much beast oil. He did not find it strange at all for such a powerful divine tool. That was because his 9-yang divine spirit was also mysterious and powerful. He hurriedly swam over and grabbed the bottle. Then, he dripped a drop of blood onto the bottle, allowing it to recognize him as its master. The process of recognizing the bottle as its master was very smooth. However, Qin Yin did not obtain any information about the bottle. He only knew that there was a large amount of beast oil inside the bottle. I wonder how much more there is. If it wasn't for me controlling it, the beast oil would have continued to flow out. After Qin Yin obtained the bottle, he carefully observed it. The bottle was black and looked like a very ordinary wine bottle. It was impossible to tell what it was. What was even stranger was that Qin Yin could not pour the beast oil into it. This bottle could only be emptied. It was very strange. Forget it, there's still a lot of it anyway. I don't need to spend so much effort to obtain it like Xiaoyanglong and the others. Qin Yin was secretly delighted as he returned the way he came. After tossing and turning for more than 20 hours, he finally ran out of the oil well. He had also calculated the time and waited for it to turn dark before coming out. This allowed him to hide in the darkness. Qin Yin came out while sitting in an oil barrel. As soon as he came out, he sensed an aura. It was Xiaoyanglong's disciple, Zhang Heng. Xiaoyanglong and Palace Chief Yang were no longer here. They should have returned to Blue Spirit Star Palace, leaving Zhang Heng to watch over the oil wells. Zhang Heng was storing barrels of beast oil into his storage spirit artifact. He did not notice Qin Yin, who was hidden in the darkness. As Qin Yin had the water-repelling talisman, his body was not stained with beast oil. However, after he came out of the oil barrel, he still hid beside a huge rock at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Heng was not wearing the blue robe of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Instead, he was wearing black clothes. He was also very small, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. However, his aptitude was indeed not bad. At the age of 17 or 18, he was already at the 9th level martial body realm. He whistled as he took out a lid and placed it on the oil barrel before collecting it. Qin Yin took out a top-grade body-securing talisman and threw it out, enveloping Zhang Heng's body. Zhang Heng was immediately immobilized. His heart was filled with fear because he knew very well that this was a body-securing talisman. Who? Zhang Heng shouted with difficulty. Who? I am the Qin Yin who is about to be defeated by you. Qin Yin chuckled as he charged forward and punched Zhang Heng in the abdomen. He released a violent internal supreme force and executed the flaming light fist. The violent flaming light fist pierced through Zhang Heng's Vajra inner core and shattered it, causing Zhang Heng's face to be filled with pain. Qin Yin. Zhang Heng spat out blood as he shouted in fear. That's right. I remember you saying before that you wanted to ride my woman? Is that so? After Qin Yin finished speaking, he slapped Zhang Heng's face. This was the 10,000 horse palm. Although he did not use much strength, it caused Zhang Heng's face to contort. Zhang Heng was in extreme pain. His heart was filled with incomparable resentment and fear. He had never imagined that Qin Yin would appear in such a damned place and eavesdrop on their conversation. Xiaoyanglong's strength is not bad, but his dog-like disciple's strength is too lacking. When Qin Yan saw the pained expression on Zhang Heng's face, he said with a smile, "This way, I can directly challenge Xiao Long. I don't need to challenge a dog like you." As he spoke, he began to extract Zhang Heng's martial spirit. Zhang Heng quickly felt that the shattered Vajra inner core and his martial spirit was being pulled out bit by bit. He cried out in pain, but Qin Yan covered his mouth. Previously, it was rumored that Qin Yan had mastered the art of soul refining, but it was later denied. Now, Zhang Heng was certain that Qin Yan had truly grasped the art of soul refining that made people tremble in fear. "You lackey, do you know how powerful I am? Hee, don't worry, Xiao Long and that palace master Yang will only die worse than you." Qin Yan looked at the martial spirit he had extracted and could not help but shout, "It's actually the purple gold saber martial spirit. Great, it's perfect for me to refine into my saber." "Thank you, lackey." Zhang Heng's hatred reached its peak. Originally, he had planned to stand up and compete with Qin Yan when Qin Yan challenged Xiao Long. After defeating Qin Yan, he would make a name for himself and show off. But who would have thought that he would die in such a damned place? Qin Yan kept the purple gold saber martial spirit into the soul-sealing pearl and took away a jade pendant from Zhang Heng's body. It was a storage spirit artifact. "I can't die, I'm a genius that the Blue Spirit West Palace has nurtured," Qin Yan said with a sneer, "to hell with you. Go and talk to those geniuses that I killed. You want to defeat me with your current appearance? You even want to hit on my woman." After saying that, he killed Zhang Heng, who was filled with fear and resentment, in a few moves. "With so much beast oil, I can't let Xiao Long and company get away with it." Qin Yan stood near an oil well and condensed a ball of flame into it. Burning Beastman Mountain range. The flames that Qin Yan condensed fell into the depths of the oil well and ignited the thick beast oil below. The oil well immediately spewed out a violent flame, like a fire dragon soaring into the sky, into the clouds. All the oil wells were connected because below them was the ocean of beast oil. Not long after, hundreds of oil wells spewed out flames and the beast oil deep underground was also ignited. Qin Yan had already used the flame cloud steps to leave the area where the oil wells were located. The beast oil could burn Xianyuan steel. After so much beast oil was ignited, the temperature became extremely high. The mountains melted and the surrounding area was enveloped in a heat wave. In less than an hour, the hundreds of mountains above the beast oil had been burned into lava. Furthermore, the fire was still spreading in all directions. Many beastmen roared as they fled. In the depths of the Beastman mountain range, flames soared into the sky. A large amount of beast oil was burning, illuminating more than half of the sky, dyeing the night sky a fiery red. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Qin Yan had already used the flame cloud steps and was flying in the air, far away from the Beastman mountain range. At the border of Tianqin, a birdman stood on a boundary stone. The birdman looked at the sky above the Beastman mountain range in the distance. Flames were spewing out and he knew that it was on fire. Could it be that human brat did it? He ignited the beast oil well. "This is great, the beastmen are about to be exterminated." The birdman was alarmed and could not help but feel fear towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan ran very fast. As he flew through the air, he used the flame cloud steps without any scruples, allowing him to quickly rush out of the Beastman mountain range. Soon, he arrived beside the boundary stone. When the birdman saw that Qin Yan could fly, he was even more surprised. He thought that Qin Yan had always been walking. "Did you ignite the oil well?" the birdman asked. "I did it." "What's wrong?" Qin Yan said with a chuckle, "What will happen to the beastmen now?" "I don't know. They might attack the human cities on a large scale, but they will definitely not succeed. The defenses of the human cities are very strong. No matter how many beastmen there are, they will only be sending themselves to their deaths." The birdman had a certain understanding of the beastman's overall strength. Qin Yan felt that saving this birdman was not a small harvest. Otherwise, he would not have known about beast oil. The beast oil was extremely important to the beastmen and the Blue Spirit West Palace. This was especially true for the beastmen. This was their main source of food, and they also used beast oil to control magic beasts. Beastmen could not control magical beasts, so they could not train magical beasts to attack cities. As for the Blue Spirit West Palace's plan, it was completely ruined. What Qin Yan was happiest about was making Xiaoyang Long and company suffer. That was because the beast oil was a resource that they had discovered. It could make them stronger, and they could even suppress the other 4 palaces. Without the beast oil, they couldn't rise. Once the Western Palace was allowed to dominate the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace, it would be a disaster for this border region. Birdman, what's your next plan? Qin Yan asked with a smile. Seeing the fear in the Birdman's eyes, he said with a smile, don't worry, I won't kill you. What good place can I go to now? I can't return to the Beastmen mountain range, nor can I survive in the human world. I can only go to the place where magic beasts gather. The Birdman sighed. Qin Yan took out a beast bag and said, why don't you follow me for a while? I'll take you to an area where magical beasts roam. Is this a human beast bag? The Birdman said with some disdain. Yes. However, you can rest assured that I have some beast oil in my hands. It's enough for you to eat. Furthermore, I also have a lot of magical beast meat. Qin Yan threw the beast bag over and said with a smile, you decide for yourself if you want to go in or not. The Birdman thought for a moment and could only accept it. He opened the beast bag and went in. The beast bag was very small, only the size of a palm. The space inside was a little small, but it was very suitable for beasts to survive. The Birdman was relatively small in size. Therefore, the space inside the beast bag could be considered to be very powerful for him. Qin Yan hurried back to Demon Imperial City because he also felt that the beastmen would most likely attack in a short period of time. Because of the appearance of the magical beasts, everyone usually hid in the city. Large cities had defensive formations that were extremely sturdy. As long as nothing went wrong, they would be able to withstand the attacks of magical beasts and beastmen. Even if a large number of beastmen entered the human world, it would still be difficult for them to break through the defensive formation. At this moment, the Demon Imperial City had become extremely strict. If one wanted to enter, they would have to go through many checks. Furthermore, the city gates were guarded by martial Dao realm cultivators. Only after Qin Yan's identity was confirmed could he enter. Then, he rushed to the Wang mansion. When Meng Tao saw Qin Yan return, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was the Crown Prince of Tianqin. To run around in such a situation, it made them extremely anxious. Damn brat, you almost caused me to be blamed. Meng Failing walked over and pinched Qin Yan's handsome face as she said with a light snort. Qin Yan chuckled as he pinched her jade-like hand and said, I followed that guy into the Beastman mountain range and the harvest was very plentiful. Let's talk in the secret chamber. Shuchuan was also there. When he and Meng Tao learned that Qin Yan had entered the Beastman mountain range, they were alarmed and hurriedly entered the secret chamber. Qin Yan pulled Meng Failing and followed them in. What did you discover? I was just about to go in and take a look. Shuchuan said. Beastmen controlling magical beasts, the Blue Spirit West Palace is indeed behind this. Qin Yan's body turned cold. They are plotting a huge scheme, Qin Yan told them what he knew. However, he omitted the Birdman and the matter of the beast oil spewing out. He was worried that Shuchuan and Meng Tao would kill the Birdman. He was also worried that the bottle was something from the demon realm and would be taken away by Shuchuan. There was so much beast oil inside, Qin Yan could not bear to give it to others. There's actually so much beast oil in the Beastman mountain range. Shuchuan said with a pained expression, it's all been burned. What a pity. What a pity. That's a good thing for burning Xianyuan steel. Meng Tao also knew the use of beast oil and exclaimed, the reason why the beastmen did not starve to death while hiding in the barren Beastman mountain range was because they had a large amount of beast oil to replenish their energy. Although it was a pity that it was burned, it could cause the beastmen to be destroyed. Furthermore, the beastmen could no longer use beast oil to control magical beasts. Most importantly, the Blue Spirit West Palace's scheme will not succeed. Right. Qin Yan, you did well. Although Shuchuan's heart ached, he knew that there were many benefits to burning the beast oil. Then, Great Elder, how are you going to reward me? Qin Yan said with a chuckle. Shuchuan thought for a moment and took out 2 spirit beast cores. He said, I only have these things on hand. You can make do with them. Since Momo could eat these, Qin Yan accepted them with a chuckle. Old Meng, your patriarch should be back soon. Shuchuan looked at Meng Tao and said, the interior of the Beastman mountain range has been burned down. The Beastmen will definitely run out crazily. With their strength, it will be difficult for them to resist the crazy Beastmen. Looks like we won't be able to defend the border. We're going to let the Beastmen pass through. Meng Tao sighed. Qin Yin said with a smile, it's fine. In any case, if they pass through, they won't pose any threat to our city. What we need to worry about is that the magical beasts will use them as food. This will increase the strength of the magical beasts. When the Beastmen entered the country, they were the same as the magical beasts. They could only wander outside the city and were unable to enter the city. If there weren't a lot of Beastmen, most martial artist squads would be able to fight against them. Crown Prince, are you going to stay in our demon imperial city for a period of time? Meng Tao asked. No, I still have other important matters to attend to. Qin Yin said with a smile, with so many things happening here, Royal Father will definitely come over. I have to run away first so that he won't capture me to fight the Beastmen with him. I don't have the time right now. Shuchuan asked, so, are you going back to the Divine Inscription Palace? Qin Yin shook his head. No, I have other plans. Meng Failing said, Qin Yin, you said that you know someone in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. When will you introduce me? When she saw that Qin Yin had become so strong, she wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would be left far behind by Qin Yin. When I see her, I'll tell her. When the time comes, I'll get her to look for you. Qin Yin walked out of the secret chamber and looked outside. It was dark now and it was suitable for him to be on his way. Shuchuan said, Qin Yin, you have to be careful when you're alone outside. These fellows from the Blue Spirit West Palace wish for nothing more than for you to die. Furthermore, you have so many enemies. When necessary, you must hide your identity well. I got it. I'm leaving. All of you have to be careful. Qin Yin left the manor and ran towards the main door. Shuchuan and company wanted to know where Qin Yin was going. This was because he had just been chased out of the Star Xianwu Academy. He did not go to the Divine Inscription Palace nor did he return to the Tianqin Imperial City. There was nowhere else he could go. After Qin Yin left the city, he immediately headed for the first town. Yes, he wanted to head to the first town again. In the depths of the first town, there were all sorts of mysteries. Although it had been attacked by a large number of powerful magical beasts, the core area was guarded by humans. In the first town, Qin Yin met Old Tan who possessed the Royal Spirit Cannon. From him, he learned that in the first district in the deepest part of the first town, there was a very mysterious witch doctor who could concoct a strange medicinal liquid. Soaking in that medicinal liquid could help one step into the martial Dao realm. In a few months, Xiaoyanglong and Yangshiyu would be married. Qin Yin had no other way to increase his strength. He could only enter the first town and see if he could find the mysterious witch doctor. If he couldn't find it, he could only challenge Xiaoyanglong with his cultivation at the 9th level martial body realm. He had 3 Vajra inner cores that could unleash a very strong power. This was also his final trump card. Old Tan and the others said that there is a shelter in the first town. Many powerful humans are gathered there to protect a spring. If I can find this place, I can find Old Tan and the others. With their help, I might be able to find that mysterious witch doctor. Qin Yin thought to himself as he ran. Back to Magical Beast Town late at night, Qin Yin was running in the air. He was still using the flame cloud steps. Although he had the earth tier movement technique, the mysterious star steps, he did not dare to cultivate it without someone's guidance. It really made his heart itch. Teacher Yang should have done some research on earth tier cultivation techniques. I'll find a chance to get her to teach me. Qin Yin could execute the flame cloud steps to perfection, but he needed to expend his internal energy to execute it. Although it was fast, it consumed a lot of energy and was not practical. He felt that with his current strength, if he were to master a high-level Qigong martial art, his speed would definitely be faster. If not for the fact that he had obtained the mysterious star steps, an earth tier movement technique, he would have long gone to learn a movement technique that was suitable for him. There was a long distance between the Demon Imperial City and the first town. Furthermore, Qin Yin was very busy during the day, so it would take a long time. In the past, Qin Yan did not dare to walk around during the day. But now, with his cultivation at the 9th level martial body realm, he could relax a lot. Furthermore, Momo was hiding in his clothes and could sense all kinds of magical beasts in the distance. Momo, can you really see the dark lines and remember them? Qin Yan still found it unbelievable because it was an inconceivable matter. For many years, the dark lines could not be seen through. Otherwise, it would have been a mess long ago. Of course it's true. If it wasn't for the fact that it would consume a lot of energy, I could have tried to show you. But after I tried, I would be very hungry and need to eat. It's better if we don't waste it. Big brother Yun, it's not easy for you to find food for me. Momo hid in Qin Yan's clothes, revealing only her small head as she said softly. Qin Yan was running very steadily, so Momo did not feel any discomfort hiding in his clothes. If you want to see through the complex dark lines, will it consume even more energy? Qin Yan asked again. If there are many sets of dark lines, then I will need a lot of magical beast crystal eggs. As Momo spoke, her voice gradually became softer and she said with some embarrassment, I might use up all of your magical beast crystal eggs in one go. Qin Yan had several magical beast crystal eggs in storage. If Momo were to consume them normally, it would be enough for her to eat for more than half a year. If it's really possible, then no matter how many magical beast crystal eggs I consume, it's still worth it. When Qin Yan thought of the might of the royal spirit cannon, he became extremely excited. Even if he used 10 magical beast crystal eggs, it wouldn't be so easy to exchange for a royal-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was a very peculiar royal-grade spirit weapon. Back then, Qin Yan was only at the 7th level martial body realm. He was able to use the royal spirit cannon to knock over a spirit beast. Big brother Yun, do you have your eyes on a certain spirit artifact and really want to obtain it? Momo laughed tenderly. Smart. That spirit artifact is extremely powerful. If I can really obtain it, it will be even easier for us to obtain magical beast crystal eggs in the future. Qin Yan said confidently. After all, his body-securing talisman was extremely terrifying. It could freeze a spirit beast. Momo chuckled, that's great. At that time I will definitely memorize the dark patterns very seriously and let Big Brother Yun refine a powerful spirit artifact. Qin Yan also wanted to quickly replicate the royal spirit cannon. However, it was not that easy. In terms of materials and inscriptions, it would bring him great difficulties. He planned that even if he obtained the inscriptions for the royal spirit cannon, he would first refine a high-grade spirit artifact or a top-grade spirit artifact. Right now, it was extremely difficult for him to refine a top-grade spirit artifact. This was mainly because his mental strength was hindering his progress. With his cultivation at the 9th level martial body realm, he was a high-ranked inscription master. Furthermore, he could refine top-grade body-securing talismans and spirit bone talismans. This was extremely powerful. Many old high-ranked inscriptionists had lived their entire lives and were only slightly stronger than him. After traveling for 3 days, Qin Yan finally saw the large expanse of ruins. He had already arrived outside the first town. The next part of the journey was the most dangerous. What a big place. Originally, there were many high-rise buildings built here, but they were all destroyed by the magical beasts. Momo's dark green eyes widened as she looked at the spectacular ruins in front of her. Momo was filled with curiosity and amazement towards the human world. This was because she had never seen such a beautiful house in the demon realm. If Qin Yan did not have to hide Momo, he would definitely bring her around to play and let her see the brilliance of the human world. It's very dangerous inside. Momo suddenly said. Qin Yan had already entered the ruins. Outside, it can be considered very safe. The 2nd and 1st districts are the most terrifying places. There are many powerful large magical beast hordes there. Qin Yan also became vigilant. Although it was broad daylight, Qin Yan did not hide in the basement like he did last time. Instead, he walked with light steps towards the 2nd district. With his current strength, even in the 3rd district, there was nothing to be afraid of. Only in the 2nd district would there be fast spirit beasts. That was what he was most afraid of. Qin Yan's rest time was very short. He needed to hurry and enter the first district to find Old Tan and company. That way, he would be able to find the witch doctor with them as soon as possible. 3 days later, Xianxia carefully stepped into the first district. Along the way, it was only during the day that he was on tenterhooks. In the second district, there were many magical beast hordes. Fortunately, Momo had discovered them in advance and guided him around, so he did not encounter any magical beasts. The spiritual energy in the first district was very unusual. It was not only dense, but there was also a strange power contained within the floating spiritual energy. This power could make one feel very spirited and filled with a strong life force. This kind of spiritual energy, could it be beast oil? Momo shouted. It is indeed very similar to beast oil, but it shouldn't be beast oil. Xianxia was suspicious at first, but he recalled what Old Tan and company had said. The water from the spring in the first district flowed into the river. If it was beast oil, it would definitely be ignited. Momo said, it might be something similar to beast oil. This aura is really similar to beast oil. That's right. Momo, your perception is very strong. Can you sense which direction this aura is the densest? Xianxia's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. If Momo could sense that direction, then the shelter built by the experts of the first district was most likely there. He wouldn't need to look everywhere. I can, but it consumes a lot of my energy. Momo said in a low voice. It's fine. Since there are so many magical beast crystal eggs now, it's enough for you to eat. You won't starve. Xianxia said with a smile as he poked her face with his finger. Momo nodded, then closed her eyes and began to sense it. When Momo sensed it, her body released a faint white glow. It made Xianxia curious once again. He really wanted to know what other secrets this magical fairy had. It was only the size of a palm and its strength was very weak. However, it had the heaven-defying ability to see through the dark lines. It was truly amazing. Momo took a long time. It was obvious that it was not easy. After about 2 hours, she opened her eyes and pointed to the northeast. She said, it's over there. Xianxia looked at the sky. It was only afternoon and there was still some time before the sky turned dark. After entering the first district, he did not plan to travel during the day. He felt that it would be better to use the shadow power at night. He entered the half-collapsed stone building next to him and entered the basement inside. Little Momo, are you hungry? Xianxia took her out of his clothes and placed her in his hand. He gently stroked her light blue hair. Hungry? Momo's face was red as she nodded with watery green eyes. Then let's go in and eat. Have a good meal. Xianxia placed Momo into his storage space and said with a smile, don't be hungry and hurt your stomach. Momo entered the storage space and happily flew to the side of a spirit beast core to absorb the energy inside. Xianxia closed his eyes as well. Through the 9-yang divine spirit, he absorbed the unique spiritual energy here to recover his strength. After he rested, before the sky brightened, he took out the beast bag and released the Birdman. Birdman, this place is a bit dangerous. I wonder if you can survive here? Xianxia asked. Over the past few days, the Birdman had been eating the beast oil and magical beast meat that Xianxia had given him. He was living quite comfortably, but staying in the beast bag was very uncomfortable. Beastmen had a sense of danger and their perception was also very strong. Although they were in the basement, they could tell that this was a very dangerous place. It is indeed very difficult for me to survive here. This is also a great challenge for me. The Birdman's voice carried a trace of fear. Xianxia took out a storage bag and handed it to the Birdman. He said, there's a lot of beast oil inside. It's enough for you to eat for a period of time. You should know how to use your mental power, right? You can use your mental power to extract the beast oil inside. The Birdman was very touched. This was the first time he felt that humans were so pleasing to the eye. You're such a good person. The Birdman finally understood what it meant to be human. You're a different kind of beast man. I'm only so good to you because you've never eaten a human before. Xianxia smiled. Actually, it's also because of you that I obtained some beast oil. This can be considered as my gratitude to you. How could he have only obtained some beast oil? He had obtained an unimaginable amount of beast oil, although Qin Yan said so, the birdman was still very touched. He hurriedly nodded. I will definitely not do evil in the future. Because I can fly, I often fly out of the Beastman mountain range to observe the words and actions of humans. I also have a better understanding of humans. I've seen both good and bad people. I want to tell you, there are many spirit beasts here. You must be careful. If you can't stay in this place, you can leave and go to the second district. Qin Yan told the birdman the details of the first town. After the birdman understood everything, he bade farewell to Qin Yan and walked out of the basement. He spread his wings and soared into the sunset. Qin Yan waited until the sky was completely dark before he walked out of the basement. He used his shadow power and fused it with the darkness. With light steps, he walked through the dangerous first district. He had only walked for an hour when Mo shouted softly, "Big Brother Yun, there's a magical beast horde up ahead." There are hundreds of magical beasts and 4 or 5 spirit beasts. Blue Spirit Elite Qin Yan tensed up as he carefully circled around the large horde of magical beasts in front of him. Only after Mo guided him far away from the horde did his heart gradually calm down. It's really scary. Even from a distance, I feel that it's very scary. Mo also felt a lingering fear as her face was covered in sweat. It should be fine now. Qin Yan heaved a long sigh and said, if not for you, I might have walked over. By the time I realized that it was a large horde of magical beasts, it would already be too late. The magical beasts in the first district were very vigilant. If someone approached, they would immediately discover them and rush over at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, in the first district, the earlier one knew that there were magical beasts in front of them, the better. Although Qin Yan had circled around the large magical beast horde, Mo did not relax. She frowned as she carefully sensed the situation around her. She had a heavy burden on her shoulders, so she had to maintain her vigilance at all times. Qin Yan could only sense the magical beasts nearby. He could not sense any further. Therefore, Mo's help was great, allowing him to avoid the large magical beast horde. On the first night he entered the first district, he had encountered 3 magical beast hordes. Only one of them was extremely large and the other 2 were not that large. The magical beasts in the first district are indeed numerous and powerful. Qin Yan looked at the white sky in the distance and began searching for a basement to hide. During the day, he could not use the shadow force to conceal his aura. It was very easy for him to be discovered by magical beasts with sharp spiritual senses. It was extremely dangerous. The first district was not small and there were a lot of magical beasts. It was impossible to travel quickly and it would not be easy to reach the shelter. In the basement, Qin Yan set up a flag array to conceal his aura. Then, he took out a furnace and began crafting body-securing talismans. What he was making now were all top-grade body-securing talismans. They were mainly used to deal with spirit beasts. If I had the help of a martial Dao realm cultivator, then my body-securing talisman would be even stronger. Qin Yan felt somewhat regretful. Previously, it was Lan Fengjin or Xianxia who had helped to inject energy. They were in the martial Dao realm and could make the power of the body-securing talisman stronger. After he became familiar with the mental resonance Xian Pen, the speed at which he carved the body-securing talisman became faster and faster. In addition, he was already very familiar with the body-securing inscription. As long as he held the mental resonance Xian Pen, he didn't need to deliberately recall the body-securing inscription, and he could easily and smoothly carve the body-securing talisman. Because he often carved body-securing inscriptions, he had formed a habit. This was the pinnacle of inscription, a realm that many inscription masters pursued. Qin Yan made top-grade body-securing talismans. When he was tired, he would rest. After resting, he would continue making them. This allowed him to quickly pass through the day. It's dark. Qin Yan finally made it through the day. He had also refined 2 top-grade body-securing talismans. These talismans could lock down spirit beasts. The more, the better. Just like that, Qin Yan spent the past few days like this. During the day, he would hide and craft talismans. At night, he would carefully rush to the place where the special spiritual energy was released. It's been 5 days since I entered Division 1. Qin Yan walked for another night. When he saw 9 balls of red light appear in the distant sky, he knew that day had arrived. Just as he was about to enter the basement, he suddenly sensed many powerful auras. They were the auras of humans. Human beast hunting team? There are quite a few of them in the martial Dao realm, they are very strong. Qin Yan hurriedly put away MOMO and flashed into an abandoned shop. He did not see who those people were. He only knew that they were heading in his direction. The place where Qin Yan was at was a main street. The luxurious shops on both sides of the street had been severely damaged. There were many cracks on the ground of the street. After many intense battles, Qin Yan, who was hiding in the shop, was extremely nervous. This was because the group of people who had suddenly arrived seemed to be coming for him. Qin Yan tightly gripped more than 10 top-grade body-securing talismans. This was the only method he had to deal with a martial Dao realm cultivator. I'm getting closer. Why is their aura so familiar? Qin Yan's mental force was cultivated through the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. Later on, he cultivated the Star Yang Heart Sutra and condensed a Spirit Star crystal. This allowed his perception to be extremely astonishing, allowing him to sense familiar auras. As the auras got closer and closer, Qin Yan was alarmed. That was because he was very familiar with a few of them. Boss Xia's imposing sword aura. He was overjoyed as he ran out of the shop. He saw more than 10 people in blue robes. Indeed, Qin Yan saw many familiar faces. Xia Wufeng, Ho Xingfeng, Xiao Yuelan, Yang Shiyu and Lan Fengjin were people he was very familiar with. In addition, there was another person who affected his mood. It was Xiao Yanlong. He could also tell that this was a powerful team from Blue Spirit Star Palace and they were all very young. Other than the old man leading the team and Ho Xingfeng, the others were all young. Brother Yun, it's actually you. When Xia Wufeng saw Qin Yan, he was very happy. He hurriedly walked over and patted Qin Yan on the shoulder. Although Xia Wufeng only had one arm, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps it was because he cultivated the way of the sword and he was a sword cultivator, his progress was very fast. Boss Xia, you seem to have become stronger again. Amazing. When Qin Yan came into close contact with him, he felt that Xia Wufeng had become much stronger. This is nothing, you're the powerful one. You can come to such a place by yourself. When Xia Wufeng saw that Qin Yan was not with anyone else, he felt that it was too dangerous for him. Xiao Yuelan walked over and pinched Qin Yan. You rascal, what are you doing here? It's too dangerous. Even a small team like ours has to be very cautious in this place. Xiao Yanlong coldly snorted and said, we thought it was a lone magical beast. We didn't expect it to be this arrogant idiot. Qin Yan, did you come in alone? Lan Fengjin asked with a frown. She thought that Qin Yan was with old Tan and company. If it was just Qin Yan, it would be too dangerous. Of course, I was chased out of the Star Xianwu Academy, so I came here to try my luck and see if I can find that shelter. Qin Yan said indifferently. Yang Shiyu said, Qin Yan, come with us. It'll be safer this way. Brother Yun, follow us. We'll bring you out of the first town. It's really dangerous for you to wander around here by yourself. Xia Wufeng also said. When Xiao Yanlong heard that, his expression changed and he hurriedly said, he's just a burden, we can't bring him along. He looked at the white-haired old man and said, Elder Xianjian, you must not let this guy join our team. This will only harm us. Xiao Yanlong, you are a dignified chief disciple of the Blue Spirit West Palace. How can you be so narrow-minded? Can't you let him follow us? Xiao Yuelan was slightly angry as she said coldly. Elder Xianjian, if you don't let Qin Yan follow us, then I'm willing to leave the team and be with Qin Yan. Xia Wufeng said with a resolute expression. I'll follow Qin Yan too. Yang Shiyu glared at Xiao Yanlong coldly. Lan Fengjin said, Elder Xianjian, you guys can go back by yourselves. I want to stay behind to accompany Qin Yan. Ho Xingfeng also came to Qin Yan's side. You all. You bunch of idiots. When Xiao Yanlong saw Yang Shiyu protecting Qin Yan in such a manner, he was immediately enraged. The old man said indifferently, all right, let him follow us. He is at the 9th level martial body realm and his strength is not bad. I personally witnessed his trial back then. Hearing Elder Xianjian's words, Xiao Yuan and company heaved a sigh of relief. However, Qin Yun was unhappy. He had gone through so much trouble to come here to find that shelter. Now that he had to follow them out, wouldn't that mean that he was wasting his time? I'm not with that scum Xiaoyang Long, so I won't disturb you. Qin Yun said with a smile. Of course, he knew that Xiao Yuan and company were worried about his safety. Qin Yun, if you insult me again, I'll kill you. Xiaoyang Long said angrily. Scum, are you here to kill me? Qin Yun chuckled and said, come on, I'm right here. Xiaoyang Long wanted to go over, but when he saw Xia Wufeng and Lan Fengjin's terrifying killing intent, he did not go forward. Lan Fengjin was a mysterious saint and Xia Wufeng was a rare sword cultivator. They were not people that he, Xiaoyang Long, could deal with. Naughty brat, stop messing around and follow us obediently. Xiao Yuan pinched Qin Yun's waist and snorted softly. Yulan, I have something important to do here. I'm not messing around. Qin Yun said with a serious expression, Boss Xia, teacher, Sister Lan, Senior Ho, thank you for your concern. If I can run and by myself, I'll be fine. I have a partner here. I've joined a very strong team. Qin Yun was afraid that they would not believe him. He said to Lan Fengjin, Sister Lan, you saw that team last time. It's Old Tan and the others. With them leading me, I'll be very safe. However, you must keep an eye on that scum Xiaoyang Long, don't let him leave the team. The moment he leaves the team, he might be chasing after me. Xiaoyang Long was filled with anger. He wanted to slap Qin Yun to death, but there was nothing he could do. All right then, take care of yourself. Xiao Yuan still believed in Qin Yun. A few times before, she had supported Qin Yun in doing things that others thought were impossible. You have to be careful. Xianxia Yu also warned him. Xia Wufeng patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said, since Brother Yun already has his own plans, we won't force you. If you can't beat him, you have to run. Do you remember? Lan Fengjin knocked on Qin Yun's head. You must live well. When the time comes, challenge Xiaoyang Long and defeat him. Xiaoyang Long snorted disdainfully, dream on. You guys can leave. I'll wait here for my friends. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yuan whispered a few more warnings. After all, Qin Yun was her husband and she was still very worried about him. Not long after, Elder Xianjian left with the Blue Spirit West Palace team. With their strength, dealing with small and medium-sized magical beasts shouldn't be a problem. Qin Yun thought to himself as he watched them leave. Actually, he wanted to join in as well. This way, he wouldn't have to go around the magical beast horde and could directly fight them. 289 Chapter 289 Dragon Lion Qin Yun waited for Xia Wufeng and company to leave before hurriedly changing places to hide. When it was dark, he continued on his way. That team from Blue Spirit Star Palace should be here to hunt magical beasts. Experts like them did not need to train. But why are they hunting magical beasts? Could it be that Blue Spirit Star Palace is in urgent need of a batch of magical beasts during this period of time? As Qin Yun walked, he guessed at all sorts of possibilities. Blue Spirit Star Palace did not lack magical beast cores, but they had sent such a strong team over. It was obvious that they had other important goals. At night, Qin Yun carefully walked for more than 4 hours before he suddenly stopped. Because in front of him, there was the sound of a battle. There's a battle. Looks like it's a battle between humans and magical beasts. Let's go over and take a look. We might be able to take advantage of the chaos. Qin Yun was delighted as he carefully approached the battlefield. In such a chaotic battle, if one had a certain level of strength, they would be able to sneak in and fish for something. Not long after, Qin Yun approached the battlefield. He had originally planned to fish in troubled waters when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He could not help but be pleasantly surprised. It's Old Tan and the others. I never thought that I would meet them here. Qin Yun could also sense the auras of Elder Zhou and his 2 sons. Qin Yun also discovered that other than Old Tan and company, there were dozens of other people here. Retreat, the other magical beasts are coming. Someone shouted, causing the people who were in the midst of a chaotic battle to jump in all directions. When besieging a horde of magical beasts, What they were most afraid of was the sudden arrival of another horde of magical beasts. Old Tan and company also fled the battlefield. Xianxia followed their auras and chased after them. This was a temporary alliance between several teams. Now that they were escaping, the teams were escaping separately. After Xianxia followed them for a period of time, he finally waited for Old Tan and company to stop. Old Tan and company entered an empty small villa and hid in a cave in a stone mountain. Our luck is really bad. We were just about to take down that magical beast horde when another magical beast horde suddenly attacked. Old Tan cursed in a low voice, "Mother asterisk cur, it's all because that group of fellows didn't know how to cooperate and made such a big commotion. If we had sneaked in and assassinated the magical beasts from the beginning, we would have been able to kill the other class 7 or 8 magical beasts in a short period of time. It would have been much easier to deal with the class 9 magical beasts and spirit beasts." Elder Zhou and the others were also very unhappy, and they cursed at the other teams. Xianxia walked in the cave and heard their curses. He also felt that Old Tan and company had met a bunch of pig teammates. Just as Old Tan and company were grumbling, Xianxia suddenly appeared. "Who is it?" Old Tan shouted in surprise as he released the aura of a martial Dao realm cultivator. Following that, Old Man Zhou and his son also released a very strong aura. They were also in the martial Dao realm. "Old Tan, it's me, Ayun," Xianxia said with a smile, "Long time no see. You are all martial Dao realm cultivators." Old Tan and company also saw Xianxia's familiar face. It was much more mature than before, but they could still recognize it. "Ayun. It's really you. Great, great." Old Tan was wild with joy as he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Our good teammate has finally arrived." Old Man Zhou is very happy. He hastily walked over and patted Xianxia's shoulder. Zhouda and Tuesday also took out delicious food and drinks to entertain Xianxia. Although Old Man Zhou and Old Tan looked like old men, they were extremely spirited. "I thought I would go to the shelter to look for you, but I didn't expect to see you guys fighting magical beasts. Then, I secretly followed you," Xianxia said with a smile as he took a bowl of wine and drank it. "Haha, although we were unable to take down that magical beast horde, to be able to meet you, Ayun, is still a great harvest." Old Tan was very happy as he drank a few bowls of wine. Xianxia was not in the martial Dao realm, but Old Tan and company had never underestimated him. "Oh right, have you found that shelter?" Xianxia asked. He had come to the first town to find a shelter. "Found it. We even found that legendary witch doctor, which allowed us to smoothly step into the martial Dao realm." Old Tan smiled as he stroked his beard that was filled with wine. He continued, "That witch doctor is a good friend of my grandfather's, so he is very willing to help us step into the martial Dao realm. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't even bother with them." When Xianxia heard that, he was also very happy. He asked, "Old Tan, I'm in a hurry to step into the martial Dao realm. Can you help me find that witch doctor?" "No problem. However, he wants to collect 2 magical beast crystal eggs," Old Tan said. 2 magical beast crystal eggs were nothing to Xianxia. "Yes, I do," Xianxia said with a smile. "Alright, tomorrow we will set off for the Dragon City, which is also that shelter." Old Tan said with a smile, "If you step into the martial Dao realm, your strength will definitely increase by a large amount." Elder Zhou said with a smile, "Ayun, when the time comes, the body-securing talisman you refine will definitely be stronger. Let's rest first. Wait for me to refine some top-grade body-securing talismans. If we encounter a horde of magical beasts on the way, it will be easier for us to make our move." Xianxia took out the talisman crafting equipment and said with a smile. With you joining us, the strength of our entire team will increase by a lot." Old Tan said with a laugh, "Come, let's drink first. We'll plan tomorrow." Xianxia was very happy to meet Old Tan and company. Furthermore, he was certain that the witch doctor could help him step into the martial Dao realm. He drank to his heart's content. They drank until late at night before going to rest. The next morning, Xianxia woke up and began crafting top-grade body-securing talismans. Now that Old Tan and company were at the martial Dao realm, they were able to inject energy into the top-grade body-securing talismans. It would be even more powerful. Previously, when Qin Yan made the body-securing talismans, he had held back some of his energy. He would not use it up all at once. That was because he was alone and needed to retain some experience. And now, Old Tan and company were here to protect him. This way, he could also use all his strength to craft talismans and quickly craft top-grade body-securing talismans. He could make 6 of them a day, 8 for each person. Then, he set off for the Dragon City. Although Momo could sense the direction of the Dragon City, she did not know its exact location. After Qin Yan met Old Tan and company, he realized that the Dragon City was still deep within. It would take them at least 10 days to reach it. The main thing was that they couldn't walk in a straight line because they had to avoid many large magical beast hordes. Yun, take the Royal Spirit Cannon. These are 20 cannonballs. Old Tan handed the Royal Spirit Cannon to Qin Yan and said with a smile, "You're better at using this than me. I'll be more at ease if you use it." Qin Yan took it and said with a chuckle, "Old Tan, do you have the blueprint of the Royal Spirit Cannon? I want to copy one." "Sigh, I just don't have it. If I did, I would definitely give it to you." Old Tan sighed. He was also very regretful about this. Qin Yan was able to refine top-grade body-securing talismans at such a young age. He was definitely not bad at artifact forging. That was why Old Tan felt that it was a pity. If he had the blueprint, he would have been able to let Qin Yan refine a few Royal Spirit Cannons. "I'm fine," Qin Yan said with a smile. "I'll think of a way to see if I can discover anything from your Royal Spirit Cannon. Then, I'll try to refine one myself." Elder Zhou said with a smile, "Yun, if you can refine one, you must sell one to me." "No problem, but it's definitely not as strong as Old Tan's original version." Qin Yan still did not know if Momo could really see through the dark lines of the Royal Spirit Cannon. "Then I'll leave it with you for this period of time. Study it well. Let's go on our way now and head to the Dragon City as soon as possible so that Yun can step into the Martial Dao realm as soon as possible." Old Tan treated Qin Yan very well because Qin Yan was an inscription master with great potential. In such a chaotic place, it was not easy to meet such an inscription master. Furthermore, he had even given them a top-grade body-securing talisman. They left the cave and set foot on the road to the Dragon City. With Old Tan and company around, Qin Yan was no longer on tenterhooks. He could run with peace of mind. At noon, the 9 blazing suns were like ferocious fire beasts, releasing an unbearable heat. After Qin Yan entered the first district, he did not come out much during the day. Therefore, he never knew that the sunlight in the first district would be so scorching. "I'm going to be tanned into charcoal," Qin Yan said with a bitter smile. "Just get used to it. The first district is like this." Although the sun is very fierce, the 9 suns' spiritual energy here is special and contains a very strong life force. If it's an injured person, they will recover much faster here than outside. Old Tan said. He was indeed used to it, so he was not drenched in sweat like Qin Yan. Elder Zhou's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "The remnant aura here seems to come from a large magical beast horde. There's a magical beast horde moving their nest. Is this magical beast horde very special?" Old Tan asked. "Yes, I can sense a trace of the aura of a dragon beast from the aura. If I'm not wrong, it should be that horde of demonic dragon lions." There was a trace of excitement on Elder Zhou's face. Zhouda and Tuesday were also secretly excited. Zhouda said, "The demonic dragon lion is a magical beast with the bloodline of a dragon in its body. They just annihilated a 100-man team of humans, a very famous magical beast horde. In that case, the demonic dragon lion horde often fights with human teams? They must be riddled with wounds." Qin Yan said with a smile, "Let's catch up and destroy this magical beast horde." Old Tan frowned and said, "No, the demonic dragon lion horde has the bloodline of a dragon in their bodies and has a very strong recovery ability. This is the first district, their recovery ability is even stronger. Even if they are injured, it won't be too serious. Furthermore, this magical beast horde is extremely large. Legend has it that there are 5 spirit beasts and over 100 other Class 9 magical beasts." Elder Zhou said, "There were 5 Martial Dao realm cultivators in that 100-man team, but they were still defeated. Only a few of them managed to escape alive. That team's luck was bad and they accidentally entered the territory of the demonic dragon lions, so they were chased and even those at the martial Dao realm were unable to escape. Momo, who was in the storage space, shouted softly, "Brother Yun, I can smell the scent of a magical beast crystal egg. Furthermore, it contains the bloodline of a dragon. There are quite a few magical beast crystal eggs in that horde of demonic dragon lions. Is a dragon beast crystal egg very precious?" Qin Yan looked at Old Tan and asked. Crazy Squad Momo's feeling was not wrong. Qin Yan also believed that the demonic dragon lion was moving the magical beast crystal egg to a better place to hatch it. Old Tan, the horde of demonic dragon lions might be moving the magical beast crystal egg. Qin Yan said, "Why don't we chase after them and take a look? When the time comes, our goal will only be the magical beast crystal egg. We don't need to kill the magical beasts. If there were many magical beast crystal eggs and a magical beast horde, then the most precious one would be the magical beast crystal egg. Then the most precious thing was the magical beast crystal egg. As long as they could obtain the magical beast crystal egg and retreat unscathed, it would be considered a successful attack." Old Tan and Old Zhou looked at each other and nodded. Of course, they were also tempted by the demonic dragon lion. If it was before, they would only be fantasizing about it. But now, they had many top-grade body-securing talismans, so it was possible for them to succeed in their surprise attack and take away the magical beast crystal egg. As long as they could obtain a dragon beast crystal egg, it would be a huge profit. Old Tan said, "Alright, let's follow and take a look." The demonic dragon lion is very vigilant and can detect enemies from afar. But don't worry, Old Manjo's martial spirit is very special. The energy it releases can conceal our aura and allow us to get more than 100 meters away from the magical beast horde. To be more than 100 meters away from the magical beast horde was very close. With the speed of a martial Dao realm cultivator, they could cross more than 100 meters in a second. This was enough time to complete a surprise attack. Let's follow them first and make a plan when we see the magical beast horde. Old Tan said excitedly, "If we succeed, it will be a great harvest for us. Let's go." Old Manjo couldn't wait any longer. With a loud laugh, he followed the aura and rushed over. It was also because of Qin Yan's body-securing talisman that they had the confidence to succeed. Otherwise, they wouldn't even think about it. Old Manjo walked in front while Qin Yan and company followed behind him, maintaining a distance of more than 100 meters. They followed the aura of the demonic dragon lion for a day and finally saw a group of magical beasts stepping on the ruins from afar, slowly walking towards a discovery. In the depths of the first district, many houses had been razed, leaving behind only a lot of rubble. There were also many huge pits in some areas. In this flat area, one could only see very far. 6 spirit beasts. Old Zhou looked around and said, "This won't be easy to deal with." Old Tan paced back and forth a few steps and said, "Yun, just like before, hover in the air and use the royal spirit cannon to attack the spirit beasts. There are still 30 cannonballs here. Don't keep them, use them all." He took out another 30 cannonballs. Qin Yan nodded seriously and put the shells into his storage space. Old Tan continued, "Tuesday, it shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with the other class 8 or 9 dragon lions by yourself, right? Use it together with the body-securing talisman. Once the demonic dragon lions are locked in place, go all out to kill and attract a portion of them. Longda, Elder Zhou, and I will deal with the 3 spirit beasts. There's a total of 6 magical beasts in the demonic dragon lion horde. If there is a magical beast crystal egg, there will be at least 2 spirit beasts guarding it. Yun, your target is the spirit beast guarding the magical beast crystal egg. In that case, I have to be careful when I use the royal spirit cannon." Qin Yan said, "I don't want to shatter the magical beast crystal egg." In the horde of demonic dragon lions, many of them are at the 7th or 8th level. They are carrying a large number of human corpses. That is their stored food. I just don't know where they hid the magical beast crystal egg. Elder Zhou was more worried about this. There's no need to doubt that such a large horde of magical beasts will definitely have a magical beast crystal egg. Are we attacking during the day? Qin Yan asked. He felt that if he could use the shadow force at night, he would be able to hide better. Attack during the day. At night, the demonic dragon lion's entire body is pitch black. It can release a black mist that hides them, making it difficult for them to attack. Elder Zhou said. Everyone, don't be stingy with the top-grade body-securing talisman. At the critical moment, you must throw it out and stop the demonic dragon lion. Qin Yin warned, I'll be in the distance and will cover you. I'll also rush over and take the magical beast crystal egg. He had mastered the imperial spirit technique and could control things from a distance, so it was best to take the magical beast crystal egg. Alright, it's a deal. We will definitely be able to go very smoothly this time. Old Tan said with confidence. Elder Zhou smiled, let's go, I'll cover you guys. Ah Yun, look at the situation. If you don't need to hover in the air, then don't. It's very easy to become a target. He released the energy that concealed his aura and enveloped Qin Yun and company as they approached the horde of magical beasts. There are a lot of people. Mother ****. There are a lot of teams staring at this horde of demonic dragon lions from afar. Elder Zhou cursed in a low voice when he sensed the auras of many people. It's fine, they don't dare to attack. If they wanted to attack, they would have done so a long time ago. They wouldn't have watched from afar. Old Tan was very calm. More than 2,000 meters away, many people were floating at a height of more than 100 meters, looking at the mighty group of demonic dragon lions. The demonic dragon lions were not small in size. The smallest one was 10 to 20 meters long and its back was filled with human corpses. The largest one was dozens of meters long and looked like a moving hill. Ho Xingfeng sighed and said, the strength of the demonic dragon lion can be ranked among the top magical beasts. No one dares to attack it rashly. The team from Blue Spirit Star Palace was also here. Many teams were gathered here. They had also discussed to join forces to attack. They were also worried that the gains would not make up for the losses because there were too many people working together. There were a total of a few hundred people. Even if they took down the group of demonic dragon lions, there wouldn't be much left after the distribution. Moreover, the demonic dragon lions were famous. If a few hundred people attacked, half of them might die. If there were too few people and they were worried that they wouldn't be able to take down the demonic dragon lions, they might even be annihilated. Therefore, many teams could only watch from afar, not daring to attack. The horde of demonic dragon lions also knew that there were humans in the distance, but they weren't afraid at all. They also knew that they were very strong and no one dared to attack them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have swaggered away from their nest. This group of people suddenly discovered a few small moving dots that were gradually approaching the horde of demonic dragon lions. The crowd watching from afar immediately burst into an uproar. Among this group of people, there were some teams that had a few martial Dao realm cultivators. There were over 100 teams, but none of them dared to approach the horde of demonic dragon lions. And now, they saw a few people approaching the demonic dragon lions with no regard for their lives. Where did these guys come from? Are they crazy? Even if they are all in the martial Dao realm, they are still courting death. Are they worried that the demonic dragon lions will starve and go deliver food? Quick, use your spirit artifact to take a look. Are they all those guys? A person with such guts should be quite famous, right? There was a type of spirit artifact that looked like a bamboo tube that could see things 10,000 meters away. Very quickly, someone exclaimed, it's Old Tan, the Cannon King, Old Tan. However, the royal spirit cannon is not in his hands but in the hands of a young man. He gave such a powerful royal spirit cannon to a brat. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? It really is Old Tan's team. The four of them are all in the martial Dao realm. As for that brat, I wonder where he came from. When Ho Xingfeng saw Qin Yun's face clearly with his spirit artifact, he shouted in shock, it's Qin Yun. The one holding the royal spirit cannon is Qin Yun. Lan Fengjin was also watching and cursed in a low voice, this damned brat, he's actually crazy with those guys. To think that I believed that it would be safe for him to follow that team. These guys are actually courting death like this. Xianxia took the spirit artifact and when she saw that it was Qin Yun, her face was filled with panic. It's really Qin Yun. What are they thinking? Don't tell me they don't know the strength of the dragon lions? Xia Wufeng frowned and said, although Brother Yun seems to be a bit impulsive in his actions, he still knows his limits. Did you see that? They are so close to the dragon lions but they haven't been discovered by them. Xiao Yuan also used her spirit artifact to look at Qin Yun and company. She said in a low voice, their goal is the magical beast crystal egg. The magical beast crystal egg of the dragon lion is extremely precious. Xiao Yanglong coldly snorted, they also have to have the strength to obtain it. Aren't you going to help? Are you going to watch that little thing die there? They must have a thorough plan. If we go over, we will only destroy their plan. Xiao Yuan snorted, just watch, they might succeed. Lan Fengjin did not say anything else because she knew that Qin Yun's body-securing talismans were extremely powerful. If there were enough body-securing talismans, there was a high chance of success. An old man not far away sighed and said, it's a pity that such a good spirit artifact like the Royal Spirit Cannon is about to be destroyed by the dragon lions. Cannon King Old Tan, why is he so reckless? He's usually a very cautious person. Isn't that so? He actually gave this kind of thing to a little kid. Sigh, they're finished this time. This is also not bad. We can personally see the strength of the dragon lions. Hee, Old Tan and the others died quite worth it. They can let us know how the dragon lions attack. Many experts who were watching from afar were discussing. Xiao Yanglong said with a sneer, did you see that? Most people think that Qin Yun and company are dead for sure. Only you are naive here. Hurry up and save Qin Yun. You're just trying to instigate us to go over and ruin Qin Yun's plan. Lan Fengjin said with a sneer, Xiao Yanglong, shut your stinky mouth and just watch quietly. Xiao Yanglong only laughed. He was very happy because Qin Yun had seen Qin Yun die with his own eyes. Furthermore, Yang Shiyu, Xiao Yuan and company also wanted to see Qin Yun die a tragic death. He suddenly felt that today was the happiest day he had been in many years. Because the beast oil had been burned and his disciple had died, their plan had been ruined. Therefore, Xiao Yanglong's mood had been extremely bad for the past few days but now, it was much better. Qin Yun did not know that Xiao Yuan and company were also watching from afar. Elder Zhou released a ball of energy that concealed his aura and enveloped Qin Yun. He said, Yun, this ball of energy can be maintained for a period of time. Whether we can succeed or not depends on you. Qin Yun, who was wielding the Royal Spirit Cannon, had an arduous task. It was the key to success or failure. This placed a lot of pressure on him. Success, Old Tan and the others knew what a blessing it was to have an awesome inscription master in the team. It allowed them to not feel so much pain when they threw away the talismans. One had to know that in the other teams, when they used this kind of top-grade talisman, they had to throw it with tears in their eyes. When they threw it out, it was as painful as cutting their flesh. Qin Yun slowly followed behind the demonic dragon lions, maintaining the range of the Royal Spirit Cannon. At the same time, he observed the demonic dragon lions. The demonic dragon lion had a dragon head, dragon claws, and a lion body. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black dragon scales. The largest was 40 to 50 meters long and the smallest was more than 10 to 20 meters long. Compared to the other magical beasts, their bodies were extremely large. He didn't know how the demonic dragon lions fought. He felt that such a huge magical beast's body definitely wouldn't be that agile. The defense of the demonic dragon lions is very strong. They shouldn't be afraid of fighting. In other words, when they fight, their bodies won't move quickly. Only a portion of their bodies will move. Qin Yun looked at the tail of the demonic dragon lion and took a deep breath. He thought to himself, the tail of the demonic dragon lion should be very agile. This is one of their methods of attack. The tail of the demonic dragon lion was not very stiff. Instead, it was as soft as a whip and had many sharp thorns. Once hit by this tail, one's body would most likely be torn apart. Old Tan and the others are experienced. They should be able to tell that the tail of the demonic dragon lion is very dangerous. Qin Yun allowed himself to breathe evenly and relax his body. The onlookers in the distance were also watching seriously. Although they weren't the ones attacking the demonic dragon lions, they were still extremely nervous. Old Tan and the others carefully followed behind the demonic dragon lions and got very close. When they were 100 meters away from the demonic dragon lions, they charged forward, roar. Hundreds of demonic dragon lions sensed the aura of Old Tan and the others. At the same time, they let out an earth-shaking roar, the roar that was like that of a dragon and a lion shocked the people watching from afar. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they were still frightened by this aura. As for Old Tan and the others who were closest to the demonic dragon lions, there was no need to even mention them. The moment the demonic dragon lions roared, they were also incomparably terrified. However, they had already come this far. They could only brace themselves and fight. They also believed in themselves and their teammates' strength. Xianxia was the first to attack. He poured 5 cannonballs into the royal spirit cannon and aimed at the head of the 40-meter-long dragon lion. Boom boom boom. A series of cannonballs struck the head of the demonic dragon lion, emitting a few flashes of light. The loud sound that came out was not inferior to the roar of 100 beasts just now. It had to be said that the demonic draconic lions had the bloodline of a dragon. They were stronger than ordinary magical beasts in all aspects. Xianxia shot out 5 cannonballs in one breath. However, he could only make the head of the demonic dragon lion bleed. It did not explode. This young man's aim is too accurate. Your control of the royal spirit cannon is very good. One of the demonic dragon lion's eyeballs has been blown up. I underestimated this kid just now. Old Tan told this brat to control the royal spirit cannon so they could take out their men to attack. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. When the spectators in the distance saw Xianxia shoot the cannon, they all exclaimed in admiration. After Old Tan and the others went over, 40-meter-long demonic dragon lions rushed over. Disperse! Old Tan shouted. Old Tan, Old Zhou, and Zhou ran in 3 different directions, scattering the 3 spirit beast-level demonic dragon lions. Another demonic dragon lion and more than 100 Class 9 demonic dragon lions charged towards Tuesday. There were still 2 spirit beasts and many Class 7 and 8 demonic dragon lions remaining in the horde. This group of demonic dragon lions also had tactics. Tuesday faced so many demonic dragon lions but he was not afraid at all. That was because in the distance, there was still Xianxia. Xianxia filled the 5 cannonballs and fired them at the gigantic demonic dragon lion that was charging at Tuesday. Boom. 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 Xianxia's cannon once again hit the demonic dragon lion's eye, causing it to explode. Roar. Roar, roar. The group of demonic dragon lions were also roaring crazily, increasing their aura. Tuesday threw out a body-securing talisman and froze the large demonic dragon lion and the other small demonic dragon lions. The range of the body-securing talisman was dozens of meters, but it was only able to envelop a large demonic dragon lion and a few small ones. Therefore, he could only throw 2 more. After the large and small demonic dragon lions were frozen, Tuesday killed the small ones first. At that moment, Xianxia fired another cannon. It was still 5 cannonballs, blasting apart the other eyeball of the large demonic dragon lion. This caused the demonic dragon lion to let out a heaven-shaking roar. Old Tan and the other 2 were rather relaxed because the speed of the demonic dragon lion was not fast. It could not catch up to a martial Dao realm cultivator with high movement techniques. The demonic dragon lion could spit out purple lightning, so it needed to pay attention to dodging. If it was hit, it would also be injured. Xianxia quickly loaded the cannonballs and continuously fired at the large demonic dragon lion that was attacking Tuesday. After he fired 20 cannonballs, the head of the demonic dragon lion finally shattered and its huge body collapsed. Tuesday had already used 5 body-securing talismans. There were only 3 left. As for Xianxia, he continued to bombard the large demonic dragon lion in the group. A few thousand meters away, many people were amazed. They used body-securing talismans, very high-grade body-securing talismans. To be able to freeze the demonic dragon lion for a few seconds, where did this body-securing talisman come from? No wonder they dared to attack the demonic dragon lion horde. They have a large number of top-grade body-securing talismans. Their goal is the magical beast crystal egg. And it's very likely that they will succeed. Yeah, we really made a mistake. That body-securing talisman is too useful. Where did Old Tan and company's body-securing talisman come from? It was given by Xianxia. Lan Fengjin and company could guess that Xianxia had used this body-securing talisman when he was training outside Blue Spirit Star Palace. That kid Xianxia can refine top-grade body-securing talismans? The elders of the Star Xianwu Academy actually chased him out. What a bunch of idiots. Ho Xingfeng could not help but scold. He was once the vice principal of the Star Xianwu Academy. He knew very well what it meant for Qin Yun to be able to refine top-grade spirit talismans. Xiao Yuelan sneered as she looked at Xiao Yanglong. Now you know that Qin Yun and company are not going to die. If we pull him into our team, with his body-securing talisman, it will be much easier for us to capture spirit beasts alive. Xiao Yanglong's face was expressionless as he clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely jealous in his heart. Qin Yun was not even 20 years old and he was already an inscription master who could refine top-grade spirit talismans. This kind of status far surpassed that of a martial Dao realm cultivator. The leader of the Blue Spirit Star Palace sighed and said, Qin Yun is truly a rare genius in inscription. Look, the biggest demonic dragon lion is attacking. Someone suddenly shouted. Qin Yun used the royal spirit cannon to continuously bombard the largest demonic dragon lion. He had used up all the cannonballs but he was unable to kill it. He had only managed to shatter a small area of the big head. It wasn't that the royal spirit cannon wasn't strong enough but that the demonic dragon lion's body was too strong. The scales on the outside were strong, the flesh was tough and the bones were incomparably hard. Tuesday was in charge of cleaning up the small dragon lions and had killed quite a few of them. As long as there was no threat from the large dragon lion, he did not need the body-securing talisman. I've run out of cannonballs, so I can only go over. I have to end the battle quickly and take away the magical beast crystal egg. If this drags on, our body-securing talismans will be used up. Qin Yun used the flaming cloud steps and used more than 10 seconds to arrive behind Tuesday. Tuesday, here are 5 body-securing talismans. Take them. Qin Yun handed the body-securing talisman to Zhou Er. Stall that dragon lion. We'll succeed soon. The great dragon lion could sense that Tuesday's cultivation was the highest and posed the greatest threat, so it charged towards him. That brat, there are no more cannonballs. He actually charged into the horde of beasts. Is he courting death? He just took out 5 body-securing talismans and gave them to that middle-aged man. Where did this brat come from? It seems like he has a lot of body-securing talismans. I've never heard of Canon King Old Tan's team having such a brat before. Everyone secretly suspected that Qin Yun had many body-securing talismans in his hands. Tuesday sprinted to lure away the great dragon lion. This way, the great dragon lion would not be able to return in time. As for Qin Yun, he would only be facing one great dragon lion. Of course, Qin Yun still had to face many rank 7 and 8 dragon lions. He took out his spirit essence saber and used the imperial spirit technique to fiercely slash at them. The rank 7 and 8 dragon lions all carried many human bodies on their backs. Those corpses were stuck together by their saliva and could be preserved for a long time. They could also be stuck to their backs. These dragon lions wanted to attack Qin Yun but they were very inflexible. Where's the magical beast crystal egg? There's only one great dragon lion in the horde. The people watching from afar were filled with doubt. This kid has successfully entered the horde of beasts. I wonder if he can find the magical beast crystal egg. Don't tell me there aren't any magical beast crystal eggs? There must be. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been 2 great dragon lions left behind to guard the team. Everyone was also very anxious. Through the telescope spirit artifact, they were searching for the magical beast crystal egg. Qin Yun was very close to the great dragon lion. Furthermore, there were hundreds of them by his side. Xiao Yuelan and company were extremely nervous. They were all very worried for Qin Yun. After Qin Yun entered the horde of beasts, he was able to nimbly avoid the heavy dragon lion that was carrying a large number of human corpses. MOMO, where's the magical beast crystal egg? I can't see it. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to MOMO, who was in his storage space, and then quietly released her. MOMO hid in Qin Yun's clothes and looked outside through the gap. She said, it's under the belly of that great dragon lion. Observe carefully. When Qin Yun saw the great dragon lion rushing over, he hurriedly threw out a body-securing talisman to stop it. I see it, so that's how it was hidden. He kept MOMO in his storage space and controlled the spirit essence saber to fly towards the great dragon lion. The spirit essence saber flew over and slashed at the abdomen of the dragon lion. There was some black mucus there that turned into scales and stuck to the abdomen of the dragon lion. Qin Yin controlled the spirit essence saber to fly over and carefully split open the ball of mucus. Immediately, a golden light flashed inside, the magical beast crystal egg was exposed and it was golden in color. Hua! Everyone cried out in alarm. That was a dragon beast crystal egg. Many people were extremely tempted and wanted to rush over, but they didn't dare. Because once they went over, they would have to face the angry great dragon lion. Qin Yin threw out another body-securing talisman and continued to immobilize the great dragon lion. Following that, he used the Imperial Spirit technique and used his powerful mental force to lock onto the magical beast crystal eggs and tear them off from the mucus. Xian marked there was still a distance between Qin Yin and the great dragon lion. However, he had used the Imperial Spirit art. He didn't need to get close to take away 10 magical beast crystal eggs. The spectators from afar all saw 10 dazzling magical beast crystal eggs fly towards Qin Yin's direction. The few great dragon lions roared at the same time because the magical beast crystal eggs had been taken away. This group of great dragon lions never expected Qin Yin to have such a method. Retreat! Old Tan roared. Qin Yin threw out 2 body-securing talismans and froze the demonic dragon lions beside him. He then used his inner force to execute the fire cloud steps and executed this movement technique to the acme of perfection. He stepped out of the fire cloud steps and his body seemed to be enveloped by a cloud of fire as flames danced in the air. With a whoosh, his body shot out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled nearly 200 meters. He was like a meteor streaking across the sky, magnificent and astonishing. Fire cloud steps, perfection realm, teleportation meteor. Xianxia exclaimed, he can actually cultivate the fire cloud steps to the acme of perfection. Many people heard her exclamation and could not help but burst into an uproar. A superb movement technique was actually so terrifying. In an instant, he could travel more than 200 meters. Brother Yun is too powerful. He is only at the 9th level martial body realm and his fire cloud steps is only a high-level martial art. Xia Wufeng exclaimed with a smile. This guy has a heart of martial arts. His comprehension of martial arts is as smooth as drinking water. It's really enviable. Ho Xingfeng sighed. Qin Yin rarely used teleportation meteor. It was also because he was in the midst of a horde of demonic dragon lions that he had no choice but to use it in order to quickly escape. He had only taken 2 steps and flew more than 300 meters. More than half of the energy in his 3 Vajra inner cores had been sucked out. Old Tan and the others also used the body-securing talismans to stop the great dragon lions and took the opportunity to retreat. Not long after, they were together and quickly ran in the same direction. The few great dragon lions behind them did not chase after them because if they did, the other dragon lions here would be annihilated. As they watched Old Tan, Qin Yin and company leave, the people watching from afar were amazed. The few of them had actually succeeded in ambushing the group of demonic dragon lions. They had obtained 10 demonic dragon lion crystal eggs and retreated unscathed. None of them had been injured. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Everyone was filled with emotions as they recalled what had just happened. That brat played a very big role. I really underestimated him before. Yeah. This little fellow's usage of spiritual energy is extremely superb. If I'm not wrong, that should be Old Devil Do's Imperial Spirit technique. It seems like only Old Devil Do has a good grasp of it. No, other than Old Man Do, there's another person who learned it very well. It's Qin Yin. Someone mentioned Qin Yin, causing many people to be stunned. Qin Yin is Old Man Do's student. He was chased out of the Star Xian Wu Academy not long ago. It's not strange for it to appear here. Look, there are more than 10 people over there. They are from Blue Spirit Star Palace. They seem to recognize Qin Yin. It's really that little demon Qin Yin. I thought he was just a hedonistic crown prince. I didn't expect him to be so capable. He's not even 20 years old yet. Everyone was no stranger to Qin Yin. After all, he was the crown prince of the Tianqin Empire. Furthermore, he had done many great things and had already left a deep impression on everyone. An inexplicable rage surged in Xiao Yanglong's heart. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Qin Yin and company ran for more than half a day until it was dark. Only then did they enter the basement and hide there to rest. They didn't say a word along the way as they ran with all their might. On one hand, they were worried that the dragon lions would catch up to them. On the other hand, they were worried that the surrounding teams would secretly follow them. 10 demonic dragon lion magical beast crystal eggs were enough for many people to take the risk, especially in such a chaotic place. Xianxia took out 10 dragon beast crystal eggs and said with a smile, 2 for each person. There were a total of 5 of them, just 2 for each of them. I only want one, I'll give you the other one. Old Tan said, your contribution is the greatest. Without your large number of body-securing talismans, without your final attack, we wouldn't have been able to obtain the demonic dragon lion's magical beast crystal egg. But, I can't succeed without you guys. We are a small team, so cooperation is very important. We will all contribute the same amount of strength. Xianxia said very seriously. That was because in the previous battle, everyone had risked their lives. Elder Zhou said, Yun, I only want one too. Don't be polite with us. We have all stepped into the martial Dao realm and you are only at the 9th level martial body realm. You need these resources more than us. Then, Zhou De and Tuesday also expressed that they only wanted one. Old Tan said with a smile, Yun, you are an inscription master. You will definitely need more resources in the future. Just treat it as us helping you develop your Dao of inscriptions. In the future, when you become an even stronger inscription master, don't forget us. Definitely not. Xianxia smiled. Then I won't reject your good intentions. You are all my friends. If I need help in the future, I definitely won't reject you. Old Tan and the others all felt that it was a very worthwhile deal to let a loyal and affectionate inscription master owe them a favor. In the end, Xianxia obtained 6 demonic dragon lion magical beast crystal eggs. Let's rest first and then continue to Dragon City. Yun, now that you have the dragon beast crystal egg, you will definitely be able to get that witch doctor to help you concoct the medicinal liquid. Old Tan chuckled. Old Tan, lend me your royal spirit cannon. I want to study it properly. Xianxia took out the royal spirit cannon and said with a smile, this fellow has also played a great role. Sigh, it's just that the cannonball isn't strong. If I can refine a powerful cannonball, I might be able to kill a dragon lion with just a few cannonballs. Old Tan said regretfully, take it and study it. I hope you can understand the royal spirit cannon better so that I can use it better. The royal spirit cannon was something that Old Tan had inherited from his elders. He was not an inscription master and did not know how to forge artifacts. His understanding of the royal spirit cannon was limited and he felt that he was unable to unleash the power of the royal spirit cannon. Elder Zhou said, the royal spirit cannon originally had a blueprint for making cannonballs but it was lost. Therefore, Old Tan's cannonballs are all relatively weak. A very weak cannonball could deal with many spirit beasts. Xianxia took the royal spirit cannon and entered a storage room in the basement. He closed the stone door. Little beauty MOMO. Xianxia released MOMO and said with a smile, can you memorize all the inscriptions on this thing? MOMO looked at the royal spirit cannon and crawled around inside the cannon barrel. She seemed to be having a good time. No problem. But the inscriptions in this thing are all Xian runes. I might need to consume a lot of energy. MOMO said. They were all Xian runes. Xianxia was shocked. That meant that the royal spirit cannon could have been refined into a Xian artifact but due to various shortcomings, it could only be refined into a royal grade spirit artifact. Alright, quickly memorize it. Xianxia said excitedly. MOMO nodded and floated into the air. Her pair of dark green eyes shot out 2 rays of green light that enveloped the entire royal spirit cannon. Is that all? Xianxia asked in surprise. Big brother Yun, take out a magical beast crystal egg and place it under me. MOMO said softly. Xianxia took out the magical beast crystal egg and placed it under her. MOMO landed on the magical beast crystal egg and absorbed its energy to quickly replenish her energy. Her body was very small, only the size of a palm. As for the magical beast crystal egg, it was more than a meter tall. Standing on top of the magical beast crystal egg, it was as if she was standing on top of a hill. How long will it take? Xianxia asked. A few hours. MOMO looked at the royal spirit cannon on the ground without blinking. She looked rather tired. Qin Yan waited patiently. More than an hour passed. The magical beast crystal egg had also turned into a stone without any energy. Qin Yan hurriedly took out another one. He was somewhat worried that the magical beast crystal egg was not enough for Momo to consume. He might have to use the dragon beast crystal egg. Momo had originally thought that if it was only spirit inscriptions, it would be easier for her to succeed. Unexpectedly, the inscriptions on the royal spirit cannon were all at the Xian level. Qin Yan had previously thought that the inscriptions on the royal spirit cannon were only royal-grade spirit inscriptions. If not for Momo, he would not have known that it was an extremely rare Xian rune. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Momo finally succeeded in memorizing all the inscriptions on the royal spirit cannon. As long as she was willing, she could release the Xian runes she had recorded from her eyes and present them in the darkness as threads of light. The amount of magical beast crystal eggs consumed by Momo was also extremely terrifying. She had used a total of 7 magical beast crystal eggs and there was still one left. Qin Yan was already mentally prepared and felt that it did not matter. It was already very good that Momo did not use the 6 dragon beast crystal eggs. Momo, it's been hard on you. Qin Yan said with a smile, when I have time, I'll study the Xian runes on the royal spirit cannon. It's not hard at all. On the other hand, I've consumed a lot of magical beast crystal eggs. Momo smiled sweetly. Brother Yun, there's still one more magical beast crystal egg. This is enough for me to eat for a month. Qin Yan picked up the royal spirit cannon and said, I still have 6 dragon beast crystal eggs. I'll give them all to you to eat. That won't do. A dragon beast crystal egg is of great help to Brother Yun. I'd rather eat a class 8 magic core that makes my stomach hurt than eat a dragon beast crystal egg. Momo said resolutely. Qin Yan said with a gratified smile, my little cutie, don't worry. Big Brother Yun won't let your stomach hurt. If I can't get a magical beast crystal egg, can't I get a spirit beast core? During the period of time that Momo had followed Qin Yan, she knew of Qin Yan's strength. It hadn't been long since he had obtained so many magical beast crystal eggs. Therefore, she was not worried about replenishing her energy. She could play around in the storage space with ease. Qin Yan, Old Tan, and company rested for an entire day before continuing their journey. On the way, Qin Yan returned the royal spirit cannon to Old Tan and told him that the inscriptions on the royal spirit cannon were all Xian runes. When Old Tan learned that his royal spirit cannon had the potential to become a Xian artifact, he was shocked and excited. He really hoped that Qin Yan would grow up quickly. At that time, he might even be able to help him upgrade the royal spirit cannon to a Xian artifact. Which Dr. Qin Yan had been looking forward to visiting Dragon City for a long time. He wanted to see what the shelter in the first district looked like. It was said that the strongest people from the first town had gathered together to protect the Dragon City. Inside the Dragon City, it can be said that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Elder Zhou said, although we are in the martial Dao realm, we still have to be very careful inside. That is because there are many people in the Dragon Essence City who are stronger than them. Some of them even have unique skills. Is the Dragon City a place where anyone can enter? Qin Yan asked. They worked hard to build this city, so they definitely have to collect some fees to maintain the safety of the city. Of course. In addition to collecting taxes, they will collect a Class 8 magic core every time they enter. Old Tan said, a Class 8 magic core is nothing to us. Qin Yan had some Class 8 magical crystal cores, but he did not know how to use them. It's a pity that we didn't take the corpse of the demonic dragon lion. Elder Zhou sighed. The body of the demonic dragon lion is filled with treasures. If it was used to refine artifacts for a yun, that would be the best. Qin Yan said with a smile, we should be satisfied to be able to obtain the magical beast crystal egg of the demonic dragon lion. The situation was so critical that we couldn't do anything else. Although he also felt that it was a pity, thinking about the situation at that time, there really wasn't enough time to collect the corpses of the demonic draconic lions. If they were greedy for those corpses, there might be casualties. Elder Zhou nodded with a smile. Ah Yun, you're really open-minded. I've been thinking about it all this time. When we reach the Dragon City, we have to do our best to hide our identities. It's best if no one recognizes us, We obtained the demonic dragon lion's magical beast crystal egg, which is very coveted. Old Tan warned. When they were fighting with the demonic dragon lions, they were watched by many people. There were many experts among them, and most of them had been to the Dragon City before. If that group of people were to return to the Dragon City, they would definitely spread the news. Because Old Tan had the royal spirit cannon, he was quite famous. Many people recognized him, and he was the one who paid the most attention to hiding his identity. After a few days of traveling, Xianxia finally saw Dragon City. The walls of the Dragon Spirit City were 100 meters tall. They were silvery white in color and looked very sturdy. The entire city was huge, and it was said that it could accommodate millions of people. Most of the surviving experts in the first town were now in the Dragon City. Old Tan walked in front and brought Xianxia and company to a small door. If he wanted to pass through the door, he had to squat down. This was to prevent magical beasts from entering. Even if the person guarding the door was negligent, it would still be difficult for a slightly larger magical beast to pass through this door. If a small magical beast entered, it would also be very easy to deal with. They took out a Class 8 magic core and handed it to the gatekeeper. Then, they successfully entered the Dragon Spirit City. Inside the Dragon Spirit City, there were many iron buildings that were dozens of meters tall and hundreds of meters tall. It was obvious that they were there to guard against beast hordes. If a magical beast had attacked, it wouldn't have been turned into ruins so quickly. As soon as Xianxia entered, he was shocked by the many magnificent iron buildings and huge iron palaces. Although the divine inscription main palace was shocking, it was only the most magnificent palace. In the Dragon Essence City, there were many palaces, and they were all built with silver spirit iron. There are so many resources in First Town. With a glance, Xianxia could tell that many of the buildings here were protected by a great array, especially the great halls. Old Tan said, "The First Town is a place filled with talents. Because too many people have died, a lot of resources have been gathered together. The great powers here often send out teams of over 1,000 people to gather resources outside. Many of the houses outside have been destroyed, and there are many things hidden in the storage rooms that have been gathered together. A team of over 1,000 people and a group of desperados, they were definitely not afraid of anything." "Then what is used to trade here? Is it also crystal coins?" Xianxia asked. "Crystal coins or purple coins? After all, maintaining the formation requires a large amount of crystal coins." Elder Zhou said, "Crystal coins can be used to buy many things here. For example, magical beast crystal eggs can also be bought here. However, they are very expensive, possibly hundreds of millions each." Xianxia did not have many crystal coins on hand. Even if he wanted to buy them, he did not have that many crystal coins. "Let's go find that witch doctor," Xianxia said. Outside the city, they had undergone a simple disguise. Especially Old Tan, he had disguised himself as a very old man. Old Man Zhou said, "We won't be going. We'll stroll around and then check into the Tianyi Inn. When the time comes, find us there." Old Tan nodded. He said to Xianxia, "Ah Yun, the two of us will go. Follow me closely." After Xianxia and Old Tan bid farewell to Old Zhou and his son, they stepped onto a narrow street and headed towards the north side of the city. The narrow street was bustling with activity. It was filled with stalls. There were all kinds of magical beast bones, as well as all kinds of strange-looking magic cores and magical beast skins with all kinds of patterns. They were all things that could be found on magical beasts. There are quite a few types of magical beasts. Xianxia could not help but exclaim. Old Tan said, "That's right. Especially in the First Town, there are all kinds of magical beasts. Magical beasts have killed many humans. Humans have also killed many magical beasts. However, magical beasts reproduce very quickly, and the magical beasts that are born are all very strong. This is something that humans cannot compare to. Master Tan, where is that witch doctor? How long will it take to see him?" Xianxia asked. He had also changed the way he addressed Old Tan. "Soon, he's hiding in this place because he needs a lot of materials from magical beasts to refine all kinds of magical medicines." Old Tan smiled. "His name is Wu Xiang and he's quite famous here." After walking for a while, Old Tan led Xianxia into an alley. They took a few turns in the alley and passed by the doors of many small houses. After going around a few times, they arrived at the door of a house with a small courtyard. The door was very special. There was a magical beast skull hanging on it, but it was a pig's head. The pig's head had two very long, pure white teeth. This Master Wu is really special. Xianxia looked at the pig head and said with a smile. Suddenly, the upper and lower jaws of the pig head moved and it could even speak. Who is it? Xianxia was given a fright. It's me, Little Tan. Old Tan said with a smile, I brought a little friend here. I mentioned it last time. Do you still remember? Two balls of green light appeared in the empty eyes of the wild boar head, enveloping Xianxia and Old Tan. Little Tan. Alright, you can push open the door and come in. Old Tan hurriedly pushed open the door to let Xianxia in quickly. After Xianxia entered, he saw 2 rows of skeletons standing on both sides of the brick-paved path. It couldn't be said that they were human because the skeletons were human but their limbs were not. Their heads were not either. They were all magical beasts. It was as if they were pieced together from human and beast bones. Don't move, these bones are very strong. Old Tan warned in a low voice. I thought it was just a decoration. Xianxia was slightly alarmed and did not dare to move recklessly. They walked into the hut and arrived at a large hall. They saw a skinny old man with a ponytail. The old man only reached Xianxia's waist. His beard was very long and it touched the ground. His ponytail was also very strange. There were many colorful threads wrapped around it. It was unknown what they were. This little old man was the witch doctor named Wu Xiang. Although he was short and skinny, he looked very spirited. His pair of smiling old eyes were bright and full of expression. This seemingly strange old man looked very polite. He chuckled and said, Have a seat, have a seat. Xianxia and Old Tan hurriedly sat down. The chairs were also made of beast bones. Many of the things in the hall were made of snow-white beast bones, giving off a strange feeling. Little Tan mentioned you before. He said that you are a beginner-level inscription master at such a young age and can even refine mid-grade body-securing talismans. Wu Xiang looked at Xianxia with great interest. Elder Wu, I can now refine top-grade body-securing talismans. As Xianxia spoke, he took out the top-grade body-securing bone talisman he had refined and handed it to Wu Xiang. He said with a smile, This can be considered a greeting gift from me to Elder Wu. Wu Xiang was alarmed. He hurriedly took it and placed the bone talisman in front of his eyes, almost sticking it to his eyes as he looked at it. Level 5 finesse, did you really refine this? Wu Xiang was shocked by the finesse and asked in surprise. That's right. Xianxia was also secretly astonished. Wu Xiang could actually see through the finesse. From this, it could be seen that he had done some research on inscriptions. Can you make one for me to see? Wu Xiang said, I know. Little Tan brought you to me to ask me to help you step into the martial Dao realm. No problem, you can rest assured. When Xianxia heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. He smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll make one now. Little Tan, if you feel bored, you can go out for a walk. Don't worry, I won't eat this kid. When Wu Xiang said this, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. Old Tan also laughed dryly. Alright, I'll let Ayan stay here. I'll come back in a while. After Wu Xiang sent Old Tan out, he returned to see Xianxia take out a workbench and a finished bone plate. He was prepared to inscribe spirit inscriptions. I'm about to begin. Xianxia took out the mental resonance Xian pen and was about to inscribe spirit inscriptions when he heard Wu Xiang let out a strange cry. It's the inscription spirit, the Beast King. Wu Xiang's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at the mental resonance Xian pen in disbelief. Xianxia was also alarmed. The Beast King of the inscription spirit was one of his biggest secrets. Now, it had been seen through by someone. Elder Wu, you won't tell anyone, right? Xianxia said worriedly. Don't worry, the fact that you can use the Beast King's inscription spirit means that you have obtained its approval. Even if I kill you, I won't be able to use it. Wu Xiang took a few deep breaths and sighed. In this way, Xianxia felt a lot more at ease. He said, it was because I obtained this pen that my finesse increased a little. Originally, it was only between the third and fourth level. Great Dao Life Mark Xianxia had originally thought that he would have to use the magical beast crystal egg to exchange with Wu Xiang, but now, he was only helping to make 2 talismans. He nodded and said with a smile, no problem, the talismans shouldn't be difficult to make, right? It's not that difficult. I think you should be able to make it. Don't worry, I'll let you step into the martial Dao realm first. That way, it'll be easier for you to make it. Wu Xiang chuckled as he took out a large vat from his storage spirit artifact. It was unknown what the liquid inside was, but it was pitch black. Xianxia asked, Elder Wu, with your abilities, you should be able to find a better inscription master to help you create spirit inscriptions. Why are you looking for me? Wu Xiang took out a stick and stirred the black liquid in the vat. He sighed and said, because I don't trust those inscription masters. I'm worried that they will steal my spirit inscriptions. Xianxia was even more puzzled as he asked, then am I trustworthy? Wu Xiang nodded and said, I'm quite good at judging people. I trust you. Besides, you already have pretty good spirit inscriptions, so you won't care about my spirit inscriptions. As for the other inscription masters, the spirit inscriptions they have mastered are all very weak. If they were to obtain my spirit inscriptions, they would definitely sell them off. Then, my spirit inscriptions would be known to the entire city. As for you, you have mastered quite a few high-level spirit inscriptions, so you definitely won't casually make a move. Elder Wu, don't worry. I will definitely not spread your spirit inscriptions around. Xianxia smiled. Rare things are precious. If anyone can master spirit inscriptions, then the talismans refined from such spirit inscriptions would be worthless. Wu Xiang nodded and said with a smile, that's right, that's the logic. Elder Wu, is the thing in this vat the medicinal liquid you concocted? What are they made of? Xianxia looked at the black thing and asked curiously. Secret. Anyway, don't worry, I will definitely help you step into the martial Dao realm. Wu Xiang said confidently. Xianxia stood beside the vat and watched Wu Xiang concoct the medicinal liquid. Wu Xiang stirred the vat and from time to time, he would add other medicinal liquids. They were all colorful and it was unknown what they were. The smell was also strange. The black and sticky liquid in the vat gradually became clear. Truly miraculous. Xianxia exclaimed. It'll be done soon. Wu Xiang laughed and then let the purple flame seep into the water. The water in the vat immediately began to boil. Then, it gradually decreased and became viscous. In just a moment, it had turned into a transparent paste. Shaman Xiang filled a bucket and handed it to Xianxia. There's a secret chamber inside. After you enter, place this bucket of crystal spirit milk into the water and soak yourself in it. After cultivating for a few days, the Vajra inner core in your body will be able to nurture the life mark of the great Dao and transform into a Vajra Dao core. Xianxia took the bucket of crystal spirit milk and was filled with surprise. He asked, it's that easy to concoct? This is the final mixing process, so of course it's fast. I've been collecting those miscellaneous things for a long time, and there aren't many left now. Wu Xiang said, fortunately, you came early. If you were any later, there might not be any left. Xianxia happily entered the secret chamber and took out a large bathtub. He poured the crystal spirit milk into the bathtub and after adding some water, he soaked in the bathtub. I need to soak for a few days. I wonder if it will really work. Xianxia soaked in the bathtub and closed his eyes to feel the overflow of the crystal spirit milk. A moment later, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He felt extremely cold. What's going on? It's so cold. Alarmed, he hurriedly circulated his purple lightning inner force and circulated it through his body to expel the inexplicable coldness. However, it was useless. My flames are actually unable to withstand this kind of cold. Xianxia was alarmed. Just as he was about to leave the bathtub, he realized that his body had stiffened. He felt as if he had been frozen, unable to move. Is there a problem with this old witch doctor? He could not help but have this question in his heart. At this moment, not only was his body unable to move, even his consciousness was gradually blurring. Xianxia only felt that he was very cold and uncomfortable. Then, he gradually lost consciousness and fell asleep in the bathtub. 5 days passed and Qin Yin woke up. His body fiercely trembled and he looked around in astonishment. He was still in the bathtub but the water inside had already dried up. There wasn't even a drop of water. I fainted from the cold and then, what happened? Qin Yin walked out of the bathtub and put on his clothes. He was very puzzled. He looked at his 3 Vajra inner cores and none of them had broken through. However, he still felt a trace of pleasant surprise because the 3 Vajra inner cores all showed signs of strengthening. On the surface of the 3 Vajra inner cores, there are very shallow marks. Those should be the life marks of the Great Tao. However, they haven't completely appeared yet. I still need to soak in the medicinal liquid. Qin Yin was now certain that the strange medicinal liquid of the shaman was of great help. However, he had 3 Vajra inner cores. If he wanted to turn all of them into Vajra Dao cores, he would need even more medicinal liquid. Shaman Xiang was fiddling with some skeletons in the hall outside. When he saw Qin Yin come out, he walked over happily. The moment he walked over, he sensed the energy fluctuations in Qin Yin's body. His expression immediately changed as he said in surprise, "You actually didn't break through. This? I don't know why but I can feel that the medicinal liquid is very useful." Qin Yin could not tell the truth. He did not want others to know that he had 3 Vajra inner cores. Strange. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for this to happen. Wu Xiang said with a frown. Elder Wu, I only have 1 spirit vein. Could it have something to do with this? Qin Yin asked. He had fainted while soaking in the medicinal liquid, so he was not sure if his 9 yang divine spirit was absorbing the 9 types of energy. No. My medicinal liquid is very special and will not be restricted by the spirit vein. Wu Xiang circled around Qin Yin. His deep and sharp old eyes seemed to be able to see through Qin Yin. He stroked his chin and said with a puzzled expression, if this happens, then there is only one possibility. You have 2 Vajra inner cores. However, I can sense that there is only 1 Vajra inner core in your dantian. Qin Yin's heart trembled slightly. He never expected Wu Xiang to think of such a possibility. Elder Wu, I do have 2 Vajra inner cores. After careful consideration, Qin Yin said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you in advance. My Vajra inner core is in my left arm. Wu Xiang also knew that Qin Yin had cheated with the heavenly lion totem. When he heard Qin Yin's words, he was first surprised before saying with a smile, it's fine, it's fine. This kind of thing can't be leaked. Since you have 2 Vajra inner cores, I have to help you concoct another medicinal liquid. That's something I've never tried before. If it doesn't work, then I have no other choice. Elder Wu, how long will it take for you to concoct the medicinal liquid? Qin Yin asked. A few days or so. Wu Xiang said. How about this, when you concoct the medicinal liquid, I'll help you make those 2 talismans. Even if I can't break through, I will still make those 2 talismans. After all, Elder Wu, you have also consumed a lot of materials. Qin Yin also wanted to save time and use the next few days to create talismans for Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang paced back and forth in the hall and said, Are you confident that you can create it? Qin Yin shook his head. I don't know yet. I'll have to wait until I see those inscriptions before I know. You can use high-grade body securing talismans to create top-grade body securing talismans. Just based on this, you have an extremely high level of skill. Wu Xiang said, I believe that you can definitely do it. He took out a large piece of beast skin and spread it on a round table. He said, Take a look at this top-grade spirit inscription. Is it difficult? To be honest, even many high-ranked inscriptionists might not be able to create it. Only a spirit-level inscription master would have a high chance of creating it. To be honest, it's not that I don't trust other inscriptionists but they don't have the strength to create it. Many high-ranked inscriptionists are just dabblers. Qin Yin carefully looked at the inscriptions on the table. He was entranced and his face was filled with astonishment. When Wu Xiang saw his expression, he did not disturb him and waited patiently by the side. Elder Wu, can you tell me what the use of a talisman made from this kind of spirit inscription is? Qin Yin asked seriously. Sigh, I can't tell you. Please understand. Wu Xiang said somewhat embarrassedly. Qin Yin said in a low voice, "This is the lifespan spirit inscription, right?" Wu Xiang's skinny body suddenly trembled. "You? How did you know? You also have this kind of spirit inscription?" Wu Xiang was extremely shocked. "Impossible, this kind of spirit inscription is extremely ancient. I spent a lot of effort to obtain it." Qin Yin said, "Creating this kind of talisman requires special materials. Without that material, it would be impossible to create it." Wu Xiang hurriedly nodded and took out 2 pieces of hard cardboard. Qin Yin held it in his hand and was secretly astonished. This was because the 2 pieces of cardboard were exactly the same as the one Lan Fengjin had given him. This kind of material is also very rare. Even if one grasps the lifespan spirit inscription, without special materials, they will not be able to refine a lifespan spirit talisman. Wu Xiang sighed helplessly, "I'm about to die. My lifespan is almost up, so I can only use this method to extend my life. If you succeed in making it, I will still have about 30 to 40 years to live. Otherwise, I will die of old age in another 2 to 3 years. Where did this material come from?" Qin Yin was very curious. "I don't know either. In short, I obtained this when I obtained the lifespan spirit inscription. There are only 5 of them in total. The other 3 were destroyed because of a mistake in the production process," Wu Xiang said with a pained expression. Qin Yin said, "Elder Wu, to be honest, I have this kind of spirit inscription, but it's even more complicated than yours. It's a royal grade lifespan spirit inscription, but my strength is limited, so I can only refine a top grade spirit talisman." Celebration of the Holy Palace. Wu Xiang was at the martial Dao realm. He could be considered a very strong group of martial artists in this borderland. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not escape his fate. In the end, he would be tortured to death by the passage of time. He also knew his time limit. This period of time was the most torturous. He had even thought of committing suicide many times. He wanted to end this fear of death as soon as possible. He had pinned all his hopes on the longevity spirit inscriptions. He had also found a few inscription masters, but in the end, he still failed and was unable to refine a life spirit talisman. And now, when he heard Qin Yin say that he could refine it, he was so excited that he nearly cried. "Of course it's true." Qin Yin smiled. "Elder Wu, don't worry and help me concoct the medicinal liquid. By the time you come out, I might have finished making these 2 talismans." I'll go now. Wu Xiang hurriedly entered his room, extremely excited. When Qin Yin saw his appearance, he could not help but sigh. Humans were so weak when facing death. He also knew that Shaman Xiang felt that this world was too exciting, and he was unwilling to die like this. After all, he had been studying magic medicines for many years. If he could continue his research, he would be able to create life-prolonging magic medicines. Qin Yin took the 2 special talisman papers and entered the secret room. "I helped Sister Lan make it last time, so I can be considered to be quite proficient. Furthermore, I still have the mental resonance Xian pen." Qin Yin looked at the short and beautiful snow-white spirit pen. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He closed his eyes and engraved the royal grade longevity spirit rune in his mind. More than an hour later, he took a deep breath, concentrated, and used just the right amount of strength to hold the mental resonance Xian pen. After infusing the power of the blood soul into it, the mental resonance Xian pen seemed to fuse with his hand. Qin Yin was highly focused as he immersed himself in inscribing spirit marks. Unknowingly, he had completed a top-grade life essence talisman. 2 days had passed. "I succeeded again." Qin Yin looked at the talisman and revealed a very satisfied smile. "It's much better than last time. If I step into the martial Dao realm, I might be able to create a royal-grade spirit talisman." He put away the life spirit talisman, sat on a chair, and closed his eyes to rest. After resting for half a day, he recovered to his peak condition. Then, he continued to craft the life spirit talisman. This time, it took 2 days. "Elder Wu will definitely be very happy if I succeed on both of them." Qin Yin had not interacted with Elder Wu for long, but they had a feeling of mutual trust. Therefore, when he thought of how Elder Wu could live for another few decades, he was secretly happy. Elder Wu should not be done yet. "I'll take a break." Elder Wu should not be done yet. I'm going to take a rest. Wu Xiang was already in the hall, anxiously pacing back and forth. When he saw the door to the secret room open, he rushed over and asked, "How is it?" Elder Wu Spirit Wu Xiang, and said with Spirit Talisman, of 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, Wu, 1, 1, I, 1, 1, Wu, 1, of, Wu Xiang was already in the hall. He was pacing back and forth anxiously. When he saw the door to the secret room open, he rushed over and asked, "How is it?" After the excitement, he hurriedly took out a large barrel of golden spirit milk and said, "Ah Yun, I've used up all the materials I've collected. If you still can't break through, then I'll immediately leave this place and continue collecting materials until you can break through. Because I've never met anyone with 2 inner cores, I don't know how much I need to absorb. Elder Wu, just do your best." Qin Yun was very open-minded. He smiled and carried the barrel of spirit milk into the secret chamber. This time, Qin Yun stayed in the secret chamber for 10 days before coming out. Just like last time, he fainted from the cold. Then, as if he had fallen asleep, he woke up naturally to find that the vat had already dried up. I still didn't succeed. Qin Yun carefully observed his 3 inner cores. To his surprise, he discovered that there were many markings on the surface of the 3 inner cores. However, they were not completely visible. It was as if there was a layer of membrane on the surface of the inner cores, blocking the Great Tao life marks and preventing them from exploding. My Great Tao life marks are like seeds that have been suppressed. They have already sprouted, but it's very difficult for them to break out of the ground. Qin Yun had 3 inner cores and 2 of them were responsible for nourishing the totem marks. The Nether Sun inner core was even more mysterious and powerful. Therefore, he felt that since he had 3 powerful inner cores, the Great Tao life marks that he nurtured would definitely be extraordinary. He would need more energy in order to be born. Just a little more and the Great Tao life marks of my 3 inner cores will be able to break out of their shells. This is not bad. Qin Yun sighed softly and walked out of the secret chamber. Wu Xiang had been waiting in the hall for Qin Yun to come out. "Did you succeed?" Wu Xiang did not sense Qin Yun's aura, so his heart turned cold. Qin Yun shook his head, but he had a smile on his face. "Elder Wu, although I didn't succeed in breaking through, I'm very satisfied with my current situation. At the very least, my internal supreme force has increased by quite a bit and my Vajra inner force has also increased by a bit. I think this result is pretty good." Wu Xiang felt very guilty and said, "That won't do. You fulfilled your promise and helped me refine 2 talismans, but I did not help you break through. I must do what I say. I will leave the Dragon City now and go out to find the materials to continue refining that kind of spirit milk for you." "Elder Wu, there's no need." Qin Yun hurriedly placed his hands on Wu Xiang's shoulders and said, "Elder Wu, if you feel guilty, you can do me a favor." Wu Xiang hurriedly said, "What is it?" "Speak." "I will go through water and tread on fire to help you." Qin Yun said with a smile, "Elder Wu, you're being too serious. I just want you to help me collect some Xianyuan iron Oregon. I'll come back after a period of time. At that time, I'll collect as much as I can." "No problem, I'll try my best to collect more." Wu Xiang nodded and immediately memorized this matter. It was one of the things he had to do in the future. Following that, Wu Xiang gave Qin Yun 5 more magical beast crystal eggs. Qin Yun happened to lack magical beast crystal eggs, so he did not refuse. He had originally planned to take a stroll around the Dragon City, but he was in a hurry to return to the Divine Inscription Palace, so he did not stay here for long. Wu Xiang found Old Tan and the 2 of them sent Qin Yun out of the Dragon City and out of the first town. Qin Yun bade farewell to the 2 elders and hurried on with the Flame Cloud steps. He was in a hurry to return to the Divine Inscription Palace. On one hand, he wanted to check up on the beast oil. On the other hand, he planned to record the Xian runes of the Royal Spirit Cannon and study them carefully on how to refine the Royal Spirit Cannon. Qin Yun walked out of the first town and after a few days of trekking, he finally returned to the Divine Inscription Palace. Along the way, he encountered a few waves of magical beasts. There were spirit beast leaders, so he could only circle around them. The moment he returned to the Divine Inscription Palace and entered his suite, Shuchuan came looking for him. "Great Elder, what's the matter?" Qin Yan asked with a smile as he hurriedly invited Shuchuan into the room. Kid, you're really something. I've already heard about your participation in seizing the dragon beast crystal egg. Shuchuan chuckled and said, many old fellows have come to find me. They want to borrow my relationship to buy the dragon lion's crystal egg from you. Are you interested in selling it? This kind of good thing was usually reserved for themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in urgent need of resources, no one would be willing to sell it. I want to keep it for myself. Qin Yan said. That's true, you're not poor to begin with. Furthermore, you are also at the 9th level martial body realm. If you can step into the martial Dao realm, it will be of great help to you in the future. Shuchuan nodded. Qin Yan asked, did the Beastman make any big moves during this period of time? Shuchuan had stayed in Demon Imperial City for a period of time. He stood up and walked a few steps in the hall before sighing, yes, it's a big movement. A large group of beastmen have poured into the various empires. Fortunately, all the major cities are prepared and can defend against this group of fellows in advance. The Demon King has also led his army back to Demon Imperial City. You can rest assured. Qin Yan nodded and said with a smile, the Blue Spirit West Palace's plan has been destroyed by us. I wonder how they are feeling right now. Shuchuan laughed heartily, that's a big plan and it's related to whether or not they can lead the Blue Spirit Star Palace in the future. Now that it's been destroyed, they must be in a very bad mood. Qin Yan could not help but feel delighted when he thought of his gains from entering the Beastman mountain range. The bottle he had obtained seemed to contain an unlimited amount of beast oil, however, when he thought of what Xiao Long had said in the Beastman mountain range, that he wanted to marry Xianxia as soon as possible and use her as a cultivation cauldron, his heart became heavy. He did not know if he could help Xianxia overcome this crisis. Oh right, Qin Yan, the Blue Spirit Star Palace is preparing to hold a celebration to celebrate the 5,000 years since the establishment of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. When the time comes, there will be a martial arts competition and an inscription competition. Are you going? Shuchuan asked. If you want to participate in the inscription competition, you can register through the inscription palace. Qin Yan hurriedly asked, can I participate as well? If I were to participate in that martial arts competition, what kind of opponent would I be competing against? Shuchuan said, I thought you would only participate in the inscription competition. If it's a martial arts competition, you will naturally be competing against the 9th level martial body realm. It's said that there will be saints from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace participating. As for how strong these saints are, I'm not sure. In short, they won't be too weak. Alright, I want to participate in the martial arts competition. Oh right, help me register for the inscription competition as well. Qin Yan said with a smile, since it's a celebration organized by the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, the rewards will definitely be very generous. Shuchuan was slightly alarmed. Are you sure you want to participate in all of them? At that time, there might be a time conflict between the two matches. Let's talk about it later. I'll decide based on the situation. Qin Yan felt that he was very proficient in both martial arts and inscriptions. If he had enough time, he might be the one to take first place. Alright. It's said that those who participate in the inscription competition are all high-level inscriptionists. With your level, you will definitely be able to achieve very high results. Shuchuan smiled. Kid, you're really greedy. You want both. Saint Qin Yan, the inscription competition organized by the Blue Spirit Saint Palace will be attended by their internal inscription masters. There will definitely be many inscription masters from the 4 palaces. Those old fellows were all burdened with the heavy burden of Blue Spirit Star Palace's inscriptions. Their standards were all very high. It will be very difficult for you to get first place. Shuchuan did not think highly of Qin Yan. After all, he was still young. Qin Yan also became serious as he asked, are the high-level inscription masters of the Divine Inscription Palace going to participate as well? Of course. As long as they could spare some time, all the middle and high-level inscriptionists would participate. Because they all want to see the level of the inscriptionists from Blue Spirit Star Palace. Shuchuan said. Qin Yan now felt that obtaining first place was not as easy as he had imagined. When will it be held? Qin Yan had originally planned to try refining the royal spirit cannon. It will start in a few days. I'll go with you to Blue Spirit Star Palace now. You have enmity with the Western Palace, but you don't have to worry. With me here, they won't dare to touch you openly. Shuchuan laughed. Let's go now and head to Blue Spirit Star Palace as soon as possible. I can't wait. Qin Yan said excitedly. The great Tao life marks of his Vajra inner core had almost completely appeared. This meant that his cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th level martial body realm. He wanted to see how much stronger he was compared to the Blue Spirit Saints. Shuchuan brought Qin Yan and left the Divine Inscription Palace for Blue Spirit Star Palace. Blue Spirit Star Palace was located in the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. From time to time, magical beasts would appear outside the Star Palace. If they were lucky, they would be able to kill the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace. If they were unlucky, they would be killed. Qin Yan and Shuchuan spent 2 days before arriving at the entrance of Blue Spirit Star Palace. It was already evening. The setting sun shone on the Blue Crystal Star Palace, making it look especially beautiful. In particular, the crystal blue tower in the middle of Blue Spirit Star Palace was the most eye-catching. Under Shuchuan's lead, Qin Yan was able to smoothly enter the Blue Spirit Star Palace. Along the way, he also analyzed the 2 competitions in detail. In the martial arts competition, most of them represented the Martial Arts Institute to participate. It was said that if they won, not only would they receive rewards from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, they would also receive rewards from the Martial Arts Institute. There was almost no one like Qin Yan who participated alone. He was the only one. On the other hand, he participated in the inscription competition by himself. The Blue Spirit Star Palace was very big, but Shuchuan was very familiar with it. He quickly led Qin Yan through the Blue Spirit Star Palace towards the Saint Palace. Within the Star Palace, there were 4 palaces in the north, south, east, and west. The largest area in the middle was the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. The Blue Spirit Saint Palace was the most powerful existence in the entire Star Palace. Their disciples were all very outstanding and they controlled a large amount of resources. The formation of the entire Star Palace was also maintained by the Saint Palace's inscription masters. This Saint Palace is a city within a city, it actually has such a high wall. Qin Yan stood in front of the entrance of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace and looked at the 100-meter-tall city wall. He could not help but sigh, no wonder the Western Palace wants to dominate the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace. It can be seen that this Saint Palace has always made them unhappy. Usually, it's just the 4 palaces fighting openly and covertly. But sometimes, they will join forces and secretly compete with the Sacred Palace. Only the Eastern Palace and the Holy Palace have a good relationship, Shuchuan said. When the golden armored guards of the Saint Palace saw that it was Shuchuan, they immediately let them in. The interior of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace was different from the outside. In the middle, there was a blue tower that looked dignified and sacred. As for the other large and small palaces and buildings, they were all made of blue crystals with a faint golden glow. As long as one entered, they would immediately be able to feel that the buildings inside were all sacred and different from the outside. Furthermore, the spiritual energy inside was much denser than outside and the air was much more fragrant. This Saint Palace is really different, Qin Yan said in a low voice. That's right. Actually, the disciples of the 4 palaces all wanted to enter the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, but the examination of the Saint Palace was very strict. Other than the Eastern Palace, the other 3 palace masters would not allow their outstanding disciples to enter the Saint Palace. Shuchuan led Qin Yan towards the palace beside the Blue Crystal Tower. The Blue Crystal Tower was not located in the middle of the Saint Palace but rather near the entrance of the Saint Palace. The moment they entered, they could see the tightly shut door of the Blue Crystal Tower. Near the tower, there was a spacious martial arena and several huge palaces. It seemed that all the important buildings were surrounding the tower. The palace that Shuchuan brought Qin Yan into was called the Spiritual Martial Palace. The moment they entered, they heard a clamor. There were 3,000 to 2,000 people inside, scattered in groups of 3 to 5. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious. Among the people here, there were disciples from the 4 palaces as well as those from the 3 Xian-level martial academies. They were all chatting, so the hall became very lively. When Qin Yun and Shuchuan entered, there were also people who saw them. Many of the teachers and students of the Star Xian Wu Academy quickly recognized Qin Yun. Qin Yun wore loose black clothes, although he had a beard on his face. Many people had a deep impression of his face, so they immediately recognized him. Isn't that Qin Yun? He and the great elder of the Divine Inscription Palace. After he was chased out of the Star Xian Wu Academy, he joined the Divine Inscription Palace. Now that the great elder brought him here, it seems like he is doing well in the Divine Inscription Palace. I heard that Qin Yun has quite a few top-grade body-securing talismans. That's why he was able to obtain the Dragon Beast Crystal Egg. Now that he is participating in the martial arts competition, we have to be careful. He is a beginner-level inscription master. The top-grade body-securing talisman was definitely not refined by him. It should have been refined by Great Elder Shuchuan for him. It might be because he provided the body-securing inscription that the Great Elder helped him. There weren't many people who knew that Qin Yun was a high-ranked inscription master. Although the elders of the Star Xian Wu Academy knew about it, they didn't dare to make it public. They didn't want others to laugh at them and say that they had chased away a high-ranked inscription master. You take the test here. I'll go to the inscription palace, Shuchuan said. Qin Yun had already registered and obtained an identity jade token. Then, just like everyone else, he waited for the examination to begin. The so-called examination was also to screen people and prevent them from sneaking in and intercepting them below the battling platform. I wonder if Huazhong and the others will come. Qin Yun stood in a corner and heard many people discussing him. However, he did not think much of it. Not far from him, someone said, I heard that the Blue Spirit Saints are all very strong. Those tests are nothing to them. They will definitely be able to enter the next stage. There are a total of 5 stages in the martial arts competition. It's said that the last stage is the martial arts competition. What? Then what are the first 4 stages going to do? Let's carry out all sorts of competitions. In short, they are all tests of a martial artist's strength. Qin Yun was also secretly surprised. He thought that he would be able to enter the martial arts competition stage very soon. For some reason, the noisy hall suddenly quietened down. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the hall and saw a group of youths dressed in golden blue robes, brimming with energy and imposing auras walking in. It's a disciple of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Are they all at the 9th level martial body realm? This is too powerful. They all look very young, not a single one of them is middle-aged. Nonsense, the middle-aged 9th level martial body, the Blue Spirit Saint Palace would never accept him. Among them, there are martial Dao realm cultivators. They should only be accompanying us to register. I say, how can the aura of a 9th level martial body be so strong? There are so many young martial Dao realm cultivators. This is too terrifying. Qin Yun also looked at the group of people and realized that Xia Wufeng was among them. He was secretly happy and hurriedly walked over. The moment Xia Wufeng entered, he heard someone say that Qin Yun had also come. He looked around and soon saw Qin Yun walking over. Boss Xia, are you here to register as well? That's great, maybe I can have a good fight with you. Qin Yun walked over and said with a smile. Brother Yun, I've stepped into the martial Dao realm, so I can't participate anymore. I'm here to accompany them to join in the fun. Xia Wufeng laughed heartily. His words caused the students of the other 3 martial academies to be dumbstruck. Xia Wufeng only had 1 arm and no martial spirit. He only had 2 spiritual veins and had once dominated the 3 mysterious academy for many years, so he was very famous. Now, he had stepped into the martial Dao realm and he was not even 30 years old. This was inconceivable. Everyone felt that sword cultivators were even more mysterious. After Qin Yun recovered from his surprise, he said with a happy smile, Boss Xia, your progress is truly terrifying. I wonder how strong a martial Dao realm sword cultivator is. I really want to see your strongest strength. There will be a chance. Xia Wufeng smiled faintly and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. Normally, he would appear extremely cold and arrogant, just like a proud and aloof sword. It was only when he saw Qin Yun that he would retract his sharpness. That was because Qin Yun was someone he respected greatly. Brother Yun, I'll accompany them to register first. Later, I'll take you around the Blue Spirit Saint Palace and then call third brother and second brother out. Let's get together. Xia Wufeng said. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Xia Wufeng quickly followed his fellow disciples and walked towards the registration counter. The Blue Spirit Saint Palace's display of strength was clearly telling everyone that the first place this time belonged to their Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Furthermore, the Blue Spirit Saint Palace was also showing off their strength to the other 4 palaces. Qin Yun believed that the Blue Spirit Saint Palace might have sensed that the West Palace was secretly making a move. Therefore, he took this opportunity to knock on the West Palace and tell them not to go overboard. Qin Yun. Not far away, a cold voice sounded. However, the voice was surprisingly refreshing. Qin Yun was no stranger to this voice. It was Xuezai's. Xuezai was a very strange woman. She could hide all her emotions and not even reveal them in her voice. Therefore, she always looked indifferent and cold. Xuezai had also come to participate. She was dressed in purple as usual and her appearance had not changed. However, the aura on her body had become much stronger, making her appear even more aloof. She never took the initiative to talk to men, but now, she was shouting Qin Yun's name from afar. Zai. Qin Yun said with a smile, you're here too. If you meet me, you have no chance of winning. Xian rank inscription master. When Qin Yun saw how confident Xuezai was, he said with a smile, now that you say that, I'm really looking forward to fighting with you. I don't want to fight with you. Who knows how strong you are when you go all out. If we fight to the death, it won't do either of us any good. Xuezai said. As Qin Yun and Xuezai were chatting, Xia Wufeng walked over and said to Qin Yun, is this your friend? Let's go to the hotel together. I've already sent someone to call third brother and second brother. Senior sister Lan might come as well. Xuezai nodded and followed behind Xia Wufeng with Qin Yun. Boss Xia, how many 9th level martial artists are participating in this competition in your Blue Spirit Saint Palace? Qin Yun asked in a low voice. They shouldn't be weak, right? There are quite a few who have stepped into the 9th level martial body realm for more than a year. Originally, Xiao Yuelan was going to come as well, but I heard that she was preparing to break through to the martial Dao realm. In order to avoid getting injured, she did not come. Xia Wufeng said. They had already walked out of the spiritual martial palace and were walking towards a tall building not far away. Not long after Xiao Yuelan broke through to the 9th level martial body realm, she was about to enter the martial Dao realm. This surprised Qin Yun and Xuezai. How strong are the disciples of your Saint Palace? Xuezai asked. They are all very strong. I can't say for sure. I don't have a clear understanding of your strength, so it's not easy to judge. Xia Wufeng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, in short, if your opponent is them, then you have to be careful. I heard that those fellows' character isn't that good, so you have to be wary of them. Brother Yun, there are many young disciples in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace who have a lot of resentment towards you. This is mainly because you are Xiao Yuelan's husband. And they all want to pursue Xiao Yuelan, so once they meet you, they will definitely want to use this opportunity to display their strength. Qin Yun said with a smile, this is pretty good. It's a fair competition anyway. If they want to abuse me, I can also abuse them. Xia Wufeng also knew that Qin Yun's strength was unfathomable. Especially after seeing Qin Yun attack the dragon lion last time, he could not see through Qin Yun's strength. Xia Wufeng brought Qin Yun and Xuezai to a hotel and entered the most luxurious floor. Because he was an outstanding Blue Spirit Saint, he had a great discount on eating and drinking here. They were in a private room. Just as they finished ordering, Morong Darren, Huazhong, and Lan Fengjin arrived. Brother Yun, you've finally arrived at the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. You're here to participate in the martial arts competition, right? I'll definitely bet on you to win. Mu Rongjun said with a grin. Then, he raised his chopsticks and began to pick up food. He was not polite at all. Huazhong said with a silly smile, if I was at the 9th level martial body realm, I would have participated as well. Unfortunately, I'm just a little bit off. Second bro, third bro, do you guys always freeload off Boss Xia's food and wine? You all seem to be very familiar with this place. Qin Yun said with smile. Mu Rongjun was already wolfing down the food. In front of acquaintances, he would be more casual. After Lan Fengjin sat down, she said, "Zai, I heard that you came here to join the Eastern Palace, right?" Shuizai nodded and said, "Yes, the East Palace has already agreed to accept me. In the future, I will also be a disciple of Blue Spirit Star Palace. I hope that Sister Lan and the other senior brothers will take care of me." Mu Rongjun said with a smile, "This is pretty good. Our team in Blue Spirit Star Palace is getting stronger and stronger. Brother Yun, when are you coming in? With your ability, you will definitely be able to get the same treatment as Boss Xia." Xia Wufeng, Lan Fengjin and company looked at Qin Yun. They really hoped that Qin Yun would come in. "I've said it before. I defeated Xiaoyang Long and sat in his position as the chief disciple of the Western Palace." Qin Yun smiled faintly. "Why are all of you so forgetful? Don't you remember?" Mu Rongjun let out a long sigh and said, "That bastard Xiaoyang Long is not that easy to deal with. Boss Xia is in the martial Dao realm. Last time, he fought with Xiaoyang Long. Ask him how strong Xiaoyang Long is." Lan Fengjin drank a big mouthful of wine and said, "I've also sparred with Xiaoyang Long before. This guy is really strong. I can beat Xiaoyang Long, but if I beat him, I'll be injured myself." Xia Wufeng's expression turned serious as he said, "Brother Yun, you can only defeat him if you step into the martial Dao realm." Hua Zhong sighed, "How could it be that easy to step into the martial Dao realm? You are all in your 20s and it is very easy for you to step into the martial Dao realm. Furthermore, Brother Yun is not even 18 years old yet." Mu Rongjun said, "There has never been a record of someone being able to step into the martial Dao realm before the age of 20. Even Xiao Yuelan would have to go into seclusion for several years before she can step into the martial Dao realm. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink." Qin Yun smiled and raised his wine cup to toast everyone. Everyone did not want Qin Yun to feel pressured. They did not continue discussing and toasted Qin Yun. Qin Yun took a big gulp of wine and asked, "The Blue Spirit Saint Palace's convention this time seems to be very grand. It seems like they want to use this opportunity to display their strength." Lan Fengjin nodded and said, "That is indeed the case. That is because the West Palace and Nangong Palace have been very powerful during this period of time. They want to suppress our Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Therefore, we will use this opportunity to display the strength of our Blue Spirit Saint disciples. We will suppress them in the martial arts competition." Qin Yun said with a smile, "Your Blue Spirit Saint Palace's plan might be broken by me. Who knows, I might be able to suppress the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace." Mu Rongjun laughed and said, "Brother Yun, it seems like you are very confident this time. We guessed that you would come, but we only thought that you would participate in the inscription competition." Qin Yun, "I also thought that you were going to participate in the inscription competition. I heard that the rewards for the inscription competition are very rich. You actually didn't go. Participating in the inscription competition, no matter what, you won't get injured or anything. It will be safer." Lan Fengjin said with a smile. Shuizai asked, "Sister Lan, does that mean you are participating in the inscription competition?" Lan Fengjin smiled tenderly and said, "Of course. As a young female high-ranked inscription master, I am naturally indispensable in the inscription competition. Regardless of whether I can get first place or not, I will still be rewarded. The Blue Spirit Saint Palace has offered generous conditions for me to participate and give face to our Saint Palace. Sister Lan, your level of inscription should be pretty good, right? How confident are you in getting into the top 3? Qin Yun asked with a smile. "I don't have much confidence in getting first place. As for the top 3, it's hard to say, but my ranking shouldn't be too bad." Lan Fengjin said with great confidence, "It's a pity that you didn't participate. Otherwise, with your strength, entering the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. You have to know that this year's inscription competition is no small matter. It's a gathering of high-level inscriptionists from all over the world." Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. He planned to temporarily keep the matter of him participating in the inscription competition a secret. He would talk about it when the time came. After eating, drinking, and playing, they chatted for a while and then went their separate ways. Qin Yun returned to the spiritual martial palace and happened to see Zhuo Chuan coming over. "Grand Elder, where are we staying tonight?" Qin Yun asked. Don't worry, I will definitely make arrangements for you. I have an inscription master friend in the Saint Palace. Let's go stay at his place. After Xuechuan finished speaking, he led Qin Yun through a small path. The light carriage was familiar with the road as it quickly walked through the Saint Palace. Not long after, Xuechuan and Qin Yun arrived at a small forest to the north of the Saint Palace. In the small forest, there were several small wooden houses. In front of one of the wooden houses, there was a large stone table. Beside the stone table, there was a white-robed old man with a long beard. He was holding a large brush and drawing something in the air on the stone table. It was unknown what he was drawing. After Qin Yun and Xuechuan went over, the long-bearded old man was still focused. He looked at the stone table and wrote something with a large brush. After approaching, Qin Yun was surprised to discover that although this person had a head full of white hair and a chin full of white beard, his face was very handsome and young. Under a pair of snow-white sword-like eyebrows, a pair of bright and spirited eyes were staring at the tip of the pen. Old Lan, you're practicing Xian runes again. This method seems to be rather difficult. Xuechuan chuckled and said, I brought a little friend to stay here for a period of time. The young and handsome old man put away the large brush in his hand. A set of mysterious runes suddenly appeared on the stone table and disappeared in a flash. Qin Yun was immediately alarmed. Although it was only for a short moment, he could tell that the set of mysterious runes was extremely complicated and profound. Furthermore, it was formed using a very weak amount of spiritual energy. He immediately understood that the old man had used a large brush to stir the spiritual energy in the air to condense it into a mysterious rune. This could achieve the goal of a type of practice, but the process was very difficult. Your name is Qin Yun, right? The old man looked at Qin Yun and asked with a smile. Qin Yun, this is my friend Lan Huayu. He is a Xian rank inscription master and can refine Xian artifacts. Xuechuan said. Greetings, senior. Qin Yun hurriedly greeted and politely said. However, in his heart, he was extremely shocked. He had finally seen a living Xian rank inscription master. Lan Huayu smiled and nodded. That girl, Feng Jin, once mentioned you to me. Furthermore, she even took out the body-securing talisman you refined for me to see. To have such a level at such a young age, it's rare, it's rare. Senior, who is Sister Lan to you? Qin Yun had long known that Lan Fengjin's background was not simple. She's my granddaughter. Lan Huayu laughed a few times. This girl has inherited my legacy of inscriptions. I hope that she will have my achievements in the future. Lan Fengjin's grandfather was actually such a powerful person. Then his parents were definitely not simple either. Qin Yun was even more puzzled. Lan Fengjin clearly had such a strong grandfather, so why did she still ask him to create a longevity talisman? With Lan Huayu's strength, he would definitely be able to easily produce it. Old Lan, your granddaughter has also signed up for the inscription competition. What rank do you think she can get? Xuechuan said with a smile. The arrogant Saint Xuechuan smiled faintly. He did not tell Lan Huayu that Qin Yun was also participating in the inscription competition. In the next few days, Qin Yun stayed in Lan Huayu's grove. He mainly reviewed the martial arts he had mastered. A few days later, Xuechuan came to inform him to head to the spiritual martial palace. Because the martial arts competition had already begun, there was a large empty space in the middle of the spiritual martial palace. It was as big as a square and it was filled with people. Some of them were here to participate in the martial arts competition, while others were here to watch the show. Qin Yun also found out that the inscription competition would be held in the inscription hall next door in the afternoon. As for the next few rounds, he wasn't sure if there would be any conflicts between the two competitions. He could only take it one step at a time. If there really was a conflict, he would decide which side to give up. As for the martial arts competition, the first few rounds were mainly to test the various abilities of the martial artists and eliminate the participants batch by batch. Only those who could last until the end could participate in the competition. When Qin Yun arrived at the entrance of the spiritual martial palace, he saw the mighty group of saints. Xia Wufeng, Hua Zhong and Murong Darren were also here. Although they were not participating, they wanted to watch the show. After all, Qin Yun and several young warriors from the Saint Palace were participating. Brother Yun, the martial competition officially begins today. I hope to see your outstanding performance, Xia Wufeng said with a smile. I will definitely perform well. Qin Yan nodded and smiled. A youth dressed in golden blue skin-tight armor suddenly walked towards Qin Yan. He had a thin and handsome face. However, his handsome face was filled with arrogance. His eyes that were sizing up Qin Yan were filled with disdain and jealousy. You are Xiao Yuelan's fiancé? The man asked in a tone full of contempt. He looks just like that, there's nothing special about him. Xia Wufeng's face turned cold. Ji Kailan, what do you mean by this? The arrogant young man's name was Ji Kailan. Qin Yan had heard Lan Huayu mention him before. It was said that he was the youngest and most powerful 9th-level martial body in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. At the age of 18, he had the 7-yang spirit vein and possessed the legendary beast martial spirit, Thunder Qilin. He is 2 to 3 months younger than Xiao Yuelan, but he believes that his strength is stronger than Xiao Yuelan's. Furthermore, in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, he was recognized as the youngest and most powerful 9th-level martial body martial artist. Furthermore, Ji Kailan's parents and ancestors held important positions in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. They had great power and strength. Ji Kailan was the kind of person who could walk sideways in the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace. Therefore, it was normal for him to look down on others. Nothing, I just feel that he is not worthy of Xiao Yuelan. How good would it be if he died, then Yuelan would be mine. Ji Kailan laughed loudly and said, if I meet him on the battle stage, I will definitely beat him up. I will let Yuelan see how weak her fiancé is. Another young saint walked over and said mockingly, Qin Yan was originally weaker than Xiao Yuelan, this is a matter that everyone knows. So it's useless to beat him up. Maybe Yuelan will hate you. If that's the case, I won't dare to hit him anymore. Sigh, for a man to be protected by a woman, this is truly a disgrace to us men. Ji Kailan mocked loudly, Qin Yan, I have to say that I admire you. Your ability to live off a woman should be #1 in the world. I wonder what kind of bewitching soup you fed Yuelan to make her so loyal to you. As long as you kill Qin Yan, you will have a chance. A saint said with a smile, do you dare? Xia Wufeng shouted coldly, enough, hurry up and participate in the martial arts competition. Who is strong and who is weak, let's speak with strength. Ji Kailan did not seem to dare to contradict Xia Wufeng. He only snorted contemptuously at Qin Yan before walking into the spiritual martial palace. Brother Yun, don't be angry. This guy is usually like this. Xia Wufeng said. Qin Yan looked coldly at Ji Kailan and said coldly, of course I'm not angry. A person like him is not worthy of me being angry. With that, he quickly walked into the spiritual martial palace. Inside the spiritual martial palace, all the martial artists participating in the competition had arrived. There were a total of more than 1,000 people and they were all at the 9th-level martial body realm. The number of middle-aged men was the largest. There were others from the Black-level Martial Academy and also from the Blue Spirit Star Palace. The most eye-catching ones were the few saints from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Their auras were very strong and their clothes were very dazzling. They were standing in front of them. Qin Yan and Shuazai stood together as they listened to the rules of the first round. There were a total of 5 rounds in the martial arts competition. The 5th round was a martial arts competition. The first 4 rounds were all screening. After the martial arts competition was over, it would be a celebration to celebrate the 5,000 years of the Saint Palace's establishment. The Blue Spirit Saint Palace believed that the victors of the martial arts competition and the inscription competition would all be members of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. If they held a celebration, it would be very glorious. Those who came to watch the battle felt regretful when they found out that Xiao Yuelan did not participate. However, Qin Yan's arrival gave them quite a bit of anticipation. Qin Yan had stepped into the 9th-level martial body realm. He was definitely very strong. As for how strong he was, no one knew. Right now, in this martial arts competition, there would be a very strong 9th-level martial body as Qin Yan's opponent. At that time, everyone would be able to see Qin Yan's strength. The first round is a test of your willpower. All of you will form 10 teams, 10 people at a time. The person in charge of the competition was a middle-aged woman who shouted solemnly. The participating martial artists immediately lined up into 10 teams and waited for the competition to begin. The content of the test was to hold an illusory demon orb and then walk in the middle of the spiritual martial palace. The more steps one took, the stronger one's willpower was. The reason why the spiritual martial palace was so empty was because it was prepared for the examination. The first group of 10 teams each held a black bead. After the slogan sounded, they walked forward. Some of them had only taken 2 steps when they fell to the ground and started shouting, as if they had seen a ghost. Some of them took 4 or 5 steps before they screamed crazily, as if they were in great pain. Some of them had evil expressions on their faces, as if they were doing something bad. The illusory demon orb can awaken the inner demons in a person's heart and induce their evil thoughts to the maximum. Then, it can create illusions for them to do whatever they want. That's why it looks like they are doing things that they usually want to do but don't dare to do. Of course, the illusion is more realistic. When they do bad things, they will also be punished. An old man who was watching solemnly explained the functions of the illusory demon orb. Many of the young disciples understood what was going on. They were glad that they did not participate. Otherwise, they would have exposed the evil thoughts in their hearts. If one's mental fortitude was not strong enough, their inner demons would be easily triggered. Their evil thoughts would immediately surge and they would do crazy and evil things in their illusions. In the first round of the test, the 500 people who had taken the most steps would be chosen. If the person who took the most steps would be rewarded with a magical beast crystal egg, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen groups of people had gone up. At most, they could take 15 steps before they went crazy. However, this result was extremely praiseworthy. One had to know that many people were unable to take more than 10 steps. Next, it was the turn of the Blue Spirit St. Palace's disciples. Xianxia was at the back of the line. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at the strongest and youngest 9th-level martial body cultivator, Xianxia. Xianxia was confident. The corner of his mouth curled into a proud smile as he held the black illusory demon orb and quickly walked out. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 50 steps. 100 steps, everyone could not help but shout loudly. When Xianxia walked 100 steps, his forehead was covered in sweat. He hurriedly placed the illusory demon orb on the ground to prevent himself from making a fool of himself. As for the other saints, they could also walk 88 steps. This was indeed very powerful. It allowed many martial artists to see the difference between a saint and a non-saint. The disciples of the 4 palaces were also not bad. They had all taken dozens of steps, which was better than the students of the Black-level Martial Arts Academy. Xianxia and the others should have been trained. Xuezai, who was in front of Xianxia, snorted coldly and said, "All the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace must have undergone this kind of training all year round, so their performance is better than the other martial artists. Zai, are you afraid? You are young and beautiful. If you are forced to expose your ugly appearance, that would not be good." Xianxia chuckled. "No, I do have evil thoughts, but since I was young, it hasn't been too heavy. Furthermore, I've often been suppressed by me. If I want to take a few dozen steps, it shouldn't be a problem," Xuezai said. Xianxia did not doubt her words. He had been in contact with Xuezai for so long and rarely saw her emotions fluctuate. It was obvious that she had also undergone such training. "Xianxia, what about you? All these years, you have been bullied and tortured. Furthermore, there are all kinds of beauties around you and you have come into contact with a lot of temptations. I'm more worried about you." Xuezai said, "You can be considered an impulsive person. Are you all right?" "Of course not," Xianxia said with a calm smile. He cultivated the Star Yang Heart Sutra and had seen the terror of the universe. He had experienced all sorts of tempering in order to obtain the recognition of the Nether Sun. It could be said that his mental fortitude was extremely strong. It was not a problem for him to resist this illusion. After waiting for a while, it was finally Xuezai's turn. Xuezai was one of the few young female martial artists. She had a cultivation at the 9th-level martial body realm. Furthermore, she was very close to Xianxia, so she attracted a lot of attention. Many of the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace were upset when they saw Xuezai in front of Xianxia. This was because Xianxia clearly had Xiaoyuan, yet he was still hooking up with other outstanding women. Shuizai held the illusory demon orb and quickly walked out. In an instant, she had taken more than 20 steps. This caused an uproar. She can still continue walking. Truly amazing. The reason why the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace can walk so many steps is because they often use the illusory demon orb to train. As for Shuizai, she has just joined the East Palace and has never trained before. 40 steps. 55. When Shuizai reached the 55th step, she finally put down the illusory demon orb. Then, she gasped for breath as if she had almost lost control. This result also made many of the outstanding disciples of the Star Palace feel ashamed. Even those saints had a whole new level of respect for Shuizai. Next, it was finally Qin Yun's turn. The strongest mental strength Qin Yun took the illusory demon orb and gripped it tightly. Then, he began to walk out. Just as he walked out, he felt a wave of mental energy with all sorts of emotions enter his body and rush into his brain. As he took the second step, the mental energy became even more rampant, as if it wanted to devour his consciousness and instill all sorts of illusions into him. Strength, beauty, treasures, and all sorts of illusions. Once immersed in the illusion, one would immediately enjoy an incomparably powerful feeling. One would be able to obtain all sorts of beauties and possess all sorts of treasures. This was only the first round of illusions. Once he entered the first round, the second round would follow. As for what the second round of illusions was, Qin Yun did not know. That was because with a single thought, he had wiped out the mental force that had entered his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken more than 10 steps. This was quite shocking because it had already surpassed many of the students of the Black Level Martial Arts Academy. Everyone secretly felt that he could not take more than 20 steps. However, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yun had already taken more than 20 steps with a calm expression on his face. To Qin Yun, the illusory demon orb was just a simple stone. It could not affect his emotions at all. Every time someone was certain that Qin Yun would not be able to walk for long, he would always continue forward without a change in expression. He had already taken more than 50 steps. Everyone present let out a low cry. More than 50 steps meant that he had reached the level of a disciple of Blue Spirit Star Palace. Under his suppression, the illusory demon orb in Qin Yun's hand temporarily lost its effect. Therefore, it did not affect him in the slightest. When he took the 70th step, everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Yun had reached the level of a Blue Spirit Saint and could even surpass it. That was because his expression had not changed at all. He looked extremely relaxed. Ji Kailan could not help but clench his fists tightly. He was the one who had walked the furthest in the first round of the test. As for Qin Yun, he had already taken more than 90 steps, 100 steps. Everyone cried out in alarm. Some people even suspected that there was a problem with his illusory demon orb, and Qin Yun could still continue walking. Only after 150 steps did he stop and place the illusory demon orb on the ground. Qin Yun, 150 steps. An old man in charge of supervising shouted loudly before recording Qin Yun's results. Everyone immediately broke into an uproar. He surpassed Ji Kailan. Is there a problem with the illusory demon orb he obtained? The highest record in Blue Spirit Star Palace is only 140 steps. That was done by an old senior. He actually surpassed an old senior in our Blue Spirit Star Palace. That's impossible. He cheated. Many disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace were discussing amongst themselves. Lan Fengjin, who was watching from afar, said with a frown, Qin Yun's mental fortitude is too terrifying. Even I can only last 100 steps. He can actually reach 150 steps. I heard that the highest record was 148 steps, and it was set by an elder. Qin Yun has already surpassed that senior. Xia Wufeng exclaimed in admiration. The old man in charge exchanged glances with one another. They too found it unbelievable. They were certain that Qin Yun had never received any training in this area before. It was probably his first time using the illusory demon orb. To be able to achieve such a result was unbelievable. Elder, Qin Yun must have cheated. Ji Kailan's face was filled with dissatisfaction as he hurriedly shouted. He looked down on Qin Yun, but Qin Yun had surpassed him by so much. It made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. The other saints and many disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace all protested. A blue-robed elder hurriedly walked towards Qin Yun and checked the illusory demon orb in his hand. When he realized that there was nothing wrong with it, he shook his head and said, "This illusory demon orb is normal. There's no problem." Everyone was unable to understand this. If there was no problem with the illusory demon orb, then what was the problem? No one believed that Qin Yun could do better than Ji Kailan without any mental training. Qin Yun was infuriated. He had only used his powerful mental strength to protect his brain from the invasion of the negative emotions of the illusory demon orb. He had actually been suspected because of this. "Elder, please let Qin Yun redo the test. Furthermore, we must prevent him from cheating this time." Ji Kailan was the first to refuse to accept it because he had been surpassed by Qin Yun. Qin Yun said with a sneer, "Since you said that I cheated, then tell me, how do you want to retest my mental strength?" "That's easy. As long as you don't let your hands touch the illusory demon orb, it's fine. You are an inscription master, so it's very likely that you used some tricks just now without being discovered." Ji Kailan's words received the support of many people. The elder said, "Alright, I'll tie up the illusory demon orb and hang it on Qin Yun's chest. His hands are not allowed to touch the illusory demon orb. This way, he won't be able to cheat." Ji Kailan nodded. "If he can still take 100 steps after doing this, then I will concede defeat. Although I haven't practiced with the illusory demon orb before, my mental fortitude has become very strong in other aspects of cultivation." Qin Yun was displeased to be suspected by so many people. "How about this? Tie 2 illusory demon orbs on me. If I can still get first place, how about giving me 2 magical beast crystal eggs? You doubting me is already disrespectful to me. This can be considered as compensation." To actually want to tie up 2 illusory demon orbs, this was simply crazy. A single illusory demon orb could cause a person to be in danger of falling into a mental demon. If it was 2 illusory demon orbs, he might go berserk. This was too risky. After the elders discussed, they all agreed to Qin Yun's request. This convention was organized by the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, so they had to appear more generous. Qin Yun had 2 illusory demon orbs hanging on his body, one on his chest and one on his back. He spread out his arms, allowing everyone to see that his hands did not touch the illusory demon orb. The spiritual martial palace was extremely quiet as they watched Qin Yun walk out step by step, 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. At the 50th step, the quiet spiritual martial palace immediately boiled over. This time, no one suspected that Qin Yun had cheated. No one suspected that there was a problem with the illusory demon orb. However, they still could not believe that someone's mental fortitude would be so strong that he would not be affected by the 2 illusory demon orbs. With 2 illusory demon orbs tied to his body, Qin Yun's heart remained calm as he calmly walked to the 150th step. Ji Kailan's expression was extremely ugly. He thought that his mental fortitude was the strongest and that he would obtain first place in the first round. Then, he would enjoy the adoring gazes of everyone, and now, Qin Yun's mental fortitude were much stronger than Ji Kailan's. Ji Kailan possessed the 7 Sun Spirit Vein and the Thunder Qilin Martial Spirit. He was originally the most resplendent star in this convention. But at this moment, Qin Yun had caused him to become dim. What was even more laughable was that he had previously mocked Qin Yun, saying that Qin Yun was not worthy of Xiao Yuelan. Lan Fengjin said with a chuckle, "This guy has hidden himself very well. I really don't know how he managed to cultivate such mental fortitude." It angered Ji Kailan so much that his face turned green. Brother Yun's cultivation often requires him to endure all sorts of pain. This can allow him to cultivate a very strong willpower. Xia Wufeng said with a frown, "We don't know what kind of training he has gone through." The first round had ended. Qin Yun had taken the most steps, so the only reward he received was 2 magical beast crystal eggs. This made many people extremely jealous. If it was exchanged for Xian points, these 2 magical beast crystal eggs would be worth 100 million Xian points. "Qin Yun, I will definitely defeat you. Just because your mental fortitude is strong doesn't mean that your strength is strong." Ji Kailan passed by Qin Yun and snorted coldly before leaving angrily. Qin Yun looked at the crowd and saw Lan Fengjin, Xia Wufeng, Hua Zhong and other acquaintances. He greeted them from afar. Although he had a smile on his face, he felt somewhat disappointed in his heart because he did not see Xianxia. Xianxia had already stepped into the martial Dao realm and did not need to go into seclusion for the time being. Furthermore, she was also a saint of the Blue Spirit Saint sect. In the first round of the martial competition, half of the people had been eliminated. It was almost noon. At this moment, many people were rushing to the inscription hall near the spiritual martial palace. There would be a competition between inscriptionists. Many people were looking forward to it. In the martial arts competition, the strongest was only at the 9th level martial body realm. As for the competition between the inscriptionists, many old fellows would personally participate. To many young people, those old inscription masters are of noble character and high prestige. Lan Fengjin also hurried to the inscription hall. She was the most eye-catching inscription master. Lan Fengjin will definitely suppress all the heroes. She is a woman and she is a high-ranked inscription master at such a young age. Just this point alone will make many seniors feel ashamed. I heard that Lan Fengjin is the youngest inscription master in the inscription competition. If that's the case, we have to support her. Some of the disciples of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace rushed to the inscription hall. Qin Yun was also participating in the inscription competition. He took out a jade token that was used to enter the arena. Qin Yun, let's walk faster. We'll try our best to stand in front so that we can see it. Shuizai urged as she jogged. Huazhong, Morong Darren and company also followed the crowd out of the spiritual martial palace. The old inscriptionists were all very respected and the ones watching the show were all juniors. Naturally, they had to cheer for their elders. Qin Yun followed a group of people into the inscription hall. He saw many square formations dressed in uniform. Amongst them, the Blue Spirit 5 Palace had the most square formations, followed by the 3 Xian-level martial academies. The spaciousness of the inscription hall was in no way inferior to the spiritual martial palace. It could accommodate tens of thousands of people without being crowded. Right now, there were only a few thousand people here. Qin Yun looked at the cheering team from the Star Xianwu Academy. There were actually a few elders who had expelled him. Let's invite the participating inscription masters to enter the arena. A clear voice rang out, causing the inscription hall to instantly become incomparably quiet. The person in charge of the competition was an old man with white hair and a long beard. However, his face was that of a young man. He was Lan Fengjin's grandfather, Lan Huayu. Lan Huayu's voice enveloped everyone, causing them to quieten down, not daring to make a sound. Purple fire proud the gazes of everyone in the inscription hall were focused on the spacious arena in the middle. As long as they saw their elders appear in the arena, the square formations that were cheering for them would loudly shout, causing the hall to be filled with endless shouts. At this moment, Lan Fengjin entered the arena. The entire audience let out waves of praise, praising her beauty, praising her innate talent and inscriptions, praising her for reaching the martial Dao realm at such a young age. Lan Fengjin's expression was indifferent and she remained unmoved. She very seriously took out her furnace, forging hammer and forging platform. In this arena, there were many powerful seniors. As a junior, she could not be arrogant here. Lan Fengjin is indeed participating. Unlike many beauties, she doesn't look white or delicate but she gives off a very strong feeling. This kind of wild woman is very difficult to conquer. It should be very difficult to find someone worthy of her. Everyone looked at Lan Fengjin from afar and discussed in low voices. Qin Yun squeezed through the crowd and finally walked through the passageway that led to the arena. He slowly walked into the arena. For some reason, the noisy hall immediately quietened down when Qin Yun appeared and walked towards the arena. Qin Yun, did you walk into the wrong arena? This is not a place for martial arts competition, it's a place for the inscription competition and the time is not right either. Could it be that he drank too much and became stupid? Ha ha ha, he must be here to be funny. Everyone burst into laughter. Just as many people were laughing at Qin Yun, they saw him take out a jade token. It was the proof to enter the arena. Those people who were laughing could not laugh anymore. They suddenly recalled that Qin Yun was also an inscription master. It was normal for him to participate in the inscription competition. This guy. He's serious. He's only a beginner-level inscription master. Didn't they say that only middle and high-level inscription masters can participate? Could it be that he's an intermediate-level inscription master? An intermediate-level inscription master who was not even 20 years old. This caused everyone in the hall to involuntarily take a deep breath as they felt extremely shocked. One must know that many of the intermediate-level inscription masters in the arena were old men with grizzled hair and beard. As for Qin Yun, this little kid who hasn't even grown his hair, he is actually an intermediate-level inscription master. This is simply too shocking. And the most shocking thing is that Qin Yun is actually participating in both the martial arts competition and the inscription competition. Ji Kailan, who was watching from the sidelines, had a face full of jealousy. This was because compared to Qin Yun, he appeared to be somewhat dull. Brother Yun is truly incredible. Not only did he destroy the martial arts competition, he also intends to destroy the inscription competition. Mu Rongjun chuckled and said, "Intermediate inscription master, I can ask him to help me refine a mid-grade spirit artifact in the future." A mid-grade spirit artifact was also a very high-end item in Blue Spirit Star Palace. A Blue Spirit Saint sneered and said, "Qin Yun is only here to join in the fun and show off. How can he compare to the seniors present? With that laughable single-sun spiritual pulse of his?" Mu Rongjun laughed out loud. "His one-sun spiritual pulse is laughable, but you guys with 5 or 6 spiritual pulse are all inferior to him in terms of mental strength. Aren't you guys even more laughable? Little Morong, you are also from our Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Which side are you on? You traitor." The Blue Spirit Saint was infuriated as he shouted coldly, "I am telling the truth. Can't a disciple of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace speak the truth? How laughable." Mu Rongjun said with a chuckle. At this moment, Shuchuan's voice that was neither loud nor soft floated into the great hall. "The Star Xianwu Academy expelled Qin Yun back then. You should be regretting it now." The few elders of the Star Xianwu Academy were all here. When they heard Shuchuan's words, their expressions immediately turned extremely ugly. They could only remain silent, however, many people were laughing at them. It was a very foolish act to chase away a young inscription master like Qin Yun. More and more inscription masters entered the arena. When they entered and saw Qin Yun's young face, they felt somewhat uncomfortable, especially the inscription masters from Blue Spirit Star Palace. What a joke. This is a solemn competition. A brat who still smells of his mother's milk came to join in the fun in order to attract attention. What kind of behavior is this? A blue-robed old man coldly snorted. He was very dissatisfied. Is that the brat who's been causing a lot of trouble lately? He is so competitive and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He is destined to be unable to achieve anything. Humph, Shuchuan is really something. He actually thinks so highly of him. A brat like him who loves to show off won't be able to live for long. As an inscription master, you have to be honest and do your part. Only by immersing yourself in studying inscriptions will you be able to make a name for yourself." Qin Yun looked at the elders who were preaching to him. They were all dressed in blue robes. They were inscription masters from Blue Spirit Star Palace, and there were even some from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. More than 10 old men continued to criticize Qin Yun one after another. Many people outside the arena were delighted to see Qin Yun being belittled by the seniors. They ridiculed Qin Yun in all sorts of ways. Ji Kailan was in a much better mood. He was also scolding Qin Yun along with his companions. As for Qin Yun, his expression was calm. He did not think much of it. It was not that he had never seen such an inscription master who relied on his seniority. The last time he was in the Divine Inscription Palace, he had taught a group of old inscription masters a lesson. Those inscription masters didn't appear here either. He didn't know why. Qin Yun sat beside Lan Fengjin. Their seats were at the edge of the arena. After all, they were all juniors, so they could not sit in the middle. "Qin Yun, I never expected you to participate in both sides. You're really greedy," Lan Fengjin said to Qin Yun with a low smile. She did not doubt Qin Yun's strength at all. She had thought that Qin Yun would not participate in the competition and was somewhat disappointed. "There's nothing I can do about it. I've been poor recently, so I have to make a fortune. Besides, your Blue Spirit Saint Palace is rich and generous. The rewards you give are definitely good stuff." Qin Yan chuckled softly. In order to raise a little fairy like Momo, he needed to store up a certain amount of resources. There weren't many people participating in the inscription competition. There were only 270 people. Among them, there were no more than 100 high-level inscription masters. It was said that this was the majority of the high-level inscription masters in the borderlands. The person in charge of this competition was Lan Fingjin's grandfather, Lan Huayu. He was a Shan rank inscription master and was highly respected. When the inscription masters here looked at him, their eyes were filled with respect and envy. Lan Huayu said in a clear voice, "There will be no competition. 70 people will be eliminated in the first round. The content of the competition is to refine the most basic materials. All of you must do your best to refine the best quality high-grade bone steel in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Following that, the participating inscription masters lined up to receive high-grade spirit iron and some beast bones from Lan Huayu. Everyone received 1,000 gene of high-grade spirit iron and 1,000 gene of beast bones. To refine bone steel, one had to fuse the two together. For a high-level inscription master, refining high-grade bone steel was not difficult. The difficult part was how to refine a higher quality one. This was a great test of the inscription master's level. When refining high-grade bone steel, there was no need to use inscriptions. Therefore, even if the inscription master had a good grasp of inscriptions, it would still be useless. Just as they finished receiving the materials, Lan Huayu said, "Please put away your furnace and forging hammer. Only the forging table will do." No one knew the specific rules of the inscription competition. Even Lan Fingjin's face was filled with bewilderment. She did not know why she had to put away her forging hammer and furnace. When refining materials, the forging hammer and furnace were the most useful, but now they had to be put away. Lan Huayu saw the puzzled faces of the various inscription masters and said indifferently, "When you are refining materials, you cannot use your own furnace and forging hammer. This is for the sake of fairness. Because during the competition, a good forging hammer and furnace can bring about a great improvement." The crowd of inscription masters burst into an uproar. Not using a furnace to refine was too difficult. The 1,000 gene of high-grade spirit iron and bone steel needed to be continuously burned in a large furnace before they could be melted. Lan Huayu waved his hand and more than a dozen burly men walked up and gave each inscription master a forging hammer. The forging hammer was a low-grade spirit artifact. It was enough to forge high-grade bone steel with alchemy and solid inscriptions engraved on it. Qin Yan did not have any objections because his flames were very strong and he had the arm of the heavenly lion. He felt that he should be able to overcome all kinds of problems. None of you have any objections, right? If you have any objections, then please give up. Lan Huayu smiled faintly as he swept his gaze across the group of inscription masters. Who dared to have any objections? Everyone could only accept such a rule. Alright, I'll start lighting the incense now. This incense stick will last for close to 2 hours. After Lan Huayu finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and lit up the 1-meter-tall incense stick beside him. The crowd of inscription masters immediately displayed their abilities and released flames to burn the materials. Among them, Qin Yan's flames were the most dazzling. The purplish gold flames were unique here. Through the arm of the heavenly lion, he released flames from his palm. The purplish gold flames surged violently, burning the 100 kilograms of spirit iron and beast bones on the ground. The other inscription masters did the same. Their flames were much hotter than Qin Yan's. The group of inscription masters unleashed their flames with all their might, causing the entire hall to be as hot as a furnace. Although Qin Yan has a purplish gold flame, I can sense that his flame is the weakest. It is far from being as hot as the other inscription masters. Ji Kailan said with a disdainful smile, "Now, everyone should be able to tell how bad his level is." Many people agreed with his point of view and nodded. Although the heat released by Qin Yan's purplish gold flames was at the bottom, it burned the most fiercely. The spirit iron and beast bones that the other inscription masters burned did not turn red, but his had turned red. Bang! Bang! Qin Yan had already picked up the forging hammer and began hammering the spirit iron. He was the first to start forging. Ji Kailan, who had been disdainful a moment ago, became somewhat embarrassed. He could not understand why Qin Yan's flames looked so weak, but they were ahead of many high-ranked inscription masters. Forging dragon wild might in the arena. Many old inscription masters looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. Especially the inscription masters that they had ridiculed and belittled. All of their faces were flushed red. The brat that they had looked down on, the brat that they thought was here to play around, was actually ahead of them. Shuchuan said with a faint smile, the layman watches the show, the expert watches the technique. The heat emitted by Qin Yun's flames was very weak. That was because he had gathered the flames to burn spirit iron and bone steel. This was a marvelous method of controlling fire. He did not leak any heat, but we could sense that he was controlling the heat of the flames and gathering it on the materials. When everyone heard this, they were suddenly enlightened and secretly exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yun's level of fire control was actually stronger than the other old middle and high-level inscription masters. This was very puzzling. After all, controlling fire was not something that could be done as one pleased overnight. In this aspect, the older generation that had studied fire for many years should have the advantage. As a matter of fact, there were many seniors here who were very skilled in controlling fire. However, Qin Yun was much more brilliant than them. Not only were the onlookers puzzled, even many inscription masters were surprised. One had to know that Qin Yun's ability to control fire was not just a little bit stronger than theirs. It was much stronger. Otherwise, he would not have been ahead of them and entered the stage of forging materials so early. Du Guo, who was in a corner, chuckled and said, Qin Yun has learned the imperial spirit art from me. Now that he is using the imperial spirit art to control the flames, he naturally has better control than others. Du Guo was a very famous mental force martial technique master. When Qin Yun was at the Star Xianwu Academy, he was his student. Everyone knew this. Qin Yun's mental strength was very strong. This was also a well-known matter. Hearing his words, everyone was secretly amazed. They never thought that the imperial spirit art would have such an ability. Those inscription masters all wished that they could learn the imperial spirit art so that they could control the flames better. Haha, which bastard said that Qin Yun was here to mess around? Who said that it was improper for Qin Yun to participate in the inscription competition? They were really a bunch of snobs who looked down on others. From what I see, you are suppressing the young. Mu Rongjun shouted at the top of his lungs. The elder who had mocked Qin Yun earlier was now extremely embarrassed. His face was burning hot, and he wished he could tear Murong Daren's stinky mouth apart. Mu Rongjun did not have any intention of shutting up. He continued to mock, these experienced inscriptionists have used so much time and they still haven't started forging. Is this kind of inscription master here to mess around? He's not even as interesting as a little brat. He's already starting to forge the second piece of spirit iron and beast bone. Only Murong Daren had the guts to dare to mock those high-level inscriptionists so recklessly. Many of the people who were cheering for the inscription masters branded Mu Rongjun's face in their minds and viewed him as their enemy. They all looked at Murong Daren with murderous eyes. Actually, the standard of an inscription master was pretty good. However, Qin Yun's fire control technique was too astonishing. It exceeded common sense, so he was able to start forging spirit iron very early on. At this moment, many inscription masters had begun forging spirit iron and beast bones. Furthermore, they were forging with one hand and releasing flames with the other to burn the other materials. They all used their mental power to fix the materials on the forging table. Then, they skillfully forged the materials to remove the impurities from the materials and form a very small piece. Everyone was sweating profusely as they looked at the intense and nervous arena. The usually high and mighty inscription masters were all tensed up at this moment. Their heads were full of sweat as they forged materials, as if they were doing a very hard job. Normally, these inscription masters would leave the forging of materials to their subordinates. They would only use the finished bone steel to refine spirit artifacts and then inscribe spirit inscriptions. This was because forging materials was too boring and tiring. Soon, half of the incense stick had burned down. Qin Yun had already hammered all the spirit iron and beast bones together. However, it was still very big. He needed to hammer it into the size of a brick. However, he was the fastest. When the other inscription masters saw how fast he was, they all secretly felt that his quality was definitely not good. Because speed did not necessarily mean good, they were all very relaxed. They felt that as long as they could produce it, their final quality would definitely surpass Qin Yun's. Qin Yan rested for a moment before taking a deep breath. Suddenly, he gripped the hammer with both hands. When everyone saw his posture, they had a bad feeling. He was going to use the 6th-style forging dragon. First move, thunder tremor. When the hammer fell, thunder rumbled and purple lightning and fire roared in all directions. The purple flame lightning was like an angry dragon that overturned the rivers and seas, devouring the heavens and earth. When the first hammer fell, the entire arena trembled, shocking everyone. That aura just now was like a full-powered strike from a martial Dao realm cultivator. Everyone found it hard to believe that it was produced by a 9th-level martial body youth. Lan Huayu was a Xian rank inscription master, but even he was moved. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Qin Yan, whose aura was soaring. Lan Fengjin was also dumbfounded. She had seen Qin Yan's hammer technique before, but she did not know that his true strength was so terrifying. Morong Darren swallowed his saliva and exclaimed, "Is this Brother Yan's true strength?" Qin Yan's expression was solemn as he slowly raised the forging hammer and struck out with the 2nd style of the forging dragon. Roar! When the forging hammer landed on the bone steel, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was as if 10,000 thunder and 10,000 dragons were roaring at the same time, converging into a soul-shaking roar. This hammer strike was also executed with all of Qin Yan's heart and soul. This hammer technique was adapted by Xianxia from the Wind Slasher technique. It was also one of Qin Yan's favorite and most proficient martial arts. This was also adapted by Xianxia. In his most difficult time, Xianxia had stepped forward. When he didn't have any martial arts, Xianxia had imparted the Black Yang art to him. After that, she had given him a lot of help and carefully taught him. It could be said that it was of great help to him in his life. Therefore, he loved the 6th-style forging dragon created by Xianxia very much. Just now, there were some people who looked down on him. This made him feel that he had returned to the time when he was crippled. At that time, he had no one to rely on, and now, he had 3 Vajra inner cores, an extremely strong purple-gold fire, and the 6th-style forging dragon that Xianxia had created for him. He gripped the forging hammer tightly and recalled the 6th-style forging dragon. Unknowingly, he felt Xianxia's gentleness. It made him feel that at this moment, he was not as helpless as he was when he was young. The 3rd style of the forging dragon, flowing light. The head of the hammer was like a poignant meteor as it fell down and collided with the spirit iron. Resplendent sparks bloomed like fireworks, colorful yet astonishing. Qin Yan's expression was firm and filled with fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. This kind of focused expression released a threatening aura that no one dared to underestimate. When inscription masters were forging, they also had a set of hammer techniques. However, they were all very ordinary. To them, inscription masters only needed to grasp how to inscribe spirit inscriptions. Therefore, they had never known that using a powerful hammer technique when forging materials would be so useful. Everyone present was shocked by Qin Yan's powerful hammer technique. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Qin Yan. After a few consecutive strikes, the large piece of bone steel had become the size of a brick. Qin Yan was the first to complete the refinement of the high-grade bone steel. He looked at the crowd and did not see Xianxia. He felt somewhat disappointed. However, this encouraged him even more and made him more determined to walk to the end. Even if teacher doesn't come, I want to let her know that I've been working hard to grow. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the bone steel he had refined. He did not touch the bone steel. After he was done refining it, he placed it on the forging platform and waited for it to cool down before testing the quality. This way, no one would suspect him of cheating. The other inscription masters felt a sense of unwillingness in their hearts as they desperately forged the bone steel. They looked extremely miserable. They were not like Qin Yan, who had a shocking hammer technique. After being surpassed by a little demon, this group of arrogant old inscription masters started to chase after him. If their quality was inferior to Qin Yan's, then they would lose a lot of face. Lan Fengjin also felt a lot of pressure. She realized that she had underestimated Qin Yan. She knew that Qin Yan was a high-ranked inscription master, but she did not know that Qin Yan would be so terrifying when he was serious. The incense stick had finished burning, and there were actually more than 20 inscription masters who had not finished. They were all intermediate-level inscription masters. At this moment, these inscription masters were too ashamed to show their faces because they were far inferior to a little demon like Qin Yan. Time's up. Lan Huayu slowly walked down with a golden scale in his hand. The most direct way to determine the quality of bone steel was to weigh it. The heavier it was, the better the quality. Of course, this kind of quality in a competition was rarely seen. No one would go all out to pursue this kind of quality. Right now, they were only forging in order to display their own standards. Lan Huayu walked towards Qin Yun and said, Qin Yun was the first to finish. Let's call him first. Qin Yun immediately became extremely nervous. The thousands of people in the hall also looked at him in unison. Those old inscription masters were also filled with curiosity. They wanted to see the quality of the high-grade bone steel that Qin Yun had forged with such a terrifying hammer technique. Lan Huayu walked in front of Qin Yun. He was rather familiar with Qin Yun because Qin Yun and Shuchuan were staying at his place. He smiled at Qin Yun. Relax. As long as the quality isn't too bad, you'll be able to enter the next round. With that said, he grabbed the piece of bone steel that Qin Yun had forged. His face, which had a faint smile on it, could not help but change. That was because the piece of bone steel was heavier than he had expected. Lan Huayu was very experienced, so the moment he grabbed the piece of bone steel, he could basically determine how heavy it was. He used a golden scale to weigh it. 560 genes. Lan Huayu's slightly surprised voice spread throughout the hall. All the inscription masters were moved. Their expressions were extremely interesting. A commotion broke out in the hall. This result had already exceeded everyone's expectations. A high-ranked old inscription master immediately shouted in shock, "Impossible! A high-grade bone steel brick weighs 560 genes? I can't accept it. Elder Lan, are you sure? How is this possible? This has completely subverted common sense." Lan Huayu took a light breath and looked at Qin Yun. He said word by word, "This is top-grade bone steel." Framing Qin Yun also looked at Lan Huayu in surprise. He did not know that he had forged top-grade bone steel. "Elder Lan, are you sure this is true?" someone asked, filled with doubt. "It's true, but this is a relatively low-quality top-grade bone steel. However, this is much better than high-grade bone steel." Lan Huayu was very sure. With his experience, he would not be wrong. At this moment, many inscription masters walked over and took the piece of top-grade bone steel that weighed several hundred pounds. After they came into contact with it, they had nothing to say and returned to their seats in embarrassment. These proud old inscriptionists had actually been surpassed by a little kid. Humph! Ji Kailan also snorted in jealousy. He also wanted to become an inscription master, but he did not have the talent in this area. Learning inscriptions was not something that could be envied. Lan Huayu went to weigh the other high-grade bone steel and quickly completed it. Below Qin Yun, the heaviest was only about 300 pounds. If not for Qin Yun, this level would be considered very high. The high-grade bone steel forged by Lan Fengjin weighed more than 260 pounds. It was also quite good and ranked 7th. This round of competition has ended. Qin Yun has obtained first place and has obtained the mid-grade spirit inscription, Imperial Wind Spirit inscription, from our Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Lan Huayu announced loudly. This caused many inscription masters to be astonished as they looked at Qin Yun with envy. The Imperial Wind inscription was a very practical spirit inscription. If it was carved on some equipment, it would be able to fly. If it was combined with a flying beast inscription, it would be even better. To many inscription masters, it was already pretty good to obtain a low-grade Imperial Wind inscription, let alone a mid-grade one. Everyone was secretly amazed at the extravagance of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. It was only the first round and they had already rewarded the Imperial Wind inscription. What about the later rounds? Qin Yun took the beast skin and put it away without even looking at it. Then, he hurriedly thanked them. After the first round ended, everyone left the hall with all sorts of shock. Qin Yun was very tired as he followed Shuchuan to Lan Huayu's forest. After returning to a small house, Qin Yun hurriedly entered his room and quickly fell asleep. When Lan Huayu and Lan Fengjin returned, they saw Shuchuan sitting on a stone chair at the door, looking at the top-grade bone steel that Qin Yun had forged. "Old Zhua, if it were you, would you be able to use top-grade materials to forge top-grade bone steel in such a short period of time?" Lan Huayu asked with a trace of surprise on his face. Shuchuan shook his head, "I don't know. I've never focused on doing such a thing. Even if I could, I might not be as good as Qin Yun. Lan Fengjin was surprised. Even you can't do it? I thought it would be a piece of cake for you guys. Lan Huayu frowned and said, I can do it, but at most, I can only forge 600 kilograms of top-grade bone steel. I'm not much stronger than Qin Yun. Because my strength was originally stronger than his. If he had my cultivation, he would definitely be able to surpass me. Grandpa, is forging materials really that important to an inscription master? When we left just now, I also heard many old inscription masters say that being able to forge materials well doesn't mean that we can see the level of an inscription master. What's important is the inscription. Lan Fengjin asked softly. Lan Huayu smiled. Are you unconvinced by Qin Yun? That's why you have such an idea? Do you think that Qin Yun's forging of materials is of little use? Lan Fengjin puffed up her face and nodded slightly. She also knew that Qin Yun being able to forge royal-grade bone steel was a very shocking matter. This kid, he's not even 20 years old and he's already so terrifying. It makes me feel like I've lived in vain. Lan Fengjin pouted and snorted. Only in front of her grandfather did she act like a little girl. Lan Huayu said seriously, Little Jean, you should know that creating artifact forging materials is the most basic part of an inscription master. Now, you think that high-grade bone steel, top-grade bone steel and even royal-grade bone steel can be bought directly, but what about in the future? Some royal-grade spirit artifacts or Xian artifacts require strict materials to be produced according to the requirements of the blueprints. For example, there are some royal-grade spirit artifact blueprints that require a royal-grade bone steel brick that weighs up to 1,000 pounds to be refined. If you don't reach the standard, it will be very easy for problems to occur when you inscribe spirit inscriptions or use them in the future. Shuchuan nodded and said, also, some spirit artifacts require special materials to refine. That kind of material can't be sold, so I can only do it myself. Lan Huayu sighed and said, in the borderlands, many inscription masters do not pay attention to the refinement of materials because they are too short-sighted. In the martial desolate land, if one does not pass in terms of materials, it is impossible for one to become a spirit-level inscription master. In the spirit-level inscription master exam, there is a test of material refinement. Shuchuan said with a smile, little girl, if you want to become a spirit-level inscription master, you have to put in more effort in this area. Lan Huayu said doubtfully, it's impossible for Qin Yun's Tao of inscription to be self-taught, right? He must have been guided by a master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid so much attention to the refinement of materials. Even I would sometimes neglect materials and I would only be able to make up for it later on. At this moment, Lan Fengjin also clearly realized the importance of refining materials. Qin Yun was resting in his room. He did not know that someone was talking about him outside as he slept soundly. Early the next morning, someone knocked on his door. When he got up and opened the door, he saw Shuchuan. The second round of the martial arts competition has begun. Shuchuan chuckled and said, 1 round a day. You have to participate in 2 matches, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. It's quite tiring. Qin Yun said with a bitter smile, there's no other way. I've already participated. I can only try my best to reach the end. He changed into a set of neat white clothes and followed Shuchuan to the spiritual martial palace. Right now, no one knew what the second round would be. The warriors who entered the spiritual martial palace were all looking forward to it. Everyone only knew that entering the 5th round was the true martial arts competition. That was the most exciting. After Qin Yun arrived, he came into contact with all sorts of different gazes. There was jealousy, respect, envy, disdain, and ridicule. This was different from yesterday. Because yesterday, many people did not think highly of him. But today, many people had a different opinion of him. Especially his performance in the inscription palace, it was hard to forget. Yesterday, a lot of people had been eliminated, so the number of people participating today was much smaller. An old man was in charge of presiding over the second round of the competition. He said in a clear voice, today's martial arts competition is a test of your speed and endurance. Each of you will carry a 20,000 Jin iron weight in your hands and run in circles in the main hall. You have to run at least 100 laps for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Those who can last until the end will enter the next round. There is no limit to the number of people. Those who can enter the next round can go to our Blue Spirit Saint Palace's mysterious spirit holy pond and soak in it for 2 hours. This was a reward that everyone had. This caused all the martial artists to be secretly excited. There were a lot of iron weights in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. It was obvious that they were for the disciples to train with. Each of them was only the size of a bucket, but they all weighed 20,000 jin. They were all engraved with weight-increasing spirit marks. As long as there was energy inside, it would produce weight. 500 martial artists, each with 2 iron weights in their hands, stood neatly on the track, ready to start running. On the runway in the middle of the spiritual martial palace, there was a large group of people. It was extremely crowded and there was even a collision. In the process of running, collisions are unavoidable. As long as there is no fighting, collisions are allowed. The old man said. Many martial artists complained because this was very disadvantageous to them. The disciples of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace often underwent this kind of training. They must have grasped a variety of collision methods. Ah! Suddenly, someone shouted. The person who shouted was a young man dressed in golden blue clothes. He was a Blue Spirit Saint and he was standing beside Xianxia. Xianxia deliberately stepped on my foot. The saint shouted angrily with a pained expression. Xianxia became slightly angry and said, I didn't, he is framing me. He really did not step on it. You are carrying 2 iron weights that weigh more than 40,000 jins. How painful would it be to step on them? Ji Kailan said angrily in a cold voice, Xianxia, you definitely did it on purpose. Elder, please punish him. Elder, please punish Xianxia. Another Blue Spirit Saint also spoke out. Xianxia gripped the 2 iron weights tightly and wanted to throw them over. This group of saints had actually joined forces to frame him. Because everyone was gathered together and waiting to start running, it was difficult to see if this was true or not. Xia Wufeng, Lan Fengjin, and the others who were outside the arena were also infuriated. Of course, they knew that Xianxia had been framed. Xianxia, although collisions and trampling can happen, this is only limited to running. It hasn't started yet. The old man who was hosting the competition walked over and said with a cold expression. The moment the old man came over, the Blue Spirit Saint hurriedly took off his shoes and socks. His feet were red and swollen and there was even a deep dent in them. It was obvious that he had been trampled on. I didn't step on his foot. Xianxia glared angrily at the saint and said through gritted teeth. Facts speak louder than words. If you didn't step on it, then why is my foot so heavily injured? The saint asked angrily. Xianxia did not know what was going on, but he was certain that this was premeditated. Otherwise, these Blue Spirit Saints wouldn't be standing near him. Alright, stop talking. Xianxia, I'll take it that you didn't mean it, but I still have to punish you. Wait until you burn half an incense stick of time before you start running, and your iron weights will have to be replaced with 40,000 jin ones. After the old man finished speaking, he walked back without looking back and shouted, prepare to begin. Xianxia was taken aback as the anger in his heart burned crazily. That group of Blue Spirit Saints had actually succeeded. He looked at the proud smiles on Ji Kailan and the others' faces, and the anger in his heart almost rose. Begin. Other than Xianxia, the other martial artists began to run, running wildly on the track. For a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm, it was extremely strenuous to run with a 20,000 jin iron weight in each hand. Especially to run 100 laps in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, this was more of a test of endurance and perseverance. Don't lower your head while running, they could collide. The Blue Spirit Saints often underwent this kind of training and were also proficient in collision techniques. This competition was very biased towards them. Sure enough, Ji Kailan and the other saints released an energy barrier to protect their bodies. They charged forward and knocked many martial artists away. The martial artists who were knocked away fell to the ground and were stepped on again. If they weren't careful, they would be injured. One had to know that at this moment, a martial artist was carrying a heavy iron weight of 20,000 jin in each hand. The weight of his body could be imagined. If he was stepped on, his injuries would be extremely severe. Xianxia stood at the starting line. His 2 iron weights had already been replaced with heavier ones. When the time came, he would have to carry a weight of 80,000 jin and run 100 laps. Just thinking about it, he felt how difficult it would be. Originally, Qin Yun had a high chance of winning in this round of the competition. But now, he had encountered such a situation. It made people secretly suspect that the Blue Spirit Saint Palace had done something behind the scenes to deliberately block Qin Yun from entering the second round. Xia Wufeng sighed regretfully, Brother Yun has no hope of winning. Fortunately, he has participated in the inscription competition. Now, he can focus on the inscription competition. Lan Fengjin cursed in a low voice, Ji Kailan and his group are really treacherous. Let me seize this opportunity and teach them a lesson. Mu Rongjun said helplessly, the purpose of this convention was to allow the Blue Spirit Saints to display their skills and strength. And Brother Yun's appearance had stolen their limelight. If the final victor is not the Blue Spirit Saint, then this convention of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace will be meaningless. There was a trace of hope in Hua Zhong's eyes as he said in a low voice, maybe Brother Yun can create a miracle? Impossible. That was close to 100,000 jin. If he was given the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it would be possible. But now, there is only half an incense stick of time left. This kind of punishment clearly shows that they do not want him to pass this round of the competition. Lan Fengjin shook her head and sighed. There were originally 400 to 500 martial artists on the field, but now, there were only 300 left. Nearly 200 people were injured during the collision and had to withdraw from the competition. Most of these people were from the Black Level Martial Arts Academy and people from all walks of life. As for the people running on the field, most of their speed had slowed down quite a bit. As for the few saints and the disciples from the four palaces, their speeds were still very fast and they ran very steadily. They were only panting. 30% of the incense stick had been burned. The disciples of the four palaces and the Blue Spirit Saints had run more than 50 laps and were almost halfway there. It had to be said that in all aspects, they were stronger than the Black Level Martial Arts Academy and the 9th level martial artists from all over the world. Everyone sighed endlessly as they looked at the many exhausted martial artists on the road. Especially those martial artists who were only at the 7th or 8th level of the martial body realm. They were all asking themselves if they could pass this test if they stepped into the 9th level of the martial body realm. Half an incense stick of time was about to pass. The disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace had already run 80 to 90 laps. Shuizai had also persevered until here, but she was running slower. There were many martial artists who could persist to this stage, more than 200 of them. However, in the beginning, there were 500 people, and now there were less than half of them. The time it took for half an incense stick to burn finally passed. Ji Kailan had also finished running 100 laps. He was the first to complete the assessment. He stood proudly at the starting line and looked at Qin Yun, who was waiting to start. Qin Yun, you should give up. Qin Yun obediently participated in the inscription competition. Ji Kailan's mocking laughter was filled with arrogance and pride. At this moment, the few Blue Spirit Saints had also completed their tasks. The saint who had framed Qin Yun had also successfully completed 100 laps. It could be seen that he had not been stepped on at all. Qin Yun looked at these fellows and became even more furious. In order to prevent these fellows who used dirty methods from being complacent, he would never give up, never admit defeat, never be afraid. Even if I have to crawl, I will still crawl 100 laps. I will never lower my head to you scum. His tone was filled with determination. His stubborn and determined eyes were filled with unwillingness to admit defeat. Qin Yun, begin. The old man shouted. The surrounding onlookers were immediately shocked as they looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately carried 2 iron weights that weighed 40,000 pounds each. Gritting his teeth, he began running wildly. He didn't have much time left. He had to finish 100 laps in one go. He couldn't hold back any strength from the very beginning. As he ran, he mobilized the inner force of the 3 inner cores and also used his mental force to lift the 2 iron weights to reduce their weight. From the very beginning, his speed was very fast. This surprised many people. He's staking it all on one throw and running with all his might. This is burning the energy in his body, he won't be able to last long. Lan Fengjin felt her heart ache as she stared at Qin Yun, who refused to admit defeat. His determination deeply infected her. Xia Wufeng looked on expressionlessly, his eyes filled with anger. He could deeply feel that Qin Yun was angry because of the injustice he had suffered. And this was all planned by Ji Kailan and company. Ji Kailan and company did not dare to look in Xia Wufeng's direction. However, they could feel Xia Wufeng's sharp sword intent enveloping them. Shuizai had also completed 100 laps. She was sweating profusely and panting as she sat to the side. When she saw Qin Yun pass by her, she shouted softly, "Qin Yun, I believe that you will succeed. You must also believe in yourself. If you lose, it will be Ji Kailan and company's victory. We must not let them succeed." As he ran, Qin Yun glanced at her and nodded. Shuizai gave him a gentle smile. Her sincere smile was filled with encouragement. Although she didn't like to smile, her smile was a bit stiff. However, it was the purest, simplest, most sincere and incomparably beautiful. Half of the incense stick had burned down and Qin Yun was the only one left on the track. He had run 80 laps in one go. This had already shocked everyone. One had to know that if he was only carrying an ordinary iron weight, with this kind of strength and speed, he would have already completed 100 laps. This kind of power had already surpassed Ji Kailan and the other saints. Qin Yun crazily squeezed out his potential. He gritted his teeth and carried the iron weight as he ran. He felt his footsteps become heavier and his body become heavier and heavier. His potential is too terrifying. Is it finally over? To be able to do this, even if I lose, it's still an honor. If the iron weight in his hand was the same as the others, then he would definitely be able to complete 100 laps earlier. Bang! Qin Yun, whose legs were sore, suddenly fell forward and sprawled on the ground. He was still 15 laps away from reaching 100 laps, however, his stamina and time were completely lacking. I want to stand up. I can't lose to those bastards. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and let out a deep roar. His strong willpower caused the 3 Vajra inner cores in his body to spin crazily. Vajra inner core, primordial spirit roamed. 3 strands of primordial spirit floated out of his body and crazily absorbed the 9 suns' spiritual energy. Qin Yun felt waves of spiritual energy enter his body as he slowly stood up. However, his body was still extremely heavy. He felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his shoulders and was unable to move at all. There are still 15 laps left. He looked at the incense stick and saw that there wasn't much left. Charge! Qin Yun roared. It was unknown where he got the strength from, but he was actually able to run again. He can still run. Where did this power come from? I can't help but admire him. Even though he knows that it's impossible, he still wants to finish this journey. Sigh, if he hadn't encountered that kind of thing at the beginning, he would have definitely been able to pass it easily. The onlookers in the hall were infected by Qin Yun's unyielding spirit and sighed with regret. Although Zhuo Chuan had followed Qin Yun here, he had only sent him to the door before going to the inscription hall. Therefore, he was not here. When he and Lan Huayu learned of Qin Yun's situation, they immediately rushed over. The moment Zhuo Chuan arrived, he shouted at Qin Yun, you are overdrafting your life. If this continues, it will have a great impact on your foundation. It might even have a great impact on you stepping into the martial Dao realm. Stepping into the martial Dao realm was the pursuit of a martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm. If it really had a great impact, then he should give up to avoid endless troubles in the future. Qin Yun. Even if you lose here, you still have the inscription competition. With your strength, you will definitely be able to achieve good results in the inscription competition. Lan Fengjin hurriedly advised. Qin Yun's madness, which had surpassed his limits, had tortured his body to a sorry state. His skin was bleeding profusely. Even so, he still had to carry the 2 iron weights and continue running forward. Not good, this is a sign of cultivation deviation. Lan Huayu hurriedly said, his thoughts are too extreme. This is extremely disadvantageous to him. Qin Yun's eyes were bloodshot. Blood seeped out of his skin and he looked very frightening. And the most frightening thing was that he was still able to carry the iron weights and continue running even though he was in such a state. Grandfather, what should we do? Lan Fengjin was very anxious. Quickly go and stop him. Xia Wufeng looked at Qin Yun and sighed. It's up to him. I hope he can suddenly come to his senses. Otherwise, if we forcefully save him, it will only make his situation worse. Lan Huayu nodded and said, "That's right, it's up to him." Very quickly, Qin Yan ran another 10 laps. There were only 5 laps left. Oh my god, this is too scary. Is he still human? With a cultivation at the 9th level martial body realm, he was able to carry an 80,000 gene iron weight and quickly run 95 laps. He can give up now. At this point, even if he loses, no one will laugh at him. Brother Yun, you've done very well. Huizhong shouted, quickly stop. If you continue, you'll really be destroyed. Lan Fongjin, Xia Wufeng, Murong Darren. Qin Yan's friends were all trying to persuade him to give up. If he continued, his bones would dissipate. Bang, Qin Yan was so tired that he crawled to the ground once again. He opened his eyes and looked at the incense stick that was only half an inch long. It wouldn't burn for long. Have I really lost? I lost to injustice once again, to these powerful figures? He sighed inwardly. He looked at his friends and suddenly realized that he was not alone. The current him had friends encouraging him, friends caring for him and teachers guiding him. All of this was so bright. I must win. A heroic spirit rose in his heart as a surge of energy surged. Starflame Liquid Qin Yun, who was lying on the ground, felt a tenacious life force suddenly surge out from his nether sun inner core. This life force was like a rapidly growing tree root, spreading to every part of his body. In just a short moment, this strong life force was like the roots of an old tree, deeply rooted in his body. It fused with the 3 great scriptures and connected to the 3 Vajra inner cores. The incomparably vigorous life force quickly nourished Qin Yan's body, instantly healing the fatigue and injuries on his body. Finally, he stood up once again. He was overjoyed to the extreme. The tree totem he had obtained from the Star Sun treasure tree had finally awakened. The spirit of a tree was indomitable, tenacious, and tenacious. As for Qin Yun, he already possessed these qualities. That was why he was infected by the tree totem, causing it to suddenly awaken and bestow upon him the power of a great tree. Originally, everyone thought that Qin Yun had completely collapsed. As long as the time was up, he would be eliminated. Due to the severe injuries to his body, he would not be able to participate in the inscription competition. However, Qin Yun miraculously stood up, his eyes became clear and bright, glowing with a resolute light. His fighting spirit was high and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He grabbed the 2 iron weights and let out a dragon-like roar. Stepping on the flame cloud steps, he madly ran. The hall burst into an uproar. Just a moment ago, many people had secretly hoped that Qin Yun would be able to create a miracle. But now, when they saw Qin Yun continue running and successfully create a miracle, they were dumbfounded. They could not believe that this was real. This? Lan Huayu looked at Shuchuan in surprise. He's in the martial Dao realm? Shuchuan shook his head. He didn't break through. I just don't know how, but he suddenly came back to life. A smile flashed across Xia Wufeng's astonished eyes. He also felt much more relaxed. Huizhong said with a smile, Brother Yun really made it. This guy is too scary. Fortunately, I'm not his enemy. Mu Rongjun exclaimed. The incense stick was just a little bit away from burning out. At the last moment, Qin Yan had completed 100 laps with 2 iron weights. Ji Kailan was just beside the track. He stared at Qin Yan in a daze. A trace of fear suddenly rose in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by his jealousy and hatred. Qin Yan has passed this round of competition. The old man announced in astonishment. Now, the astonished crowd also quietened down as they stared at Qin Yan's proud and robust back. Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly. He glanced at Ji Kailan and said coldly, I will never lower my head to evil, especially those despicable and treacherous fellows. No matter what despicable methods they use, they will not be able to stop me from advancing. His firm willpower was indeed awe-inspiring. Many people who were prejudiced against him before had gradually changed their opinion of him. Old Man Du smiled and secretly nodded. Lan Huayu said to Shuchuan with a smile, this kid Qin Yun is truly a promising talent. It looks like he still has many secrets hidden on him. I told you I didn't choose the wrong person. Now you should know that the second round of the inscription competition is in the afternoon. I am looking forward to his performance. Shuchuan said with a bright smile. There was still some time before the afternoon. There were a total of 200 martial artists who had passed this round. They would all be able to enter the mysterious pool and soak in it for 2 hours. It was said that the mysterious pool contained the power of the Great Tao. It was of some help to one's cultivation of the Great Tao life marks. The martial artists who had passed the second round followed a blue-robed old man into a basement of the spiritual martial palace. The mysterious pool was very big. In the dark basement, it looked ice-cold. 200 martial artists who had passed the second round entered the pool wearing clothes. In the pool, he could not feel any water. He only felt as if his body was being blown by a gentle breeze. It was extremely comfortable. There was no water in the mysterious pool. Instead, there was a strange kind of energy. It was like the wind, drifting about. It was extremely strange. The moment Qin Yun entered the mysterious pool, he felt the 3 Vajra inner cores in his body tremble slightly. The energy of the mysterious pool is indeed helpful in cultivating the Great Tao life marks. No wonder there are so many martial Tao realm cultivators in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. It seems like it's all thanks to the mysterious pool. As he soaked in the mysterious pool, he quickly felt the benefits of the pool. It was helpful in cultivating the Great Tao life marks. While he was pleasantly surprised, he secretly used the 9 Yang Divine Spirit to absorb the energy of the mysterious pool. I can absorb 9 different types of energy. Qin Yun was delighted. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation technique. He quietly cultivated and absorbed the energy within. To many martial artists at the 9th level martial body realm, the energy of the mysterious pool was too helpful to their breakthroughs. There wasn't much strange energy flowing in the mysterious pool to begin with. Because there were only 2 hours, everyone was desperately trying to absorb it. And the one who absorbed it the fastest was Qin Yun. That was because he had 3 inner cores and the 9 Yang Divine Spirit. Furthermore, he could release his primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit left the body, it would be able to sense the energy more clearly. This would increase the speed of absorption. At this moment, everyone was chasing after each other, greedily absorbing this strange energy. They all wanted to use this opportunity to step into the martial Tao realm in one go. However, time waited for no one. 2 hours quickly passed. Please leave the mysterious spirit's sacred pond. An old man shouted. Everyone opened their eyes and sighed. They walked out of the mysterious pool with faces full of reluctance. Even the disciples of the Saint Palace and the other 4 palaces reluctantly left. From this, it could be seen that the outstanding disciples of the Blue Spirit Star Palace had to meet certain conditions to enter the sacred pool. Warriors from all over the world yearned to enter the Blue Spirit Star Palace even more. They all felt that as long as they entered the mysterious pool a few more times, they would be able to break through. Qin Yun's mood was the same as everyone else's. He wanted to stay in the mysterious pool for a period of time. Everyone walked out of the mysterious pool and left the spiritual martial palace. They headed for the nearby inscription hall where the second round of the inscription competition was going to be held. Because the winner of the first round of the inscription competition was Qin Yun, everyone was looking forward to the results of the second round. They all wanted to see if Qin Yun could successfully pass the second round. Just like yesterday, there was a large empty space in the middle of the inscription hall for the inscription masters to compete. The number of onlookers outside the arena gradually increased. Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin had long since entered the arena and were waiting for the other inscription masters. Qin Yun, your performance this morning was truly surprising. However, this has no effect on your body, right? Lan Fengjin sat beside Qin Yun and asked with concern. It's nothing serious. Qin Yun smiled. However, he felt somewhat depressed in his heart. This was because he could not control the tree totem at will. He did not know how to activate the power of the tree totem. The awakened tree totem seemed to be silent. There was no movement and there was no way for it to make any movements. Lan Fengjin snorted and said, I wonder if Ji Kailan will use any underhanded tricks on you next. The competition in the morning was obviously aimed at you. It's fine, evil will not prevail over good. Qin Yan's expression was indifferent. He was not afraid of those tricks at all. The inscription masters were all very punctual. They arrived very quickly before the start of the competition. In this second round, there were 200 inscription masters participating. In the previous round, most of the eliminated inscription masters were intermediate level. The further they went, the more skilled the inscription masters would be. Before the competition began, Lan Huayu explained the rules of the competition in a clear voice. The second round of the inscription competition is mainly to test the level of your extreme restriction talismans. You need to use low-grade water spirit marks to create a low-grade water-gathering talisman. The time limit is 4 hours. You can make paper talismans, bone talismans, armor talismans, beast skin talismans. There is no limit to the materials. In this round, 100 inscription masters will be eliminated. All the inscription masters who can enter the next round will receive a common reward. They will all receive a drop of star flame liquid. The criteria for advancement is based on the weight of the spirit water condensed from the water-gathering talisman. The top 100 inscription masters in terms of weight will be able to advance. The second round of the inscription competition was also a group reward. Sister Lan, what is the star flame liquid? Xianxia asked in a low voice. He also saw that many high-level inscription masters were very satisfied with this reward. If you drip it on your eyeball, it will allow your eyeball to shoot out a very strong flame. Not only can the flame easily pass through your eyes, it can also strengthen the flame. When your hands are not very agile, using your eyes to shoot out flames is also very good. Lan Fengjin replied in a low voice, however, this is very risky. If you don't do well, you might damage your eyes. Therefore, most people only drip it on their fingers so that their fingers are not afraid of fire. Your Blue Spirit Star Palace really has a lot of these strange things. Xianxia was secretly amazed. The star flame liquid was indeed a pretty good item. Lan Huayu said loudly, everyone, is there anything else you don't understand? A middle-aged intermediate inscription master asked, I am only at the 9th level martial body realm. Without the support of a martial Dao realm's inner force, the talismans I create are definitely inferior to those martial Dao realm inscription masters. This seems to be unfair to us, who are at the 9th level martial body realm. Among the intermediate level inscriptionists, most of them were at the 9th level martial body realm. They all agreed and felt that this was not fair to them. Xianxia suddenly thought of this matter and began to worry secretly. If it's a high-level inscription master, the precision of the inscriptions is high and the materials used to craft talismans are good, it can also make up for the quality of the talismans in various aspects. Lan Huayu said. When an intermediate-level inscription master compared to a high-level inscription master, they did not have the advantage in the first place. Therefore, those 9th-level martial body inscription masters could only acknowledge it. Do you have to make the talisman materials on the spot? An old man asked. Yes. It has to be made on the spot. After all, this is also a test of the inscription master. Lan Huayu nodded. There's no limit to the materials. Can I use any kind of material? Xianxia asked. Lan Huayu smiled and said, as long as you have the ability, you can use stone pieces to make it. Water-gathering talisman. A talisman could only hold a limited amount of energy. If it was infused with the energy of a martial Dao realm cultivator, it would definitely be much stronger than a 9th-level martial body cultivator. It wasn't just Xianxia. The other 9th-level martial body inscriptionists also had heavy hearts. They felt that they would be satisfied if they could survive the second round and obtain the star flame liquid. They did not want to be eliminated here. Xianxia, are you confident? Lan Fengjin asked softly. She also hoped that Xianxia would be able to reach the end. It was true that Xianxia was a high-ranked inscription master, but he had the foundation of a 9th-level martial body realm, not to mention the others who did not think highly of him. Even he himself knew that if he did not have a countermeasure, he would definitely not be able to pass this round. At this moment, he was thinking of a way to deal with it. I don't know either. I can only give it a try. Xianxia sighed softly. When he was making materials and inscribing spirit marks, the tools he used were all provided by others. Only when he used the mental resonance Shen pen would he be able to increase the finesse. If an inscription master at the 9th-level martial body wanted to make up for his weakness, he could only work hard on the finesse and materials. Someone came up and began to distribute the carving knives. As for the furnace and forging hammer, They were still the same as yesterday and had been placed in the arena the entire time. There are no other problems, right? After Lan Huayu finished speaking, he paused for a moment. No one asked any more questions, so he shouted, "Then let's begin." He flipped over a large hourglass and began to count down. In the beginning, the inscription. Masters began to get busy. The materials they used were all brought along with them. Some people used the beast skins of spirit beasts, while others used beast armor or beast bones. Most of them used these three materials. These materials were all very tough and could contain a lot of energy. The spectators felt that this was a waste of natural resources. This was because it was too wasteful to carve low-grade watermarks on such a good material. This time, Qin Yun is at his wit's end. The other 9th-level martial body inscriptionists all had looks of despair on their faces. They should not be able to enter the next round. Qin Yun has just entered the 9th-level martial body realm. His inner force energy is definitely weaker than the other 9th-level martial body realm middle-aged and elderly. He definitely won't be able to enter the next round. Not necessarily, Qin Yun is still very strong. Furthermore, his flame is purple gold fire and he has the Heavenly Lion Totem arm. That's right. The Heavenly Lion Totem might be of great help to him. As for whether Qin Yun could enter the next round, everyone had different opinions. In the arena, Qin Yun took out the spirit beast bone and placed it into the furnace. After that, he took out the blue royal grade bone steel. Isn't that royal grade bone steel? What is he trying to do? Where did he get the royal grade bone steel? This kind of thing is extremely precious, even a high-level inscription master can't refine it. For the sake of advancing, he's really going all out. This caused many inscription masters to be shocked. Royal grade bone steel was something that Qin Yun had refined himself. He had been able to refine it for a long time. Lan Huayu was also very surprised. He never thought that someone would be able to take out royal grade bone steel as a base material. He looked at Shuochuan on the sidelines and thought that it was Shuochuan who gave it to him. Shuochuan spread his hands and smiled, indicating that this was not given by him. Lan Fengjin knew that Qin Yun could refine royal grade bone steel. However, she never expected that Qin Yun would use it to craft talismans. When crafting talismans, it was also possible to add a bit of bone steel. This would allow the talisman to contain more energy. Of course, even if Qin Yun added the royal grade bone steel, the talismans he refined would still be lacking compared to those of the martial Dao realm. After all, those martial Dao realm inscription masters were also using all their strength to limit the talismans. Qin Yun had no other choice but to increase the finesse of the materials and spirit inscriptions. It was easy to increase the materials used to craft talismans. As for the finesse, that was difficult. Qin Yun was not the only one who was worried about the finesse. The other high-ranked inscription masters were also worried. This was because the carving knives they were using were very ordinary. They were only low-grade spirit artifacts. The carving knives they had used in the past had all been used for a long time and they were very familiar with them. This way, when a high-ranked inscription master was inscribing spirit inscriptions, their finesse would greatly decrease. It seems that I can't rely too much on a good carving knife when inscribing spirit inscriptions. I also need to have a very solid foundation. Qin Yun suddenly thought of this point. If one's basic skills were solid and they used a good carving knife, then the finesse would also increase. Qin Yun also planned to spend more time in the future to use ordinary carving knives to inscribe spirit inscriptions and practice. He was a little nervous. He didn't know if he could enter the third round. He really wanted to enter the final round to see if there was anything good. Right now, he was trapped at the bottleneck of the 9th-level martial body realm. He didn't know how to break through, so he wanted to see if the final reward would help him step into the martial Dao realm. Although Qin Yun was at the 9th-level martial body realm, his flames were very special and powerful. They were released through the mysterious Nether Sun martial spirit. The Nether Sun martial spirit was also a martial spirit bestowed by the heavens and it was the most mysterious kind. Not only could he release flames through the Nether Sun martial spirit, he could also release purple flames through the Purple Thunder martial spirit. Then, he could fuse the two together to conceal the special aura of the Nether Sun. Using the Nether Sun purple flame to burn the materials could be completed very quickly. As a result, the first person to open the furnace and take out the materials was Qin Yun. Royal-grade bone steel can be forged so easily? Many inscription masters were surprised by this, however, when they thought of Qin Yun's special heavenly lion totem and purple gold fire martial spirit, they did not say much. After Qin Yun softened the royal-grade bone steel and a piece of spirit beast bone, he took them out and placed them on the forging platform to begin forging. He was using the 6th-style forging dragon, but this time, it was not as ferocious as before. This was because he had to conserve enough energy to inscribe spirit inscriptions. Under Qin Yun's rapid forging, the royal-grade bone steel and a large piece of spirit beast bone turned into a very thin, hard bone plate. Its appearance was close to that of a blue crystal. It was very beautiful. What is being inscribed is a low-grade watermark. This kind of spirit inscription is very simple. All you need to do is to inscribe it on both sides of the bone talisman. If I use it well, I might be able to increase the finesse. Qin Yun picked up the carving knife and injected the power of the blood soul into it. He suddenly felt that the carving knife wasn't as bad as he had imagined. It was quite easy to use. Although this carving knife is very low-end, it's not that difficult to use. What's going on? Qin Yun injected even more blood soul power into it. Unexpectedly, it felt extremely smooth. Could it be that I'm used to using the mental resonance Xian pen? Can it give me a more casual feeling? He secretly guessed, then closed his eyes and began to rest. Previously, when he was crafting the materials, his speed was very fast. This gave him time to rest, allowing him to adjust his state of mind better. When inscribing spirit inscriptions, one's mental state had a great impact on the finesse. If a person's mind was exhausted and they went to inscribe spirit inscriptions, then the spirit inscriptions would also appear exhausted, which meant that the finesse would be extremely poor. The essence, energy, and spirit that it emitted would also give off a lifeless feeling. The hourglass had already leaked half of it. 2 hours had passed, the other inscription masters had only just finished crafting the materials. As for Qin Yun, he had dozed off for a short period of time, making him feel full of energy. This caused many inscription masters to secretly grit their teeth. They were especially envious of Qin Yun's skill in crafting materials. They all believed that he had reached the level of a high-ranked inscription master or even surpassed them. Of course, Qin Yun was currently a high-ranked inscription master. It was just that many people did not know about it. I want to concentrate all of my mental power on the carving knife. I need to wholeheartedly use the Imperial Spirit technique and control the carving knife to make a slight movement. Qin Yun focused and used the Imperial Spirit technique to control the carving knife. Fortunately, the low-grade watermarks did not require a lot of blood soul power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to handle it. Low-grade watermarks were common spirit inscriptions. When inscribing them, they would not be concealed. At this moment, many people were able to personally witness the process of inscribing the dark lines. Qin Yun was extremely serious when he was inscribing the spirit inscriptions. Everyone could tell at a glance that he seemed to have invested everything into it. This was the first time Qin Yun had used the Imperial Spirit technique to coordinate with his hands. Then, he would control the carving knife to inscribe spirit inscriptions. In this way, he would be able to accurately control the tip of the knife and move it slightly. Shuchuan watched from the side and said, "If you want to improve your finesse, not only do you need to control the carving knife well, you also need to have a deep understanding of spirit inscriptions. This is because the general lines of spirit inscriptions are about the same. However, the most accurate spirit inscriptions are imprinted on paper, so it is impossible to tell how accurate they are. It all depends on the comprehension of the inscription master. The deeper one's understanding of spirit inscriptions is, the more one can understand how accurate spirit inscriptions are. Sometimes, when two sets of spirit inscriptions are compared, they look exactly the same but the finesse is very different. This is because the spirit inscriptions have very, very minute changes in the lines, which cannot be seen by the human eye. When everyone heard this, they felt even more admiration for the inscription master. They also knew why they were unable to become an inscription master. Because this required innate talent, one must have a keen sense towards inscriptions. Qin Yun's speed at making materials was the fastest, but he was extremely slow at inscribing spirit inscriptions. He grabbed the carving knife and condensed the power of the blood soul at the tip of the blade. After a long while, he had only managed to carve a very small arc on the bone board. As for the other inscription masters, they were about to finish inscribing one side. Qin Yan also wanted to be fast, but he couldn't be fast. This was because when he used the Imperial Spirit technique to control the carving knife to carve the low-grade water patterns in his mind, the tip of the knife would unknowingly move. This was a very strange feeling. He felt as if his mind had fused with the carving knife and he was consciously following the lines of the water. The process of walking was very, very slow, as if there was a specific path. If he wasn't careful, he would derail it. This won't do, I have to speed up or I won't be able to complete it. Qin Yan also knew that the state he was in was very good. He would definitely be able to increase the finesse, but it would take a lot of time. Helplessly, he could only weaken the Imperial Spirit technique and make the carving knife move a little faster. Not long after, many inscription masters had completed the creation of the water-gathering talisman. Only Qin Yan and a few intermediate-level inscription masters had not completed it, and Qin Yan was the slowest. Successful advancement to test the quality of the water-gathering talisman was to activate it to gather water. The gathered spirit water would be put into a transparent crystal bucket, and the bucket would be weighed. The first to be tested was a high-ranked inscription master. He was a middle-aged man and he was also the fastest to complete. Lan Huayu activated the water-gathering talisman he had refined and placed it into the crystal bucket that was as tall as a person. Walala, the water-gathering talisman absorbed a large amount of Nine Suns spiritual energy. It was like a fountain as crystal-clear water continuously gushed out. Not long after, there was more than half a bucket. The spirit water was rather special. It was lighter than ordinary water. The spirit water in this bucket was only about 100 kilograms. It only depended on who could condense more water. After the test, the level of the high-ranked inscription masters was about the same. They were all able to reach the standard of half a bucket. The weight of the spirit water was over 100 kilograms and the difference was only a few kilograms. As for the intermediate-level inscription masters, they were much weaker than the high-level inscription masters. They were all around 50 to 60 kilograms and could not even reach half a bucket. Those who could not reach this level were mostly intermediate-level inscription masters. Those who were eliminated in this round would definitely be intermediate-level inscription masters. Lan Fengjin was a high-ranked inscription master and also a martial Dao realm cultivator, so she passed very smoothly. Just as the hourglass was about to run out, Qin Yan finally completed his water-gathering talisman. He was the last to be tested. Here. Qin Yan looked very tired as he walked towards Lan Huayu and handed over his water-gathering talisman with both hands. Lan Huayu took the water-gathering talisman and looked at the spirit inscriptions on it. He was alarmed because with his experience, the inscriptions carved on it were of a very high level. His bone talisman has added royal-grade bone steel, increasing the difficulty of carving. As a result, the finesse of the spirit inscriptions is also very poor. That's right, this little guy loves to show off too much. Doesn't he just want others to know that he has royal-grade bone steel? When he was inscribing spirit inscriptions, he must have regretted using royal-grade bone steel. Look at how slow he is, like a turtle, and you'll know. A few of the defeated intermediate-level inscriptionists sneered in low voices. Lan Huayu focused on the water patterns and touched them with his finger. He said in a low voice, "Qin Yan, wait a moment. I want to see the finesse of your spirit inscriptions. They seem to be very high." As he spoke, he took out a mirror and shone it on Qin Yan's water-gathering talisman. Soon, 4 lines appeared on the mirror. This was level 4 precision. Did I see wrongly? Qin Yan carved a 4th-level spirit inscription? An old inscription master cried out in surprise. Even we, with good carving knives, can only achieve level 4 finesse. Qin Yan can use that crappy carving knife to carve at the 4th level of finesse. This is impossible. Qin Yan was pleasantly surprised. He never expected that using the Imperial Spirit technique to complement it would actually increase the finesse by so much. Otherwise, he would only be at the 2nd level of finesse. As for those high-level inscriptionists, the carving knives they used were all at the 2nd level of finesse. This brought a great shock to those old inscription masters. Just by relying on a broken carving knife, he was able to carve a 4th-level spirit inscription. This was something that even those old inscriptionists could not accept. When Shuchuan saw that many laymen were puzzled by this, he said, "Even if it's me and Lan Huayu, using inferior carving knives, our finesse is only between the 4th and 5th level. In terms of finesse, Qin Yan is close to our level. He far surpasses other high-level inscriptionists." He had previously known that the carving knife Qin Yan used was at the 5th level of finesse. Therefore, he had long been clear about Qin Yan's level. However, he was still very surprised because this was close to them old fellows. An old high-ranked inscription master said with a flushed face, "You. How did you do it? Even if you are talented, you can at most have a deep understanding of the inscriptions. However, if you want to improve your finesse, you can only do so through carving knives and years of practice. Do you have some secret skill? Quickly share it with us, don't hide it." "That's right, if you have such a good secret technique, then take it out. You're just a little brat, aren't you being too selfish to keep it all for yourself? Quickly hand it over. The inscription competition is meant to be an exchange. Don't hide it." A group of jealous old men criticized Qin Yan, saying that he alone had the secret technique to increase his finesse. Everyone secretly frowned. They felt that this group of old men were too shameless. Qin Yan was also infuriated by their words. He said with a sneer, "With your level, I'm worried that you won't be able to learn it. You might not be able to master it even if you learn it until you die." The high-ranked inscription master, who was usually high and mighty, was instantly enraged when he was mocked in such a manner. "You little brat, you don't know your place. We are high-ranked inscriptionists. You, a mere mid-ranked inscription master, dare to look down on us? How arrogant and conceited. Quickly apologize to us and hand over your secret skill with both hands. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place today. Qin Yan, this is Blue Spirit Star Palace. Don't be too presumptuous. Just honestly share your secret skill to increase your finesse." Qin Yan looked at their disgusting faces and said with a sneer, "I use the Imperial Spirit technique to control the carving knife. All you need to do is learn the Imperial Spirit technique from teacher Du Guo. Of course, trash like you who are still high-ranked inscription masters at the age of 100 will definitely not be able to learn the Imperial Spirit technique." "You. What did you say? You said that we are trash?" A blue-robed old man said angrily. Although they were a little old, as high-ranked inscription masters, they were respected by the younger generation. "Qin Yan, you are the trash. You are the trash from the same lineage. You only became an inscription master because of your dog-shit luck. How dare you spout nonsense here?" Ji Kailan was overjoyed when he saw this from the side. He hurriedly shouted, "Qin Yan, quickly kneel down and apologize. You just insulted all the old inscriptionists present. Kneel down. These inscription masters have spent their entire lives studying the Tao of inscriptions. How can a junior like you make fun of them? Qin Yan, do you know how difficult it is to become a high-ranked inscription master from an intermediate inscription master? You really don't hurt when you stand and talk." Many of the juniors present who were cheering for the old inscription master formed a square formation and scolded Qin Yan loudly. Qin Yan originally did not want to scold them, but those old fellows were shameless and forced him to share his secret skill. Furthermore, their attitude was extremely vile and they even threatened him. That was why they angered him. "Isn't it just a high-ranked inscription master? I've been one for a long time." Qin Yan snorted coldly and took out a golden badge. This was the proof of a high-ranked inscription master. The crowd that was scolding Qin Yan could not help but shut their mouths when their eyes were stung by the golden light from the badge. The inscription hall also fell into an incomparable silence. They stared blankly at the golden badge in Qin Yan's hand, a high-ranked inscription master who was not even 18 years old. This deeply impacted the hearts of many people, as if it had overturned their understanding. The moment they saw the badge, many people shouted impossible in their hearts. "This is true." Shuchuan's indifferent voice broke the silence. Following that, waves of doubts erupted in the inscription hall and it fell into a hubbub. "Believe it or not." Shuchuan did not explain and said with a faint smile, "Old Lan, quickly test Qin Yan's water-gathering talisman." Everyone quietened down and looked at Qin Yan with incomparable envy. As for the old inscriptionists from Blue Spirit Star Palace, they did not say a word. They were all filled with resentment. At this moment, everyone felt that Qin Yun was indeed qualified to say that those old inscriptionists were trash. Those old inscriptionists were all over 100 years old. However, they were only high-ranked inscriptionists. As for Qin Yun, who was not even 20 years old, he had already reached their level. This caused those old inscriptionists to feel ashamed. They wished that they could smash themselves to death on a piece of tofu. They felt that they had lived for so long, but they had all lived like dogs. Lan Huayu had long known that Qin Yun was not simple, but he was still surprised. He smiled and placed Qin Yun's water-gathering talisman into the transparent barrel. Hua hua hua, the talisman began to tremble crazily as water splashed out. Not long after, it was half a barrel. Although it was only half a barrel, one had to know that Qin Yun was at the 9th level martial body realm. His energy was inferior to that of a martial Dao realm cultivator. However, his water-gathering talisman was as powerful as a martial Dao realm cultivator. The expressions of the old inscriptionists turned even uglier and redder. They, the highly respected high-ranked inscriptionists, were actually on par with a little kid. They had said it before, a high-ranked inscription master had to be respected. However, they had all mocked Qin Yun before. Qin Yun was also a high-ranked inscription master, so he had the same status as them. Even though he was young, his strength was there for all to see. The water-gathering talisman created by Qin Yun weighs 102 kilograms. It's ranked 10th. Lan Huayu said. In the top 100, they were all high-ranked inscriptionists and Qin Yun was ranked 10th. This caused the high-ranked inscriptionists behind him to blush in shame. Mu Rongjun laughed out loud and said, you guys actually know how to blush. Just now, you shamelessly forced others to hand over the secret skill. I thought you guys didn't have any face. Look at you guys. It's fine if you're inferior to him, but you even look down on him. You even want him to share the secret skill, and your attitude is so vile. You actually think you're worthy of being an inscription master. Actually, it's not strange that Qin Yun is a high-ranked inscription master. After all, you bunch of shameless old thieves would blush. This is even more surprising than Qin Yun being a high-ranked inscription master. After Mu Rongjun finished speaking, he hurriedly hid behind Xiao Wufeng. His ability to spit out insults was one of the best. In particular, his ability to mock others had reached the great perfection stage. Many people looked angrily at Mu Rongjun, but when they saw the cold expression on Xiao Wufeng's face, they could only endure it. Xiao Wufeng was a mysterious sword cultivator, and he was highly valued by the Saint Palace's Grand Palace Master. Only someone like Ji Kailan, who had a strong background, was not afraid of him. The second round is over. Those who are unable to enter the next round, please leave the scene. Lan Huayu shouted loudly. After the failed inscription masters left, they began to distribute the star flame liquid. All the inscription masters who passed this round would be able to obtain a drop of star flame liquid. It was said that this was something unique to the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, and the people from the other 4 palaces had always wanted to obtain it. Accepting a disciple after the second round of the inscription competition ended, Qin Yun followed Shu Chuan and hurriedly returned to Lan Huayu's grove. Lan Fengjin was also with Qin Yun. She knew that Qin Yun was extremely tired, so she was in a hurry to go back and rest. Qin Yun immediately went to sleep the moment he returned. He recovered very quickly as well. He slept in the evening and woke up at night. He took a shower and walked out of the hut. He saw Lan Fengjin with a pair of tanned, healthy, and sexy long legs. She was seriously inscribing spirit marks on a stone table. Sister Lan, you're so hardworking. Qin Yun walked over and said with a smile. Of course, because compared to you, I'm just trash. I have to work hard. Lan Fengjin was also shocked as she pouted and said. Not only was Qin Yun strong, he was also very powerful in terms of inscriptions. If he stepped into the martial Dao realm, he would definitely be a terrifying existence. Sister Lan, I figured out a trick to increase my finesse. I have to use my mental power to coordinate well with the carving knife. Actually, there are many cultivation techniques similar to the Imperial Spirit technique. With your conditions, you will definitely be able to obtain such a cultivation technique to learn. Qin Yun said with a grin. This was also something he had comprehended today. Lan Fengjin sighed and said, mental force martial arts are not that easy to master. Although my mental force isn't bad, it's very difficult to learn those mental force martial arts. Even my grandfather can't do anything about it. How about I give you some pointers? Qin Yan said with a chuckle, I'll be your teacher. Master Qin, just accept me as your disciple. Can I kowtow to you? Lan Fengjin said with a serious expression, and she really knelt down. Qin Yan looked at the pair of seductive long legs and immediately knelt on the ground. He cried out in shock, Beauty Lan, don't be like this. If your grandfather sees me, I'll be very embarrassed. He hurriedly went over to help Lan Fengjin up. He also turned his head to look around, worried that Lan Huayu was nearby. Lan Fengjin was a high-level female inscription master. Furthermore, she was at the martial Dao realm at such a young age. Qin Yan could not accept her kneeling and kowtowing like this. If you don't accept me as your disciple, I won't get up. Lan Fengjin said stubbornly. You're serious? When Qin Yan saw Lan Fengjin's serious expression, he was at a loss. He could only grab her arm and pull her up. Lan Fengjin was in the martial Dao realm. She used a powerful force to suck her knees to the ground. Qin Yan could not pull her. Take me as your disciple. Lan Fengjin raised her head and said with a pout. Qin Yan felt that he should be hiding in his room sleeping. Furthermore, he was secretly cursing himself for saying that he was giving pointers that made Lan Fengjin want to acknowledge him as her master. I've decided. If you don't accept me as your disciple, I'll kneel and never get up. Lan Fengjin's beautiful eyes flashed playfully. Suddenly, the auras of Lan Huayu and Shuchuan came from afar. Qin Yan became anxious and said in a low voice, All right. I'll accept you as my disciple, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else for now. No problem. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. Lan Fengjin kowtowed to Qin Yan a few times and then smiled tenderly. She patted the dirt off her long legs. Don't call me master in front of others. Qin Yan said in a low voice before looking into the distance. Lan Huayu and Shuchuan were walking over while chatting and laughing. My little master, when will you start guiding me? Can I do it tonight? Lan Fengjin giggled as she gently caressed Qin Yan's handsome face. Let's start tonight. We have to participate in the competition during the day, so we don't have much time. Qin Yan also found it troublesome, so he did not want to take in a disciple. He never expected that a high and mighty woman like Lan Fengjin would actually be willing to take him as her master. Furthermore, she was very serious in kneeling and kowtowing. If Lan Fengjin was sincere in taking him as her master, then there would be benefits. After all, she was a very strong martial artist with a great background. She also had a pair of very beautiful and sexy long legs. Many inscription masters had disciples. However, most of the inscription masters would let their disciples help them out and do some miscellaneous stuff. Qin Yan, you recovered so quickly. Shuchuan chuckled and said, there are still 2 more matches tomorrow. These matches will become more difficult the further they go. If you can't persevere, you can give up on one of them. Lan Huayu also smiled and said, young man, don't be so greedy. If you participate in one of the competitions and obtain first place, the rewards will be generous enough. You guys are worried that I'll get first place and embarrass your Blue Spirit Saint Palace, right? Qin Yan chuckled. If you win, you'll completely destroy our Blue Spirit Saint Palace's reputation. However. I'm actually happy. Lan Fengjin smiled. Qin Yan was her master, so of course she had to be happy for him. Lan Huayu scolded with a smile, you little girl, go back and rest. Adjust your condition. Qin Yan, you just said that you want to discuss the problem of finesse with me. Come. Lan Fengjin pulled Qin Yan and skipped back to her wooden hut. Lan Huayu shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. This girl actually didn't ask me for advice but instead went to ask that little brat, Qin Yan. It looks like in her eyes, Qin Yan's level is about the same as mine. Shuchuan laughed loudly and said, back then, you said that I was mistaken. Now, you know how talented this brat is. Qin Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable in Lan Fengjin's wooden hut. Intentionally or unintentionally, Lan Fengjin placed her long legs on the bed. It was very seductive. Master, Will you teach me the imperial spirit art? Lan Fengjin was really like a disciple as she shook Qin Yan's arm. Sister Lan, I remember that you are a very valiant woman. Qin Yan could not stand Lan Fengjin's appearance and said with a dry laugh. Lan Fengjin stuck out her tongue and sat on a chair. She casually crossed her sexy thighs and said with curled lips, all right, I won't pretend to be a little sheep anymore. Master, I'm serious. I really want to be your disciple. Seeing Lan Fengjin in such a state, Qin Yan smiled. That's more like it. All right, I'll start teaching you the imperial spirit art now. The imperial spirit art was Du Gui's. Back then, Du Gui had also told Qin Yan that if he accepted a good disciple in the future, he would be able to pass down this martial art. Therefore, Qin Yan had taught it to Lan Fengjin. Lan Fengjin's perception was not bad. For her to be able to step into the martial Dao realm at such a young age, her foundation was not bad. She memorized the imperial spirit art and listened attentively to Qin Yan's explanation. She could not help but exclaim in admiration. This imperial spirit art is truly brilliant. I wonder how much higher it is compared to the mental force martial arts of our Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Qin Yan was slightly alarmed. The mental force martial arts of your Blue Spirit Saint Palace are inferior to the imperial spirit art? Of course, it's far from it. Lan Fengjin sighed and said, good mental force martial arts have all been lost. Our Blue Spirit Star Palace fought with other sects in the martial desolate land and many elders of the Divine Killer Master died. It's all the fault of the inscription gate. It's sealed. Only by passing that terrifying test can we obtain the qualifications to enter. Otherwise, our Blue Spirit Star Palace wouldn't have declined so badly. Lan Fengjin's words once again stirred Qin Yan's heart to enter the inscription gate. Sister Lan, although you and I are master and disciple, we can address each other casually. There's no need to be so formal. I hope to see the real you. Don't act coquettishly in front of me. You are a masculine woman, you are not the type to act coquettishly. Qin Yan said with a laugh. Lan Fengjin rolled her eyes at him and said with a light snort, that's for the best. I also feel that my coquettishness is a bit mushy. I'm going back to rest. I'll be tired tomorrow. When Qin Yan thought of the 2 matches tomorrow, he felt a little excited. In order to perform better in the competition, he needed to be fully prepared. Sleep at my place. Lan Fengjin used her thigh to hit him. No need. You should familiarize yourself with the imperial spirit art tonight. I won't disturb you anymore. Qin Yan said seriously. Lan Fengjin curled her lips and sent him out. Then, she hurriedly went back to cultivate the imperial spirit art. Early the next morning, the crisp cries of birds could be heard from the small forest, causing the forest, which had been silent for the night, to become cheerful. Qin Yan woke up. After washing up, he changed into a set of clean white clothes. After he opened the door, he saw Lan Fengjin, who was wearing a blue dress, discussing the matter of the inscription with Lan Huayu and Shuchuan. Qin Yan, you look very good. Today is the 3rd round of the competition. Don't try to be brave and stop while you're ahead. Lan Huayu said with a smile. Shuchuan chuckled and said, Old Lan, don't you know what kind of personality this kid has? He's not the kind of person who would easily admit defeat, especially when facing some despicable fellows. He won't lower his head. I never thought that there would be so many people with bad conduct in your Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Lan Huayu sighed helplessly, there's nothing I can do about it. There's always a few pieces of rat droppings that spoil the pot of soup. You can't guarantee that there are no bad people in your Divine Inscription Palace, right? Shuchuan said unhappily, even if there aren't as many as your Blue Spirit Star Palace. Qin Yan said with a smile, the match is about to begin. Let's go. On the way, he asked Lan Huayu about the contents of the 3rd round's 2 matches. However, Lan Huayu did not reveal it. Even to Lan Fengjin, he would not reveal it. Qin Yan and company arrived rather early. When they arrived at the spiritual martial palace, they did not see many people. However, the dozens of people in the spiritual martial palace were all very strong. They were all in the martial Dao realm. Teacher Yang. Qin Yan was slightly alarmed as he shouted happily. Xianxia had finally appeared. This made Qin Yan very happy. She wore a simple and elegant light white dress. She stood tall and her aura was elegant and spirited. When she saw Qin Yan arrive, a gentle smile appeared on her originally elegant and cold face. Qin Yan looked at the crowd and did not see the hateful Xiao Long. He immediately felt much more comfortable. He was not afraid of Xiao Long. He just felt that this fellow was extremely disgusting. Seeing him was like seeing a toad. Qin Yan, I heard about your performance. I never expected you to improve so quickly. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Qin Yan wiped his nose and said with a chuckle, this is all because of Teacher Yang's teachings back then. Miss Yang, I remember that you are a saint of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Why aren't you wearing the attire of the Saint Palace today? Shuchuan asked curiously. Xianxia said, I will also participate in the third round of the examination. These 50 martial Dao realm cultivators were all selected from the entire Blue Spirit Star Palace by the Saint Palace. At that time, we will choose a participating martial artist to be their mentor and guide them through the 4th and 5th round of the competition. Therefore, there are no requirements for the attire. That's great, Teacher Yang, you must be my mentor. Qin Yan shouted happily as he shook Xianxia's soft, jade-like arm. Ice and fire killing formation. Qin Yan recalled the Heaven's Pride Academy from before. It was a similar method. What was certain now was that there would only be at most 50 martial artists who would enter the next round. 200 martial artists were going to eliminate 150. This would be very tragic. I heard that there will be a change in the time of the next competition. It might not be going on every day. A blue-robed old man walked over and said. This old man was an elder of the Eastern Palace, Shui Hui. Qin Yan had a deep impression of him. He was a very good person. Shui Hui wished for Qin Yan to join the Eastern Palace. He had invited Qin Yan a few times but he had been rejected. Very quickly, the spiritual martial palace became lively and more people came. As soon as they arrived, they immediately learned about their mentor and were even more looking forward to the third round. Xia Wufeng and the others also hurriedly came over to greet Xianxia. In the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, Xianxia was also a very strong existence. Her mysterious moon martial spirit could give her a mysterious and unfathomable power. If not for her engagement with Xiao Long, many outstanding middle-aged martial Dao cultivators would have pursued her. Where's Yuelan? Qin Yan asked. In the Blue Spirit Saint Palace, Xianxia and Xiao Yuelan had a very good relationship. She's in seclusion. I wonder when she'll come out. She said that if she doesn't step into the martial Dao realm, she won't come out. Xianxia chuckled and said, this girl has the same stubborn temper as you. The two of you are quite compatible. Qin Yan stuck out his tongue. When he thought of how well Xiao Yuelan had treated him, his heart felt warm. Morong Darren said with a smile, Xiao Yuelan had once fought to a draw with Ji Kailan. That's why she was very unconvinced and went into seclusion. She said that when she stepped into the martial Dao realm, she would definitely beat Ji Kailan up. Huazhong said, Xiao Yuelan could have won but some elders interfered and stopped the competition, so the outcome was not decided. Qin Yan looked at the nearby Ji Kailan and said in a low voice, this fellow was so arrogant to me before and he even secretly played tricks on me. Just you wait and see. Please enter. A tall and skinny old man wearing a gorgeous golden blue robe shouted coldly. Qin Yan and Xianxia walked into the spiritual martial palace together. 200 participating martial artists and 50 mentors are all here. The old man said in a loud voice, next, we will distribute them. 1 instructor and 4 participating martial artists will form a group. There will be a total of 50 groups. Then, the 4 contestants from each group will have to compete against each other. Only one person will pass and enter the 4th round together with the mentor. Everyone listened quietly to the rules of the 3rd round. Qin Yan sighed inwardly. In that case, he might not be able to be with Xianxia. This was because this was all allocated by the host of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. The people in charge of organizing the martial arts competition were all on Ji Kailan's side. Furthermore, they knew the relationship between Qin Yan and Xianxia, so they definitely wouldn't let them be together. Many people also thought so because if Qin Yan and Xianxia were in a group, they would definitely be invincible. Everyone knew that Qin Yun was brought up by Yang back then. For Qin Yun to be able to grow up, he had also received Yang Shiyu's support and encouragement. The first group, Instructor Yang Shiyu, the participants are Qin Yun, Yu Heng, Gu Rukan and Lei Qing. The old man announced loudly. The spiritual martial palace immediately burst into a discussion filled with surprise. Even Qin Yun and Yang Shiyu looked at each other in surprise. At the same time, they were secretly happy. Outside the arena, Lan Huayu, Xia Wufeng, Lan Fengjin and the other people from the Blue Spirit Saint Palace all frowned because they felt that it was not that simple. They deliberately arranged this grouping. Yu Heng is a young saint disciple with pretty good strength. His strength is not weaker than Ji Kailan's. Xia Wufeng said coldly, in this way, only Brother Yun and Yu Heng have a chance of winning in their group. Lan Fengjin nodded and said, they deliberately put Yu Heng and Qin Yun in the same group. They must be confident that Yu Heng will win. Are these guys going to secretly manipulate the competition? If they go too far, I will intervene. Lan Huayu said with a frown, I don't want the reputation of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace to be destroyed by these rats. Qin Yun did not know who Yu Heng was, but he knew that this matter was not that simple. Very quickly, the groups were divided. Ji Kailan and a few saints were in the same group. No matter what, they had a chance of winning. There was no need for them to start competing with each other here. As for Ji Kailan's group, the instructor was an old man wearing the luxurious golden blue clothes of the Saint Palace. The quality of his clothes was only slightly inferior to Lan Huayu's. With a glance, one could tell that he had a very high status. After the groups were divided, the old man in charge shouted, now, the instructors of each group will draw lots to determine the order of appearance. There are a total of 25 batches. Each batch will be carried out in 2 groups. Until now, no one knew how the winner of each group would be decided, however, they were certain that it would not be a martial arts competition. That was because it had been said before that the martial arts competition would be held in the final round. Yang Shiyu went up to draw lots. It was the 20th batch and there was an ice word written on it. After deciding on the order of appearance, someone set up 2 circular flag arrays in the middle of the spacious area. Each flag array was more than 20 meters wide. Adding it up, the participants in each group will be tested by either ice or fire in the flag array. Those who can last until the other 3 fall will win. If someone falls at the same time, then this group will be completely eliminated. These 2 flag arrays seemed to be extremely terrifying. Everyone was very curious about this as they tried to guess what kind of formation it was. Lan Huayu's solemn voice suddenly sounded. One is the Ice Abyss Bone-Piercing Formation and the other is the Flaming Soul-Splitting Formation. They are both Royal Grade Spirit Arrays. It belongs to the category of killing formations. Even if it is a martial Dao realm cultivator, if they do not escape in time, they will definitely die within 2 hours. When everyone heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was actually a terrifying killing formation that could trap a martial Dao realm cultivator to death. Of course, if 4 9th level martial body cultivators enter, they will be able to share the power of the killing array. They will probably be able to last for an hour. You can rest assured that these 2 killing formations are not sealed. You can enter and exit at any time. If you can't withstand it, then run out. If you try to hold on inside, there is only death. Lan Huayu was also telling Qin Yun how terrifying the 2 killing formations were. As for the other participating martial artists, when they learned of the terror of the 2 killing formations, their hearts turned cold. The first batch of people went up. There were 8 9th level martial body cultivators, both middle-aged and old. Each group of 4 people entered the 2 royal grade spirit level killing formations. After they entered, the killing array was activated. The Ice Abyss Bone-Piercing Formation's commotion was the least. Only waves of cold chi appeared. However, the cultivators inside were the ones who screamed the most miserably. In just a few seconds, an old man couldn't take it anymore and jumped out. As for the flaming resplendent soul-rending formation, purple gold flames flickered in and out of existence like ghostly fire clouds, enveloping the cultivators inside. The 4 martial artists inside were not feeling well either. They howled repeatedly as they were being burned in extreme pain. Before long, there were only 2 martial artists left in the 2 killing formations. Ah! A middle-aged man inside the Ice Abyss Bone-Piercing Formation roared and jumped out. He lay on the ground, panting, and his face was frighteningly pale. This caused people's scalps to go numb. Many of the participants who were waiting to enter the killing array were terrified. In the ice abyss bone-piercing formation, a chubby middle-aged man held on until the end, and not much time had passed. Being fat also has its benefits. It can resist the cold, someone exclaimed. There's also a result on the fire array. Everyone looked over and saw that the flaming soul-rending formation had already been closed. A tall and thin man stood inside. His entire body was emitting hot air and his face was filled with pain. His hair had already been burned off, leaving him bald. The cultivators who could last until the end were all quite strong. Next was the second batch of people who went up, the group from the ice abyss bone-piercing formation, all ran out at once. In other words, none of the 4 people in this group would be able to enter the next round. The 2 killing formations were very powerful. A martial artist at the 9th level martial body realm could be considered very powerful if he could last for a while inside. 15 batches of people had entered the killing array to undergo the trial. If one person could last until the end in each batch of 2 killing arrays, then there should be 30 people who could enter and win. However, many people had just entered and ran out. Thus, up until now, only 20 people had been able to pass the examination. Xianxia was very confident in Qinyun because she knew that Qinyun had grown up with great difficulty. He had experienced many hardships and was definitely not someone that those pampered saints could compare to. Ji Kailan, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly walked into the middle of the arena and entered the flaming soul-splitting array. Many people were looking forward to it. Ji Kailan, 7 Yang Spirit Vein, Thunder Qilan Martial Spirit. It is said that he is at the peak of the 9th level martial body realm. If nothing unexpected happens, it is very likely that he will step into the martial Dao realm within the next 2 years. He grew up in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Lan Fengjin has also been in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace since she was young, so she stepped into the martial Dao realm at such a young age. What an amazing person. The martial artists in the same group as Ji Kailan all felt that they were very unlucky. They didn't have much confidence in front of Ji Kailan, so they directly gave up. This way, Ji Kailan didn't need to be tortured by the killing array at all and passed this round of the test. This made many people envious. Everyone was also very disappointed. They originally wanted to see Ji Kailan's strength. I don't think he's allowed to give up. No matter what, he has to go in and stand for a bit. That's right. This isn't fair at all. He didn't do anything and he advanced. There's no other way. This is a competition organized by the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Naturally, we have to ensure that the Blue Spirit Saint wins. Sigh, I hope that Qinyun can compete with the Blue Spirit Saint Palace and rub their arrogance. Many people let out dissatisfied voices. There were actually many martial artists who hoped that Qinyun could defeat the Blue Spirit Saint. When Ji Kailan saw that there were many people who hoped that Qinyun would win, he gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with jealousy as he looked at Qinyun. The next 2 batches of martial artists both had Blue Spirit Saints. Because the martial artists in the same group as the saints had forfeited, they did not have to endure the torture of the killing array and successfully advanced. Next was Shuizai's turn. She was also in the same group as a Blue Spirit Saint. To the end, Shuizai entered the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation. The cold and arrogant young saint who entered with her had a calm expression, as if he was not afraid of the killing array at all. Everyone had previously agreed that even the high and mighty Blue Spirit Saint would suffer a little inside the killing array. After all, in the killing array, one had to endure immense pain. It was definitely not that easy, but now, it seemed that the saint did not feel any pressure at all. Begin. The elder shouted and activated 2 killing formations. The martial practitioners in the flaming soul-splitting array screamed in pain. They had all seen how painful it was for people to enter the formation. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still tormented by the sudden impact after entering. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 4 warriors ran out in pain. They were all defeated. Shuizai gritted her teeth and frowned. A faint purple mist seeped out of her tight purple clothes, as though she was resisting the bone-chilling cold. Shuizai is very strong. This is the only person who has been able to hold on for such a long time. Xianxia said in surprise. There were also more than 10 female martial artists participating in the competition, but they all ran out at once. After the killing array was activated, Shuizai did not make a sound. This was indeed very rare. As for the blue spirit saint, who was in the same killing array as her, his eyes were closed. He was not affected by the killing array at all. Ji Kailan glanced at Qin Yun and said proudly, "We often secretly cultivate in the killing array, so this is naturally nothing to us. Now, you should know how powerful we blue spirit saints are, right?" Qin Yun looked at Xianxia and saw her shake her head slightly. She said in a low voice, "I've been in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace for so long, but I've never heard of them cultivating like this." Shuizai was also extremely depressed. She did not expect that Saint Blue Spirit's endurance would be so terrifying. Resisting the power of the killing array also consumed a lot of energy, so she could only continue to grit her teeth and persevere. If this continued and the Blue Spirit Saint did not jump out, she would definitely lose. If she lost in the third round like this, she would never accept it. For Shuizai to be able to persevere for so long, she had already far surpassed many martial artists. But she was very unlucky to be in the same group as Blue Spirit Saint. If she was in a group with other martial artists, she would definitely be able to advance easily. Qin Yun said in a low voice, "This bunch of bastards, they deliberately put Purple Leaf and Saint in the same group. Zai is very strong and poses quite a threat to the holy disciples. That's why she was eliminated by them." Xianxia nodded. "As long as it's a martial artist with great potential, they will be in the same group as the Blue Spirit Saints and be defeated in the third round. This way, the next 2 rounds will be dominated by the Saints." Shuizai suddenly shouted and flew out. The array immediately stopped. "Ziyi, are you alright?" Lan Fengjin hurriedly walked over and asked. Shuizai shook her head and sighed unwillingly, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation." As for the Blue Spirit Saint, his expression did not change as he slowly walked out of the killing array. He looked at Shuizai proudly and snorted disdainfully. The Blue Spirit Saint could stand in the killing array for so long without changing his expression. Most of the martial artists inside were screaming in pain. Those martial artists who had entered the killing array looked at this saint with reverence. The strength of a saint shocked many martial artists. They understood the gap between them and a saint. Qin Yun and Xianxia came to the side of Lan Huayu and Shuichuan. Xianxia asked in a low voice, "Elder Lan, this doesn't seem right. What do you think?" Lan Huayu's expression was solemn as he shook his head. He said earnestly, "I don't know, but I will figure it out. In short, this matter is not that simple. Could it be that they have armor that can resist the killing array?" Lan Fengjin cursed in a low voice, "That must be the case. Look at their relaxed faces. They haven't been attacked by the power of the formation at all." Mother *Cur. Morong Darren was very unhappy. "I'm going to expose them right now. Morong, don't be anxious. There's no evidence to prove that they cheated. They are so shameless, they will definitely not admit it," Shuichuan said. Next, it was Qin Yun's turn. Yu Heng, who was in the same group as Qin Yun, was a Blue Spirit Saint. Yu Heng had 6 spirit veins and a platinum flying python martial spirit. It was said that his flying python martial spirit could evolve into a dragon in the future, so its potential was extremely great. Other than Qin Yun and Yu Heng, the other 2 participants in this group had forfeited. They did not want to be tortured. Yu Heng coldly glanced at Qin Yun and said, "I advise you to forfeit. You saw it before, we, the Blue Spirit Saints, are much more resilient than you in the killing array." "Not necessarily," Qin Yun said indifferently. He only suspected that a saint had cheated, but he did not have enough evidence. He could only take it one step at a time. Qin Yun and Yu Heng entered the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation. Ji Kailan and the other saints seemed to be certain that Qin Yun would lose. Their faces were filled with smiles. "Begin." The 2 killing arrays began at the same time. In an instant, miserable screams erupted. On the other side of the flaming soul-splitting array, 3 people jumped out at once. The remaining person managed to hold on and successfully entered the next round. As for Qin Yun and Yu Heng, they were terrifyingly calm. Qin Yun frowned slightly as he circulated his Nether Sun inner force. It circulated through his entire body and seeped into his muscles and blood. dissolving all the killing array energy that had penetrated his body. The mysterious power of the Nether Sun was to absorb all kinds of energy and then decompose it into pure energy. Earlier, when Shuizai had gone to resist the power of the killing array, she had a look of pain on her face. But now, Qin Yan was standing in the killing array with his back straight as though nothing had happened. Ji Kailan and the others were also very surprised. They never expected that Qin Yan would be able to easily resist the power of the killing array like them. As expected of Qin Yan. Only he can suppress the Blue Spirit Saints. Blue Spirit Saints can't be arrogant anymore, right? Haha. I hope Qin Yan can persevere and make this Blue Spirit Saint scram. Among the onlookers, the number of people who supported Qin Yan gradually increased. The main reason was that they couldn't stand the sight of saints. Those saints had mocked many of the participating martial artists and didn't put them in their eyes at all. Yuhan looked at Qin Yan with a hint of anger in his eyes. That was because many people were supporting Qin Yan. It looks like the two of them are evenly matched. If this goes on, I don't know how long it will take. In order to end this as soon as possible, I will increase the power of the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation. As soon as the elder in charge finished speaking, he immediately controlled the flag array and unleashed an even stronger power. Whoosh, a wave of cold air surged out from the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation, causing one to feel a chill. Grandfather, what should we do? Lan Fengjin shouted anxiously. Shuichuan and Lan Huayu were looking at Qin Yan and Yu Heng with furrowed brows. They did not say a word as though they were pondering over the secrets on Yu Heng's body. The power of the Ice Abyss bone piercing formation suddenly increased. Qin Yan's expression changed as well. He was no longer as calm as before. As for Yu Heng, he still had a relaxed expression on his face. Although the power of the killing array had increased, it did not give him any pressure. The power of the killing array is getting stronger and stronger. My power of the Nether Sun is limited. If this continues, the one who will lose will definitely be me. Qin Yan glanced at Yu Heng and secretly gritted his teeth. Yu Heng actually had his eyes closed and was not affected at all. This was simply too strange. Many of the seniors of Blue Spirit Star Palace could see that something was amiss, but they did not expose him. They felt that it was normal for the Blue Spirit Saint Palace to do this. After all, it was to ensure that the final winner was a disciple of their Blue Spirit Star Palace. Suddenly, the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation emitted another wave of cold air. The power of the killing array had actually increased once again. Qin Yan was caught off guard and his defense was broken by the sudden increase in the power of the killing array. This time, the power of the killing array had not been explained in advance. Qin Yan's entire body was pierced by this strange bone-piercing coldness as he let out a low roar. These bastards! He roared angrily as he hurriedly circulated all the inner force in his body to resist the cold that was constantly attacking his body. At the same time, he released the purple gold thunder flame and wrapped it around his body. The moment the purple gold thunder flame appeared, the cold chi was blocked outside. He also felt much more relaxed. However, if this continued, once his inner force was exhausted, he would definitely not be able to hold on. Qin Yan had no other choice but to take one step at a time. The power of the killing array did not continue to increase. It seemed to have reached its limit. Now, as long as he exhausted all the energy in Qin Yan's body, Yu Heng would become the victor. A moment later, the purple thunder flame that enveloped Qin Yan's body suddenly dispersed. Qin Yan's inner force had been used up. Without the support of a powerful inner force, he was unable to resist the power of the formation. His body was immediately crushed by the formation. Boom, Qin Yan suddenly fell to the ground. He never expected that the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation would be so powerful. It could produce a very strong pressure that pressed down heavily. Now, even if he wanted to run out of the formation, it would be extremely difficult. The power of the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation had reached its limit. As for Yu Heng, he was still standing there calmly. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to tell that there was something fishy going on. Everyone knew Qin Yan's strength very well. In the previous running competition, that kind of astonishing perseverance was shocking, but it far surpassed those saints. And now, Qin Yan was lying on the ground while the saints were completely fine. Yu Heng cheated! Morong Darren suddenly shouted. Many people thought the same, but they were afraid of offending others, so they didn't say it out loud. Ji Kailan immediately retorted in a loud voice, "Don't slander me. That's because Qin Yin is weak. You have to know that we have been training in this kind of killing formation for many years and have long since refined a body that can resist the power of the formation. You can't imagine the pain and hardships we endured before." He sneered a few times and continued, "You should persuade Qin Yin to give up. Otherwise, if this goes on, you can only collect his corpse." The power of the killing array was extremely terrifying. A 9th-level martial body cultivator with insufficient strength could only last for 2 hours. If he didn't come out in time, he would definitely be killed. "Miss Yang, please persuade him." Lan Huayu sighed softly and said in a low voice, "I promise, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." Shuchuan hurriedly advised, "Qin Yin is very stubborn. He only listens to you. Shuriyue, quickly get Qin Yin to crawl out." Lan Fengjin also urged, "If this continues, it will injure Qin Yin's bones. He is currently at the 9th-level martial body realm. If anything goes wrong, it will affect him from stepping into the martial Dao realm." Recognition of the bloodline Xia Wufeng, Morong Darren and Hua Zhong also looked at Yang Shiyu with pleading gazes. They knew very well that Yang Shiyu was Qin Yin's teacher and someone Qin Yin respected a lot. Only she could persuade Qin Yin. Yang Shiyu looked at the ice abyss bone-piercing formation and saw Qin Yin lying on the ground, enduring the incomparable pain. How could she not feel uncomfortable? She saw Yu Heng standing not far from Qin Yin. His face was filled with complacency and his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. "Qin Yin!" Yang Shiyu suddenly shouted. When Shuchuan and the others saw Yang Shiyu speak, they immediately felt relieved. After Yang Shiyu shouted, she continued, "If you give up, you will have to crawl out of the ice abyss bone-piercing formation like a defeated dog. Can you accept being defeated in this way?" When Qin Yin heard that, he let out a loud roar and used his arms to prop up his body. "No!" he roared. "Then stand up and hold on until the end." Yang Shiyu looked coldly at Yu Heng. "Never lower your head to some despicable person." Qin Yin cried out in pain as he tried his best to stand up, however, at most, he could only kneel on the ground and use his hands to support his body. He was unable to stand. Shuchuan and the others were dumbfounded. They had asked Yang Shiyu to persuade Qin Yin to give up. Unexpectedly, Yang Shiyu provoked Qin Yin and told him to continue persevering. Yang Shiyu knew very well that even she could not persuade Qin Yin. Therefore, he could only encourage him and bring out his potential. "Even if the tree totem bestows me with power, I won't be able to hold on. Am I really going to lose?" Qin Yin's current situation was different from last time. Last time, there was no external force attacking his body. But this time, there was a powerful killing array that constantly released a terrifying cold energy that seeped into his bones, wanting to destroy his body. At this moment, his 3 inner cores had already been frozen, his inner force could not escape at all. The bones and organs in his body were gradually frozen. The reason why Qin Yin could still feel pain was because he was not completely frozen. If he could not feel the pain, then his body would most likely be crippled. "Brother Yun, quickly stand up." Xia Wufeng hastily shouted and encouraged Qin Yin. "Brother Yun, you must kill Yu Heng. This guy cheated and used some tricks. We can't lose to this guy." Mu Rongjun also shouted. They all knew that persuading Qin Yin to withdraw was useless, so they could only provoke him. "Qin Yin, quickly get up. Although you have been chased out of the Star Xianwu Academy, you will always be the pride of our Star Xianwu Academy." A student of the Star Xianwu Academy shouted loudly. His voice was hoarse from shouting and he seemed especially excited. "Qin Yin, the students of our Star Xianwu Academy support you. Don't lose to those saints who rely on tricks. Quickly bring out your true strength and defeat them one by one." In the arena, many students from the Star Xianwu Academy were shouting and roaring. When Qin Yin heard so many people encouraging him, he could not help but feel his blood boil, but he was powerless because the inner strength of his 3 Vajra inner cores had already been exhausted. Boom, once again, he was pressed to the ground. The skin on his body was already torn, and blood began to seep out. "Qin Yin!" Yang Shiyu's heart trembled as she hurriedly shouted. Qin Yin looked at Yang Shiyu and thought of how she was about to be forced to marry Xiaoyang Long. There was no way out and she fell into incomparable despair. It was as if she had already submitted to fate. Teacher Yang, I will definitely not disappoint you. Qin Yan wanted to make himself stronger and let Xianxia see the hope of escaping the shackles of fate. Suddenly, his ice-cold arm of the heavenly lion felt a trace of warmth. I need to replenish my energy. Qin Yan was slightly alarmed as hope immediately ignited in his heart. The heavenly lion totem seems to be moving. He released many strands of mental energy, like a transparent net, enveloping the center of the spiritual martial palace. Then, through the 9 yang divine spirit, he crazily absorbed the 9 sun spiritual energy. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy in the entire spiritual martial palace surged as 9 types of spiritual energy surged into Qin Yan's body. A very powerful primordial spirit. Is he absorbing spiritual energy through his primordial spirit? He only has 1 meridian, how can he draw in so many types of spiritual energy? His current state is the fusion of his spirit vein and primordial spirit, turning into the legendary primordial spirit vein. As for what will happen, no one knows. Lan Huayu exclaimed. It's said that only people with 1 bloodline can cultivate to such a state. Shuchuan was also very surprised. Xianxia had also heard of the primordial spirit vein. It could allow the spirit vein to leave the body along with the primordial spirit. Legend has it that it could allow the primordial spirit vein to extend infinitely, enter the starry sky, enter the 9 suns, and directly absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Qin Yan did not know why, but he suddenly entered such a state. He could feel that the heavenly lion's purple thunder martial spirit was absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy into his body and channeling it into the heavenly lion totem tattoo. Roar! Qin Yan's body suddenly surged with hot air. Accompanied by the roar of the heavenly lion, it overflowed the formation, heavenly lion totem. Everyone suddenly recalled that Qin Yan still had an extremely mysterious and powerful totem tattoo. Totem tattoo was something that could only be found by chance. Many genius saints of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace wanted to obtain it, but they never had the chance. This is the heavenly lion bloodline of the heavenly lion's arm has entered my body. What's going on? Qin Yan was alarmed. He felt a scorching power surge from the heavenly lion's arm into every part of his body from his shoulder. Because his heavenly lion arm had the heavenly lion totem and had entered the body of the golden fire lion, it had been tempered by the golden fire lion, so it could withstand the bloodline of the heavenly lion. However, his body did not have the heavenly lion totem, nor had it been tempered before. But now, the heavenly lion's arm had miraculously produced the bloodline of the heavenly lion and poured it into his body. This sudden and powerful bloodline seemed to want to destroy his body. It was terrifyingly powerful. The heavenly lion totem crazily absorbed the 9 sun spiritual energy, condensing a large amount of heavenly lion bloodline and pouring it into every part of his body. It was as if it wanted to melt his bones. Once I die, the heavenly lion totem will also dissipate. Could it be that the heavenly lion totem condensed the bloodline of the heavenly lion in order to let me live and poured it into my body? Qin Yan had long known that totems had spirituality. Momo, who was in the first beat of his 9 yang divine spirit, suddenly said softly, Brother Yun, you must hold on. If you succeed, you will possess the bloodline of the heavenly lion. Momo, how can I hold on? The bloodline of the heavenly lion is too terrifying. Qin Yan said in pain. When Shuizai saw him rolling on the ground, she shouted in shock, Qin Yan. What's wrong with him? It's even more painful than before. Qin Yan. Xianxia gritted her teeth as she looked at Qin Yan, who was rolling on the ground, with a pained heart. The primordial spirit vein that he released is still there. Furthermore, a large amount of spiritual energy is entering his body. Why is this happening? Lan Huayu was also puzzled by this as he looked at Shuchuan. Shuchuan's expression was solemn. Although his eyes were filled with worry, there was a trace of envy. That was because he could tell that Qin Yan's heavenly lion totem was condensing the bloodline of the heavenly lion. If a person could possess the bloodline of an ancient heavenly beast, their strength would be extremely terrifying. Only those ancient bloodline aristocratic families would be able to awaken this kind of bloodline body. Shuchuan was not sure, but he could roughly guess, so he did not make it public. He had a better understanding of the matters of the martial desolate. Once a person with a bloodline body was left alone, they would be eaten. Therefore, in the martial desolate, even if there were conflicts between the various aristocratic families that possessed bloodline inheritances, once they learned that someone ate bloodline bodies, they would join forces to fight back. And in this borderland there were no aristocratic families. Therefore, once those vicious fellows from Blue Spirit Star Palace found out, they would definitely have evil intentions. Shuchuan wished that he could run in and carry Qin Yun back to the Divine Inscription Palace. He was worried that if this continued, the people from Blue Spirit Star Palace would be able to see through him. This is a mistake with the totem martial arts. Because it was forcefully executed, it caused the power of the martial skill to wreak havoc in the body. Shuchuan suddenly shouted, "Qin Yun, quickly comb through that power and guide it into the golden bone." The Vajra bone was the strongest part of the body. When Qin Yun heard Shuchuan's reminder, he endured the pain and guided the Heavenly Lion bloodline into the Vajra bone. When the Heavenly Lion bloodline entered the bones, the pain was indeed reduced by a lot. This allowed his torn muscles and the mysterious yellow Vajra meridians to recover. Qin Yun's pain gradually lessened. The absorption speed of the Vajra bone was very fast. His bone marrow had already been transformed by the Heavenly Lion bloodline. In his body, he could condense the Heavenly Lion's blood and gradually replace the ordinary blood. When everyone saw Qin Yun gradually calm down, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The entire audience burst into cheers. Many people praised him for suppressing his inner demons and not going berserk. Only Shuchuan knew that Qin Yun was fusing with the Heavenly Lion bloodline. "Qin Yun, you can stand up. You must believe in yourself." Xianxia shouted. She was frightened when she saw Qin Yun's skin bleeding and cracking. "Brother Yun, don't disappoint us." Xia Wufeng also shouted. "Qin Yun, get up." The students of the Star Xianwu Academy also shouted. Although Qin Yun had been chased out of the Star Xianwu Academy, they all believed that Qin Yun was the glory of the Star Xianwu Academy. "Qin Yun, quickly get up." When the students saw Qin Yun lying motionlessly on the ground, they began to worry again. Qin Yun was still breathing. He was not dead. He was only crawling motionlessly. "I'll count to 10. If Qin Yun doesn't get up, it will be Yu Heng's victory." The tall and skinny old man who was hosting the competition said loudly. 1, 2. While the old man was counting, many people were shouting. "Qin Yun, quickly get up. If you don't get up, you're going to lose. Your previous perseverance has been in vain. You can't lose to a despicable fellow. Quickly get up." Yu Heng looked at Qin Yun, who was lying on the ground, and snorted in disdain. He is very unhappy in his heart because many people are encouraging Qin Yun. 7, 8. Just as he was about to count to 10, Qin Yun slowly stood up. Although his face was a little pale, it was not as painful and tormented as before. When they saw Qin Yun stand up, the crowd burst into cheers. Qin Yun stood up. He seemed to have become stronger. The current him seemed to be able to completely resist the power of the killing array. 3:11. Break formation. When Lan Huayu saw that Qin Yun could stand up, although he was happy, he was also shocked and puzzled. That was because it was the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation. Qin Yun could withstand it for so long with just his flesh and blood. Lan Huayu was not the only one who was surprised. Even many of the seniors of the Saint Palace were bewildered. The reason why Yu Heng was able to resist the Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation was because he had a special defensive armor on him. This was something that many seniors of the Blue Spirit Star Palace could guess. As for Qin Yun, he did not have it at all. Otherwise, he would not have been tortured so painfully. When Yu Heng saw that Qin Yun could still stand up, he sneered. "Qin Yun, I want to see how powerful the demonic art you use is to be able to persevere." He naturally knew that Qin Yun had an extremely terrifying perseverance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to stand up again. The Ice Abyss bone-piercing formation was still in operation, releasing gusts of cold wind that blew at the Spiritual Martial Palace, causing the temperature of the Spiritual Martial Palace to drop by a lot. "Yu Heng, you can come out now." A blue-robed old man suddenly shouted. "No, I can persevere." Yu Heng frowned and said coldly. "Don't try to be brave. This is your limit. If you make a mistake, it will cause you great damage." The blue-robed elder became anxious and shouted angrily, "Yu Heng, come out." Yu Heng seemed to be completely fine, but he was called out in a hurry. This caused many people who did not know the truth to be puzzled. "Ah!" Yu Heng suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. His body was immediately covered in frost and then he began to twitch non-stop. Gotcha. The surface of Yu Heng's body suddenly shattered. It was the hard armor that was hidden under his clothes. After the hard armor shattered, the surface of Yu Heng's body, which was covered in frost, was rapidly cracking. Yu Heng. The blue-robed old man shouted and rushed in. He carried Yu Heng and left the formation. Yu Heng no longer had any aura. It could be seen that he could not withstand a single blow from the strongest power of the killing array. When everyone saw the shattered armor on the ground, they all let out a series of questions. Yu Heng was actually wearing armor on his body. Lan Huayu hurriedly walked forward and closed the ice abyss bone-piercing formation. He supported the weak Qin Yun and walked out. He looked at Ji Kailan and the others and saw them disappear into the crowd. They got away. Those participating saints must also be wearing protective armor. If we catch them, we can confirm if it's true or not. Mu Rongjun shouted. The martial artists that came from outside the Blue Spirit Star Palace all let out voices of doubt and anger. Someone is cheating. How shameful, can't the Blue Spirit Saint Palace afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, then don't organize such a competition. How embarrassing. Humph, if it wasn't for Qin Yun holding on until the end, we wouldn't have known the truth. How despicable, wasting our time. The old man in charge of hosting shouted without batting an eyelid. Next batch, the people who reprimanded the Blue Spirit Saint Palace were only people from other places. As for the disciples of Blue Spirit Star Palace, other than Morong Darren and a few others, none of them mentioned this matter. Qin Yun successfully passed the third round. Xianxia had also become his mentor and would guide him into the next 2 rounds of the competition. Are you all right? Xianxia held Qin Yun's wrist and probed his body's condition through his pulse. However, she discovered that there was an extremely active power in his body. I'm fine. Qin Yun shook his head. After fusing with the Heavenly Lion bloodline, his body had become impervious to ice and fire. The strongest part of the ice abyss bone-piercing formation was the power of ice, but it was useless against him. It was only the powerful pressure of the formation that made it more difficult for him. It's good that you're fine. Shuochuan walked over and said with a smile, the totem tattoo is really powerful. It actually allowed you to hold on. Qin Yun nodded. He did not say much about it. He could tell that Shuochuan knew about the Heavenly Lion bloodline. There are still more than 4 hours until the afternoon's inscription competition. Will you be able to participate in it? Lan Huayu asked. I can make it in time. Qin Yun nodded. He felt that he had recovered quite well. I'll take you to heal your injuries. Xianxia pulled Qin Yun out of the spiritual martial palace. Qin Yun brought Xianxia to Lan Huayu's small forest and arrived at his wooden house. I'll channel my inner force to you so that you can recover faster. Xianxia and Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, facing each other. Their palms were pressed against each other. Teacher, there are many despicable fellows in the Saint Palace. You have to be careful in the future. Qin Yun said as he looked at Xianxia's beautiful and gentle eyes. Xianxia smiled lightly, don't worry, I can protect myself. Qin Yun nodded and asked, has Xiaoyang Long decided to get married to you? At the mention of this matter, Xianxia's expression changed. She asked in surprise, how did you know? This was what Qin Yun had overheard in the Beastman mountain range. He had also overheard that Xiaoyang Long wanted to use Xianxia as a cultivation cauldron to cultivate demonic arts. Teacher, when exactly are you getting married? Qin Yun asked again. The celebration of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace is over, it will begin. Xianxia sighed softly, sighing helplessly and sorrowfully. Qin Yun knew very well that Xiaoyang Long had used some methods to threaten Xianxia. As long as Xiaoyang Long was still alive, Xianxia could only accept her fate. So fast? Qin Yun was somewhat indignant. Xianxia nodded gently and revealed a sad and beautiful smile. Qin Yun, you don't have to be sad. No matter what, I will still be your teacher and your friend in the future. Qin Yun's eyes suddenly turned resolute, as if he had already decided to do something. I'm also very happy to see you grow so strong. In the future, you and Yuelan will definitely be able to make a name for yourselves. Xianxia smiled in relief. Her smile was beautiful and mournful. Once Yuelan comes out, she will be the youngest martial Dao cultivator in this borderland. Qin Yan remained silent. He still had an appointment with Xiaoyang Long. At that time it was said to be 2 years later, but now, he had decided to challenge Xiaoyang Long in advance. More than 2 hours later, Qin Yan had completely recovered. The main reason was that he had put on the light inscription equipment. Furthermore, Xianxia Yu's Purple Moon Inner Force had a very strong recovery ability. So fast. Xianxia Yu smiled. It looks like you'll be able to step into the martial Dao realm in 2 or 3 years. Qin Yan hurriedly took out the earth-level martial art, Mysterious Star Steps, and handed it to Xianxia Yu. He said, "Teacher, this is an earth-level martial art. I haven't learned it because there's no one to guide me." Qin Yan was able to cultivate the Flaming Cloud Steps to perfection, but to use the strongest teleportation Meteor Steps, he needed to use a large amount of internal supreme force, which consumed a lot of energy. If one mastered Earth-level Qinggong martial arts, as long as he used his inner force, he would be able to have a very fast speed and even more brilliant body movements. Xianxia Yu took the Mysterious Star Steps and hurriedly flipped through it. She looked at it very carefully. "I need some time to analyze and annotate. Can you wait?" When Xianxia Yu saw the earth-level martial arts, she was rather excited. It was not easy for her to come into contact with the earth-level martial arts. Even if he stepped into the martial Dao realm, he would have to put in a lot of effort to obtain an earth-level martial art. Qin Yan said with smile, "Of course we can wait. Although movement technique is my shortcoming, I can't rush this matter. Alright, I will definitely analyze it as soon as possible and annotate it. Then, I will use the most concise method to guide you through the basics." Xianxia Yu had been reading the book seriously. Qin Yan did not disturb Xianxia Yu. He walked out of the hut and went outside. He sat alone on the stone bench and looked at the foam in his storage space. "Little beauty Momo, is it a good thing for me that I have the bloodline of a heavenly lion?" Qin Yan asked. Momo was the high priest of the fairies. Although she looked like a little girl, she had lived for a long time and knew a lot about totem inscriptions. Momo said sweetly, "Of course it's a good thing. This is something that many humans and devils yearn for. If you were in the demon realm, anyone would want to eat someone with the bloodline of a heavenly lion like you. Even if you drink a mouthful of soup, it would be very beneficial." Qin Yan felt uncomfortable when he heard that. He said with a wry smile, "Many people want to eat me? That doesn't seem to be a good thing. It's fine as long as no one knows. Not to mention the devils in the demon realm, even those who want to obtain the power of their bloodline would want to eat bloodline warriors like you." This made Qin Yan even more alarmed. He was secretly glad that the people from Blue Spirit Star Palace had not seen through this matter. Although Zhuchuan knew about it, he helped him cover it up. Xianxia Yu was studying the Mysterious Star Steps in the hut. Qin Yan greeted her outside the door and headed for the inscription hall. In the afternoon, the inscription hall was going to hold the third round of the inscription competition. The contents of the competition would only be announced when it was about to begin. This was also a test of the inscription master's ability to adapt. Qin Yan was dressed in a silver-white robe as he stepped into the inscription hall in high spirits. When everyone saw him, they were secretly surprised. They never expected him to recover so quickly. It seemed like he was fine. No one knew how difficult the third round of the inscription competition would be. However, what was certain was that it wouldn't be as deadly as the martial arts competition in the morning. Xianxia Yu did not come to watch Qin Yan's inscription competition. This was somewhat strange. Qin Yan entered the arena. Just like last time, he sat beside Lan Fengjin. There were a total of 100 inscription masters participating in the third round of the competition. When the old inscriptionists entered the arena, they did not look at Qin Yan. They mainly felt ashamed. After the first 2 rounds of the competition, Qin Yan's level of inscriptions was very obvious. Furthermore, he was a high-ranked inscription master. This made those old inscriptionists unable to raise their heads. Of course, there were a few high-ranked inscriptionists from Blue Spirit Star Palace who still looked down on Qin Yan. They only felt that Qin Yan was quite capable, but it would be difficult for him to defeat them in the competition of high-ranked inscriptionists. As soon as everyone arrived, Lan Huayu announced the start of the competition and explained the rules of the third round of the inscription competition. The third round is mainly to test the formation. It's not to set up a formation but to break it. Lan Huayu said, you need to break through a formation within the specified time. It took time to set up a formation and it also took a long time to break it. However, this kind of competition would not give the inscription master too much time. It was to test the true level of the inscription master. Lan Huayu waved his hand and a dozen or so blue-robed middle-aged men walked up. These blue-robed middle-aged men took out some small tents and placed them in the middle. The first 150 small blue tents were placed in the middle of the arena. After they were set up, the middle-aged men quickly left the arena. Lan Huayu said, these tents are all small ceiling formations. You guys enter inside and I'll activate the ceiling formation from the outside. You need an hour to break out of the formation and you can't destroy the ceiling formation. An hour to break the formation was a very short period of time. Many high-level inscriptionists felt that it was difficult. Of course, they had never tried it before, so they did not know the exact difficulty. If it was really difficult, there would definitely not be any high-level inscriptionists who would be able to pass the competition. Alright, according to the previous rankings, the top 50 will enter the tent first. Lan Huayu said. Qin Yun and Lan Fengjin were both in the top 50 in the previous round of the competition. They each entered a tent. This ceiling formation is far more powerful than I imagined. The moment Qin Yun entered, he could immediately sense the structure of the ceiling formation. In this kind of ceiling formation, one would feel extremely oppressed. After all, being trapped in a very narrow place would give one a feeling that it was difficult to breathe. It would be a great mental pressure. In this kind of environment, one would need to concentrate to break the formation. It was extremely difficult. Begin now. Lan Huayu shouted and the ceiling formation was completely activated. Once the formation was activated, the inscription masters inside all felt the same. They were all somewhat alarmed and worried that they would be sealed inside forever. Only by breaking out of the formation within an hour will you be able to enter the fourth round. Lan Huayu's voice sounded. Qin Yun sat in the tent. It was completely blue inside and there was no spiritual energy. However, he could hear the sounds outside. This round of the competition is really difficult. Who knows, there might not even be 30 inscription masters who will enter the fourth round. Qin Yun frowned as he used his mental energy to investigate the situation of the ceiling formation. Big brother Yun. I can break the formation. Mo suddenly shouted. Qin Yun suddenly recalled that Mo had such an ability because she could sense the dark lines. The difficulty of breaking the formation was that one could not see the dark lines. If one knew the bright and dark lines of the formation like the back of their hand, they would be able to accurately know the meridians of the formation. Then, they would be able to block the energy meridians of the formation, causing the formation to stop and successfully break the formation. Mo, what are you going to do? Are you telling me about the dark mark? Qin Yun carefully released Mo. He is in the formation, so the people outside can't see him. No, I have a special ability that can paralyze the energy transmission meridians of the inscription, causing the formation to temporarily lose its effectiveness. As Mo spoke, her green eyes overflowed with a faint green glow. Wait! Qin Yun hastily shouted. Mo immediately stopped and asked curiously, Brother Yun, what's wrong? I'll be able to break this formation immediately and let you out. I just came in, if I go out immediately, people will be suspicious. Qin Yun said with smile, when it's about time, you can start breaking the formation. Mo hurriedly nodded. Alright, I'll go in first. Qin Yun placed Mo into his storage space and took the opportunity to observe the formation before attempting to crack it himself. He closed his eyes and concentrated on examining the formation. Not long after, he could clearly sense the fluctuations of the Nine Suns' energy, but it was very weak. The spirit pattern veins of this formation are constantly absorbing the Nine Suns' spiritual energy from the outside. The mental force that I have cultivated through the Nine Yang Divine Spirit is extremely sensitive to the energy of the Nine Suns, so I can capture it. Qin Yun never expected that he would be able to accidentally detect the energy transmission meridian. In other words, he had already touched the key to breaking the formation. Great! He immediately used his mental force to transform into a few threads and injected them into the energy transmission meridian to seal it. The process of sealing it would also take some time. Qin Yan's progress was rather smooth. In less than an hour, he had successfully blocked the energy transmission meridian of the sealing formation. The sealing formation immediately lost its effectiveness. He opened the tent from the inside and saw many astonished gazes directed at him. He himself was greatly surprised because he was the first inscription master to break the formation. Originally, Momo could have broken the formation even faster, but he did not let her do it. He had fumbled around by himself. He never expected that he would be the fastest to break the formation. You're the first. Lan Huayu said in surprise, how could it be so fast? Generally speaking, a high-level inscription master would need about an hour to reach their limit. I don't know what's going on either. It's very easy for me to sense the meridian spirit inscriptions and then seal them up. Qin Yan scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, Senior Lan, is there a problem with my tent? I can actually sense the energy meridian spirit inscriptions so easily. The onlookers did not understand, and only a few inscription masters knew what was going on. Shuchuan said, the energy meridian spirit inscriptions are very secretive and very difficult to block. Normally, a formation would have several meridian spirit inscriptions. As long as all of them are blocked, the formation will fail. As a meridian spirit inscription, it is very difficult to discover. Lan Huayu checked Qin Yan's tent again and said with certainty, there's no problem with this formation. It might be because you have cultivated a primordial spirit vein, your perception has become very strong. Primordial spirit veins could allow spirit inscriptions to accompany the primordial spirit out of the body. As for spirit veins, they were the most sensitive to energy. If they were to be released to investigate the formation, they would indeed be able to quickly sense the energy meridian. Qin Yan secretly thanked Huazhong. It was precisely because of the primordial spirit jade that Huazhong had given him that his usage of the primordial spirit had constantly improved. He did not know what it meant for him to be the first to come out. Previously, he had also felt that the other inscription masters would be able to come out in less than an hour. But now, after he came out and waited for a period of time, there was still no movement from the tent. Is that sealing formation really that powerful? Qin Yan kept staring at Lan Fingjin's tent, hoping that she would come out quickly. Very powerful. Even I wouldn't be able to come out as fast as you without damaging the tent. Lan Huayu said, of course, after I familiarize myself with this sealing formation, it'll be much easier to come out. Even if he was familiar with it, it wasn't that easy. This was because the energy meridians of these sealing formations could be changed. When setting them up, the inscription master could choose the energy meridians at will. Therefore, the energy meridians hidden within the 50 tents were all different. The hour was almost over. Finally, an inscription master came out. The inscription master who came out was dressed in a blue robe. He was an old inscription master from Blue Spirit Star Palace. When he came out, he saw that many of the tents were closed and could not help but feel pleased with himself. When he saw Qin Yan standing beside the arena, he jumped in fright as if he had seen a ghost. That brat, Qin Yan, had actually come out earlier than him. The old inscription master snorted softly before walking over to Lan Huayu's side. Following that, more and more inscription masters came out of the tents. There weren't many of them, only 8. An hour had passed and the inscription masters who were unable to break through the sealing formation had all been eliminated. Qin Yan could not help but frown because Lan Fengjin had not come out. Many people felt that it was a great pity that Lan Fengjin, one of the few young female inscription masters, had actually lost here. Lan Huayu walked over and opened the tents one by one, letting the inscription masters inside out. Lan Fengjin also knew that she had lost and walked out in disappointment. When she came out, she could not help but be pleasantly surprised when she learned that Qin Yan was the first to run out. She had acknowledged Qin Yan as her master and was even more certain that she had not acknowledged the wrong master. At the same time, she felt proud of her master. Amazing, as expected of my. Hee. Lan Fengjin came to Qin Yan's side and pinched his arm as she said with a smile. I really didn't expect you to lose in the 3rd round. Qin Yan sighed and said, I thought you would be able to make it to the final round and fight it out with me. Humph, are you mocking me? Lan Fengjin snorted. Of course not. Qin Yan smiled. Sister Lan, you're still young. Your future is limitless. When everyone saw Lan Fingjin's defeat, they secretly admired Lan Huayu. He did not cheat in secret and did not help his granddaughter pass the third round. It was not like the martial arts competition, where it was completely dark. Lan Fengjin was also clear about her own level. It was not bad for her to be able to reach this step. This was because many old high-level inscription masters had also been eliminated here. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Qin Yan had successfully entered the fourth round. Now, he wanted the final result. Following that, the remaining 50 inscription masters also entered the tent and left to begin breaking the formation. After an hour, 15 people were able to come out from this batch of inscription masters. In the third round, only 25 people could advance. Qin Yan had guessed that there would be more than 30 people. This was less than he had expected. After the competition ended, Qin Yan, Lan Fengjin and company returned to the small forest. After returning, Qin Yan saw Xianxia nimbly flying through the forest, displaying her exquisite movement technique. It's the mysterious star steps. However, her footwork is very messy and her aura is not smooth. She's learning it. Lan Huayu said as he saw it from afar. This mysterious star steps is rather difficult to master. Different people, after learning and mastering it, their footwork will be very different. This is a rather unique movement technique. Shuachuan said with a smile. Huazhong, Morong Daran and Shuazai had also obtained the mysterious star steps. They had started learning it very early on. Qin Yan had also asked them about it. Their learning methods were indeed different. Xianxia flew over and politely greeted the two seniors, Shuachuan and Lan Huayu. Miss Yang, you are Qin Yan's instructor. Before the fourth round begins, there will be 3 days for you to guide him, right? Lan Huayu asked. The fourth round of the martial arts competition would begin in 3 days. This was because in the third round of the killing array trial, many martial artists had been injured and would need a few days to recuperate. Xianxia nodded. I'm not sure what the fourth round of the competition is. In short, the difficulty will definitely increase. The last round is definitely the competition that many people are looking forward to. Star Tattoo at the mention of the reward, Lan Fengjin was also very dissatisfied. She said, the Blue Spirit Saint Palace shouldn't be lacking in rewards, right? Lan Huayu chuckled and said, of course not. There were rewards for the third round, but they would be given out together with the rewards for the fourth round. If he wanted to get a reward, he needed to perform well in the fourth round. You will know the specifics when the time comes. Xianxia said with a chuckle, Qin Yan, if you want to obtain that mysterious reward, you have to work hard in the fourth round. As your mentor, I will also be rewarded. Teacher, please teach me the mysterious star steps now. Qin Yan said hurriedly. You just came back from the inscription competition. Don't you need to rest? Xianxia asked. No need, I am very energetic now. Qin Yan smiled. After that, Xianxia and Qin Yan entered the wooden hut and began to explain the basics of the mysterious star steps. As for Lan Fengjin, she went to practice breaking the ceiling formation. This caused her to stumble, so she had to climb back up in this place. In the small wooden hut, Qin Yan listened attentively to Xianxia's explanation of martial arts. Xianxia said, the mysterious star steps is very strange. When used, it will display different movement techniques according to the martial spirit in the martial artist's body. For example, I have the moon martial spirit. During the day, when I use the mysterious star steps, the characteristics of my movement technique are not obvious and can only be used to increase my speed. But at night, when the moonlight shines on me, I can sense the moon, causing my body to be sucked up by the moon, and I can easily fly. I have the purple thunder fire martial spirit and the vibration martial spirit. What kind of effect will it have if I use the mysterious star steps? Qin Yan was immediately filled with anticipation. I don't know. You'll have to wait until you've grasped the basics before you'll know. Xianxia smiled, the basics of the mysterious star steps requires a clear movement technique. I can only determine the characteristics of my movement technique at night. Qin Yan nodded and continued listening to Xianxia explain the difficulties of the mysterious star steps. The mysterious star steps was an earth-level martial art. Only a martial artist of the martial Dao realm could use it with ease. As for a martial artist at the 9th-level martial body realm, it was inevitable that he would consume a lot of energy to use an Earth-tier martial skill. Furthermore, he would need to use his inner supreme force. After Qin Yan heard this, he also had a general understanding. Then, he began to coordinate with the incantation to move the power of the Niden to every part of his body before naturally rushing to his legs. He repeatedly tried to familiarize himself with the process. At night, Xianxia also went outside to practice the mysterious star steps. She was also very diligent in raising her strength. Qin Yan practiced for an entire night and continued practicing the next morning. Only when it was almost noon did he take a short break. Because the 4th round of the inscription competition will be held in the afternoon. The 4th round of the martial arts competition will begin in 3 days, but the inscription competition will not stop. Qin Yan, I won't be watching. I know that you will definitely have an outstanding performance. Xianxia made a plate of exquisite and delicious snacks to encourage him. Qin Yan ate happily and nodded repeatedly. After eating, he, Lan Fengjin, Lan Huayu and Shuchuan headed to the inscription hall. In the 4th round of the inscription competition, only 25 inscription masters participated, causing the spacious arena to become very deserted. The inscription masters who can reach the 4th round are all very high level. Among the participants, only Qin Yan was at the 9th level martial body realm. As for the others, they were all high-level martial Dao realm inscription masters. Most of them were from the Blue Spirit Star Palace, while the others were from the Black Level Martial Arts Academy or the Inscription Palace. The young Qin Yan seemed out of place when competing with a group of old inscription masters. This was a good proof that Qin Yan's level of inscriptions far surpassed that of most high-ranked inscription masters. The 4th round of the inscription competition will once again test the inscription master's mastery of spirit inscriptions and familiarity with spirit artifacts. Lan Huayu said, in the process of forging, it is inevitable that some mistakes will occur. The most common mistake is when inscribing spirit inscriptions, causing the spirit artifact to be scrapped. Because of this reason, this kind of scrapped spirit artifact can be repaired. However, this is a great test of the inscription master's foundation. This round of the competition is for everyone to repair the scrapped top-grade spirit artifacts. Everyone, don't worry. The mistakes in these scrapped spirit artifacts are all part of the inscriptions. As long as everyone can repair the parts of the inscriptions that are wrong, they will be able to revive the top-grade spirit artifact and enter the final round. The inscription master who successfully repairs the most top-grade spirit artifacts will obtain the star inscription unique to our Blue Spirit Saint Palace. This is a special inscription. The reward for the 4th round was indeed very generous. It was actually the legendary star inscription. The defeated inscription masters who were watching from this side were all heartbroken. They hated themselves for not entering the 4th round. Otherwise, they would have been able to obtain the star inscription. As a result, the inscription hall became bustling with noise and excitement. Qin Yan was no stranger to star inscriptions. Among the inscriptions, other than spirit inscriptions, Xian inscriptions, and Dao inscriptions, there were also some special inscriptions, star inscriptions, moon inscriptions, and sun inscriptions. Among them, the star inscription was a special inscription that was more commonly seen. Even though it was common, there weren't many powers that grasped it. As for the moon inscription and sun inscription, they were even rarer. What abilities did the star inscription have? No one knew. Because it was special and mysterious, it made many inscription masters yearn for the star inscription. If you want to obtain the star inscription, you must repair the most top-grade spirit artifacts. If everyone can only repair one top-grade spirit artifact, you won't be able to obtain this reward. The time limit is 4 hours. 4 hours was one of the longer rounds of the competition. From this, it could be seen that the difficulty was indeed great. What Qin Yan was looking forward to was the reward for the 5th round. If the reward for the 4th round was the star inscription, then the reward for the 5th round would definitely be better than the star inscription. He had high-grade spirit inscriptions, Xian inscriptions, and Dao inscriptions on his hands, but he didn't have any star inscriptions. Therefore, star inscriptions were very attractive to him. Lan Huayu took out many top-grade spirit artifacts that had been destroyed over the years. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. Most of them were sabers and swords, followed by forging hammers and spears. These are all my friends and I. Over the years, because of the mistakes we made when inscribing the inscriptions, they became useless. Although we can repair them, the places where we made mistakes are rather special. Therefore, we left them behind to remind ourselves and our disciples not to make our mistakes. Now, let's take them out for everyone to try and see if we can repair them. Lan Huayu allowed the participating inscription masters to go over and choose a top-grade spirit artifact. Qin Yan was also choosing. When he held the broken spirit artifacts in his hand, it was difficult to find out what went wrong. When he injected his inner force, he discovered that the inner force was not flowing smoothly inside the spirit artifact. The spirit artifact was unable to absorb the inner force to release stronger energy. Qin Yan was like many inscription masters. He chose spirit artifacts that were relatively large. This made it easier to observe the spirit inscriptions on them. If it was a smaller spirit artifact, the spirit inscriptions carved on it would be small and dense, making it difficult to observe. Qin Yan chose a light red broadsword. The bright lines on its surface were extremely arrogant and the carvings were very good. With a single glance, one could tell that they were lightning and fire runes. After the inscription masters had chosen their spirit artifacts, Lan Huayu announced the start of the competition. Even though the 25 inscription masters had chosen some spirit artifacts, there were still quite a few top-grade spirit artifacts on the long table. If the inscription masters repaired them quickly, they could still choose again. At the start of the competition, the inscription masters were in a hurry to find the wrong spirit inscriptions on the spirit artifacts. Qin Yan used his mental energy to scan the huge light red saber over and over again. He carefully and seriously searched for the wrong spirit inscriptions. Finding the wrong spirit inscriptions was extremely time-consuming. Once found, he would be able to quickly enter the state of repairing the spirit inscriptions. This kind of competition was a test of the inscription master's experience in inscribing spirit inscriptions. Momo was in the storage space. She also knew what was happening outside. She said, "Brother Yun, if I can get out, I can quickly help you find the mistake in the spirit inscriptions." Qin Yan also knew that Momo had such an ability. He said with a smile, "It's fine. Right now, it's also a test of my ability. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely ask you to help me repair my spirit artifact." Repairing spirit artifacts was also a skill that an inscription master had to possess. Qin Yan's mental energy was extremely powerful. Even a high-level inscription master who had stepped into the martial Dao realm might not have a mental energy as strong as his. After a careful scan, he quickly discovered the mistake in the spirit inscriptions. He picked up the carving knife used for the competition and injected the power of the blood soul into it to try to repair the wrong spirit inscriptions. Lan Fengjin was outside the arena. When she saw Qin Yan begin to use the carving knife, she could not help but say in surprise, "Qin Yan found the mistake so quickly? I've tried to help my grandfather repair this kind of spirit artifact that failed to inscribe inscriptions. It's not that easy to find the mistake. I need to search very carefully for a period of time before I can find the mistake." Shuochuan nodded his head. Indeed, it takes a lot of time to find the wrong spirit inscriptions. It's definitely not that easy to find. As for Qin Yan, he seems to have found it. The eliminated inscription masters were also watching the competition from outside the arena. They were all secretly amazed by this. This was the first time Qin Yan had repaired such a failed spirit artifact. He had relied on the knowledge he had obtained from the books to try it out. He never expected that his mental energy would be so useful. He only followed the flow of the inscriptions on the blade and quickly found the wrong place. I wonder who carved the spirit inscriptions. The finesse isn't that great and it's not serious at all. There are a few places where the power of the blood soul is not enough when carving, causing the entire spirit inscription to become intermittent after being carved. As Qin Yan pondered, he used the carving knife to carve the problematic spirit inscriptions according to the original inscriptions. The power of the blood soul was equivalent to ink. When inscribing spirit inscriptions, without enough power of the blood soul, the inscriptions would be like using a brush without ink. The words written would be very unclear. He's really found the wrong place. When Shuochuan saw Qin Yan seriously inscribing the spirit inscriptions, he said in surprise, "Even the inscription master who forged that spirit artifact would not be able to find the wrong place. How did he do it?" Not only was Xuechuan bewildered, many of the senior inscriptionists were the same. They secretly suspected that Qin Yun had mastered some powerful secret technique. Repairing Spirit Artifacts Chapter 314. When Qin Yun was inscribing spirit inscriptions, he had relied on his intuition to do so. However, he was always able to do it well. This was talent. In more than 2 hours, Qin Yun had successfully repaired a top-grade spirit artifact. He was the fastest, but now, there was less than half of the time left. As for the other inscription masters, they could only repair a top-grade spirit artifact. In other words, the final result was that everyone had successfully repaired a top-grade spirit artifact and fought to a draw. In this way, there would be no first place. No first place meant that no one could obtain the special star rune of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. At this point, many inscription masters cursed inwardly. They had only been happy for nothing because repairing a top-grade spirit artifact was not easy. High-level inscription masters usually only refined high-grade spirit artifacts. They had never tried to repair top-grade spirit artifacts. Right now, they were all being forced to do something beyond their abilities. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and give it a try. In the end, the inscription masters who could successfully repair a top-grade spirit artifact were definitely those with the best inscription talent. Morong Darren snorted and said, "The Blue Spirit Saint Palace is really a scam. They said that the rewards for the 3rd and 4th rounds will be given together and they are very generous. However, they are only drawing a big pie and can't eat it at all." Huizhong said, "Brother Yun's progress is the fastest. Now, we can be sure that he will definitely be able to enter the 5th round." Lan Fengjin sighed and said, "If I were to enter this round, I would definitely be eliminated. I have to say, after these few rounds of competition, we can clearly see Qin Yun's talent in inscriptions. It is indeed very terrifying. After all, he is still so young." Xuechuan hurriedly nodded and said, "This kind of genius does exist in the martial desolate, but it is rare." Qin Yun began repairing the 2nd top-grade spirit artifact. As an inscription master, he was very interested in star runes. He wanted to obtain a set of star runes to see if they were as powerful as the legends said. The weapon he chose was a relatively short sword. It was completely blue in color and flowed with a light blue radiance. It was extremely exquisite and the material used was close to royal-grade bone steel. The level of the inscription master who forged this short sword is extremely high. It is extremely likely that it was forged by Lan Huayu. In other words, there won't be too many mistakes in this short sword. Qin Yun carefully looked at the short sword. When Lan Huayu saw Qin Yun choose the short sword, he smiled. It was indeed forged by him. "That's the supreme-grade spirit weapon forged by Grandpa," Lan Fengjin said in a low voice. She also recognized it. An inscription master from Blue Spirit Star Palace said, "Seriously, Qin Yun actually chose a top-grade spirit artifact forged by Elder Blue. It's very difficult to find a mistake in a spirit artifact forged by such a master, even though there are very few mistakes." That's right. Even Lan Huayu might not know what went wrong. When Grandmasters forge spirit artifacts, they are very serious and brilliant when inscribing spirit patterns. If the spirit artifact doesn't have the corresponding ability after inscribing spirit patterns, they won't know where they went wrong. Most of the people in the discussion were inscription masters. The other martial artists knew nothing about inscriptions. They were just watching the show and listening to the discussions of the inscriptionists to increase their knowledge. Xuechuan nodded his head and said, "That's true. After I fail in forging, sometimes I really don't know where my spirit marks are wrong. It's very difficult to find them because I'm very sure that the spirit marks I inscribed are very perfect, but after I finish inscribing them, I can't awaken the spirit marks." Sigh. Qin Yun had his own reasons for choosing a spirit artifact forged by a master. That was to try his luck. If he was lucky and found the wrong place, then he would only need to fix a small number of mistakes to be able to repair the spirit artifact. "Elder Lan, are you sure that the mistakes are all in the part of the inscriptions? This is a top-grade spirit artifact. If there really is a mistake, it would definitely not be easy for you to discover it. How can you be sure that all the mistakes are in the inscriptions?" An old inscription master who was participating in the competition couldn't find it for a long time, so he asked with doubt. "It's very simple. If there's a mistake with the dark lines, then inject enough power into the spirit artifact. As the spirit artifact is damaged, it's very easy to see through it. The spirit artifacts that you want to repair have all been tested by us. They can absorb very strong energy and won't be damaged. Therefore, there's no problem with the dark lines. The problem is with the bright lines. Because this was a top-grade spirit artifact, many high-level inscriptionists had never come into contact with it before. They did not have enough understanding of it, which was why they had doubts. Some of the participating inscriptionists had yet to find a mistake with the bright lines. As for Qin Yun, he had already repaired a spirit artifact. This difference was truly lamentable. Qin Yun gripped the blue short sword tightly and with a muffled roar, he released a strong surge of internal supreme force and poured it into the short sword. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That was because the internal supreme force was very strong. The short sword absorbed a large amount of internal supreme force and trembled slightly. Qin Yun took the opportunity to mix his mental energy and to search for the place where the short sword was blocked. After the short sword absorbed the energy, only 3 sets of bright lines did not light up. This meant that the mistake was at the intersection of the 3 sets of bright lines. There were many sets of spirit inscriptions carved on top-grade spirit artifacts. Some of the spirit inscriptions overlapped with each other. If they did not light up, then there was a mistake with these few sets of spirit inscriptions. Now, Qin Yun could eliminate most of the bright lines and search for the few sets of spirit inscriptions that did not light up. When the other inscriptionists saw this, they followed Qin Yun's method. However, they did not succeed. The spirit inscriptions on the spirit artifact did not light up, which meant that there was a problem with all the bright lines. Seeing this, the inscriptionists all went to change their top-grade spirit artifacts and chose those refined by masters. This way, there wouldn't be so many mistakes in the spirit inscriptions. Using his unique mental energy, Qin Yun quickly found the place where he had gone wrong. As expected, it was a very inconspicuous intersection point, the place where the 3 sets of spirit inscriptions intersected. The main reason was that when the spirit inscriptions intersected, the structure of the other spirit inscriptions would be destroyed. As long as the damaged part was fixed, it would be repaired. The hourglass continued to leak sand as time slowly passed by. The participating inscriptionists were all sweating profusely and exhausted. They were all crazily using their mental energy to repair the top-grade spirit artifact. It's over. Lan Huayu looked at the hourglass and suddenly shouted. Qin Yun hurriedly put down the short sword in his hand. He had successfully repaired it, but it was not perfect. It was only able to dim the bright lines. He did not know if it could be considered a success or not. Inscriptionists who have not successfully repaired the spirit artifact, please leave. Lan Huayu shouted. There were 20 inscriptionists who left the arena. In other words, only 5 inscriptionists had succeeded. Of these 5 inscriptionists, 2 of them were wearing dark blue robes. They were the inscriptionists of the Blue Spirit Palace. The other 2 were dressed in golden blue robes. They were the inscriptionists of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. Then there was Qin Yun. A young man had actually entered the final round. Such talent made people sigh once again. All of you can only repair 1 top-grade spirit artifact and are tied for first place. You can't get any star marks, but you can enter the 5th round. Lan Huayu said indifferently. Is the criterion for successfully repairing a spirit artifact to light up the bright lines? Qin Yun asked. Yes. Lan Huayu nodded. I will strictly inspect the spirit artifacts that you have repaired. Lan Huayu walked up and inspected their repaired top-grade spirit artifacts one by one. The spirit inscriptions on it could light up, but they were all a little dim. The repair was not very good. This kind of top-grade spirit artifact could be considered to be relatively low-end and could not be sold for a high price. Very good, your standards are not bad. You all have the qualifications to become spirit-level inscriptionists. Lan Huayu chuckled and said, it doesn't matter if there are no rewards. The rewards for winning the 5th round are still very rich. Elder Lan, you haven't tested that short sword yet. Qin Yun shouted softly. What? You've repaired that short sword? Lan Huayu was alarmed. The inscriptionists also looked at Qin Yun in astonishment as they looked at the short sword in front of him. If he could successfully repair 2, he would be able to obtain first place and obtain the star mark. Lan Huayu controlled the short sword to fly over from a distance. He held the hilt of the sword and injected energy into it. The many groups of inscriptions on it all lit up. Qin Yan had successfully repaired the second spirit artifact, Star Mark. He had obtained the star mark of the Blue Spirit Saint Palace. It was said that there were only a few star marks in the Blue Spirit Saint Palace and they had always been treated as treasures. Without permission, they could not be passed down. Now, an outsider had actually obtained a star mark. This made even the inscriptionists of the Blue Spirit Star Palace extremely envious. Qin Yan grinned and said, "Elder Lan, star mark. This?" Lan Huayu never expected that someone would actually be able to repair 2 top-grade spirit artifacts in 4 hours. Obviously, Qin Yan had tried his luck in repairing the second spirit artifact. However, his own level was not bad either. Otherwise, no matter how lucky he was, he wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity if he didn't have enough ability. "You won't go back on your word, will you?" Qin Yan asked worriedly. Lan Huayu said with an awkward smile, "Of course not. It's just that," suddenly, a large group of people arrived. The people walking in front were 4 powerful old men and one of them was an old woman. These were the palace masters of the 4 palaces. Xiao Long was also among this group of people. He was following behind Palace Master Yang of the Western Palace. The palace masters of the 4 palaces had suddenly appeared here. Obviously, they had been watching the battle from a room in the inscription hall. It was just that no one knew that their appearance at this moment was definitely related to the star mark. The old woman said, "Qin Yan, if you want to obtain the star mark, you must enter our Blue Spirit Star Palace. Only by becoming a disciple of the Star Palace would you be able to obtain the star mark. It's not that we don't want to give it to you, but you have to follow this condition. I am the Palace Master of the Eastern Palace. Yuelan and Shuriyue have both cultivated in my Eastern Palace before entering the Saint Palace. I guarantee that you will be able to cultivate well in the Eastern Palace. With your talent, you will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of resources." The other 3 palace masters were secretly unhappy. If the Eastern Palace obtained Qin Yan, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to obtaining a treasure. As long as they nurtured him vigorously, it would definitely bring great benefits to the Eastern Palace in the future. "Forget it, sooner or later, I will have to enter the Blue Spirit Star Palace." Qin Yan looked at the palace masters and sighed. The palace master of the Eastern Palace smiled. "Welcome to our Eastern Palace as a disciple." End of chapter 314. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.